Longevity Heavenly Dynasty, Seeking Immortal County. The drizzling rain shrouded the streets of Vegetable Market as dusk approached. The crowd that had gathered for the market was about to disperse when suddenly a commotion arose. Dozens of robust soldiers rushed over from the other end, clad in battle gear and brandishing swords, their murderous aura churning around them. In their midst were several young prisoners in shackles, dressed in filthy prison garb, reeking and covered in countless scars and open wounds. At the front was a middle-aged bureaucrat with thick lips, a black beard, and a fat face, riding atop a tall horse. At the very rear, several carts were used to transport the corpses. This procession advanced with gongs sounding, creating quite a spectacle. The dispersing crowd immediately regathered, with people from even farther away hurrying over. This grand display left no doubt about the impending event, a main attraction on Vegetable Market Street, a public beheading. In no time, the area was packed 3 layers deep both inside and out. There were commoners, children, beggars, loafers, and the wealthy, even Western barbarians holding devices called cameras, with their blonde hair and blue eyes. Although many of the spectators themselves looked emaciated, like refugees, this did not dampen their enthusiasm for the spectacle. The appointed hour arrived, and the timekeeper bellowed out the time with a strained voice. The executioner, with a brush in hand and a cold smirk on his lips, checked off each name. Executioners took their places from east to west, ready to behead the prisoners one by one. They're about to behead them, they're about to behead them. Vegetable Market Street truly lives up to its reputation. You can really see a beheading. It's also quite pitiful to look at. So young and already losing their lives, sigh, it really is pitiful. All prime young men, they went against the court and ended up being betrayed by traitors, taken down by the ruthless officials in one fell swoop. Wife, did you bring the steamed buns? If anyone has spare change, they could help with the burial of the bodies afterward. Bury what? They were charged with conspiracy, so their heads will be hung on the soul-summoning pole. Direct relatives can only redeem them after 7 days, and if no family members pay, I fear the bodies will be thrown into a mass grave, eaten clean by hyenas and wolves. Be satisfied. It's just that there have been too many rebellions in recent years. Not to mention those rebel armies that swept across over a dozen provinces, there have been numerous small-scale rebellions sprouting up like bamboo shoots after rain in many provinces under court control. The court has exhausted all its suppression methods, to no avail, forcing it to gradually change the traditional rule of succession. The noisy commotion awoke Tao Qian. As he opened his eyes, the first thing he saw was the crowd of onlookers, followed by the sensation of being bound. Instinctively looking around, he was struck by an intense sense of horror. Accompanying it was a tide of jumbled memories. Soon, Tao Qian realized what had happened. He had traveled through time, and to top it off, he had become a criminal about to be beheaded. It was the 9th year of Tianming in the Longevity Heavenly Dynasty. The original owner of the body was from a well-off family in a county of southern Yue. One year, they accidentally offended a local magnate, leading to the ruination and death of his family. The young man narrowly escaped, and later joined some heroes, filled with fervor to participate in activities against the court. For years, they battled across half the Tiankeo, and just a few days ago, they tried to incite an armed uprising in Seeking Immortal County. Alas, betrayed by a traitor, their stronghold was uprooted, and they were all captured at once. Now they were all brought to Vegetable Market Street for execution. What a start this is. Others may begin in hell, but at least they are given family and some time to react and seek survival. How come in my case, in just a few seconds, I will face the chop and the separation of my body and head? Tao Qian was consumed by anger and sorrow. However, the executioners, dressed in coarse red garments and red headbands, holding ghost-head sabers, paid no mind to anything else as they began to press these dozen prisoners to kneel and then swing their blades to behead them. But who would have thought that these young rebels, already half dead from brutal torture, would suddenly struggle together? Not one of them was willing to kneel. In their eyes, there was no fear of death. Despite blood pouring from their throats, they stared with wide eyes, mouths agape, attempting to emit sounds to the crowd. The crowd gasped in shock, one after another. At this moment, everyone saw that the young men had all had their tongues removed. The bloodied, gaping wounds were a ghastly sight. The crowd could only hear some unintelligible sounds, along with the spray of blood. Even so, the young men on the brink of death continued to utter hoarse cries, as if trying to awaken the onlookers. Tao Qian intended to remain calm and search for a way to survive in the final seconds, yet the will that remained in the body still dominated his movements. He kept his knees stiff, eyes wide open, looking at the shocked, curious, and bewildered crowd. His tongue was less mutilated, so coughing blood, he managed to make some intelligible sounds. We are people never kneeling to dog officials. The court is incompetent, the people suffer willing to kill the traitor powerless to avert the catastrophe. Family grudges and national hatreds may awaken our people. Boom! As the last roar was emitted, Tao Qian was dragged into a sea of memories belonging to the body's original hero. The complex and brief life experiences of more than 20 years surged over me, overwhelming my being. Outside, the thick-lipped, black-bearded executioner had fallen into a panic, continuously dismissing the red talismans and roaring, "Behead! Quick, behead them, you bunch of trash. If you let the rebellious traitors speak again, I'll have you all chopped as well. Behead." Angered by the officer, the executioners, who had previously been somewhat nonchalant, no longer dared delay. They struck with lethal force, even smashing the knees of the heroes so they couldn't stand. But before swinging their blades, they all whispered, "Gentlemen, we are here to escort you on your way, to ensure you suffer no more. Go forth." As their voices faded, the gleaming blades began to rise one by one. Heads fell to the ground, blood sprayed onto the yellow soil. As hot blood gushed, the executioners still needed to rinse their mouths, spray wine, take a breather, and change blades. A few seconds later, it was finally Tao Kaien's turn. At this moment, Tao Kaien had seemingly reviewed the entirety of his previous life, only the last of his childhood years remaining. And it was then that an astonishing change occurred for Tao Kaien. From his memories, Tao Kaien knew that although this world resembled the final years of a certain dynasty from his past life, there were far too many differences. For instance, the people here did not wear braids, nor did anything like the 8 banners exist. Could it simply be a normal feudal dynasty? At the same time, this place possessed a large variety of demons, ghosts, unexplainable mysterious phenomena, and indescribable deceitful objects. Were humans living in coexistence with demons, immortals, and ghosts? Or was it that these numerous abnormalities were born from the humans themselves? In his original childhood, he had a supernatural encounter. He wandered into a desolate burial ground, fell asleep on an old grave, and dreamt that he was reading books alongside a fox. Most of the content from that fox book had vanished from his original memories. Only a certain mnemonic had resurfaced at this very moment, starting faintly weak and then growing louder, even being chanted aloud. Perhaps it was due to a stroke of luck, or maybe it was a desperate clutch at straws. As Tao Kaien saw the glint of the blade from the corner of his eye, he instinctively began reciting the mnemonic in his mind. The dung beetle rolls its ball, and when the ball is completed, they ponder upon it, yet there is a writhing white thing within, shedding its shell to become a cicada. That dung beetle thinks not. Why is that writhing thing so white? The cook prepares the crab, leaving one leg on the shelf though the crab is cooked. The leftover leg still moves. Those who are of life and death, they are but an assembly and dispersal of breath, neither living nor dying, yet people casually speak of life and death, just once, merely once. Then the strange event took place. Tao Kaien felt himself instantly enter an incredibly bizarre state. A torrent of information in his mind exploded fiercely. Before he could even comprehend it, a cold, terrifying aura emerged. This presence instantly made Tao Kaien think of corpse, puppet, decay, and so on. As he seemed about to slip into the abyss, suddenly, from the depths of his soul, there surged an indescribable, unimaginable power. Like a force that shatters dry rot, it scattered that fearsome, cold aura. In that instant, Tao Kaien shuddered violently, and then he saw it. His own head rolling off, blood spurting, yet without a trace of pain. Instead, his soul slowly withdrew from the remnant corpse, first glancing at the other heroes, where he saw over a dozen faint white lights flicker and fade away. However, his own being strangely sensed various attractions coming from all around. Quickly, Tao Kaien understood what these attractions were. They were the bodies of those who had recently died. The old beggar starved on the street corner, dead rats or cockroaches in the ditches, mosquitoes drunk to death in a restaurant, fish, shrimp, and crabs recently dead at a nearby seafood stall. All these exerted a pulling force on Tao Kaien's soul. Tao Kaien had a realization. It seemed he had the opportunity to be reborn by possessing a body, but he instinctively refused these mosquitoes and shrimp. His soul drifted in confusion, no longer hearing the clamor of the crowd, the executioners, or the supervising officer. He only tried desperately to resist the pull from those insect and animal corpses, wanting to choose a suitable host body. But soon he faced a catastrophe. Though it was a rainy day without harsh sunlight, the cold wind that could arise at any moment was also capable of harming his soul. Just then a truly cold and bone-chilling gust blew past, nearly leading to his complete dispersal. To survive, Tao Kaien had no choice but to yield to one of the strongest attractions among the many pulling forces. In the next second, Tao Kaien's soul was forcefully yanked, turned into a streak of white light. It shot towards the end of Vegetable Market Street into a closed shop. It turned out to be a dimly lit, narrow bookshop. The oil lamp used for lighting had long been extinguished, and the floor was a mess, littered with piles of books. Beside the counter there lay a tall, thin male corpse, dressed in a cotton robe and wearing a short vest. It has to be you. Tao Kaien had no other choice. Letting the pulling force take his soul, he thrust himself into the unknown cause and age of the male corpse. The drizzling rain gathered like curtains, still enveloping seeking immortal county. The daylight was bustling with excitement, however, as each head fell to the ground and was placed on the wood post known as Soul Summoning Pole at the center of Vegetable Market Street under everyone's gaze. The curtain eventually fell. Except for the few people obsessed with medicine, most held a grievance for the death of those several heroes and sighed incessantly. Regrettably, with the chaos of troubled times already apparent, everyone was too preoccupied with their own problems to concern themselves with others. After night fell, Vegetable Market Street became very peaceful. Only a young night watchman wearing a magua, carrying a lantern, and holding a copper gong with heavy dark circles, walked along the street, striking his gong and calling out the watch. Having completed the watch, the night watchman glanced at the nearly 30 feet tall soul summoning pole in front of him. According to the court's law, those qualified to be hanged there were either members of the rebellion or notorious bandits. Currently, a series of heads hung there, precisely those of the young men who were executed at dusk. A gust of night wind blew by, causing the heads to sway. The sound of flesh and bone rubbing against the pole sounded especially eerie. The night watchman sighed softly and quickened his pace, soon leaving the pitch-dark Vegetable Market Street. Just as he left, in a shop at the end of the street, in the darkness, a corpse that had been lying on the ground with eyes closed suddenly snapped its eyes open, having just resurrected. Tao Kaiyan seemed to be in some sort of rigid state, his mind bombarded with a delayed torrent of information forcefully infusing into his thoughts. Initially, these pieces of information were disorganized and obscure. They appeared to be ancient words, some incomprehensible nonsense, and even some ghostly symbolic talismans, but gradually they organized themselves. Eventually, they formed a special format that Tao Kaiyan could understand. Name, Tao Kaiyan. Record type, abnormality. Record gained the undying characteristic due to chanting an unknown fragmented formula during decapitation, entering a state of neither living nor dying, with source chi intact remaining immortal, until death comes again, where chanting the fragmented formula to congeal the source chi is required, failure resulting in true death. Note 1. Each recitation of the fragmented formula will incur the following price: permanent decay of the body, soul days, after possession transforms into a deceitful creature called soul corpse. Note 2. Soul corpse, existing between life and death, dazed, craves human flesh, prefers dark and damp environments. On nights of the blood moon runs a mad 3,000 miles without knowing exhaustion. Note 3. Price is waived. After digesting the stream of information, Tao Kaiyan was stunned. Many questions were now answered. Why was he not dead despite being decapitated due to that fragmented formula? And there were the sensations relating to decay and corpse he felt during the execution. Clearly, those were the price required for immortality. But inexplicably, his soul seemed different, and at the crucial moment, it dispersed that sensation, allowing him to waive the price. So this is likely my golden finger hack, with a strong perception of transcendent abnormal information and price waiver, but validation is needed, as solitary evidence cannot establish the truth. With that thought, Tao Kaiyan came to his senses. He slowly got up and fumbled around the shop. After a while, he lit an oil lamp. The dim yellow light gradually spread, barely filling the small bookstore. Using the light, he found a well-polished copper mirror in the corner. The next second, Tao Kaiyan clearly saw what he looked like now. Unexpectedly, he was a young man, about 25 or 26 years old, tall and lean with pale skin. He also looked rather handsome, with smile lines around his mouth, overall exuding a sunny, warm aura. How did such a person die? Just as this question arose in Tao Kaiyan's mind, naturally, a flood of memories surfaced. Along with the life profile of this body, there was also an included tragically beautiful love story. This person also bore the surname Tao, named Zhaiming, a 25-year-old scholar who had repeatedly failed examinations and, burdened by the death of his parents and resentment towards the court's incompetence, decided not to continue studying. Recently, having exhausted his savings, he moved to the county town and rented the corner shop on Vegetable Market Street to open a bookstore. Naming it Chengyu Bookstore, he sold all kinds of books. New books, ancient books, and calligraphy models, it had everything. In theory, selling books wasn't a lucrative business, but earning a living should have been easy. However, the scholar was naive and stubborn, utterly lacking cunning, which naturally didn't bring in much money, resulting in rapid losses. Fortunately, the bookstore had one female regular who often came by to offer gentle consolation. Gradually, the two took a liking to each other. But unexpectedly, a maid came with a message a few days ago saying her lady had been arranged by her mother to marry into a wealthy family in the city as a concubine. Their love affair would have to wait for another lifetime, and she asked the scholar to forget about her. Seeing this, Tao Kaiyan's gaze shifted towards the countertop. Indeed, there lay an empty wine glass and a paper packet still containing some suspicious powder. Clearly, the scholar's understanding of the situation and those words about another lifetime was probably to die for love. Zhaiming, why not try resisting fate? Tao Kaiyan sighed and then continued. With a sigh, Tao Kaiyan thought no further. This scholar had taken his own life and left behind the body, which for Tao Kaiyan was a great gift. Tao Kaiyan stood in place for a few minutes, waiting for his soul to fully merge with the new body without any barriers, and then began to move around within the bookstore. It took him less than 10 seconds to walk there and back. This little store was truly pitifully small and simply laid out. The front held 3 rows of wooden bookshelves with a short wooden stand for piling books in the middle, and then there was the checkout counter. Beyond that was a small partition used for sleeping. Before long, Tao Kaiyan had completely familiarized himself with his new identity and new home. He had been decapitated not too long ago and had just been reincarnated. Such life and death experiences were enough to see through the red dust of the world. For Tao Kaiyan, it left him without a hint of sleepiness. He washed up by lamplight and tidied up all the books scattered on the floor. Finally, Tao Kaiyan, following the memories in his mind, took out a book from the drawer of the counter. It wasn't very thick nor very thin, similar to a ledger, but it somewhat resembled a diary as well. Although Tao Kaiyan could peruse the body's memories without barriers, they were, after all, not experiences he had lived personally, and many details like prices were vague. Having a journal ledger was more than convenient to deepen the learning. Speaking of which, if his new identity had belonged to a person without credentials, Tao Kaiyan would have definitely fled to hide himself immediately. But now, fortunate to have a body that could be exposed to the public, naturally, he should first adapt and settle down. This world is a lot like the last years of some dynasty in my former life, but many more aspects are completely different. Not to mention the social structure, historical customs, and such, just the absolutely real demons and ghosts, mysterious phenomena are enough to show how deep and perilous this world is. Being new here, I must first survive by cautiously scrapping by with this cover. He murmured a few words. Then Tao Kaiyan casually opened the ledger. 9th year of Tiananmen, June 3, clear, no wind. Although I Tao Zhaiming have not established a family, I have established a career. Today, Chengyu Bookstore officially opens, attracting friends from all quarters, all generously contributing, with a good sale on miscellaneous books. One friend, Mr. G, took a liking to the UA Manhall notes I had specifically procured for the Storetha's book, written by the great scholar I most revere, reached an imposing 20 yuan. Mr. G mentioned he was a bit strapped for cash and asked to borrow it, promising to settle the account in a few days. Between scholars, how could I refuse such a cultured gesture? I gladly consented. In the evening, I gathered with friends at Deshun residence. We intertwined cups and laughter, thoroughly enjoying ourselves, with 2 dishes named bamboo mushroom and abalone and dragon beard fish fin, both delicious. To my surprise, they were ordered by Mr. G, truly the descendant of a wealthy family knowing good food, although the prices of the dishes were indeed steep. Just these 2 made up 2 yuan, truly lavish dishes. Today's income, 10 yuan 6 jiao 4. Today's expenditure, 12 yuan. June 4, slight breeze, some rain. Fewer customers today, but with the continuous light rain, perfect leisurely time for a half-day's leisure. Fortunately, I also sold a volume of Shenyuan Pen Talk, total income 1 yuan 2 jiao. Main expenditures were for meals and paying to listen to stories, totaling 3 jiao 10 copper coins. June 5, heavy rain. Just as I opened the doors early in the morning, terrible news was delivered. Friend came by to inform me that Mr. G's family had vacated their house, apparently having decided to move to the provincial city to settle down long ago. The day before yesterday, hearing that I had opened a new bookstore, he purposely came here to borrow the most expensive great book from my store, intending to default on his debt. To borrow and not return is to be a thief. This guy is utterly despicable. If I ever run into him again, I'll definitely smash his dog's head. Too angry to continue, I only opened the shop for half the day, sold a word poster, income 8 copper coins. Today's main expenditure was on meals. I ate a bit more, totaling 2 jiao. June 6, no wind, no rain. A tofu shop just opened at the street corner. The owner is a lady with decent looks and an extraordinary figure, truly a Dairo-chan among tofu sellers. There were really too many customers, it was hard to squeeze in, but I managed to buy a few pieces of broken tofu, still sweet. Today I sold a few handwritten volumes, income 2 jiao 2 copper coins. Main expenditures on meals and theater tickets, totaling 7 jiao. June 7, clear skies, the sun harshly blazing. Few people came to buy books today, only the neighbor selling strange stones came here to pick up the night talk they had reserved yesterday. I quickly flipped through a few pages, all full of bizarre and secret affairs of human demon ghost love, still worth a look. Not long after that shop owner left, another shopkeeper from the neighboring street's medicine store came over, asking me to go to the book market to purchase Yulu Spring, Nine-Tailed Turtle and other books, and to advance a dozen or so yuan. I never expected such vulgar books to not only be pricey but also have so many enthusiasts. If I purchased some more and sold them, wouldn't it be? No, I am a scholar and must not disgrace myself. Though today's income was substantial, tomorrow I still have to spend it to buy books, totaling 15 yuan 7 jiao 6. I was in a good mood and ate a bit more. The mutton at Taenin was too delicious. Expenditure 6 jiao. June 9 clear. Today there were slightly more customers, sold many children's books and word posters, which greatly comforted my heart. I heard that a new Western restaurant had opened at the street corner. The proprietor, originally an apprentice in a major restaurant of the provincial city, trained by a golden-haired, blue-eyed old barbarian. The neighboring strange stone shop owner had just gone to eat there, highly praising the butter bread and fried pork cutlets. Just hearing these crude and vulgar dish names, I didn't believe him. Tomorrow I'll also try these uncivilized Western dishes. Today's income 1 yuan 2 jiao, 6 copper coins. Today's expenditure 3 jiao. Tao Qian held the ledger in his hands, which, though seemingly an account book, was actually more akin to a diary, possibly because it was originally written by oneself. At first he felt unfamiliar, but as he read on, Tao Qian became completely immersed. During this process, his sense of strangeness to this world rapidly dissipated, and a sense of reality and integration gradually emerged. In the early morning, a thin mist mixed with the smoke of daily life drifted about in Seeking Immortal County. The breakfast stalls were the first wave of activity, followed by the market goers, and one by one, the shops opened their doors, bringing the entire town suddenly to life. At Vegetable Market Street, the most unremarkable of places, was a shop named Chengyu Bookstore. Tao Qian slowly closed the account book, exhaling a breath of stale air accumulated over the night. He had stayed up all night to finish reading this diary-like ledger. Tao Qian had now come to understand the prices of this world and many other details, seamlessly integrating into his new identity. He stood up straight away and took a trip to the sleeping area at the back. When he returned, he carried an extra blue cloth bag, the sound of clinking coins spilling from it as he opened the bag. Once the noise stopped, several silver coins, a few silver dimes, and dozens of copper coins lay scattered across the counter. Tao Qian counted them once, frowning. Then he counted a second time, frowning even more deeply. He didn't bother with a third count, but instead carefully put the silver back into the bag, muttering helplessly, a family's savings, nearly gone in half a month, leaving only 8 yuan 7 jiao plus 53 copper coins. What a prodigal. 1 copper coin can buy 8 to 10 pieces of candy, or a big pancake plus a fried dough stick. Add another coin and you can get a bowl of peppery soup. Purchasing power seems okay, but this is all the assets I have. Setting aside regular expenses for food, clothing, and entertainment, just the monthly rent for the shop is 20 yuan, not to mention the biggest expense of buying books. That is to say, I am very poor now. Tao Qian, holding the bag of money, criticized his predecessor. According to the current prices, it would be difficult for him to keep Chengyu Bookstore from closing within a month. The only consolation for Tao Qian was that hidden within that ledger was a way to make money. It was only that the original owner thought it beneath his dignity, so he did not continue. Satisfying one's hunger comes first, followed by fulfilling one's cultural needs. What's so undignified about that? If there's no business later, I'll go to the book market to find Night Talk, Kong Kong Illusion, Lying Xiangban, Zen Truth History the entire set. Promote them discreetly, and I will be the brightest star on Vegetable Market Street. Scholars are indeed pretentiously bashful, deeming these books too vulgar, repelling customers who come for them, yet secretly listing their titles in the diary. Indeed, can anyone who writes a diary be a serious person? Tao Qian tucked the money bag into his chest, using his ridicule to dilute the bewilderment of his transmigration and rebirth. Perhaps because he had become an undead abnormality or due to emotional upheaval, Tao Qian felt no tiredness despite staying up all night. Listening to the various hawkers outside, Tao Qian decided to get up and freshen up. A few minutes later, he solemnly opened the door. Bright daylight and a bustling scene hit him with the force of reality. Even though it was only around 8 or 9 in the morning, the county was already bustling with people. Tao Qian paused for a few seconds and then slowly and carefully took in the various scenes before him: the steamy dumpling stall with numerous customers, the old beggar crouching at the alleyway, struggling to pick up a broken piece of cornbread, a dozen refugees who had fled from elsewhere, haggard and destitute, pouring into the city at dawn. The barber tapping his shave hook at the street corner, the vendors selling all kinds of items, well-off youngsters recklessly riding a Western gadget known as a bicycle in the middle of the city, 2 lithe ladies sitting by the window of a newly built restaurant, holding coffee cups, chatting comfortably and enjoying life, new-style soldiers coming from beyond the city, in military attire and carrying rifles, riding tall horses and cutting across the main street. Sturdy-bodied martial artists in short clothes, carrying all sorts of peculiar weapons. Things seem the same but aren't, Tao Qian exclaimed with a sense of futility and complexity. Just as he contemplated his next move, his stomach rumbled. This reminder made Tao Qian recall that he was now human again. Without resistance, he deliberately walked a bit further and ended up on the other side of the street, buying a large bag of steamed buns. He took his time, following the slow, pedantic walking style of the scholarly old self. When he returned to the bookstore, he had just the right amount left in individual bun, which he ate in a few bites, still warm. As it was still early, naturally, there wouldn't be customers coming to buy books, but Tao Kayan did not intend to idle away his time. He rolled up his sleeves and started organizing the messy bookstore. Poor as he was, he still owned property. While tidying up, Tao Kayan occasionally picked up a book that piqued his interest, skimmed through it hastily, the contents mostly being god-demon tales, transcendent novels, abnormal chronicles. His idea was to see if it was possible to glimpse a fraction of this world, or rather the world of extraordinary cultivation, through them. Having gone through beheading, undying, and rebirth, with the memories of 2 local lives added to his own, Tao Kayan surmised that there were probably demons, ghosts, devils, and immortals in this world, and most likely human cultivators as well. His current goal was to establish himself and survive well. If there was a chance to understand the truth, to touch the transcendent, he would not let it go. Unfortunately, after half an hour of busyness, he found nothing. It was quite normal in reality. Whether cultivators or demons, some might coexist with humans, but there would always be a barrier in between. Even if ordinary people had the intent to search, they might not necessarily get their wish. In this aspect, it's all about so-called fate. Of course, half an hour's hard work did yield some rewards. At least Tao Kayan now had a complete understanding of his own bookstore. This tiny shop mainly dealt in beginners' reading books and calligraphy copybooks, and most of the profits came from these. Other books, such as travel notes, miscellaneous talk, novels, storybooks, maps, almanacs, etc., were all categorized by the original owner as miscellaneous books. Praiseworthy was that everything the original owner had stocked was the genuine article. Of course, this was probably one of the reasons he had gone through his entire family fortune. After tidying up, Tao Kayan began the day's business. I don't know if it was because there was a different soul, and with it, a change of luck. Throughout the morning, although Chengyu Bookstore's business wasn't as good as the stores at the crossroads, Tao Kayan still attended to quite a few customers. When noon arrived, Tao Kayan finally had a break, and with an abacus in hand, he began clicking away. Altogether, 10 books sold, 6 copies of 4 Words of Opposite, 2 calligraphy copybooks, 1 almanac, and a copy of Zhu Gong's Travels, amounting to a total of 1 yuan and 2 jiao. It seems that 4 Words of Opposite is some private school teacher's requested teaching material. No matter what era, it's indeed more profitable to sell teaching materials. It's just a pity that I didn't bring the Huangang's secret book with me when I transversed, Tao Kayan murmured to himself. Suddenly there came a familiar pop-fizz sound at the doorway. Looking up, Tao Kayan saw 2 figures, each carrying something, standing at the entrance with a grin. Both of them looked to be around 30 years old, respectable middle-aged men. One was dressed in a round neck robe and wore a green velvet warm hat, with regular features but small eyes, radiating shrewdness, quite resembling Lin Yangjian. The other was in a long robe with a riding jacket, sporting a goatee, appearing somewhat crafty. In Tao Kayan's mind, the corresponding memories floated up. Coincidentally, both were his neighbors, and Tao Kayan had just read about these 2 men in the records the night before. There was Li Sanyu, the strange stone shop owner who bought Night Talk, and Jia Qiang, the pharmacy owner who sought to purchase Yulu Spring and other books. Tao Scholar, business has been good this morning, hasn't it? I saw you've done a good trade 10 or so times back and forth. Definitely something to celebrate. Isn't that why we're here? Tao Scholar, you haven't had your lunch yet, have you? We brothers will treat you this time, you'll have to make it up to us next time. But taking someone's hospitality can soften them up, so when you're free, you still need to help us out. My brother and I haven't completed our collection of the 10 great banned books yet. Hee, that's right, that's right. The 2 of them talked back and forth as if performing a comic dialogue, and unceremoniously made their way inside. Each carried a small stool, cleared a spot on the low wooden platform. They set out the food they'd brought, braised beef, fried peanuts, and the like. At that moment, Tao Kayan's attention was fully caught by the 3 round glass bottles they had with them. One of the bottles was already open, holding a pale green transparent liquid, with subtle bubbles popping to the surface. An oddly familiar feeling surged within him, and he almost blurted out the words "Fat Geek's Delight." Seeing Tao Kayan's curious look, Li Sanyu and Jia Qiang exchanged a glance, raised their eyebrows slightly, and a look of pride appeared on their faces. The man resembling Lin Yangjian, Li Sanyu, pointed to the glass bottle and said with pride, "You must be dumbfounded, Tao Scholar, such a well-informed man, but this is indeed a foreign novelty item. It's called some Dutch water. Supposedly it came from the Western barbarians. Last year, a great merchant in the provincial capital opened a factory to produce this, and in a few months it became all the rage across the entire city. From nobility and officials to commoners and street vendors, no one could resist trying it. The subsidiary factory in Seeking Immortal County opened up just the other day, and today was its grand opening, but for the time being, it only supplies high-end hotels and nobles. We two brothers saw you weren't in the best of moods these past few days and went out of our way to ask the owner of Deshun Residence for a favor and got 3 bottles for you. Come on over and give it a try. Everyone who drinks it says that it goes directly to the head and makes you as happy as an immortal, really exhilarating. Tao Kayan was initially somewhat uncomfortable with the two men's overly familiar behavior, but as the conversation went on, he quickly grew accustomed to it. His predecessor's memories were taking effect. Tao Scholar was stubborn and inflexible, lacking adaptability. The bookstore had hardly opened when he was swindled, which showed that he didn't really have any true friends. It wasn't that they were fair-weather friends, but certainly there was a lack of heartfelt connection. It just so happened that he became somewhat acquainted with the 2 neighboring shop owners over the exchange of some vulgar banned books. Both were a bit older than his predecessor, both sharp small businessmen who could see that Tao Scholar was a kind and valuable person and often looked after him a bit. Of course, no matter what, they were not family, unable to stop his predecessor's self-destruction at the right time. Listening to Lee Sanyu's words, Tao Kayan, following his predecessor's memories, naturally showed his confusion. Even more naturally, curiosity and disbelief shone in his eyes. He tossed the abacus aside, walked over directly, picked up the glass bottle and said, as happy as an immortal, "I don't believe it. Isn't it just a bottle of water?" After saying this, Tao Kayan skillfully tipped the bottle's mouth to his lips and took a swig. Glug glug glug, burp, he downed the entire bottle in one go. The previously somewhat anxious expression on his face lifted off in an instant. The corners of Tao Kayan's mouth turned up into a smile. He gave the genuinely dumbfounded pair a thumbs up, and then said contentedly, "I don't know about being like an immortal, but indeed, it's quite enlivening." Tao Kayan himself had not expected that in this strange otherworldly realm, he would once again experience the joy of a happy homebody. However, to be honest, this so-called Dutch water soda didn't taste as good as cola. It was roughly equivalent to a lemon-flavored soda. But since he was in another world, having soda to drink wasn't too bad. He no longer dwelled on why this world and a certain dying dynasty of his previous life were so similar, yet had many completely different details. Take history alone, it had left Tao Kayan completely baffled. Although he was a history ignoramus, he was certain there had been no longevity heavenly dynasty that lasted 1,000 years in his previous life. The current state of affairs was extremely chaotic and complex. Though the court of Tiankeo owned vast territories and appeared mighty from the outside, it was actually showing signs of senescence. External enemies abounded, while warlords rose internally, carving out their own territories. And there were numerous natural and man-made disasters, with various plagues rampant. Tao Kayan wanted to learn more about the details, and talking with 2 natives was undoubtedly a good opportunity. However, the more one talks, the more mistakes one can make, so Tao Kayan didn't plan to guide the conversation too deliberately. He just needed to play well the role of the original person who treasured words like gold, occasionally inserting a remark to direct the conversation toward the information he wanted. Who would have thought that just as he had settled on this plan and sat down, those 2 men directly turned their attention to Tao Kayan. It seemed like they felt they were involved, or perhaps they were genuinely concerned. The odd stone shop owner Lee Sanyu, who resembled Lin Yangjian's younger brother, ate a slice of marinated beef. After swallowing it, his small eyes sparkling, he seriously asked Tao Kayan, "Tao Scholar, I see that you've been seriously selling books all morning, which is completely different from your usual laziness and perfunctory attitude. Could it be that you're planning to live a good life? If that's really the case, I do have a few small business tricks I could share with you. It won't cost you much, just a meal of lamb hot pot at Taenin could appease this brother's stomach." Lee Sanyu had just patted his belly and finished speaking when the cunning Jia Qiang also suddenly laughed. His expression carried a bit more teasing as he pinched a peanut and tossed it into his mouth, then said, "What a coincidence. Boss Lee has some money-making tricks, and I have a few too. Might as well give them all to Tao Scholar. However, I don't have much craving for food, but rather a feast for the eyes. I hear that in the provincial capital, they've already started a trend of color advertisements that can miraculously print various colors onto promo pages. Those great merchants sure know how to have fun. Rumor has it they can directly depict those beautiful and delicate, lamachun, girls, lifelike as real people, even more charming. Take this Crown Life Dutch Water, for example. The big boss actually invited Huang Yuying as what's-his-name spokesman, and even drew 18 different poses for promo pages. My friend from the provincial capital described them to me, said they were so stunning they bubbled with zest. Although our seeking immortal county has a port and is considered prosperous among the dozen surrounding counties, it still can't compare with the provincial capital. Such things haven't reached us here, which I regret a lot. But it's not without opportunity. I hear many booksellers compile those promo pages into booklets for sale, and although they are priced high, they are definitely worth it. In a moment, the book market is about to open. I don't have a book token, so I can't board those big book ships. Since Tao Scholar, you're going to restock anyway, would you mind taking the trouble to help out this brother and look around for me? Huang Yuying would be the best, but if there's also Bai Fei Feng, Li Zhezhu, Feng Heng, Hua Rongrong, I won't complain, the more the merrier. After this barrage of words, not only Tao Kaiyan but also Li Sanyu on the side cast a scornful glance at this guy. Then turning to Tao Kaiyan added, if it's not too much trouble, help this brother find a copy as well, book funds aren't an issue, I've got plenty of money. The too lustful, Tao Kaiyan swallowed the heartless taunt that had reached the tip of his tongue. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly, so spokespersons and the effect of female stars had started at this age. Despite the scorn, Tao Kaiyan actually wanted to. Cough, after all, he had no feud with those shiny and bright silver coins. These two old guys seemed to really have a good relationship with the original person, and seeing him buck up, both wanted to earnestly offer some advice. Seeing Tao Kaiyan's gesture, both men were in an excellent mood. It was still Li Sanyu who pulled Tao Kaiyan to sit down and pointed to a little stool before saying, Tao Scholar, although I'm best at selling stones, the act of selling in general is just the same things. You insist on genuine books, so I won't tell you about those truly profitable and easy tricks. What you should do now is to expand your sales channels. Just sitting in the store waiting for sales won't do, it's too foolish. Look at Shiyu Hall and Dogwon Hall on the main street. Aside from their shops, they have relationships with the city's government school and various private schools and go directly to sell books. I even heard that they keep addresses of most scholars, great scholars and old academics, and send clerks to promote new and secret books. You don't have the connections, and you can't bear to lower yourself, so you must find a different path. Shiyu and Dogwon are limited by government rules, and certain book categories are restricted. Your little bookshop is free from those restrictions, so you might as well reduce the focus on classics, historical and philosophical texts, and instead feature more tales of the supernatural, martial heroes, devils and immortals, and romance novels. Add to this almanacs, daily use character books, and commonly used medical texts, focusing on small profits but quick returns. It will be hard to become rich, but ensuring a living is no problem. Li Sanyu finished speaking and Jia Qiang, pinching his goatee, nodded in agreement. Then with an even prouder look on his face, he said aloud, Boss Li, your approach is prudent, but I think you can try something more stimulating. You know, because of those 2 unsuccessful wars, the court has a number of young officials starting some kind of Western movement, saying they want to learn all the heretical Western theories and secret skills to enrich the knowledge base of Tiankeo. We don't need to concern ourselves with the grand designs of those government masters. Just know that even in seeking immortal county, there are many people interested in those Western heresies. As the saying goes, cater to their interests. If you import some translated Western books, you are guaranteed to have a unique product in the city, with no worries about sales. But you have to act fast. I've got some insider news for you. The newly appointed governor of Southern Yue, Mr. Jai, recently defeated a group of the Taping Rebel Army, and then annihilated a faction of the Devil God Army. His reputation is flourishing, and his authority is wide. He, impressed by the novel Western Weapons and Theories, has instructed his nephew to set up a new Dexing bookstore and translated and printed a batch of Western books. When you go to the book market, you should inquire about it. If you can pre-order some, the profits should be considerable. Right, in addition to this tactic, there are also magazine girls and vulgar banned books, 2 sure ways to make money. If you're willing to let go of your old-fashioned ways, you can try them too. Tomorrow at Taeyan Inn, I'd like to treat you both to a lamb hot pot. Outside Chengyu bookstore, Tao Kaiyan pulled the 2 men aside. A flurry of sincere flattery had both of the calculating businessmen leave feeling completely satisfied. Of course, a lot of what Tao Kaiyan said was sincere. Although he had acquired 2 sets of memories, he felt detached from many things and details. The recent conversation filled in those gaps. Now he had a fairly detailed understanding of the current situation in the Longevity Heavenly Dynasty. Standing at the entrance, Tao Kaiyan pondered for a few seconds. He quickly went back into the store, took a piece of white paper, and wrote, out to purchase books, will reopen tomorrow. New stock coming, looking forward to your patronage. 16 simple and understandable characters, written in a robust and upright style. Making effortless use of his muscle memory from his original body, Tao Kaiyan had a decent mastery of brush calligraphy. Pleased, he patted his hands, turned, and closed the shop door, then pasted the note up. He didn't need to tidy up further after all. His total worth was 9.9 yuan and 53 copper coins, all of which he carried in his bosom. After checking that nothing was left behind, Tao Kaiyan identified the direction and casually walked towards the real hub of activity in Seeking Immortal County, called Seeking Immortal Pier. He wasn't going there for manual labor like hauling bricks or cargo, but to stock up. It was quite incredible. But indeed, the book market of Seeking Immortal County was located at the pier. Not only books, but trading centers for things like major agricultural produce, salt, iron, coal, and even some physical trades were also situated there. Seeking Immortal County was, in fact, a relatively bustling port town. Of course, it's called a book market. Essentially, it was just that several large book ships from the provincial capital would dock in Seeking Immortal County on specific occasions. The time was neither too long nor too short, just enough for the 7 or 8 major and minor bookstores and bookshops in the county to board the ships for purchasing occasionally. Shop owners from little bookstores from towns 10 or 8 miles away would also go. The so-called book ship, naturally, refers to a boat specializing in selling books. This was one of the unique features of the province. The publishing and printing industry in the capital was extremely developed, and given the much more convenient waterways over land routes, this gave rise to the special commodity known as book ships. Periodically, vessels laden with books would depart the capital and pass through various ports, distributing various types of books and newspapers throughout the province, through the hands of bookstore owners and others with book tokens. The schedule was not very fixed. Sometimes it was every few days, sometimes even every fortnight. However, from the memories of his past life, he knew that recently the book ships had set sail almost every day. Moreover, it wasn't just book trading. Other aspects had become especially prosperous and active. This seemed somewhat contradictory, as warlords were rising everywhere and rebellions rampant. The court obviously showed signs of decline, so why had things become even more flourishing? A last burst of vitality before death. As Tao Kayan muttered to himself, he just so happened to arrive at the very center of Vegetable Market Street. Suddenly, he felt something. Slowly lifting his head, he saw right in front of him a nearly 10-meter-high wooden stake, the soul's summoning pole. Before Tao Kayan could complain about the ghastly name of this broken pole, a blast of hot wind blew by. Immediately, he saw several heads, treated to prevent decay, swaying in the wind on the pole. This could be considered a horrifying, terror-inducing scene, yet it did not evoke so much as a single exclamation. On the street, there was a sea of people. Everyone, except for Tao Kayan, seemed to have grown accustomed to it. Yesterday's excitement belonged to yesterday. Once it ended, it ended. Tao Kayan first looked at the head belonging to himself, scarred all over. His eyes had remained wide open until death, but now they had been sewn shut. It wasn't just him. The other heroes whose eyes had not closed at beheading were treated the same. Tao Kayan didn't continue walking, but stood silently counting. Some are missing him. As this thought arose, Tao Kayan immediately looked towards a shaded stall not far from the soul's summoning pole. There sat a weathered wooden table, behind which was an officer dressed haphazardly, half his chest exposed, dozing off with a dark complexion. The corresponding memories surfaced in his mind. Having run a bookshop on the street for a while, he knew all the people he should know, whose words held weight and whose did not. Tao Kayan was clear about now. Tao Kayan walked over, tapped lightly on the table, and the old clerk seemed not to have been sleeping at all, opening his cloudy eyes the next second. Catching his gaze, Tao Kayan said, "Elder Yuan, I heard that these heads can't be ransomed and buried until after 7 days. How come some are already missing after just 1 day? Is there some kind of leniency from those above? If possible, I'd like to perform a good deed. I don't know." Tao Kayan did not continue because he noticed that the old clerk in front of him suddenly looked at him with a strange gaze. However, Tao Kayan maintained his calm. He had nothing to fear. To be beheaded and not die, to possess a body and be reborn. If such a twist of fate was exposed by an old clerk, then Tao Kayan would accept his fate. Of course, what really bolstered Tao Kayan was the memory of his past life. This old clerk was recognized as a good person on the street. Indeed, the old clerk couldn't see through Tao Kayan's flawless act. After staring for a while, he knew this scholar's stubbornness had kicked in again. The dark-faced old clerk mocked Tao Kayan with a smile, picked his earwax, sniffed it, flicked it away, flashed a grin revealing yellow teeth, and then said, "Leniency. You naive scholar, still so innocent. Considering your foolishness, I'll give you a piece of advice. If you want to do good, go to Flower Alley or those flower boats on the Seeking Immortal River, or even take a spin through Beggar Alley. In short, best not to get involved in this matter. The county government folks are all out to catch big fish. Keep your distance, you silly fish, lest you die without even knowing how. Now buzz off, don't disturb my sleep, bad luck." The scowling old clerk kept spouting words of ill fortune, so much so that Tao Kayan immediately lost face. He snorted coldly, tossed out the words unreasonable, and left with a swish of his sleeves and brisk steps, resembling an old-fashioned scholar who had lost his dignity. However, no one noticed the complex expression that surfaced in Tao Kayan's eyes, a mix of helplessness, relief, and anger. His wish to redeem the heroes' heads for burial was not an impulsive act, nor was it because he had received the memory and fragmented formula of a hero. At least that wasn't the main reason. What drove Tao Kayan to act was ideological recognition. Regrettably, the timing wasn't right. The unintentionally leaked information by the old clerk was already a life-saving hint. Fishing. Either there were people who escaped when the base was taken, and the dog official of Seeking Immortal County wants to set a trap, wait for the rabbit, or it's a bigger ambition, having taken the Seeking Immortal base and now coveting the heroes from other places, hoping to lure the snake out of its hole. The latter is more likely, but no matter which it is, with my current identity, I temporarily can't make an appearance. Let's wait and see. The soul summoning poll will eventually need updating, and there will undoubtedly be another chance at most. It'll just cost me some money. With thoughts churning, Tao Kaiyan temporarily suppressed his unwilling ideas. Thinking of losing money, Tao Kaiyan quickly realized he was truly poor. He had only a little over 9 silver coins in his possession, his entire wealth. According to his memories, a strong, diligent porter at the Seeking Immortal Pier earned around 6 yuan a month, and the monthly salaries of shopkeepers in silk shops, pawnshops, and pharmacies in the city were also around 8 or 9 yuan. If they met a generous boss, even more than 10 yuan was possible. At this thought, Tao Kaiyan's one straight back curved a little, and he couldn't help but sigh. Blending into the crowd, Tao Kaiyan headed towards his destination while pondering his money-making schemes. To be honest, the money-making tips generously shared by Li Sanyu and Jia Qiang, these two crafty merchants at noon, were nothing special, not very dominant or exclusive techniques. But as the owner of Chengyu bookstore, Tao Kaiyan had to admit the methods were effective. According to the two of them, making enough money for basic needs was not difficult at all. Tao Kaiyan, not as old-fashioned as his predecessor, had no intention of rejecting the lovely entity of silver coins, so without even a moment's hesitation or struggle, he headed straight for the book market near the pier. He planned to try every strategy first and second. Human demon ghost romances, mythological and fantasy novels would be the first wave. A complete set of vulgar banned books would be smuggled in sneakily if available, magazine girls collected, and translations of Western barbarian works would be sourced too. He wouldn't stop until he spent all his money today, saving at most a few copper coins for buying steamed buns. Thinking this, Tao Kaiyan couldn't help the smirk that curled the corners of his mouth. But soon Tao Kaiyan remembered his identity as a transmigrator, and his thoughts became even broader. Right, I'm a transmigrator, aren't I? I've only heard of transmigrators living it up, never of one dying poor. Let me think, in a world with this historical backdrop, what are the best ways to make money? Selling stockings? No, that would only be feasible if I also became a warlord, and who knows where the Western people have climbed on their technology tree in this world. What if they've already casually fitted garter lace, black silk, white silk, a copycat? That seems possible, though history is entirely different here, so books like Rise of Great Nations, which can gain fame, are out of question, but fantasy and mystical fiction still hold great promise. After a fanciful daydream, Tao Kaiyan had already left Vegetable Market Street, crossed half of the town, and quickly arrived at his destination, Seeking Immortal Pier. Even though Tao Kaiyan had previewed the pier in the original owner's memory, the actual sight still involuntarily brought out an expression that was unique to a country bumpkin. Due to things like the execution ground on Vegetable Market Street, the living conditions of ordinary people in the county, etc. Tao Kaiyan assumed this world was far too backward compared to his previous life, but what he saw before him made him feel like he'd been wrong. Before him, where the river met the port, hundreds of boats sailed, thronging with crowds. Apart from the various big and small sailboats, there were also steamships spouting black smoke in the deeper waters in the distance. The bustle on the pier was far beyond what Vegetable Market Street had to offer. There were porters in short clothes or bare-chested, various vendors, all sorts of rich merchants, people from the worldly society, officials and soldiers, and even quite a few blonde and red-haired Western barbarians. If Seeking Immortal County is like this, what about the provincial city, not to mention Demon City and Imperial City, that the original owner heard about but never visited? Tao Kaiyan suddenly felt his blood boil with excitement. This world might be more magnificent and vast than he had imagined. It would be a great loss not to thoroughly explore and experience it since he was here. With this thought, Tao Kaiyan smiled and discontinued his observation of the grand scene before him. Following the memories in his mind, he walked towards a side of the pier. Seeking Immortal County, being no small port town, reserved the main area of the pier for big business like salt, iron, coal, and so on. Bookships and flower boats, on the other hand, could only be tucked away in little nooks. Yes, these two were put together. As Tao Kaiyan approached the place, he hadn't yet reached the big bookships, but he first caught sight of about 7 or 8 extravagantly decorated, flamboyantly alluring flower boats moored in the river bay. As he drew closer, his eyes were treated to a feast. On one of the boats, a scantily clad woman was having her hair washed with the assistance of a maid. The woman, at most 20 years of age, was draped in a thin purple veil with an intricately embroidered corset barely visible underneath. When she bent over with her back towards the shore, the curve of her waist and abdomen was exceedingly striking. Hissing sounds of drawn breath echoed around Tao Kaiyan. Looking around, he noticed that the men beside him, regardless of their wealth or age, all shared an expression of painful helplessness, bending down. Even so, they stubbornly raised their heads to sneak a peek, like turtles stretching their necks out. Tao Kayan became engrossed in his act, glancing hurriedly at that ship and noted the name Huangxi before he left. Turning his head, he swept disdainful eyes over the group of lascivious old men, then tossed out a comment, how disgraceful to the scholarly name. As his words fell, he didn't look back and headed towards those few large ships on the left side of the river bend that sat deep in the water. Those who were the targets of his backhanded snipe didn't take offense. Instead, they watched nostalgically for a few moments before many followed him. Among them, not one was poor. Judging by their attire, each was much wealthier than Tao Kayan, and unlike common merchants like Li Sanyu and Jia Qiang, those who came here all carried a scent of scholarly elegance, dressed neatly and acted cultured. The rules of the book ship to board, one must possess a book token. This wasn't something exclusive to bookstore owners like Tao Kayan. In fact, many people were eligible to get them. For instance, officials, scholars, and such. As well as sons of prominent local families, great scholars, and masters of calligraphy, among others. Apart from bookstore and bookshop owners, the rest could be collectively referred to as book collectors, who were actually also the book ship proprietors' most welcome wealthy customers. On the other hand, owners of small bookstores like Tao Kayan, despite holding a wholesale title, were penny-pinching with not much purchasing power, which is why they were at the very bottom of the book ship's disdain hierarchy. Logically, Tao Kayan should have been acting timidly, hiding until the end, but the original body's occupant wasn't that kind of person. So Tao Kayan could only follow suit, striding brazenly over to choose the largest ship named Top Scholar, showed an official book token he had, and climbed the ladder with several confident steps to get on board. He had barely settled himself when a teenaged attendant student approached to greet him. This young attendant student, although youthful in appearance, had a keen eye and instantly discerned Tao Kayan's status and financial capacity. The radiant smile that had spread across his face upon approaching suddenly turned and was offered to the group following Tao Kayan, led by an elderly man with a long beard, likely a great scholar, flanked by 7 or 8 sons of prominent families. While there were other welcoming attendant students on deck who swarmed around, their reactions were the same, all going to greet the big bookstore owners, generous book collectors, and reputable scholars and such. A poor scholar, please help yourself. Luckily, Tao Kayan wasn't one for niceties. He directly grabbed an attendant student, snatched a stack of book lists from his hands, and without looking back, headed toward the main cabin where guests were received. He walked along, eyes lowered to the catalog. The book list was organized by categories such as classics, historical and philosophical texts, literature, plays and verses, and miscellaneous essays. In addition to major categories, it further divided into various subcategories, with different printing editions indicated. Had it been his original self, there would have been no need to delve deeper. Just standing on deck, placing an order and paying would have been enough. Before long, one could leave the ship carrying a big package. If bought in larger quantities, the owner would even specially hire a porter to help deliver. But this time, it was Tao Kayan himself. A book ship is equivalent to a small-scale library. Moreover, apart from selling normal books, these ships also send people out to purchase books, especially eyeing those poor households' rare books and secret books passed down from ancestors. So these ships often have some valuable, rare, and special finds. Human demon ghost love stories, vulgar banned books, magazine girls, those can be bought at any time. Since I'm here, let's first see if I can pick up a bargain and incidentally verify some things. If traces of immortals, extraordinary cultivation, and other existences can be left behind on the pages, there should be a good chance to come across them here, right? Tao Kayan's eyes flashed with an ambiguous light, his gaze still unconsciously scanning through the book list. Suddenly, he stopped in his tracks. His gaze landed at the end of the book list, where a line of red text obviously added later read, Wank Fortune Box. Tao Kayan's eyebrows furrowed slightly, and he immediately pulled over another attendant student who was enthusiastically introducing a new series of educational books to a bookstore owner. Pointing directly at those 4 words, he asked, I know wank, but what's the meaning of fortune box? The attendant student, although quite dissatisfied with being pulled away, seemed to be assigned a task. Seeing that a customer had finally inquired about the new sales project, his eyes immediately lit up. He enthusiastically introduced it to everyone around, including Tao Kayan. Dear guest, you've spotted a good thing at once. This is the newest project launched by our proprietor, Jushi Bio Officer. You all are aware that our top scholar ship goes around purchasing rare and secret books. When it comes to the amount of books collected, in this province and even the neighboring several provinces, apart from the official libraries, we claim second place, and I fear no other dares to claim first. Our proprietor, appreciating your love of books, has specially designed an intriguing game. For this trip, we have prepared a total of 1,000 Wank Fortune boxes, each containing 10 unknown books. There are regular books as well as precious, rare secret books and promotional magazine pages. The fortune box price is divided into 3 categories: 1 silver coin, 2 silver coins, and 5 silver coins. Ladies and gentlemen, our proprietor guarantees that even if you don't uncover a rare secret book worth 100 yuan or 1,000 yuan, the value of the other books inside will surely not be less than the price of the fortune box itself. Wow. After the attendant student's blood-pumping sales pitch, Tao Kaiyan immediately saw many people around him with bright eyes, their breathing growing quicker. As for Tao Kaiyan himself, he could no longer suppress the desire to snark. That, Jushi Bio officer, is really something. Goddamn wank fortune box, isn't this just an ancient version of a blind box? When the attendant student with a treacherous look explained the mechanics of the wank fortune box, Tao Kaiyan had already anticipated the reactions of the people around him. With the allure of the secret book and the bookship owner's promise of a guaranteed price, besides the bookstore owners related to the business, or some great scholars with pure hearts and few desires, most of the others could hardly resist. Indeed, Tao Kaiyan looked around and immediately spotted pairs of eyes shining with excitement. Gambling harms people. Tao Kaiyan's inner admonition obviously went unheard. In the main cabin reserved for guests, a voice rang out, "Take us there," and soon a large group of people, led by a few attendant students, hurried towards a certain cabin. After Tao Kaiyan finished commenting to himself, he chuckled and followed them. Though he had little money in his pocket, experiencing it was always good. Before long, the group arrived in a spacious and bright cabin, with a simple partition at the front and 3 sturdily placed huge bookshelves. Each bookshelf held a large quantity of lacquered boxes of simple appearance, yet exquisite aura, dazzling under the light. This group of scholars, sons of great families, and masters of calligraphy and painting, had just settled down when a man in a long robe, the storekeeper of an elegant and scholarly demeanor, stepped forward to greet everyone with a bow, and then voluntarily introduced aloud distinguished guests. Welcome to experience the top scholar's latest book purchasing project. Since this is the first time, the owner has specifically instructed not to make a profit from anyone here. The total price of the books in each fortune box exceeds the price of the fortune box itself. Heavenly, human, and earth bookshelves correspond to the prices of 5 silver coins, 2 silver coins, and 1 silver coin. This sale concludes today, and such an activity won't happen again for at least another half-month. As lovers of books, I shall reveal a little secret, not to say it was from me if you know the owner. As far as I know, the owner has hidden the 3-book imitation game, the Jailan fragmentary scripture, and the ghost hero Sanjich worth hundreds, and even more than 1,000 silver coins in the respective heavenly, human, and earth fortune boxes. Besides, there are treasures like the Zen collection, Jade platform poems, the hand-copied version of Tao Te Ching by Venerable Ming Cheng, Wei Gong's interpretation map first edition, and others. Which secret book you get and its value all depend on your luck. Hiss. Blending in the crowd as if invisible, Tao Kaiyan couldn't help but feel a bit envious. He was now certain that the owner of this bookship was definitely a cunning merchant. First, he introduced the novel blind box method. Now, he dangled prizes as lures, along with an audience that was precisely targeted, needing no filtering at all. Fishing. No, this fellow was outright scooping up fish. Just as Tao Kaiyan thought this, someone in the crowd shouted loudly, "Let me do it, I'm always lucky. Even picked up a small silver coin this morning." A scholar, clad in white robes holding a fan with a dandy dress style, stepped forward. He tapped on the counter, and with a few clinks, 8 silver coins were settled. Then, with a face of nonchalance typical of a wealthy scholar, he tensed and said, "All 3 types of fortune boxes for me." The shopkeeper, with a giggle, pocketed the coins and turned to signal 2 attendant students to bring the human and earth fortune boxes, while he personally fetched a heavenly fortune box. The 3 fortune boxes were lined up in a row. The shopkeeper gestured with an inviting palm, assuming the "please go ahead" posture. The scholar instinctively wanted to rub his hands together like a gambler about to reveal his cards, but realizing it was inelegant, he restrained himself and nonchalantly used his folding fan to lightly lift the lid of the human fortune box. Inside the lacquered box, indeed, 10 volumes of books were arranged. The scholar reached out to take them. Quickly flipping through, each person here was a learned scholar, so a glance was enough for them all to see clearly. Golden Secret, Shihu Record, Liu Family's Precepts, Demon City Miscellaneous Records, some usual books, indeed worth more than 1 silver coin. Someone offered a free appraisal from the crowd. Seeing nothing surprising, the scholar pursed his lips, didn't bother to arrange them, and directly opened the earth fortune box. This time, his hands moved even faster. 10 books quickly appeared in everyone's sight. Initially, the expressions of everyone were usual, but soon, the 10th book appeared, and the scholar almost let out an ow. People around were all widening their eyes and their breathing quickened. Someone exclaimed enviously. It's Wei Gong's interpretation map. First edition. This book is a relic from great scholar Wei Gong from 100 years ago. Initially, only a few dozen copies were printed, most of which have been lost now. One copy is worth at least 200 silver coins. This guy surely stepped on something lucky this morning. At that moment, the scholar was in very high spirits, not minding the slight slander from others. He cherished the valuable volume, placing it into his arms, then rubbed his hands together, full of anticipation, and opened the last heavenly fortune box. This time, everyone stretched their necks to cast concerned glances, initially unremarkable until the third-to-last book emerged, eliciting gasps throughout the cabin. It's the Jade Platform Poems. Looking at the condition, it's worth at least 300 silver coins. Damn, this guy definitely stepped in more than one pile of luck this morning. Shopkeeper, I want to open them too. Get me one of each kind. No, make it 3 of each. And me give me all heavenly fortune boxes, starting from 5. Human fortune boxes, 20, make it quick. 3 types, 5 boxes each. The cabin was somewhat out of control. Tao Qian, this insignificant figure, was almost squeezed out the door. Seeing this group of scholars, great scholars and book collectors, who had all been polite and refined before, now behaved no differently from elderly men and women scrambling for discounted vegetables at a market. Tao Qian shook his head and directly criticized, gambling, it harms people. The so-called Wank Fortune box was essentially no different from a gambling lottery. Especially Top Scholar, which used many tricks to promote sales. For instance, the scholar who had first drawn 2 valuable books in Tao Qian's eyes surely couldn't escape the suspicion of being a shill. Piercing through all the tricks, Tao Qian should have turned and left at this moment. Open a blind box. Did he have too much money? Just as this thought emerged, and before it could settle, abruptly Tao Qian's form stiffened, his head turned back, and his gaze suddenly locked onto a Ren character fortune box on the highest row, innermost side of the bookshelf. His reaction stemmed from the familiar throbbing sensation he had just felt. Tao Qian had experienced the same sensation when he had extracted the fragmented formula from the hero's mind before his beheading. Extraordinary perception. Immediately, a certain conjecture surged within Tao Qian's heart. No sooner had he thought this through, he noticed that the lacquered boxes on the Ren character bookshelf were visibly disappearing at a noticeable speed. It probably wouldn't be long before the box that gave him the throbbing sensation was bought by someone else. Gritting his teeth, Tao Qian made his move. Hesitate. If it were a heavenly fortune box worth 5 silver coins, perhaps he really might have. A Ren character, only 1 silver coin. I can afford it. With this thought, Tao Qian exerted his strange strength and squeezed back in from the edge. He quickly reached the counter and roughly pulled over an attendant student, stuffing a silver coin into his hand, then pointed at the target lacquer box and said, "That one, I only want that one." Although he had taken the money, the nearly strangled attendant student was not too pleased. As he turned to fetch the fortune box for Tao Qian, he muttered silently, "Poor folks are peculiar. What kind of books they get is all about luck. Choosing any weird location is useless too." Tao Qian didn't hear the attendant student's complaints. His attention was all on that strange fortune box. Before long, he safely obtained his own lacquer box. He didn't open it immediately, but rather carried the fortune box and squeezed his way out again. Verify. First, verify. If this throbbing, this perception, is the same as my guess, I will have found a place to belong in this familiar yet strange, dark yet prosperous, bizarre world, and even more possibilities. Golden finger or cheat device, come at me more intensely, either one. Muttering to himself, Tao Qian went to a corner, rubbing his hands together, much like an obsessed gambler. Luckily, at this moment inside the cabin, there were quite a few people acting like him, so he was hardly noticeable at all. With a click, Tao Qian opened the fortune box. There was no need to look at the titles or flip through the contents. Following that unexplained perception, Tao Qian directly locked onto the 3rd book among the 10. Without taking it out, he just lifted the first 2 books, casting his gaze upon it. It was an extremely thin book, its cover bluish-black and old, full of wrinkles but not dirty. The title was written in a bent and twisted script, resembling Tadpolson ancient seal. Fortunately, having some knowledge in this area, he recognized it without issue. 10 Bird Imitation Games, a very peculiar book title recognized by Tao Qian. Startled for a moment, Tao Qian flipped open the first page. What met his eyes was a kind of illustrated booklet, depicting some faceless little figures, awkwardly twisting their bodies, imitating some animals. He knew of such things in his previous life, akin to exercise booklets like 5 Animal Play. It seemed to have nothing to do with cultivation secret books. While Tao Qian was thinking this, as his fingertips touched the booklet, suddenly, his entire person momentarily blanked out, and the already distorted book title seemed to flow, as if an illusion changing into a new name. By Chin Play. Without waiting for Tao Qian to reflect, a deluge of information exploded in his mind. Initially chaotic, but it immediately formed the peculiar format that he had seen before. Name, By Chin Play Fragment. Record type, alien. Record 80 years ago, a human cultivator who called himself Bai Qin Elder devised a method of cultivation, named it Bai Qin Play, where practicing this method gradually allows shedding the human form, obtaining the power of Bai Qin, with deeper practice transforming into the form of Bai Qin. It allows traversing the sky above and diving into Huanquan below. This method harbors violence, induced the chaos of Bai Qin, affecting tens of thousands, which led to decimation of Chu County area, leaving 9 out of 10 households empty. Thus, most of the books were destroyed after being written, with only 1 or 2 counterfeited as other books, still circulating in the world. Note 1: this fragmented book accounts for about 1/10 of the full text, but the cost of cultivation has not changed. Once started, initial stages will strip away the human form, then human heart and nature, until completely filled by the beastly nature, thereafter transforming into a devilish creature, roaming the skies and earth freely. Note 2: to practice this technique, blood of the birds mentioned in the book must be collected to conduct the method before entry can be gained. Note 3: the cost can be exempted. As all the streams of information were assimilated, Tao Qian was once again stunned. Images with strange formats filled his mind, containing such a vast amount of information that Tao Qian was also stunned momentarily before he could digest it. His fingers first loosened, letting the book return to its place, then he closed the lid of the fortune box. His face showed an expression of utter disappointment from gaining nothing, while his mind began to sort through his thoughts. From this exploration, more of his doubts were resolved. Firstly, he truly possessed something akin to a golden finger cheat. Specifically, it manifested as an intense perception of transcendent and deceitful objects within a certain range, allowing him to completely understand or control these objects, even managing to organize related formatted information in his mind to facilitate Tao Qian's understanding. Besides, there was something unusual deep within his soul, seemingly able to negate some costs brought by the cultivation methods. However, this realization also brought forth more questions. Are there costs associated with all cultivation methods in this world? And could he be exempt from all of them? His thoughts flashed to this point, and Tao Qian looked at the fortune box in his hands again. Although inherently unlucky, he had indeed obtained a cultivation secret book, bought for 1 silver coin. However, this book known as the Bai Qin Play Fragment, given the information provided, clearly wasn't any legitimate cultivation technique. Lurking ferocity, chaos of Bai Qin, causing disasters to tens of thousands, houses empty and desolate. These terms sounded terrifying. Holding the fortune box, Tao Qian was apprehensive but also reluctant to let go. Not to mention the unknown fragmented formula useful only when being beheaded, the secret book in his arms was his only method of cultivation now. To miss out would truly be a pity. When I was killed, I recited the unknown fragmented formula and obtained the undying characteristic. The expected cost was a decaying body and a dazed soul, turning into a deceitful object named Soul Corpse. But I was exempt, so I gained the undying characteristic but suffered no side effects. If cultivating the Bai Qin Play Fragment also resulted in the same effect, wouldn't I be able to freeload those 10 powers of Bai Qin? With this last thought, Tao Qian's heart couldn't help pounding. Excitement flickered in his eyes. But Tao Qian was not a reckless person and quickly calmed down. He stayed in the cabin with the fortune box a while longer. Assured that no more palpitations came, Tao Qian turned and left. Following that, Tao Qian, with great enthusiasm, nearly traversed every cabin of the top scholar that stored books. He was enjoying himself, but it was hard on the attendants who accompanied him. They were delayed quite a bit, and worse, he looked but never bought, which was extremely stingy. Eventually, the attendants on the top scholar all knew that there was a poor scholar on board carrying a wank fortune box around the ship, clearly with some issues. About 30 minutes later, Tao Qian walked to the deck with a look of regret, followed by an expressionless attendant. As part of the service industry, with the management standards of the top scholar, his face should have been always wearing a radiant smile that made people feel at home. He indeed started very professionally, until after accompanying Tao Qian several times. Tao Qian walked ahead, already eyeing other bookships docked at the pier, saying, "The reputation of the top scholar is well-deserved, truly a sea of books. It's just too regrettable today. I couldn't find a book that caught my eye." Upon hearing this, the attendant behind him couldn't help but roll his eyes. With a twitching smile, he said, "Understanding your discerning tastes is fine, but please also visit the Dexing Book Boat, Book Forest, King Feng, and Cedar. Perhaps you'll find a book you like on these ships." As his words fell, the attendant didn't wait for Tao Qian's reaction and turned back to welcome other guests instead. Being dismissively countered in such a way, Tao Qian was neither annoyed nor did he complain, but merely laughed it off carelessly. Hugging the fortune box tightly in his arms, he weighed his purse. Only just over 8 silver coins left now, he thought. He had to spend wisely in terms of priorities. The cultivation secret books came first, followed by magazine girls, vulgar banned books, and then martial arts novels. Tao Qian stepped off the top scholar, stomping over to the other bookships while calculating his expenses in his mind. Unfortunately, after nearly another half hour, Tao Qian quickly browsed the remaining bookships. The Harvest, none, not even a cultivation secret book like the Bai Chin play fragment. Standing on the dock, Tao Qian wore a distressed expression. Even the beautiful scenes on the nearby flower boat called Huangxi couldn't spark his interest. Lately, although these bookships visit every day, they only stay for an hour or two, and now the time was almost up. Tao Qian, relying on his extraordinary radar, had lost his enthusiasm for treasure hunting. He had resigned himself to his bad luck and turned to walk toward a bookship named Cedar. He had compared prices, and most of the bookships at the dock sold authentic books, but the Cedar offered the best deals. Unable to find a second cultivation secret manual, Tao Qian decided to purchase some magazine girl booklets and sets of vulgar banned books. These ought to sell well. I'll make some money first, then recuperate, he muttered, planning to explore the spiritual nourishment for men of this era. At that moment, he suddenly smelled a unique musty odor of books. Then almost immediately that familiar throbbing sensation reappeared. With a whoosh, Tao Qian swiftly turned around, looking toward the water. There, not far on the river, a fishing boat that had undergone some modifications was approaching. Two boatmen were rowing together, and a weary scholar stood at the bow, the boat laden with a large number of books tied with hemp ropes to prevent them from falling into the river. That boat was docking with the Cedar. After a hurried exchange with an experienced attendant student, the scholar went straight into the cabin to rest. The attendant student directed the boatman to move the books onto the deck, but stopped them from taking the books into the cabin. Instead, he instructed a teenage apprentice beside him, "These books have just been collected. Not only do they have a strong musty smell, but they might also have book-eating insects like silverfish. Let's lay them out neatly on the deck and leave them to sun for a few hours before storing them. If any new customers are interested in some of the books from this pile, let them choose. Sell the thick volumes for 50 copper coins, medium ones for 30, thin ones for 20, and if it's just scribbles, 10 copper coins will do. It's just a collection from a poor old scholar who isn't even a scholar, with no secrets and no value, sold clean by his son after his death for 1 silver coin. Spent his life in vain studying to exhaustion, all for just a yuan." After finishing, the seasoned attendant student turned and also headed into the cabin. As he turned around, he caught a glimpse of Tao Qian boarding the ship out of the corner of his eye, but he pretended not to see and hurried away, disappearing in a flash. Obviously, he was resolved that if Tao Qian followed, he would have to deal with other students. Unfortunately, he was wrong. As soon as Tao Qian got on board, he headed straight for the musty pile of books. He first greeted the two working boatmen with a bow, then turned to the apprentice, politely saying, "I heard what was said just now. I happen to be interested in these new books. May I pick some, please, honored guest?" Seeing the potential for a sale, the apprentice immediately brightened up and agreed. Tao Qian had actually identified his target instantly, but out of caution, he still pretended to rummage through the pile of books. Quickly, he casually picked up a roughly printed, dirt-covered, and even hole-pocked medium-sized volume. The book's title, strangely, there was none. Tao Qian managed his expression and flipped open the first page. In that instant, his mind exploded with that bizarre flow of information. A familiar, strange format began to unravel slowly. Record name, nameless secret manual. Record type, alien. Record: in the 9th year of Tianming, seeking immortal hermit Wu Ming died on his cold bed at home, aged 93. A man of lofty and unrestrained nature, stubborn and reticent. Despite his lifelong dedication and study, repeatedly failing examinations, he turned to cultivation at 60 and styled himself as seeking immortal hermit. This book, written in his later years when his mind was unclear, contains confused and unintelligible content, except for the last page, which contains the immortal fish technique that can connect to the heavenly Tao. Note 1. This book, tainted by Wu Ming's spirit, possesses characteristics that can drive one insane. If one practices the immortal fish technique written therein, each cultivation will assimilate the mind and soul with the heavenly Tao until the body stiffens in death, while the spirit and soul merge with the heavenly Tao like an immortal fish. Note 2. One of the costs of practicing the immortal fish technique is the chance of sudden death each time the soul transforms into a fish and swims through chaos. Note 3. Practice 10 times and you're exempt from 9, but one is beyond control. Tao Qian didn't make a sound, yet he inwardly gasped in shock. Though he had made a new discovery, the information revealed did not bring him joy. Starting with that unknown fragmented formula that had granted him the undying characteristic, to the Bai Chin Play secret manual, and now this nameless secret manual. 3 items clearly from the extraordinary cultivation world in succession, all sharing one commonality, was hard to describe as mere coincidence anymore. Tao Kayan felt he had vaguely grasped the first law, or perhaps iron law, of the cultivation world. Every practice, every supernatural affair comes with a cost. Tao Kayan hastily reached a conclusion, but he wasn't entirely certain. After all, up to this point, although he had touched on matters related to the transcendent in secret, he had yet to communicate with a true cultivator. Despite knowing from the hero and scholar's memories that there were definitely intermediaries of cultivation in this world, if he were to search ostentatiously, he would likely find results quickly. But that method, he feared, was a way to court death. The experiences of many predecessors who had transmigrated told Tao Kayan that surviving by keeping a low profile was the true path to supremacy. The Nameless Secret Manual involves corpses and decay, akin to the practices of heresy and heterodoxy with some normal accompanying costs, much like the logic of the Bai Chin play. But this, immortal fish technique, based on the description, seems like a Taoist immortal technique and surprisingly entails even more fearsome cultivation costs. Tao Kayan's mind, thoughts roiled. Though uncertain, Tao Kayan felt that the law he had deduced was probably real. He harbored countless doubts he wished to resolve and was eager to seriously examine the 2 secret books he had acquired, but this clearly wasn't the appropriate place. Tao Kayan gathered his thoughts, his expression normal, and picked a few more copybooks from the pile of books, showing them to the attendant student. He then handed over dozens of copper coins. The attendant collected them joyously. Tao Kayan thought it best not to hassle anyone else, and pulled out a list of books from the cedar, purchasing several sets of picture stories and books he had long desired. Although it was still a transaction of only a few silver coins, for the attendant student, Tao Kayan counted as a big customer. Before long, the student struggled out of the cabin carrying a heavy package. He traded the books for the 8 silver coins that Tao Kayan reluctantly handed over. His purse had been quite full on arrival, but now, as he left, it jingled with just a few silver coins. Carrying a package filled with books, Tao Kayan disembarked from the cedar and followed his original path back to his Chengyu bookstore. Just before leaving, he happened to see several girls with skin as white as snow chatting leisurely by a window on the Huangxi, creating an inviting atmosphere. A slightly bolder girl wearing a red belly band also noticed Tao Kayan from afar. Perhaps because she saw he had just disembarked from a book ship, or perhaps because she found his appearance to her liking, she lightly lifted her arm in a gesture that clearly beckoned Tao Kayan over. Tao Kayan gestured the scissors hand signal in disappointment and then walked forward, reaffirming to himself, "I can't board the flower boat for 2 reasons. The first is poverty, and the second is that it would disgrace scholarly honor." With a light jest, Tao Kayan quickened his pace, trying to reach the bookshop as quickly as possible. Although he had nearly spent all his fortune, his purpose for this trip could be said to have been perfectly accomplished. The books he had bought weren't worth such joy. What truly excited Tao Kayan were the Bai Chin Play Fragment and Nameless Secret Manual, the 2 cultivation secret manuals. Both required tremendous costs. But Tao Kayan knew he was different, fully capable of exempting most, if not all, of the costs, truly a case of profiting without sacrifice. After all, who in the world could refuse something for nothing? It was only because Tao Kayan was relatively composed, or else he would have already started sprinting. Perhaps it was because he did not rush ahead that he didn't miss another familiar surge of excitement. Just then, Tao Kayan first heard a commotion near the dock ahead and then felt that familiar sensation. The crowded mass of people seemed to be forcibly split apart by someone. Tao Kayan saw the surrounding passers-by each looking terrified, and he instinctively moved to the sides of the road while retreating, simultaneously advising others in a low voice, "Get out of the way, Cow Gang's people are here." Something bad must have happened. The squad leader of the Cow Gang seeking immortal faction came in person, and he looks very angry. "Don't speak recklessly, retreat and lower your heads." As a poor bookstore owner, Tao Kayan heeded these sounds and naturally followed the crowd. He lowered his head a little and retreated behind the crowd. He blended into the crowd quite seamlessly. Before long, he saw the main group. A crowd of 100 or so men clad in snug outfits, displaying bulky muscles, were violently clearing a path. 7 or 8 individuals were encircled in their midst, each evoking a primal terror in Tao Kayan. But what truly shocked Tao Kayan, nearly causing him to lose his composure, was the old man leading this group. Called an old man, but aside from graying hair and facial wrinkles, nothing else about him seemed old. He stood at least 1.9 meters tall, dressed in a silk robe with gold trim, his body extremely robust. His somewhat clouded but extraordinarily sharp eyes made anyone he looked at feel the sensation of a blade to their body. This elder in this era at this dock, walking among the crowd, the scene was indistinguishable from a savage beast striding amongst a flock of sheep. Yet none of these were why Tao Kayan was horrified. What he couldn't believe was his perception. The source of that throbbing sensation was not some book, it was clearly this old man. It settled, my extraordinary perception never specified it was limited to cultivation secret manuals. Myself, was I not classified into the abnormality category due to that peculiar format? According to that description, abnormality refers to a sentient being that has acquired some kind of transcendent attribute. So what category does this old man belong to? Do I need to touch his body to make my perception more concrete, to discover more secrets? At this moment, Tao Kaien's mind was unstoppable. Various questions and thoughts rapidly emerged. If someone nearby were to observe carefully, they would detect this impoverished bookstore owner in a state of both excitement and nervousness. Excited, of course. Like a giant beast advancing step by step, the identity of the elderly man was Cao Gang seeking immortal faction squad leader. Indeed, aside from himself, Tao Kaian sensed that this was the second human related to transcendent cultivation. Had it not been for his concern for his own life, Tao Kaian would have very much liked to rush up to the elderly man to frisk him, to see if he could sense any detailed information. Unfortunately, he could not. The reaction of the people around him made it clear that this elderly man was no easy figure. Tao Kaian and the others, just like him, were all in a state of confusion about the current situation. They did not know what exactly had happened at the dock or what these evil people had come to do. However, this confusion did not last long. The next second, a drastic change occurred. Boom! Without any warning, a loud noise erupted in the largest warehouse in the main area of the dock. Accompanying this massive explosion were thick smoke, flames, and debris scattering in all directions. In an instant, the dock descended into chaos. The crowd scattered like frightened rats, running in every direction with screams, shouts, cries for help, and roars mixing those with slightly poor hearing could have gone deaf on the spot. But soon all the noise was suppressed by a deep roar, as fierce as a dragon or tiger. Unsurprisingly, the sound came from that elderly man. He seemed entirely unconcerned by the chaos at the dock, only chuckling coldly as he looked in the direction of the now ruined warehouse. "Come out, you've already generated killing intent and can't hide your aura. I smelled it from a street away," the elderly man said, as soon as his words fell. The sound of clothes whistling through the air could be heard from different parts of the dock, as approximately 100 figures wearing various robes, all with red bands tied around their foreheads, appeared. Each one, to Tao Kaien's senses, seemed stronger than those of the Cao Gang. Even there was a very subtle palpitation, especially the young man who led them, who the elderly man targeted and who slowly walked out from the center of the smoke and debris. He was at least 1.9 meters tall and dressed in clothing similar to a Taoist robe. His features were extremely handsome, with a scar that stretched from below his left eye to under his right, practically spanning his entire face. Though his body didn't seem as exaggerated as the elderly man's, it was still lean and robust, surpassing anyone else in the vicinity. In Tao Kaien's previous life, such a man could have entered the entertainment industry and been dubbed a male god, and the palpitation he gave Tao Kaien was only slightly weaker than that of the elderly man. This elderly man and young Taoist must be cultivators, while that group following the Taoist, being involved with the transcendent and the abnormal, still fundamentally belonged to the mundane, Tao Kaien concluded. From excitement, he became a bit numb. Reborn through transmigration for 2 days, straining to find the existence of transcendent, abnormal, and cultivation elements, I did not expect to stumble upon them so quickly. Although I had some expectations after seeing the memories of heroes and scholars, this is indeed too fast. However, there are still many confusions. What exactly is the situation within the cultivation world? Whichever side it is, I really want to touch them to see what other categories of abnormalities there are. While swiftly contemplating, Tao Kaien also did not forget to retreat quickly. The experience from many movies and TV series in his previous life told him a massive battle was about to begin, and the highest risk of death in such a battle wasn't the participants but the onlookers. As Tao Kaien retreated swiftly, it seemed both parties were saying something. However, Tao Kaien retreated too far to hear clearly. He didn't need to hear everything clearly, and didn't need to guess it was likely just some sort of revenge plot unfolding. Just as Tao Kaien felt he had retreated far enough and discreetly turned back to look toward the main area of the dock, a battle beyond anyone's imagination erupted without warning. The Cao Gang squad leader, that elderly man, he unexpectedly waved his hand, signaling his men to retreat. Even more odd was that those burly men, before the elderly man even gave the order, were already ready to bolt, and upon receiving the command, they ran even more frantically backwards. Everyone felt it strange initially until the next second roar, when the roar, akin to that from an ancient beast, resounded across the dock. Hundreds, thousands, yes, at least 1,000 people felt excruciating pain in their ears, blood spurting out. Those worse off, naturally, were the group of killers closest to the elderly man. Except for the leading young Taoist, the rest seemed to have fallen into a rigid state, and finally the elderly man moved. Something terrifying seemed to awaken inside him, and in Tao Kaien's eyes he momentarily lost the aura a human should have. He sneered, took a big step forward, and like a wild beast leaped in front of a killer. With a hand as big as a leaf fan clenched into a fist, it struck like a hammer. With a loud bang, the killer's head, perfectly intact, burst like a watermelon under a heavy blow. And the next moment, something happened that made everyone, including Tao Kayan, cover the backs of their heads, unable to control their expressions. After smashing the killer's head, the elderly man stretched out his hand, grabbed the mutilated corpse and pulled it towards him. He then opened his mouth wide and fiercely moved it towards the neck, gushing blood. Then, with gulp noises, he began to guzzle down the blood. Terrified, these three words perfectly describe the state of the many people on the dock at that moment. Almost everyone's eyes were wide open with disbelief as they watched the scene unfold. Among them was Tao Kayan. The cultivators he had imagined were nothing like this. The extremely horrifying scene had paralyzed many, leaving them frozen in place with fear. Naturally, the combatants paid no heed to anything else. The killers died one after another, showing no fear the next second they displayed the prowess of martial arts experts. Each one drew a thin sword, their bodies flashing ghost-like. Invisible sword chi began to form a network, wreaking havoc in the area. Almost everything passed by the sword light-bit buildings, piled goods, or the petrified crowd was reduced to rubble. The only exception was the old man. Now no one cared about his identity anymore, unanimously deciding he was not a human at all, but a brutal, insane demon. The old man's next actions confirmed everyone's suspicions. After draining the blood from the killers, his body began to swell, elevating to 2 meters in a blink. His muscle, revealing a garish crimson color, ripped through his clothes, and in the blink of an eye, he transformed into a true beast, resisting the terrible sword lights as he rampaged through the area. Although the killers exhibited the prowess one would only see in martial arts experts in films and TV dramas of Tao Kayan's past life, facing such a monster, they were all powerless. However, there was also that young Taoist among the killers. Though the Taoist didn't give Tao Kayan the same sense of trepidation as the old man, he was indeed a genuine cultivator. He drew a soft sword from his loosely hanging belt. Immediately, he charged at the old man. His speed dominated the field. It wasn't phantom-like movements, but rather a sort of instantaneous movement, flashing from place to place. While the other killers couldn't penetrate the defense, he could. Each strike of his, though without sword light or sword gleam, carried a strange red light on his soft sword. When struck, each hit left a mark on the old man beast. Though not fatal, it brought unexpected, excruciating pain. The old man roared furiously, constantly trying to grasp the Taoist and smash him to death. But the latter's speed was so great that the collateral damage affected the dock surface and other items and killers in the area. It seemed, in order to compensate for the lost blood, the old man targeted the killers. With each pounce, he produced minced meat and mangled corpses. As time passed, the number of dead killers started to increase. What terrified the onlookers even more was that the old man's eating actions became more frequent. Initially only sucking blood, he later began tearing at the limbs of the captives, occasionally placing a hand or leg into his mouth to chew. And as these terrifying scenes unfolded, the old man's body began to show extensive mutated traits. His skin split all over, but soon closed up again, densely packed with new flesh buds. On the surface of his body, patches of purple-black rotten spots began to form. All his hair turned white and started to fall out. His spinal column twisted and curled backward, and sharp, bone-white spines pierced through the flesh like an external armor fully enclosing his vital organs area. 2 eyes, previously burst by the young Taoist's soft sword, blurred with blood, suddenly opened to reveal a pair of inhuman blood eyes. Even the onlookers could judge. The power of the old man beast was increasing, but at the same time he seemed to be gradually losing mind, or perhaps his humanity. Although there were many killers, the rate of loss was astounding. Accompanied by a boom sound, the dock trembled, and the last 2 death soldiers were simultaneously obliterated by a pair of flesh and blood giant fists to the ground. The old man beast did not taste the smashed flesh instead. His blood eyes locked onto the flashes of the young Taoist throughout the dock. The mouth, now a gaping maw, slowly opened, stuttering in a colossal voice, "You can't kill me." Stuttering yet loud enough for Tao Kayan, who had hidden on the dock's edge, to hear. Is that a relative? Before Tao Kayan could comprehend, he saw that the young Taoist had also stopped. On his body was also a mutated trait, a scar that crossed his face, inexplicably turning red, resembling a horrifying blood jade belt. The old man's made the Taoist laugh, but the laughter was eerie, like a blood-crying cuckoo bird. While laughing, he said, "Of course, I know with this formation I can't kill you. I also know you've cultivated the Cow Gang's top-secret lifebound scripture, Blood River Scripture, and you've fully refined the Blood River Chi. As long as a breath of lifebound origin Chi remains, you needn't worry about completely losing yourself. But I happen to also know how to extinguish your source Chi. Now you've transformed into a blood beast, and such a beast craves the blood and flesh of humans, especially the kind with a rich fragrance that it can't resist." Before finishing his sentence, the young Taoist made a shocking move. With the soft sword, he sliced towards himself, resulting in two hissing sounds. His left hand and left leg each lost a large chunk of flesh, which he then let drop with a couple of plop noises hangul, ko I inus IGHT by the old man's feet. Then chilling words spilled out of the Taoist's mouth. His expression twisted madly as he grinned, speaking to the old man in a tone like coaxing a child, eat fast. Not only is this the flesh of a cultivator, but also the flesh and blood of your own son. With such fragrance, how can you, a flesh-devouring beast, refuse? Eat it now, SSSS. The sword light flashed again. Several more pieces of fresh flesh were laid at the old man's feet. Those near and far watching this scene felt as though they were going insane. Although Tao Kaian was almost going mad as well, he was similarly concerned about the information about transcendence and cultivation that the Taoist had leaked. Lifebound scripture, blood river scripture, blood river chi, lifebound origin chi. In the blink of an eye, Tao Kaian identified the key terms. But before he could ponder further, an unimaginable transformation occurred in the arena. The monstrous old man had clearly not expected the Taoist to be so mad. Although he had previously been consuming greedily, now faced with fresh flesh, he seemed to encounter the most terrifying thing in the world, retreating while shaking. No, the monster let out a complex roar from its mouth, desiring yet fearing. In its blood eyes, the humanity and beastliness were entangling. But soon the beastliness prevailed. The last straw came from the Taoist again. He undid his loose Taoist robe with one hand, revealing a chest full of scars, and then did something utterly insane. SSSS. His hand turned into a claw, his fingertips like sharp knives, piercing hard into his own chest. Then, with a violent tug, a still-beating crimson heart was held in his hands. With all his might, he threw it towards the old man. Everyone's eyes were drawn to the heart, still twitching in midair. Even a faint, exotic fragrance filled with the scent of blood began to spread around the area. The old man, who had initially been retreating and even planning to flee, went completely mad upon seeing the heart. In his eyes, it wasn't just a heart, but a blood-flesh immortal fruit that could potentially elevate him to immortality and sainthood. Roar. In his howling, he lost control. Like a true wild beast, an irrational mad dog, he leaped forward violently. Still unsatisfied, he directly crouched down. Out of his mouth, no human language could be produced anymore. Everyone knew, in a certain sense, the old man was gone, leaving only a crazed blood beast. As everyone was stunned by this, a piercing series of loud laughs echoed. Ha ha ha, mother, your son has finally avenged you. I originally wanted to end this old thing directly, but mother insisted on fulfilling a wish that the family be together, so I had to agree. But this old thing is too disgusting and revolting, I wouldn't want to touch its body directly, so I had to trouble mother to bind it for me. These bewildering words gave everyone an ominous premonition. Soon the premonition came true. The Taoist, who had carved out a great deal of his flesh and even dug out his heart, now seemed unharmed. From his bosom he took out a strange green and red porcelain bottle and bit off the stopper with his mouth. In the next second, right in the bright daylight and under the blazing sun, a faint, misty figure of a woman wafted from the bottle. After hearing the Taoist's words, she first scattered into mist, joyfully embracing the Taoist. Then she drifted towards the monstrous old man, still consuming the flesh, and midway, the mist rolled and slowly condensed into a lifelike mist rope, wrapping around the monster old man's neck with affection. Oddly enough, the old man, who would attack any living thing that came close, did not resist the mist rope. Once entwined, he became exceptionally obedient. The other end of the mist rope gently fell into the Taoist's hands. Next, the Taoist laughed creepily, his face with blood jade, disheveled hair, Taoist robe open, revealing a body of blurred flesh and a large hole in the chest. He did not even glance at the crowd, as if he had never acknowledged the presence of others. He, like a madman, led the transformed blood beast of the old man, laughing loudly as he left the dock and ran wildly towards the outskirts of Seeking Immortal City. No one knew how much time had passed before the crowd finally came to their senses. They finally realized it was over, the nightmarish scene was over. Many were so frightened that they wet themselves, yet they still stood rigidly on the spot, not daring to move. Some people ran back towards the city, occasionally loudly wailing and crying out. The rest hurried back to the dock to rescue people. Although there were heavy casualties, there were still many survivors, wailing in various parts of the ruins. Tao Kaian also turned back, witnessing a scene at the dock akin to purgatory in the human. In a certain ruin, a well-dressed scholar with a scholar's hat, but his lower body crushed, seemed to go mad from severe pain or other stimuli. Raising his hands towards the sky, he screamed out, "A husband eats his wife, a son offers his flesh, father and son butcher each other, humans turned into blood beasts. Heavens, a nation on the brink of destruction must have demons, these are all omens, these are all signs." Seeking Immortal Pier had become akin to purgatory on earth. Everywhere were remnants of smoke, flames, and ruins, with a large number of workers, vendors, and travelers wailing within. Tao Kayan did his best to save people, while also piecing together the causes of the terrifying event from the accounts of various survivors. Before the battle, the aged monster and the young Taoist both had their say, a tit for tat which clarified some secrets. Of course, only those unlucky ones nearby heard it, those like Tao Kayan who had fled far away heard at most some shrieks. The squad leader of Cao Gang is named Hong Haihu. Although he is merely the leader of a branch in Seeking Immortal, it seems he holds a not insignificant status in the main gang due to certain special reasons. About 15 years ago, Hong Haihu earned a great merit and was given a profound magic skill by the main gang, which is the so-called Blood River Scripture. Who would have expected that while practicing this cultivation technique, an accident occurred, causing a mutation and loss of control, leading him to swallow his own wife alive. This scene was unfortunately witnessed by his only son, Hong Yaohu, who in terror fled Seeking Immortal County. 18 years later, he returned for revenge. Here at Seeking Immortal Pier, he enacted an extremely terrifying slaughter before many people. When the officials from Seeking Immortal County government arrived, Tao Kayan no longer interfered and returned to the city with the chaotic crowd. Listening to the wails and cries around him, Tao Kayan knew that tonight, very few in Seeking Immortal County would be able to sleep. Even though the people of this world, like the original hero and scholar, all knew that many demons, ghosts, immortals, and abnormalities exist within the boundaries of longevity heavenly dynasty. But such transcendent beings rarely fought so recklessly like just now, displaying extreme terror that could drive people insane. Not only was it Tao Kayan's first time seeing such a scene, it was the same for the residents of Seeking Immortal County. It reminded Tao Kayan of the old scholar's howl, and a sense of urgency surged in his heart. Without further delay, Tao Kayan quickly returned to his own Chengyu bookstore. Although many new books had come in, he didn't plan to open for customers. He entered the bookshop directly through the side door from the alley and went into the small partitioned room reserved for sleeping and resting. He organized the books he had bought and quickly ate the meal he had purchased en route. After making sure the doors and windows were well secured, Tao Kayan slowly took out his true gains from this trip from his bosom. 2 ancient, moderately thick books filled with the breath of history, or rather, cultivation secret manuals. One is the Bai Chin Play fragment, the other is the Nameless Secret Manual. The former was obtained by opening a fortune box with 1 silver coin, and the latter was bought from a pile of books for 20 copper coins. Of course, acquiring these 2 secret books relied on Tao Kayan's unique, extraordinary perception. Today's experience completely confirmed Tao Kayan's previous speculation. His soul had a special ability, capable of sensing transcendent and cultivation-related items, whether living or non-living beings. Holding the 2 books, he weighed them for a moment. Then, Tao Kayan first set aside the Nameless Secret Manual and solemnly opened the Bai Chin Play fragment. After all, the fragment only had 10 pages left. Best to start with the simple. Previously, the information sensed in Tao Kayan's mind described that Bai Chin Play was created by a human cultivator who called himself Bai Chin Elder. From the description in the fragmented book, it was a potent cultivation secret manual, but at the same time, it concealed terrifying ferocity. It led to the so-called disorder of Bai Chin. The details of that catastrophe, Tao Kayan knew nothing of. What he did know was the terrifying price to pay for practicing this fragmented book. Once started, one will gradually lose their human form, then their nature, and finally turn into a bizarre bird beast, roaming the world at ease and carefree. In other words, completely turned into a selfless monster with only the instincts of beasts, like the blood beast transformed by Hong Haihu seen at the pier. That is truly dreadful, but it seems I might freeload. Muttering to himself, Tao Kayan turned the first page. The first thing that caught his eyes were many faceless little figures, their bodies twisted, mimicking bird-like postures. At first glance, Tao Kayan recognized what the mimicked creature was. A pig. Had he not already witnessed the terrifying power possessed by cultivators, Tao Kayan would have been entirely dumbfounded at this moment. Mimicking a tiger, lion, or buffalo from the animal kingdom made sense. Mimicking a pig. Wait, wild boars are also leaders in the animal kingdom. After all, a pig ranks first, followed by bears and then tigers. Tao Kayan felt he understood. With curiosity, he continued reading. Soon, Tao Kayan discovered that the strange postures in the fragmented book couldn't reveal much. Perhaps only after starting the cultivation practice could the special characteristics be discovered. But what genuinely captured Tao Kayan's attention was the note at the bottom of each page. Written in ancient seal script, the steps for the cultivation technique were, to cultivate pig form, one must first collect a sufficient amount of beast blood. Domestic pigs that have lost their wild nature are not suitable. Only the black pigs with the most wildness from mountainous wilderness are required. At dusk each day, consume 1 jar of black pig blood, then practice the Bai Chin Play described in the book. Practice daily, and if one has talent, entry can be achieved in 3 days, gradually obtaining the power of the pig. If one can practice to a deep level, the body can temporarily transform into the form of a black pig, with tusks like halberds, strength surpassing 100 cows, and skin tough like iron and copper, leaving ruins wherever it goes, and even divine weapons can hardly harm a half-inch of its skin. If one has exceptional talent, they may even gain one or two bloodline divine powers related to the pig, which are known to include summoning wind, rain, lightning, innate demon fire, and possessing an inner world. However, when cultivating this technique, care must be taken not to touch human blood or flesh, and one must not harbor lascivious thoughts once desires of lust and gluttony invade. The heart and soul will instantly lose defense, and in moments one will completely shed human form, transforming into creatures like pig demon or pig monster. After reading these notes, Tao Qian's brow gradually furrowed. He originally thought that the Bai Qin play, cultivation secret technique must belong to the path of demons and monsters. After all, from the results it seemed, anyone who cultivated from this book ultimately turned into a demon, hence the chaos of Bai Qin. But now, with these details, Tao Qian had a new guess. In his mind, he recalled the peculiar information about the fragmented book. The steps of cultivation, precautions, all were clearly pointed out, with nothing hidden or omitted. Perhaps the creator of this cultivation technique, the Bai Qin Elder, wasn't someone from the demon path. If one can indeed avoid touching human flesh and blood and avoid impure thoughts, one can clearly obtain the power of the pig and even those unbelievable divine skills. It's just unfortunate that while the former isn't too hard to achieve, the latter would be difficult for an ordinary person or even a great scholar. Even saints say appetite and lust are natural to man, how much more so for common folk. So this Bai Qin play is actually a powerful cultivation technique that is not difficult to practice, but it has a huge flaw. Tao Qian felt as if he had discerned some truth amidst these thoughts. Glancing at the strange little characters, he shook his head and turned to the second page. This time it was the sheep. Tao Qian didn't plan to start practicing right away, so he directly ignored those diagrams, focusing his attention on the note at the bottom of the page. To cultivate sheep form, one must similarly collect a sufficient amount of beast blood. Domestic sheep fed by humans are not suitable. One needs the spiritual sheep found deep in the mountains, hard to track. At noon each day, consume 1 jar of spiritual sheep blood, then practice according to the book. Practice diligently every day. Entry can be achieved in 2 days, gradually obtaining the spiritual sheep's power. Once practiced to a deep level, one's shell can temporarily transform into the form of a spiritual sheep, changing forms and shifting between the real and the unreal, traversing mountains and cliffs as if walking on flat ground, and with a pair of spiritual sheep's horns, can instantly consign creatures like demons and monsters to death. If one has outstanding talent, they could gain bloodline divine powers during the transformation, which are known to include destiny-defining divine light, prediction of fortune and misfortune, and dematerializing one's body. When cultivating this technique, care must be taken not to touch any flesh or blood. Even in everyday life, one should not consume meat, only flowers and plants for food. The slightest touch of meaty filth will instantly cause the heart and soul to lose their defense, and in moments completely shed human form, transforming into sheep demon and other such monstrous creatures. Geez, finally unable to hold back, Tao Qian let out a sound of exasperation. His previous guess was astoundingly accurate. To cultivate pig form, one mustn't touch human flesh or have bad thoughts, which still sounds passable. Being a pig cultivator who cultivates character doesn't seem too hard to accept. But the price to pay for cultivating sheep form is just too much. Not eating meat aside, the description is clearly excessively harsh. Not even a hint of meaty filth can be touched. Probably even the smell could pose a risk. That is to say, if you choose the sheep form, you might easily succeed and obtain powerful abilities and divine skills, but you must live like the spiritual sheep. So this thing is simply not intended for normal people. The flaw is too significant. Should human beings practice it on a large scale, only one outcome is possible, creating a multitude of demons possessing the power of Bai Qin. His thoughts swirling to this point, Tao Qian suddenly had a realization. Though he still didn't know the details of the chaos of Bai Qin, he no longer needed to investigate. Most likely in the region of Chuo County, quite a few people practiced this Bai Qin play, but I fear none could truly follow the precepts, and as a result all suffered. With the pig and sheep forms being so, what about the others? Tao Qian, having just mouthed off, became intensely curious again. His hands moved quickly, flipping through the remaining 8 pages. 10 birds were discussed, 2 done, leaving 8. What kind of birds and beasts are these? What price must be paid? What bizarre precepts are there? Tao Qian, for the first time encountering the cultivation world and cultivation secret books, felt an intense curiosity, fully experiencing the thrill that comes with seeking knowledge. The bookshop's partitioned space flickered in the glow of an oil lamp. Tao Qian's handsome face was illuminated by the dim yellow light. his expression one of utmost focus as his gaze fell upon the last page of the book in his hands, a thin volume titled By Chin Play, spanning a total of 10 pages. It had taken Tao Kaiyan nearly half an hour just to nearly finish reading it. What he was concerned with was not the faceless little figures, but the most important notes at the bottom. Somewhat unexpectedly, the last of the 10 birds to take the stage was mankind's close relative. The ape, from the descriptions, the requirements to cultivate this form, the powers that could be gained, and the prohibitions to be followed were all bizarrely stringent. To practice the ape form, one must collect a sufficient amount of beast blood, yet most ape clan blood is unusable. Only the blood from the white ape clan deep in the wilderness forests will suffice. Each morning, consume a jar of white ape blood, then practice the ape play. Practicing daily, depending on one's talent, the time to enter the threshold will vary. Some can achieve it in half a day, while others may never find the way. Once practiced to great depths, one's body can temporarily transform into a white ape, not only becoming strong and sturdy, akin to undying, invulnerable to water and fire, capable of going anywhere, but also possessing the strength to tear apart demons, skilled in transformation, adept with all kinds of weapons, and having a commanding power over all beasts. Those with exceptional talent may discover bloodline divine powers during their transformation, with known abilities like metamorphosis, primordial spirit projection, dharma manifestation, heaven and earth, undying body, and yin-yang spiritual eye. However, practicing this technique requires strict adherence to many prohibitions. One must not eat human flesh, engage with women, violate the killing vows, succumb to anger, delve into worldly desires, or be baked in the chi of an official. Once a rule is broken, one's spirit and heart-soul are lost, shedding human form and transforming into an unrestrained, deceitful object like an ape demon. Snap. After finishing the last page, Tao Kaiyan closed the book and tossed it onto the table. Exhaling, he exclaimed, "This is just too tragic." Tao Kaiyan's gripe, naturally, was aimed at the harsh prohibitions required to practice these bird plays. The first few weren't so bad, but as they went on, they gradually became more perverse, with the last one, ape form, being utterly absurd. Not consuming human flesh, avoiding women, I could understand, but what about the prohibitions against killing and anger, meaning one can't kill nor get angry? And what about the prohibition against entering the mortal world? One can't mingle in human society, not to mention the strangest of all, not to be baked in the chi of an official. As he pondered further, Tao Kaiyan's expression grew increasingly complex, his urge to criticize becoming unstoppable. Considering these prohibitions, I have ample reason and evidence to suspect that the creator of this cultivation method, Bai Chin Elder, must have actually hailed from a Buddhist sect. That last rule about official chi practically screams a nod to my grandpa, the great saint who once held the post of horse's fortune. After a bout of muttering, Tao Kaiyan figured that if not for the fact he could freeload this cultivation technique, he would never consider cultivating it. Not because the requirements were too strict, nor because the power level was low, but because the prohibitions were just too abnormal. Even renaming this book to Buddhist sex recruitment standards wouldn't be the slightest bit incompatible. However, it didn't matter whether Tao Kaiyan wanted to practice or not. For the next day or even for a longer period of time, he couldn't practice it. Not that he didn't want to, but rather he couldn't. This book records that the 10 birds are the pig, sheep, dog, chicken, cow, snake, eagle, horse, elephant, and ape, respectively. According to the descriptions, the elephant form and the ape form are the most powerful, but regardless of which form, all require a substantial amount of beast blood, and it's not something that can be found just anywhere. The pig calls for black pig blood, sheep for spiritual sheep, dog for an old black dog on the brink of death, chicken for a colorful feather wild chicken. The later ones get even more ludicrous, with white elephant and white ape blood being so rare that even wealthy households can't readily come into contact with them. So for now, this is just an elusive desire. There's no way to actually practice it. Tao Kaiyan wore a face full of regret, akin to being on a flower boat, the pretty girls already in his arms, yet realizing his pockets were empty, without a single silver coin. After sighing over the book for a while, Tao Kaiyan quickly regained his spirits. He still had a spare option. His hands and gaze shifted to another secret book, the nameless secret manual. Compared to the fragmentary Bai Chin Play, this dirty secret book's origins and details were much clearer. Even the author's name and age were listed, and he was also from Seeking Immortal County, a fellow townsman of the body Tao Kaiyan inhabited. Because of its extraordinary perception-inducing nature, Tao Kaiyan approached the book with cautious reverence as he opened it slowly. At first, he was interested in the last page of the secret book, which contained the cultivation method Immortal Fish Technique. But as Tao Kaiyan turned the first page and began reading, his desire for the Immortal Fish Technique was immediately shelved, as he became wholly absorbed in the other contents of the secret book. The author of the secret book was named Wu Ming. He was originally a scholar who repeatedly failed to pass the imperial examinations, clearly not academically gifted, yet he was haughty and disdainful. Not until he reached 60 years old did Wu Ming turn to cultivation. This cultivation lasted 30 years, until he died on a cold couch at home, well into his 90s. To others, even to his own children, he seemed like a stubborn old man, lacking self-awareness and prone to wild fantasies. Though Tao Qian did not share this view, he also felt Wu Ming must have failed in his quest to become an immortal, otherwise he wouldn't have died at home. As for the immortal fish technique, it was probably his only strange encounter. Even Wu Ming's death was most likely caused by practicing that cultivation technique, as its side effects were clear in Tao Qian's mind. However, as he delved deeper into the reading, Tao Qian quickly realized that Wu Ming's experiences over 30 years were not so simple. The so-called secret book was actually Wu Ming's autobiography. It depicted all the experiences of Wu Ming's 30 years of seeking immortality, asking about the Tao, and adventuring everywhere. It was just that Wu Ming's mental state was unclear when he recorded it, so the content was also disorderly and chaotic. If ordinary people were to read it, they would feel an extremely strong disgust. Forcibly reading it could drive one mad. Of course, Tao Qian easily exempted himself from this minor repercussion. Page by page, Tao Qian's expression began with confusion, then turned to intense curiosity, followed by relief, and then transformed into excitement. His expressions shifted back and forth, under the dim yellow light, making it seem likely that he had some mental issues. Not knowing how much time had passed, Tao Qian finally reached the last page. There he stopped without continuing. Although he exempted himself from the repercussions, his expression still looked very fatigued, as if he had just gone through a life and death struggle. In fact, it was almost the case. It was just that what tormented Tao Qian was his spirit and will. He had never thought before that just reading a book could be so exhausting. Yet even so, Tao Qian did not stop or take any breaks in the middle, insisting on finishing the experiences of the seeking immortal hermit Wu Ming over 30 years. Thoughts. Tao Qian felt very complex in his heart. The first emotions that emerged were resistance, disgust, aversion, not the envy, longing, and aspiration that most people would feel upon hearing cultivation an immortal way. The reason was simple. The book didn't describe any kind of noble, immortal demeanor or carefree lifestyle. It was a cultivation world that was weird, horrific, brutal, and disgusting. Although Tao Qian had some premonition about the atmosphere of the cultivation world after reading memories of heroes and scholars, and experiencing the wharf incident firsthand, the appearance of a believable account still shocked him. Wu Ming left home at the age of 60 to seek immortality, initially without much gain, but instead faced numerous calamities. First, he encountered bandits who practiced evil techniques, was captured and almost became their food, barely escaped, only to encounter a heterodox black store where after eating a meal, he transformed into a black donkey, whipped and tortured for 5 full years. In his despair, he finally met a Taoist who rescued him and allowed him to follow him back to a temple for cultivation, and with diligent work, he quickly made progress. His white hair turned black, and his old body returned to a youthful state. Just when he was delighted, one night he saw his master transform into a monster under a blood moon, devouring more than a dozen fellow disciples in the temple. Wu Ming jumped into a dung pit to save his life, avoiding detection until his master, full after eating, fell into a deep sleep, and Wu Ming, covered in urine and feces, fled into the night. Thereafter, Wu Ming wandered around various provinces, relying on a few Taoist skills learned from the temple, barely considered a cultivator. Although he encountered disasters many times, Wu Ming was still not discouraged about seeking immortality, and wherever he heard of abnormalities or transcendence, he rushed there as quickly as possible. Thus, another 20-some years of seeking immortality went by, and Wu Ming could no longer remember how many times he had narrowly escaped death. Although his body remained, his mind and soul had been tormented into a daze, fragmented and battered. Perhaps sensing that his end was near, Wu Ming decided to make one last effort. He heard of the existence of a great cultivator somewhere and struggled to reach him. After spending decades of savings, he finally exchanged for a technique that could reach the heavenly Tao. That technique was called Immortal Fish Technique. Tao Qian pinched the secret book, his brows slightly furrowed, and with a complex expression, he internally summarized the seeking immortal hermit Wu Ming's 30 years of cultivation experiences. Tragic, tragic, tragic. Tao Qian suddenly spoke in a low voice, lamenting 3 words, although he had yet to look at the last page to see the specific content of the Immortal Fish Technique. But from Wu Ming's outcome, and some information sensed by his extraordinary perception, Tao Qian could already guess. What the seeking immortal hermit exchanged all his savings for was still not the true immortal Tao technique he had dreamt of. Even more likely, it was the very cause of Wu Ming's death in his cold bed at home. With that thought, Tao Kaien's hand trembled slightly as he turned to the last page of the secret book. The next moment, almost in an instant, Tao Kaien's pupils shrank violently as if he saw something extremely horrific, his face uncontrollably distorted. On the book page, it was still the handwriting of the seeking immortal hermit Wu Ming. The penmanship on the dozens and hundreds of pages before was already chaotic enough, but compared to this last page, it was already normal. What Tao Kaien saw was all bright red, extremely distorted ancient seal characters. For a moment, it seemed as if the paper was painted with monsters, roaring at Tao Kaien with their teeth bared and claws dancing, immortal fish technique, fish or bait, no matter who it is, don't practice, don't practice, don't practice, what a wonderful feeling. This is immortality. I've become an immortal. Hurry and cultivate, no one can stop me, I want to cultivate, I want to become immortal, I must become immortal. Deep into the night at the bookstore, Tao Kaien held a book in his hands, his expression fluctuating uncertainly. He struggled to describe his current feelings. As the lamplight cast onto those large, bright red characters, Tao Kaien felt as if he had seen demons after demons breaking free from the pages, lunging at him. Hair-raising, illusory, he experienced all sorts of sensations. By now, Tao Kaien had fully realized why this nameless secret manual had the capacity to drive one to madness. The reason probably lay in the last page. Should someone persevere and not go mad after reading the earlier parts, they would surely fall at this final page. Such a contrast that could stop one's heart. Not even the most resolute could stand it. Tao Kaien, though, was an exception, like a bug in a system. At the moment, he was not at ease either, feeling a pressure in his head, wanting to look away. But his eyes seemed to be sucked in by the book. Clenching his teeth, he somehow managed to finish reading this last page. Those bright red, twisted ancient seal characters, like blood tadpoles with tusks and claws, swam into Tao Kaien's eyes one by one. After a long while, Tao Kaien slowly put down the book. A large breath of turbid air was expelled from Tao Kaien's mouth. Finally, he had finished reading. Tao Kaien didn't reach for the copper mirror in the corner. Without looking, he knew his complexion must be terrible. Resting for a good 15 minutes, Tao Kaien finally shook off the side effects, his spirit and soul returning to peace. Then Tao Kaien began to ponder over his gains. The autobiography written by seeking immortal hermit Wu Ming before his death, although dangerous and insane, undeniably had unimaginable significance for Tao Kaien at his current stage. Aside from that immortal fish technique, everything else described about the cultivation world in the book was to educate Tao Kaien on the relevant knowledge. To some extent, anyone who finished this book could be considered as having taken the initial steps into a world of transcendence, oddities, and cultivation. Although it was just Wu Ming's perspective, these were his experiences over 30 years and could hardly be fabricated. Of course, much of the content in the book was too frenzied and chaotic. The core knowledge and key points required Tao Kaien's personal refinement and summary. At this moment, numerous related thoughts surfaced in Tao Kaien's mind. Wu Ming turned to the cultivation of immortality at 60, with poor talent and good fortune lacking. The people he had contact with over 30 years were all from the lower echelons of the cultivation world. These were none other than the heresy and heterodoxy, worldly society sorcerers, and the like. However, due to this, he had a broad and varied source of information, which could be said to sketch out a general cultivation world. According to the book, the laws I had previously guessed were completely correct. Anything related to cultivation and transcendence requires a price without exception. No matter which magic skill is cultivated, and from which immortal gods one learns from, for those who touch the transcendent, there will inevitably be a price to pay, big or small. It's just that different schools and paths have varying degrees of cost. Rumors have it that Taoist cultivators face the least risk and are therefore commonly referred to as orthodox. Next would be the Buddhist sect. There are many restrictions, but most are without the worry of losing their lives. Then there are martial and divine cultivation paths with medium risk and cost, yet the upper limit is not low. Following these are the many branches of heresy and heterodoxy, which have the greatest momentum, but due to their numerous sources, they are not only defeated by the Taoist and Buddhist forces, but also unable to confront the many clans and families who cultivate the martial and divine Tao. At this point, several forces mentioned in the book floated into Tao Kaien's mind. Many, yet to Wu Ming's perspective, they were all legends since he couldn't come into contact with them. The Taoist sects have the 12 major sects, residing in immortal mountain-blessed land. Buddhism, on the other hand, has 3,800 temples, widely spread across the world. Martial and divine cultivation has families and clans like the Zhang family, the Pei family, and the Xiu family, which have been around for hundreds or thousands of years. They are integrated into the worldly society, yet above it, firm as rocky mountains, hard to shake. Besides these, there is also the evil sect, a bizarre force belonging to the demon path according to legends. Of course, the most common cultivation forces are the side door and heterodox. They are as plentiful as sand and ants and truly pervade the world. The fight I saw today at the pier, with Hong Haihu of the Cow Gang, is a typical example of heresy and heterodoxy. His life-bound scripture comes from the Blood River scripture, whose cultivation techniques are cruel and reckless, with a huge cost. A slight error leads not only to loss of life, but also the dual loss of spirit and soul, with no self remaining. In recent years, ravaging the longevity Heavenly Dynasty and successively taking over many markets and counties to even a province, one of the two major rebel armies, Devil God Army, is a gathering of heretic and heterodox practitioners and has become a major concern for the court that has been indestructible. The other army, the Taping Army, is even more mysterious. Its leader has integrated transcendent methods from both Eastern and Western cultures, spreading faster than the Devil God Army. In a short time, it had swept through most of the longevity territory, rumored to have two supreme secret life-bound scriptures within, namely the Taping Tao scripture and the Great Brightness scripture, each inheriting parts of the orthodox methods from the major Eastern and Western religions, possessing great power. This paradoxical world has a far more enormous and complex landscape than my previous life, Tao Qian exclaimed after sorting out the information about the cultivation world. At the same time, Tao Qian realized there was an issue right before his eyes, his gaze returning to the last page of the secret book. The Bai Chin play fragment was unpracticable in the short term due to the rarity of bird's blood. But what about the immortal fish technique, to cultivate or not to cultivate? Tao Qian was silent, caught in hesitation. Judging from Wu Ming's initial warnings, as well as the subsequent bizarre changes, this so-called cultivation technique capable of reaching the heavens was essentially a trap. Once someone began to cultivate it, they would inevitably face terrifying consequences. But upon reflection, Tao Qian now had no second option. If the world was as peaceful and stable as his previous life, Tao Qian would have certainly put the cultivation technique away immediately, avoiding any cultivation whatsoever. Clearly, however, this world was anything but peaceful, being the chaotic end of a dynasty, not to mention the terrifying and strange things within it. The common people of this world had to face exploitation by the government, natural and man-made disasters, and the ravages of rebel armies, let alone all that. In the foreseeable future, they would also have to face some beings that they simply could not resist. Just like those people at the Seeking Immortal pier during the day, whether they be strong laborers, worldly society experts, or rich scholars, in the face of the mutated Hong Haihu and the mad young Taoists, your status means nothing. If you are not a cultivator in that kind of situation, you're like a lamb to slaughter or grass waiting to be cut, with no ability to resist, easily destroyed. Perhaps this time you might be lucky and avoid it, but what about the next time, or the time after that? Others will be like this, and if I do not cultivate, if I do not join in, I fear there won't be much difference for me either. There's a saying, a bird in the hand is worth two in the bush. Perhaps later on, I'll have the chance to obtain a Taoist cultivation technique with the smallest price to pay, but even the smallest price is still a price. But right now, there's a significant chance I can get it for free. To cultivate 10 times, I can avoid risk 9 times, the remaining one being uncontrollable that one refers to the 10th time, with the first 9 times being essentially risk-free. If it really is too terrifying and bizarre and I can't accept it, then it's not too late to give up after this time. In that case, there seems little to hesitate over. Tao Qian knew he had made a decision after these thoughts flashed through his mind. He immediately cast aside all distractions and took a deep breath. He picked up the secret book once more and turned to the last page again. Contrary to the mnemonics of the unknown fragmented formula and the pattern of the Bai Chin play, the cultivation method for the immortal fish technique involved a particularly peculiar form of meditation. Aside from Wu Ming's mad scribblings on the last page, there was also a figure composed of ancient seal characters, symbols, and diagrams forming the outline of a fish. Following the annotations below, Tao Qian stared intently at the outline. His spirit and soul began to enter a blank state. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. The book recorded that it took Wu Ming a full 10 days to get a glimpse into the immortal fish technique. But perhaps due to talent or some other reason, by the 10th breath, Tao Qian suddenly heard the crisp sound of a water droplet hitting the surface of water. In an instant, the world seemed to collapse. No longer was he in a shabby room, no dim yellow light. Instead, he found himself in an immensely vast, boundless world of darkness, and somehow, without knowing when, he had turned into a multicolored fish, roughly the size of a thumb, radiating a dazzling brilliance. What was even more unbelievable was that Tao Qian seamlessly adapted to this fish body, and compared to the real world, he felt even more comfortable and at ease in this place. A thought crossed his mind, his tail flicked, and he suddenly leapt up, entering a fantastically magical and beautiful area. This place seemed filled with a liquid similar to water, and as they enveloped him, unable to endure it, Tao Qian moaned involuntarily. At this moment, he suddenly understood the Seeking Immortal hermit a bit better. It was too comfortable. The pleasure within far surpassed any exchange of bodily fluids. Even more surprising was that in this space he was not the only fish. As far as the eye could see, fish of all shapes and sizes were swimming freely. Countless kinds of dazzling yet soft lights intertwined and flashed, making Tao Kaiyan feel as if he were in the fairyland of legend. Is each fish here a cultivator? Do the differences in size and brightness represent the cultivator's disparity in cultivation? Then isn't this place like a fairyland fish pond? Tao Kaiyan couldn't help but comment to himself. At the same time, he wondered whether there could be communication here. For a newcomer to seek protection from a big shot was a good and universal rule. Tao Kaiyan blinked his sparkling fish eyes a few times, searching for a target. He didn't plan to approach those true big shots who were as big as whales or sharks. What if they swallowed him whole? Quickly, Tao Kaiyan set his sights on a fish that was slightly bigger than himself. It was a hand-sized redfish with long whiskers and a graceful body. Tao Kaiyan intended to seize the opportunity to get close to it, rub against it, and see if he could rub off information awareness. But just at that moment, an anomaly occurred in this fairyland. With a crisp sound, something shining like a luminous pearl suddenly fell from above into the unknown. As soon as it entered the fairyland, it began to sink slowly. As it descended, exotic fragrance that made Tao Kaiyan's mouth in his fish form secrete saliva crazily, while also producing a strong desire to swallow, surged wildly from that pearl. In an instant, the fairyland boiled over. Fish of all sizes, as if gone mad, rushed toward that pearl. Luminous pearl exotic fragrance, the restless fish. Most people would think these keywords combined suggest the emergence of a treasure. Moreover, the pervading fragrance was truly irresistible to the extreme. It was a scent that completely overwhelmed instincts and stirred desire to its core, meaning that once one smelled it, self-control became impossible. The reaction of the fish confirmed this. Tao Kaiyan was also unable to restrain his own desire, thrashing about madly, swaying his fishtail, wanting to rush over and swallow that bead. But at the same moment, a stream of information exploded within his soul. In an instant, it manifested into a format Tao Kaiyan could understand. Exempted. Simple and crude, these three large characters felt like a big bucket of ice water had been poured over him, jolting Tao Kaiyan to his senses and making him realize what was happening. The last page of the nameless secret manual, those crazy, bright red ancient seal characters emerged from the depths of his memory. Fish, or bait. A chilling sensation suddenly climbed up Tao Kaiyan's soul. Had he not felt a sense of absolute autonomy at that moment, he would have likely desperately tried to escape this light fish form in madness. What immortal fish roaming the heavenly Tao? Isn't this turning into a fish and actively leaping into a fish pond dug specifically by some terrifying being? All cultivators who have practiced the immortal fish technique, are they just fish in someone else's pond? That bead, is it bait? As these questions arose, Tao Kaiyan suddenly felt his worldview being refreshed. Even in such a critical moment, he couldn't help but indulge in a sarcastic thought. Damn, others cultivate to truly achieve immortal cultivation, but the creator of the immortal fish technique has a serious lack of virtue, sitting here fishing. You're fishing, fine, but using just a single piece of bait is shameless. Don't you prepare the fishing spot before casting the line? Angry as he was, Tao Kaiyan, who had already freeloading once, did not plan to exit immediately after a swift moment of contemplation. I'm here anyway. A distinctive thought from his previous life surged at the bottom of Tao Kaiyan's heart. Then his fish tail violently thrashed, perfectly imitating a fish gone mad because of the exotic fragrance, blending into the restless school. The moment he blended in, it was perhaps a coincidence. He just so happened to brush against his initial target, which was the unusually beautiful red fish. Following the logic of novels and TV dramas, Tao Kaiyan thought that the true identity of that red fish would be a beautiful yet arrogant female cultivator. Tao Kaiyan thought, since it's just a brush to trigger his extraordinary perception and peek into the secrets of the cultivation world in this place, then why not touch anyone? As the big and small fish collided, Tao Kaiyan, who had just entered the pond and was merely the size of a thumb as a light fish, was unsurprisingly knocked away. However, Tao Kaiyan was thrilled when in the moment he touched red fish, a familiar stream of information exploded and quickly sorted itself into that strange format. Without hesitation, Tao Kaiyan focused his gaze. Record name, Lin Zai Ohua. Record type, cultivator. Record male human cultivator, 39 Sui, an abandoned disciple of the Heavenly Talisman sect from a great Taoist sect. This individual's human Tao technique is profound. Although he often appears arrogant towards others, he is actually kind-hearted and has a penchant for rectifying injustice. His cultivation has reached the Qi refining realm. He is skilled in talisman crafting and ghost hunting, especially fond of charming techniques or owning divine skills of beautiful female ghosts. Note 1. His expulsion from the Heavenly Talisman sect was due to his encounter with a female ghost of Ghost King level in the back hills of the sect. He willingly allowed the demon path female ghost to ravage his body for days without alerting the sect, leading to both his chi and blood depleting, and the female ghost, who practiced heterodox magic, to break the seal and escape. Note 2, days after being exiled from the mountain gate, he received compensation from that female ghost. Not only was his cultivation fully restored, but he also obtained a top-grade ancient book, the Primordial Spirit Secret Soul Scripture. If he were to switch to cultivating this lifebound scripture, in the future he might achieve the status of ghost immortal. Yet he hesitated only for a moment before refusing and continued to act with kindness and accumulate virtue under the identity of an abandoned disciple from the Heavenly Talisman sect. Note 3, since he has reached the chi refining realm, he has a certain resistance to the exotic fragrance of the bow dragon pearl. Once again, Tao Qian was momentarily stunned. The reason was simple: the amount of information in his mind was overwhelming. This one clad in red scales is a male cultivator named Lin Ziohua, already a chi refining realm cultivator, skilled in talisman crafting, fond of ghost hunting. That bead is called the bow dragon pearl. Several thoughts flashed through Tao Qian's mind as he extracted the keywords. He didn't want to mention the first two thoughts again. As for the so-called chi refining realm, it again touched on common knowledge within the cultivation world. The realms of cultivation. Tao Qian, who learned from Wu Ming's nameless secret manual, also knew of the existence of such a hierarchical system in the cultivation world. Allegedly, there are 9 realms, starting with the energy-introducing realm. Only those who enter this realm can be considered truly transcendent and real cultivators. After energy introduction comes the chi refinement realm. And beyond that, as Wu Ming's own level was too low, neither he nor Tao Qian knew any further details. However, Tao Qian also knew that this so-called hierarchy of the 9 cultivation realms was seemingly only common within the Taoist sect and side-door heterodox factions. As for whether other factions like the Buddhist sect, martial arts, divine Tao, demon path, and many other traditions that came from the West acknowledged it, remained unknown. But these were sufficient for Tao Qian, who truly was a novice in the cultivation world. For him, the senior Lin Ziohua, who was already at the chi refining realm and fond of ghost hunting, was definitely a big shot. Subconsciously, Tao Qian moved closer, contemplating how he should strike up a conversation and get familiar with him. Suddenly, his vision blurred. A strikingly red fishtail slapped right across Tao Qian's face. With a smack, the little fish he had transformed into was swept out of the school, pitifully dropping towards the bottom of the pond. Meanwhile, senior Lin Ziohua, who had successfully slapped him, lifted her fish head arrogantly and coquettishly blended back into the school. They were packed densely, drawing near the bow dragon pearl, which emitted a frighteningly exotic fragrance. Damn it, below, Tao Qian, who had been knocked senseless, cursed halfway before suddenly remembering something. According to that weird description, this person appears haughty on the surface but is actually kind-hearted. Slapping me, could it be to prevent me from blindly joining in and needlessly losing my life? Tao Qian had an epiphany in a moment, but wasn't quite sure. What if the senior just felt an itch on their tail and wanted to slap your face? Of course, even if it was true, Tao Qian had to decline this well-meaning gesture. If he were truly just a foolish newcomer who had been conned into cultivating the immortal fish technique, then not getting involved would be a very good thing. But Tao Qian wasn't. He had come to freeload and had already managed to get in without paying. Having come all this way, yet not being able to touch the treasure, would be an intolerable regret. With this thought in mind, Tao Qian took a deep breath and his fishtail began to wag frantically again, perfectly imitating a crazed fish drawn by the exotic scent. In a whoosh, Tao Qian darted into the school of fish. Leveraging his small size, he moved through the cracks with ease. While drawing closer to the bow dragon pearl, Tao Qian also took the opportunity to observe. Soon, he had his results. All the light fish transformed by the cultivators were driven mad by the pearl. But none had appeared yet who truly disregarded everything and outright swallowed the bow dragon pearl. Most of the fish, regardless of size, tried their best to approach the pearl as it continued to sink, sometimes quivering, sometimes shifting side to side. Then, with their fish mouths open, they would frantically swallow and absorb a certain essence seeping from within the pearl. A bolder and considerably larger group of cultivators. They would cautiously and tentatively suck off the fragments that fell from the bow dragon pearl. The most crazed and least patient were a few fish the shape of sharks. Their real identities unknown, from which realm they hailed, neither essence nor fragments were enough. They began to nibble at the bow dragon pearl in small bites. It was during the nibbling that a hair-raising image began to emerge hazily before Tao Qian. The bow dragon pearl trembled and swayed as it was nibbled. Beneath the light's reflection, an invisible thread slowly revealed itself above the pearl. Hiss, Tao Qian's prior guesses proved accurate in an instant. He could almost see a big fish that thought it was being careful take a small bite, only for it to be pierced through the mouth by an invisible hook, and with a whoosh, dragged along the thread to an unknown and terrifying place. The image was as harrowing as the most heart-stopping scenes from a horror film. While weaving his way through, Tao Qian planned to repeat his old tricks. Just like peering into senior Rigui Taoist Lin Zai Ohua, he intended to thoroughly uncover the secrets of the immortal fish within this immortal realm. But before long, Tao Qian realized he had failed. Despite rubbing up against them, he still couldn't find out the identities of the big fish, nor their level of cultivation. Each touch did trigger a burst of information in his mind, but most of it was like this: record name, record type. Tao Qian actually understood this situation. Level 2 high, unable to discern. This is equivalent to clearly showing that I am currently nothing more than a newbie. While Tao Qian was feeling disheartened, he finally mustered up the strength to push to the very front of the school of fish. He was now extremely close to the ultimate treasure of this immortal realm, the bow dragon pearl. Although the next second, he was accidentally sent flying by the tail of a senior who resembled a large black fish. But before that, Tao Qian had the incredible luck of coming into contact with a wisp of green-colored, strange, invisible essence seeping from the bow dragon pearl. The instant he touched it, his mind. Information burst forth once again. Record name, bow dragon driving origin chi bow. Record type, alien. Record, a wisp of origin chi leaking from the bow dragon pearl. This chi is pure without any impurities. A truly top-grade origin chi, consumable by any life form. Immediate efficacy upon entry into the body. Consumer will randomly receive strong, flying, life extension, sound attack, among other divine skills. If consumed with the same origin chi, the power stacks. Note 1. Consuming this origin chi will cost. The body's soul will gain certain bow dragon characteristics and will be influenced by the bow dragon's instincts, acquiring its cravings and fears, the intensity increasing with the amount of chi consumed. Note 2. Cost can be exempted. When this information appeared, Tao Qian's eyes suddenly widened, and a strong possessive desire surged up. P.S. Writing fantasy is very satisfying, but as Fat Fish hasn't been written in a long time, being slow is normal, right? Just need to adapt a bit. Tao Qian almost subconsciously wanted to open his fish mouth and swallow the bow dragon driving origin chi. Mind had already made it clear that this was equivalent to the foundation for Tao Qian's entry into the Tao. Taoist families, along with countless heresy and heterodoxy, recognized the levels of cultivation, and the first realm was called energy introduction. So-called energy introduction refers precisely to drawing source chi into the body. But different sects attract different source chi into the body, depending on the lifebound scripture they cultivated. Tao Qian was currently an unknown small fry with no mentor, naturally having nothing to do with those famous great books and scriptures. To obtain a type of top-grade source chi was already considered great luck. Although it might not be possible to step into the energy-introducing realm with this bow dragon driving origin chi, the fact that just swallowing it yielded benefits meant Tao Qian, a freeloader, couldn't possibly refuse, right? But just as Tao Qian was about to open his mouth, suddenly a sharp pain came from the face of the fish. In front of him, a flashing of red light. Snap. In the crisp sound, Tao Qian was slapped away once again. Tao Qian was truly angry this time, with golden light flashing in his eyes as he glared at the culprit. A fish with a delicate body, covered in red scales, much larger than Tao Qian. Lin Zai Ohua. Tao Qian had just recognized it was the Rigui Taoist who had transformed into a red fish when the latter immediately bulleted its way closer, relentlessly ramming into the small fish Tao Qian had transformed into, without distinguishment. Although both were light fish, one's true form was immortal, and the other's was a cultivator. For the latter to beat up Tao Qian, it was simply effortless. In the midst of the storm, Tao Qian was dumbfounded, but soon he realized something. Am I being bullied? No, could it be that this fellow, through this form of abuse, wants me to give up on swallowing that bow dragon driving origin chi, or even give up on continuing to cultivate the immortal fish technique? After all, he is a cultivator from a great sect. He must also know the traps behind the immortal fish technique. Perhaps seeing that I am a newbie, he thinks I can still be saved, thus employing this method to persuade me. A few thoughts flashed through mind, and Tao Qian felt like he had grasped the blind spots. Then Tao Qian got somewhat frantic. At this moment, he really wanted to grab Lin Zai Ohua and hand him a good person card. He wanted to say to this Rigui expert, Taoist, your intentions are good, but I'm different from you guys, I'm here to freeload. Tao Qian was on the verge of tears ordinarily. Encountering a kindly senior would be very heartening. But at this moment, Tao Qian felt that he had suffered a great loss. Just when Tao Qian was helpless, the senior red fish seemingly felt it was enough and abruptly stopped the bullying, then spat out a mouthful of water toward Tao Qian. What was displayed was a bubble about the size of Tao Qian's fish head. The moment the two contacted, Tao Qian suddenly heard a strange, clear voice full of pride. Who is this reckless youngster? Get out of here. Also, from now on, refrain from cultivating the immortal fish technique, or I will beat you each time you come." After finishing speaking, the bubble popped. The red fish flicked its tail, ready to turn and leave. Its posture was proud and carefree, instantly drawing the attention of numerous male fish. But at this point, Tao Kayan couldn't hold back anymore. Adding that he now knew the means of communication in the immortal realm, he stopped being polite. Tao Kayan flicked his fishtail and swiftly darted in front of the red fish, before the latter could even react. Tao Kayan opened his mouth and went tui, 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 7 or 8 times in a row, 7 or 8 bubbles hitting Lin Xiaohua's head. The bubbles didn't contain Tao Kayan's retaliatory curses. On the contrary, all of them were good person cards plus flattery delivered by Tao Kayan. Tao Kayan was no mindedly rigid scholar, unbending and unwilling to adapt being a newcomer, and having encountered a kind-hearted senior, he naturally wouldn't let go of the opportunity. A series of kind words made the red fish Lin Xiaohua transformed into freeze in place. This person was indeed kind-hearted, often assuming a tsundere posture, but couldn't bear to witness some unspeakable things happening before his eyes. Using bullying tactics to dissuade Tao Kayan, he knew he had done a good deed, but was also ready to accept the others' insults. This kind of operation wasn't his first time, and he was very familiar with the process. Who would have expected to encounter someone who didn't play by the rules? Tao Kayan's flattery combined with the understanding card, good person card, instantly broke Lin Xiaohua's defenses. All these years I've practiced benevolence and accumulated virtue. Finally, I've met a junior who appreciates the heart of a good person. Indeed, the saying of my master is too true, perseverance brings reward. Xiaohua Taoist appeared calm on the surface, but deep down his heart burst into bloom. He immediately felt that this newcomer was very perceptive and had prospects. So afterward, when Tao Kayan became a question-filled baby, throwing queries one after another, Lin Xiaohua was more than happy to answer them for Tao Kayan. Tao Kayan had gained some general knowledge about the cultivation world from the nameless secret manual written by seeking immortal hermit Wu Ming, now acquiring some from Rigui Taoist Lin Xiaohua, another perspective. Despite differences, combining both gave Tao Kayan a general, yet fairly complete understanding of the cultivation world. The two fish talked happily, seemingly completely forgetting their environment. Other fish, big and small, were all swallowing source chi, and some with daring even directly nibbled on the bow dragon pearl, while Tao Kayan and the others stood out as alien species in this immortal realm. Fortunately, as the conversation progressed, Lin Xiaohua finally remembered the urgent matter. Turning his fish head, he tied once again, and a large bubble collided with Tao Kayan. Inside, Lin Xiaohua's clear voice came through. "Brother Tao, as you enter the cultivation world, you must remember one iron rule. In all matters of cultivation, there must be a price. I don't know where you got this immortal fish technique from, but as soon as you leave this place, you must force yourself to forget this method and not cultivate it again unless you are in utter despair. Don't look at this place as if it's the immortal realm, making one feel comfortable all over, and sometimes dragon balls and many other treasures descend, but all of this is a trap. If you cultivate this technique and consume the source chi treasure, you will become addicted with each visit. The cravings deepen until one day you can no longer break free. If you remain weak, at worst, you'll lose your life and assimilate into this land. If you gain opportunities and grow stronger, then one day you will be ensnared by that. The subsequent words are too high-ranking. Even if they enter your ears, you seem unable to hear them. I, for certain reasons, can ignore the cravings several times, but I too have reached my limit the next time I enter this place. I fear it will be when I have made my breakthrough. You have touched the transcendent, and I know I cannot stop you from continuing your cultivation. After all, with the world outside in turmoil, having some power to protect oneself is very good. I cannot share the teachings I have inherited, but over the years I have accumulated some, and if you heed my words and discard the immortal fish technique, I will pass to you a spell of decent power with a very small price. Although you can only cultivate to the energy-introducing realm for life, with diligent practice, you can strengthen your body and extend your lifespan by at least several decades. Moreover, your abilities in that aspect will also receive a huge boost. As these words were spoken, Tao Kayan almost wanted to give the Taoist a whole stack of good person cards right then and there. Before, when he read the nameless secret manual, he lamented seeking immortal hermit Wu Ming's tragic fate and also sighed at the darkness and cruelty of the cultivation world. Who would have thought that personal experiences could differ so greatly? Tao Kayan had incredible luck and had stumbled upon a kind-hearted senior. He not only imparted common knowledge, but also intended to gift him a magic skill. If Tao Kayan were truly just an ordinary newcomer to the cultivation world, he would have agreed right away. Unfortunately, he was not. The bait Tao Kayan wanted had not yet been swallowed, and he had no intention of giving up practicing the immortal fish technique, so he could not agree to Lin Xiaohua nor could he deceive him with empty promises. Just as Tao Kayan was in a bind, suddenly, there was a mishap within the immortal realm. The source was shockingly the bow dragon pearl. This bead, for some reason at this moment, abruptly erupted in an extremely brilliant, dazzling green glow. In an instant, the entire immortal realm was rendered into a world of green light. Crack, crack, in the silent atmosphere, this sound of fracturing was unbearably harsh. All the fish turned to look. Cracks began to appear on the surface of the bow dragon pearl and continued to expand, with a stronger scent than ever before madly spreading out. Witnessing this turn of events, Tao Kayan watched as every fish except himself seemed to enter a bizarre state. Before this, although most cultivators couldn't help trying to consume the source chi and touch the bow dragon pearl, they all resisted the idea of swallowing it whole. In other words, the fish, big and small, were somewhat aware of the conditions in the immortal realm. They were greedy, and they needed this place, needed treasures like the bow dragon pearl, but they all maintained restraint. Now, however, the eyes of every single fish were instantly bloodshot, a potent desire whirling within, shocking Tao Kayan to his core. This included Lin Xiaohua's transformation into the red fish. Amid the crackling sound, Lin Xiaohua seemed to do something, as his red fish body suddenly became transparent, as if it might dissipate at any moment. Before leaving, he spit at Tao Kayan one last time. "Brother Tao, there's no time left. If you trust me, stop your cultivation now and leave this place immediately. If you don't leave now, it will be too late. Afterwards, if you still insist on pursuing cultivation, you may travel to southern Yue, and if we are destined, we will meet again, and then I will pass on the magic skill to you." Pop, as his voice fell, the bubble shattered. Together with the disappearance was the red fish that the Taoist had transformed into. And at the same moment, numerous alert and clever cultivators also interrupted their cultivation and left this place. Tao Kayan quickly learned why the bow dragon pearl had completely shattered. Boom, a vast explosion of ghastly green light filled the immortal realm. Almost all the fish that had not managed to escape went completely mad. Mind, this thing had already disappeared from their eyes. The next moment, Tao Kayan heard all sorts of bizarre howls, sounds that neither fish nor humans could make, echoing everywhere. And what he saw with his eyes was like a scene from a true purgatory. All the fish that hadn't left began to mutate. Their glittering bodies began to swell and burst, bright tumors bulged out, some turned inside out revealing tusks, some their flesh-rotted, wriggling parasites like iron thread worms surged out, some even grotesquely sprouted dual heads, and some fish exploded and transformed their entire bodies turned into cloths covered with flesh buds, fluttering and swimming around. The immortal realm and purgatory were separated by mere seconds. At this moment, these mutated cultivators revealed an extremely ferocious and terrifying side. They began to fight over the bow dragon pearl fragments of various sizes. A brutal and nauseating slaughter unfolded in various places within this realm, and the big fish that swallowed the fragments were not the victors either. A bizarre thin line that shone brightly became apparent. Every fragment was connected to a line. When the big fish took the bait, that thin line would suddenly pull tight. Accompanied by a streak of green light, the true body, perhaps that of some great cultivator's fish, disappeared without a trace. Witnessing all this, Tao Kayan finally understood Lin Xiaohua's warning and the reason for the swift escape of the many clever cultivators. They fled to save their lives. Originally, Tao Kayan also intended to leave, but at that moment, quite by chance, a small piece of Dragon Ball fragment drifted in his direction. Around him, temporarily, there were no ferocious mutated big fish. Tao Kayan hesitated for just half a second before he reached out and touched it. Immediately, a stream of information in a strange format emerged in his mind. He didn't have time to look at the earlier records. He only saw the last one, those 3 large characters that shone like golden light, exempted. Right then, Tao Kayan also saw several ferocious fish like giant sharks approaching. Their true identities only brought question marks to Tao Kayan's senses. Never mind, since I am already here. If I can freeride, why would I let it go? This thought flashed by quickly, and Tao Kayan gritted his teeth and directly opened his mouth to swallow the small fragment. As the bait entered his mouth, Tao Kayan immediately interrupted his cultivation. "Disconnect," he practically roared as he issued the command. Tao Kayan swallowed the bait, thus interrupting his cultivation. The intense sensation of information reassured him that he could indeed acquire the bow dragon pearl fragment without any price to pay. However, given the strong warnings from Rigui Taoist, and having witnessed the transformation of the immortal realm into purgatory, along with the mutation of great cultivators into monstrous beings, it was inevitable that some doubts lingered in his mind. Not until the next moment did he witness an incredibly magical and inconceivable scene. It was as if he possessed the perspective of inner vision, watching the bow dragon pearl fragment enter the belly of the light fish he had transformed into, and seeing a thin line emerge, with a hook-like shape trying to pierce into his body. He saw the line was about to extract along with Tao Kayan's soul. But inexplicably, a power beyond imagination surged from Tao Kaien's soul, effortlessly enveloping Tao Kaien and the fragment, whisking them away from the immortal realm which had become purgatory. And the line connected to the strange fishhook managed only to whisk a big fish, covered in flesh whiskers and tentacles, off to an unknown place. Accompanied by a peculiar sense of weightlessness, Tao Kaien suddenly snapped back to reality. Looking around, he was in the familiar cubicle of the bookshop. "I'm back," he had just uttered these words when Tao Kaien immediately felt as if there was a furnace inside his belly. An indescribable burning sensation spread through him. Before he could do anything, a grand and vast drumming sound, capable of deterring all creatures, echoed in Tao Kaien's mind. Accompanying the drum beats, Tao Kaien saw a phantom image of a beast. The outline of the creature resembled a dragon mixed with a horse, with golden pupils, canine teeth, a black tail, and a white body, surrounded by wind, rain, thunder, and lightning, with rainbow lights weaving through it all. Bow Dragon. Blessed with insight, Tao Kaien chanted the creature's name. At the same time, Tao Kaien could clearly see his body undergoing hair-raising, terrifying yet exhilarating changes. His skin began to develop scales, whiskers extended from his chin, hair grew on his neck, his eyes slowly took on the gold vertical pupils, and fang-like canine teeth protruded from his mouth, with faint clouds of mist emerging accompanied by slight thunderclaps. The cubicle started to dampen, and lightning resembling fine snakes began to flashing. Tao Kaien watched all this happen with an extremely complex expression on his face. He knew he was mutating, but this was merely superficial. What Tao Kaien truly sensed was power. It was a transcendent and incredible might for Tao Kaien, being merely immortal. In a trance, Tao Kaien felt as if he had transformed into a bow dragon, carrying the wind, rain, thunder, and lightning, traversing the heavens and the earth as a rainbow, looking down on all creatures. The information that he had not had time to examine in the immortal realm now reappeared before him. Record: Bow Dragon Pearl Fragment. Record type: Alien. Record description: the bow dragon, an exotic beast born from the coupling of a dragon and a bow, possesses the power of both bloodlines. It resides in the Yunmeng Great Swamp. At the new moon, it lies facing west, lifting its head to bellow until the rooster crows, startling tigers and leopards, clearing several hundred miles around. This fragment represents 1% of its dragon pearl. Any life that consumes it will obtain the bow dragon bloodline, and should mortals ingest it, they can instantly enter the energy-introducing realm and obtain the bloodline techniques and racial divine skills. Note 1: if one consumes this fragment without the strength to completely refine the internal source chi, within a few breaths, they will be transformed into a half-bow dragon, half-human form, and their heart, mind, soul, and body will be contaminatingly mutated by the bow dragon blood, thereafter becoming akin to demon and monster beasts, with no possibility of reversal. Note 2: this fragment harbors a certain demon seed. Once swallowed, one's life and soul will become subject to the master of this demon seed, and they cannot defy its will. Hiss. This information both startled and frightened Tao Kaien, until promptly the familiar third note appeared. Note 3: the price has been exempted. This information was like a signal. Tao Kaien's body, which was digesting the power and undergoing mutation, suddenly encountered an irresistible force. The source chi within the bow dragon pearl fragment continued to suffuse Tao Kaien's body, but the exotic beast characteristics gradually receded. An unprecedented pleasure began to fill Tao Kaien's heart. Power, a force far beyond that of mortals, unimaginable to mortals, was now completely and costlessly controlled by Tao Kaien. After an indeterminate amount of time, the cubicle in the bookshop returned to its silent state. The mist, lightning, raindrops, rainbow lights, all had disappeared. Only a tall, pale scholar with smile lines and a distinguished demeanor stood there. With eyes gently closed, he felt the power he now possessed. Who could have imagined that within this seemingly frail body was hidden the mighty bloodline strength of an ancient mythical beast? And that wasn't all. Beyond feeling the terrifying power within his blood and flesh, Tao Kaien could also sense an unending flow of source chi coursing and cleansing through his body. For a more direct perception, Tao Kaien called upon his senses about himself. It was the same format that had appeared when he was reborn, but this time, the content had grown by more than just one item. Record name: Tao Kaien. Record type: abnormality. Record: gained the undying, trait due to being beheaded and chanting an unknown fragmented formula. Acquired the power of bow dragon by consuming a bow dragon pearl fragment. Outwardly appears human, but possesses the might akin to a young bow dragon, capable of rending low-grade demons and exotic beasts, displays an abnormal affinity for natural disasters like storms and lightning, has obtained one of the divine skills of the bow dragon, sound attack, which can be released at the cost of depleting source chi, audible for miles, and makes a group of demons flee with ease. Second record: has entered the energy introducing realm and is presently at the body refining stage of energy introduction, with source chi continuously transforming his body, will step into the blood fusion stage in some time, at which point his body's divine skills will become even more powerful. Information was direct, and its manifestation was just as straightforward. Tao Kaiyan's face couldn't help but reveal a radiant smile. Although his first adventurous cultivation had its twists and turns, he had been fortunate in that his gains were enormous. It is said that the timid starve and the bold stuff themselves to death. In that bizarre immortal realm, Tao Kaiyan initially only wanted to consume a wisp of bow dragon driving origin chi and be satisfied with just a taste, as he was a new cultivator embarking on his first cultivation, content with just a nibble. Unexpectedly, due to Zio Hua Taoist's intervention, chance led to him being fed a bow dragon pearl fragment. Once he stepped into the energy-introducing realm, compared to other cultivators who worked tirelessly yet still trembled with fear, Tao Kaiyan could be said to have ascended to heaven in a single step. His body had completely transformed and could now be considered transcendental. Even so, Tao Kaiyan didn't become arrogant. He kept reminding himself, still a newbie, must still be cautious and prudent, should continue to lay low and slowly develop in this bookstore. What made Tao Kaiyan somewhat helpless was that he now lived in a bustling area. Even though he had stepped into the cultivation world and gained power, he had nowhere to utilize it for the time being. He didn't even have the chance to experience releasing the divine power ability he now possessed and see what it would be like. Setting aside the power of Bow Dragon, what I'm most curious about is that sound attack exotic skill that's like the beating of a drum. I wonder what it would be like if I released it, something similar to the Buddhist sect's lion roar. There's no time tonight, but tomorrow evening I'll find some time to test it out in a desolate wilderness or forest, Tao Kaiyan planned in his heart. In his mind's eye, he recalled the scene when he left the immortal realm, prompting him to speculate on some hidden, terrifying secrets. Who knows what being created the immortal fish technique and how broadly it's been spread, how many people have cultivated it. Those who can't freeload like I did probably aren't having a good time. According to what Zio Hua Taoist said, cultivating the immortal fish technique brings benefits, but it also leads to addiction. As the addiction deepens, death becomes inevitable, so unless one is really driven to desperation, one would not choose to cultivate it, somewhat akin to quenching thirst with poison. It's even worse for the powerful cultivators. If they've cultivated it, they face an even more tragic fate. They will be lured and manipulated by that unknown, terrifying existence at will, just like tonight. Despite being a genuine cultivator now, Tao Kaiyan couldn't help shivering when he recalled the purgatory-like scene. Thinking of Zio Hua Taoist, Tao Kaiyan also remembered the words he said before leaving. Because of the upheaval with the bow dragon pearl, he didn't have time to teach me that magic skill that is said to extend life by decades and enhance that ability without much drawback, which is a bit unfortunate. He also asked me to visit Southern UA, but didn't disclose his whereabouts, only saying that we'd meet again if it's fated, which sounds much like a polite brush-off, not unlike those plastic friends I had in my previous life who often said, "I'll treat you next time." But that's normal too after all. It was the first time we intersected paths, and while we hit it off well, basic caution is necessary. Kindness in a Taoist doesn't mean they're naively kind-hearted or foolishly sweet. Moreover, he indeed isn't an ordinary person but a Taoist who indulges in and enjoys the company of ghost path practitioners. While making these comments, Tao Kaiyan neatly put away the 2 secret books. With a few steps, he was on his own humble and cold bed, sat cross-legged, and began to digest the variety of common cultivation world knowledge imparted by Zio Hua Taoist, comparing it with the mad ramblings in the nameless secret manual. Tao Kaiyan was well aware of his newcomer status, keeping a low profile while also doing his homework. Otherwise, once he delved deeper into the cultivation world, it would be easy to capsize in the gutter due to ignorance. Most of the things recorded by seeking immortal hermit Wu Ming in the secret manual are correct, but some knowledge is incorrect and some lack detail. Like the 9 cultivation realms, the first realm is energy introduction, which involves cultivators drawing various source chi into their bodies to transform themselves. Most cultivators fall at this hurdle, easily losing control with no guarantee of success. Even the disciples of great sects only have a higher rate of success, but still, many cultivators inexplicably die. Even if one enters the energy-introducing realm, there are still 3 stages to pass through: body refining, blood fusion, and fetus stabilization before one can break through. However, any cultivator who successfully enters the energy-introducing realm will possess strength far beyond that of mortals. It's just that due to different source chi, the combat power of cultivators at the same realm also shows a world of difference. If one introduces low-grade chi filled with impurities, upon success, one might at best gain some mediocre abilities like tough skin, horns growing on the head, night vision, a third hand, or a body odor that stinks to high heaven. If one introduces top-grade, pure source chi, like I have now, one might be powerful enough to dominate dozens or hundreds of inferior energy-introducing cultivators. Of course, great power usually comes with a terrifying cost. If I couldn't freeload, I wouldn't dare consume that bait fragment. That would be a sure path to death. When the distant whistles of the massive steamships at the pier echoed through the air, the porters began their workday, vegetable vendors from the suburbs hurried into the city, and various breakfast stalls steamed up as they opened for business. Door panels of shops on Vegetable Market Street swung open one by one, seeking Immortal County awakened from the deep night, and its residents started a new day. The young owner of Chengyu bookstore got up early today, or maybe he hadn't slept at all through the night. Still brimming with energy, he first cleaned the store with a rag, then neatly arranged several sets of magazine girl picture reports and novels that he had gathered from Cedar the previous day in the most conspicuous position. A few sets of vulgar banned books like Yulu Spring and Nine-Tailed Turtle were tucked away in a hidden corner under the counter. Those goodies, they needed a genuine customer to handle the transaction. Rules were similar, be it in his past life or here. Keep it low-key, just like Tao Kayan. After finishing his arrangements, Tao Scholar clapped his hands with a satisfied smile. All set, today will surely bring in a good amount of silver coins. Proud of himself, Tao Kayan caught a whiff of the fragrant aroma from the street corner, chuckled, and turned to go outside. Soon enough, he returned holding a big bowl of wontons topped with a dollop of spicy sauce, which he stirred in with a soup spoon and devoured hungrily. After returning the bowl to the eatery, Tao Scholar went back behind the counter. He took out a thick tome entitled Longevity History, placed it on the counter, casually flipped it open, and began to read. Clearly, Tao Kayan truly possessed the qualities of a newbie. Not only was he a newcomer to the cultivation world, but to this world as well, he was without a doubt a rookie. To avoid future embarrassment and mistakes, despite having the memories of the original body, Tao Kayan still planned to read up on the history of this world during his spare time. As a bona fide underachiever in studies, I actually prefer treasure hunting and picking up bargains over reading. My weird extraordinary perception could totally be used as an extraordinary radar, and although its range is limited, the success rate is nearly 100%. The most suitable place for me to leverage my skills is naturally within the trading markets of the cultivation world. Knowledge imparted by Wu Ming and Lin Ziohua indicates no shortage of such places, but getting an entry ticket isn't that simple. However, for the time being, I can still try my luck at places like book markets and temple fairs. Why not give it a shot today when I have some free time? As these thoughts settled, Tao Scholar officially began reading the history of this new world. With the two sets of memories in his mind, he soon gained some understanding of the world's history. Of course, what he cared about most were the historical records related to the supernatural and cultivation. To Tao Kayan's surprise, descriptions on this subject were quite plentiful. The history detailed that the land's past could be roughly divided into several eras. In ancient times, humankind emerged and struggled to survive amidst numerous demons and ghosts, immortal gods, exotic beasts, and supernatural phenomena. In ancient times, humanity gradually rose. Some humans gained power from those indescribable entities and no longer revered them. Instead, they began to turn the tables, eroding the supernatural phenomena. During this, humans themselves started to divide and fierce super wars erupted, sweeping across the land with great momentum, writing epic tales of heroes. Until the ancient era, humans continued to multiply and engaged in constant civil wars. Oddly enough, humanity did not decline but grew even stronger, gradually defeating many supernatural entities that dominated the Shenzhou Holy Land, achieving a comprehensive victory and fully entering the human era. And then came the ancient period. This stage isn't much to talk about, and yet there's so much to say. The ancient period is essentially the entire history of the Longevity Heavenly Dynasty. This dynasty was established at the end of the ancient period by an emperor with illustrious military achievements. He conquered all quarters, completely ended the reign of supernatural beings. For more than 2,000 years after that, despite ongoing chaos, wars, uprisings, natural disasters, and constant changes in the ruling clique in this land, which is similar to the dynastic changes in my past life, what's incredible is that every time a new ruler overthrew the predecessor, they invariably chose to continue with the name Longevity Heavenly Dynasty. That is to say, this dynasty has actually lasted for more than 2,000 years, continuing to the present day. Having received 9 years of compulsory education in his previous life, Tao Scholar couldn't hide his astonishment. Too normal. In his past life, he knew about the Tang, Song, Yuan, Ming, and Qing dynasties, and also the common course of long periods of division followed by unification and vice versa. But he had never heard of any feudal dynasty that managed to extend its reign for more than 2,000 years. Although the rulers on the throne changed generation after generation, This still left Tao Scholar incredulous. While he was staring at longevity history with an expression like a country bumpkin, a customer suddenly arrived. A short, elderly man dressed in a robe and jacket, wearing a pair of glasses. Tao Scholar looked up and recognized him as a familiar faced owner of the Seeking Immortal leather store down the street, known only by the surname Ma, his first name unknown. As soon as Boss Ma walked in, his eyes locked onto the new arrival section. He strolled over, waving his hand at Tao Scholar. Tao Scholar, no need for formalities. I heard you got some new books, so this old man came to pick a few to pass the time. After saying that, the old man indeed casually flipped through the picture reports and albums. His eyes flickered behind his glasses as he browsed. Suddenly, he grabbed a whole set of magazine girls, tucked them under his arm, and fished out some silver coin from his chest, placing it directly on the counter in front of Tao Scholar. With a slick turn, he headed out of the store, smooth as flowing water without the slightest hint of hesitation. Only when the old man was far gone did Tao Scholar react, collecting the money and lamenting, "What a sly old fox, stylish to the core, truly an example for all of us." Tao Kayan had hardly finished speaking when two more customers arrived arm in arm. They were also familiar faces from the street. One was Boss Sue, and the other was Boss Joe, the owners of Sue's roast meat shop and Joe's silk shop, respectively. These two followed the same process, each taking a set of magazine girl albums. Boss Sue, who was still a bachelor, was a bit bashful as he requested a set of vulgar banned books, the illustrated edition, from under Tao Kayan's counter, which was quite pricey. For the rest of the morning, Tao Kayan couldn't find a complete stretch of time to read. The number of customers buying books was unexpectedly high. The albums and books that he had gathered from Cedar the day before had almost all sold out. Not only had he recouped his costs, but he had also netted a solid 10 silver coins, and Tao Kayan's purse swelled up once again. Tao Kayan could easily guess the reason for this situation. Someone must have been helping to promote in the background otherwise. It wasn't likely that so many books and magazines could have sold out in just one morning. Sure enough, as noon arrived, two figures swayed and walked into the Chengyu bookstore. As soon as they entered, the strange stone shop owner, Li Sanyu, who strongly resembled Lin Yangjian, had a brilliant smile on his face and, pointing to the now empty new products area, proudly said, "I can already imagine the popularity of these albums. If they're a hit in the provincial capital, they will surely be a sellout in Seeking Immortal County the moment stock arrives. If I hadn't trusted that Tao Scholar would reserve a set for me, I would have snatched them from old Ma's hands long ago." Jia Qiang, with a cunning look on his face, retorted. While speaking, he almost seemed like he was drooling. Seeing this, Tao Kayan didn't interrupt but smiled and directly took out two sets of books and albums from under the counter. First, he stuffed them into the arms of the two men, then bowed his hands and said, "As for today's promised Tayan and mutton hot pot, both brothers know my nature as Tao Scholar, do not refuse, let's go." While speaking, Tao Kayan directly pulled the two men out the door. With his purse now bulging, Tao Kayan was exuding confidence. He closed the shop and pulled the two business advisors towards a nearby restaurant. With the body and memories of his previous life, Tao Kayan acted completely natural. He was confident that even those most familiar with his former self, even his dearest friends and relatives, would find it hard to tell that within the lean and handsome scholar's body, the soul had changed. The three of them went to Tayan Inn, and the mutton hot pot, pricey as it was served. With a certain goal in mind, Tao Kayan also thoughtfully ordered some wine. With cups clinking under Tao Kayan's deliberate guidance, the two soon began discussing grand schemes in detail and briefed him on political affairs. Tao Kayan was familiar with this, but in his previous life, he didn't need wine to get people to talk. A keyboard would do. There might be some exaggeration in their speech, but it was enough to let Tao Kayan understand the general economic, political, and military landscape of the current longevity heavenly dynasty. After all, his former self was a pedantic scholar, and these were his weak spots. Though Tao Kayan could collect newspapers for self-study, listening to the explanations of local business owners was a better way. However, as the two continued to talk, they seemed to touch upon a certain topic, and both of their faces suddenly showed a look of concern as they said, "Boss Li, Tao Scholar, you both heard about the strange events at the docks yesterday, didn't you? What with the man eating his wife, a child offering his flesh, father and son committing murder, people transforming into bloody creatures, it's all the work of demons." Recently, it's been said that throughout the provinces and counties, demons and ghosts have been particularly active, causing a plethora of terrifying incidents and making life increasingly difficult for the common people. Isn't that the truth? These are tough times. However, I've heard that the court has built a new government office to deal with these demons, called the Forbidden Immortal Hall. They've gathered various experts, as well as military executioners from the army, to exterminate these divine and immortal beings. If local government offices need assistance, they can also apply for people from the Forbidden Immortal Hall to be stationed locally all year round. At this point, Jia Qiang, the more well-informed drugstore owner, suddenly turned his head to glance outside the private room. Seeing no one else was around, he shushed the other two. Then in a lower voice he disclosed, "I have some inside information for you too, but keep it under wraps for now. Actually, the authorities in Seeking Immortal County have long since requested the presence of experts and strong warriors from the Forbidden Immortal Hall. Moreover, the county magistrate has asked for a battalion of the New Style Army to be dispatched from the provincial capital. It's not for dealing with those cow gang members who practiced evil techniques, but rather for the Devil God Army." Hiss. As Jia Qiang uttered those three words, both Tao Qian and Li Sanyu immediately showed shock on their faces. Tao Qian had time traveled and been reborn for 3 days, and due to his initiative, had already fully mastered many of the basic pieces of information and common knowledge of this world. As such, Tao Qian understood very well the meaning of the three words Devil God Army. The court defined it as a rebel army, but in the eyes of the common people, it was and it was not. At least it wasn't at the beginning. Later on, after growing stronger, most indeed evolved into brutal and chaotic bands of homeless rebels, while a small portion held on to their bottom line. In the early days, the Devil God Army gathered forces and rose up in the Tang County area of ancient Yu province, and then due to a major drought in northern Anhui, a large number of refugees joined, allowing it to grow rapidly. Days later, this rebel army's numbers reached tens of thousands, and they directly breached ancient Yu Mafu City, becoming a force to be reckoned with from then on. In the following years, the Devil God Army rapidly expanded at an insane speed, sweeping through several provinces and consecutively capturing dozens of cities. Within this army were not only soldiers who were refugees, but also a vast number of heterodox mages and worldly society sorcerers. It was precisely because of these people that the Devil God Army was able to repeatedly break through the encirclements of the court. Although the Devil God Army's momentum was no match for the Taiping Army that had already swept through more than a dozen provinces, many of the court's top generals and officials found the Devil God Army more difficult to deal with. The people of the Taiping Army cared about the bigger picture, often coercing hundreds of thousands of refugees to proceed and clashed head-on with the court's armies. The Devil God Army, however, due to differences in ideology, actively split into hundreds or thousands of groups that scurried about individually yet maintained contact with each other and would occasionally assist one another. Furthermore, with those heterodox mages who possessed various methods, the government saw this rebel army as maggots gnawing at bones, disgusting and painful and hard to eradicate. For ordinary citizens, the significance of the Devil God Army had to be considered separately. In places where natural disasters and human calamities occurred frequently, causing the common people to chew on tree bark and resort to a desperation as extreme as trading children for food, everyone would eagerly await the arrival of the Devil God Army. Starving people on the brink of death would be eager to hear the crude and easy-to-understand rebellion song, Baju City Square on all four sides, where the rich and government swagger through towns. The poor's food is coerced away, leaving families young and old to cry to the heavens in dismay. Baju City Square on all four sides, the devil rises up by Gyu River tides. Till the wealthy strike the government, every household, big or small, will have grain. In places where this song was heard, it meant complete collapse of order. The Devil God Army would annihilate the court's influence, then open government granaries and distribute food, loot the wealth of rich families, and give it to the people at such times. No starving person would care about the precondition of having to join the Devil God Army. To have something to eat and get hold of some copper coins was a blessing too great to refuse. Who could say no? But for counties like Seeking Immortal County, where order was still temporarily stable, where people still had food and life was relatively peaceful, the Devil God Army was truly and indisputably a rebel army. Once they came, everything would be doomed. Therefore, as Jia Qiang finished speaking, Li Sanyu, the small businessman, also revealed a horrified expression. Obviously, he was afraid that if the Devil God Army attacked Seeking Immortal County, his fortunes would be the least of his Warishi's family's lives might very well be lost as well. Jia Qiang also had a concerned look on his face as he continued, not long ago, Mr. Jai, the governor of southern Yue, exterminated a branch of the Devil God Army that had roamed in from the ancient Yu region and even received a promotion from the court for his achievement. Unexpectedly, the main forces of the Devil God Army learned of this and sent an even more troublesome rebel force over here. It is said that the leader of the rebels is a ruthless character who has been invincible in battle, causing the court to retreat step by step. Originally, the governor intended to lead a large army to face them in a decisive battle outside Nanzhao City, but who would have thought that person actually employed cunning strategies and led a band of rebels around Iron Chicken Ridge. Now they are crossing mountains and hills to get here. If they manage to break through, they will sweep through at least a dozen counties and cities, including our own Seeking Immortal County. If they capture the large ships, even the provincial capital will suffer. The governor is extremely angry. He has directly beheaded the intelligence officer and then sent new-style troops to some key counties, such as ours here. As soon as there is any sign of disturbance, I'm afraid it will truly signify the start of war. With that said, Jia Qiang's worried expression deepened. Li Sanyu, who had been listening for a while, was concerned about the impending war, but seemed to remember something and suddenly let out a heavy sigh. Without waiting for Tao Qian to ask, he directly addressed Jia Qiang. Boss Jia, let's put the matter of the rebel army aside. What we truly need to worry about is the extortion that will follow from the lords. Be it the forbidden Immortal Hall or the new-style troops from the provincial capital, these prestigious gentlemen and soldiers will need to eat, drink, and have their needs provided for. Logically, this money should come from military expenditures from the court, but as you and I both know, the rules have long changed. They are stationed locally, and the expenses will definitely be drawn from local resources, which will all have to be provided locally. Will those officials and wealthy households contribute? They won't. They will even take this opportunity to amass a fortune, and in such situations, the lords typically have one common tactic. As he said this, Jia Qiang and Li Sanyu almost simultaneously spat out the same two words. Tao Qian on the side had guessed it as well. Raise taxes. Upon uttering those two words, including Tao Qian, the expressions of all three men turned sorrowful. The mutton pot before them, fragrant and bubbling, suddenly lost all its appeal. Due to words like taxation, county officials, and rampant extortion, memories that both the scholars and the heroes' original identities shared began to churn in Tao Qian's mind. He couldn't help but speak them out loud. I have heard that in some places, before the rebel army's arrival, corrupt officials had already tormented the locals with all manners of exorbitant taxes until everything was in ruins. In those areas, the common people were like fish on a chopping block, completely at the mercy of the slaughter. As soon as a baby is born, birth taxes are due to get married, new marriage taxes upon death, coffin taxes, and if you raise chickens, ducks, pigs, sheep, or cows, there are livestock and slaughtering taxes waiting for you. To watch or perform in a play, there are play taxes if one becomes a prostitute. There are prostitute taxes. Stonecutters pay rock-breaking taxes. If you go fishing on the river, you also have to pay rowing taxes. Even if you dig out feces, beg, or sell grass shoes, you cannot escape the feces taxes, beggar taxes, and grass shoes taxes. If you lose your will to strive, lie down to smoke opium and wait for death. Even then, there are opium and idleness taxes waiting for you. In short, they won't rest until they've drawn the marrow from your bones and eaten you clean. There is nothing more absurd in the human world than this. As Tao Qian released these words, he seemed to have frightened Li Sanyu and Jia Qiang as well. Though the two had seen more of the world than Tao Qian, they hadn't read as much as he had, not to mention that he also had the memories of a hero. That hero's hometown was further south in southern Yue, where he joined a movement to resist the court's tyranny after being driven to ruin by local gentry, witnessing countless human tragedies firsthand. In some severely afflicted areas, those gentry, wealthy families, and corrupt officials really didn't see the common people as human beings. Before the rebel army arrived, those places were already ravaged by those wolves in human clothing. After processing the hero's memories, Tao Qian knew this all too well. Our Seeking Immortal County is an open port town with convenient transportation and thriving commerce. Although many citizens can hardly make ends meet compared to other regions, it is already a blessed place. Beyond southern Yue, numerous provinces have seen military warlords rise to partition the land, along with the Taping and Devil God armies causing havoc. To say that life is suffering is an understatement. Add to that the floodings, droughts, earth dragons turning, dust storms, acid rains, and blood moons, these terrible natural disasters, and those increasingly brazen demons and ghosts, strange immortal gods. In such a world, to say that the dynasty is in its twilight. Speaking to this point, Tao Qian realized something and promptly stopped talking. Li Sanyu and Jia Qiang understood as well and fell silent in turn. By this point, none of the trio had any appetite left. Tao Qian settled the bill and then escorted the slightly intoxicated two back to their respective places. Tao Qian himself originally intended to return to the bookstore, but halfway there, he suddenly heard another commotion. The source was still in the core area of the vegetable market, near the soul summoning pole. However, this time, the root of the noise was not a beheading or the like. It was the announcement board to one side, around which a large crowd had already gathered. As soon as Tao Qian approached, he immediately heard a constable loudly proclaiming the announcements, as well as reading out warrants. Residents of Seeking Immortal County, from today onward, take heed. News from the provincial capital says that a large number of ruthless bandits and murderous thieves, as well as some evil heterodox mages, have recently appeared in southern Yue, and neighboring counties and cities have already seen many victims. With the convenient transportation in seeking Immortal County, I fear we will not be spared. These are all warrants from the provincial capital. The names listed are the most vicious of criminals. Make sure you all look and remember them well. If anyone spots them, report it immediately. If confirmed, there will be a silver grain reward. Hearing this, Tao Kayan seemed reminded of something, his eyes suddenly shining with determination. Many thoughts began whirling in his mind. Last night, I obtained the Bow Dragon Pearl Fragment and entered the energy-introducing realm. According to the record, although I am still a newcomer in the cultivation world in terms of combat power, I am most likely much stronger than most novices. Especially the power of the Bow Dragon bloodline within me, along with the sound attack divine skills, they have been described as incredible, but I lament the lack of opportunity to experience them. As the saying goes, no matter how tall the tales, if there is no actual combat, what use are they? If I'm determined to get involved in that dark and cruel world of cultivation, it's inevitable that one day I will have to fight and compete with other cultivators. If I don't start with real combat experience early, I could easily capsize later. But let's not start with proper cultivators, just yet. How about looking for some disreputable, nefarious, worldly society sorcerers to test my skills? Now, it seems a good opportunity has presented itself. Before his thoughts could even settle, Tao Kayan had already weaved through the crowd like a nimble eel, easily reaching the very forefront. In the next second, he saw the announcement board before him densely plastered with a multitude of warrants. On each page, besides the portraits, there were also short descriptions of the lives and evil deeds of these ruthless bandits and heterodox mages. Tao Kayan acted as a bystander, completely ignoring the constable's announcement. His gaze was firmly locked onto the wanted posters on the board, tagged as suspects such as river and sea bandits and rebels, which Tao Kayan directly disregarded. For the former, he had no way of identifying them. For the latter, Tao Kayan actually hoped they would succeed in escaping. The reason Tao Kayan suddenly garnered the inspiration to choose these wanted criminals as his real-world targets was that he had a chance to find them. The prerequisite was that they had to be cultivators. Just like yesterday at the Seeking Immortal pier, when Hong Haihu and his son appeared, Tao Kayan had already sensed them. To some extent, Tao Kayan's sensing ability could be described as a type of extraordinary radar, albeit with limited range. Tao Kayan's plan was to first memorize them and then roam around the county. Should any brutally vicious heterodox mages infiltrate, Tao Kayan would detect them beforehand. At that time, depending on the difference in strength between the two parties, Tao Kayan would decide whether to intervene or not. While it might seem somewhat cowardly, Tao Kayan felt that it was only logical for him, as a newcomer in the cultivation world and amidst the approaching dark and chaotic times, to survive in whatever way possible. In an instant of thought, Tao Kayan had already excluded mortal bandits. What he observed and remembered were all extremely sinful heterodox individuals who showed extraordinary and mysterious traits. Yuan He, 30 years old, 7 feet 2 inches tall, from Kangwu, characteristically deep-eyed and with a bristly beard, often masquerades as a Taoist claiming to be skilled in summoning heavenly girl skill, deceiving wealthy households to give money, then summoning a heavenly girl to fulfill the deal in reality. He is proficient in illusions. The so-called heavenly girl is nothing but straw clothing filled with pig meat and pig skin. Whoever spots this man and reports him will be rewarded 10 silver coins, and whoever captures him will be rewarded 100 silver coins. Just the first mage on the wanted list startled Tao Kayan. The explanation was crude yet easy to understand. To summarize, there was a mage proficient in illusions who could make people believe they were engaging with a heavenly girl, but in reality, you were provided with a crude pig meat doll to deceive you out of your money. At first, Tao Kayan was shocked, then the reward money caught his eye. 100 silver coins, sheesh, is he really worth that much? Unsurprisingly, Tao Kayan was very tempted, even though he had earned quite a bit in the morning through magazine girls and vulgar banned books, who would think silver coins too many. If he indeed successfully captured this evil cultivator, he wouldn't need to personally claim the reward since there were already agents for that aspect, so there was no need to worry about exposing his identity. Of course, to entice him to act, it had to be those truly wicked evil cultivators, and additionally their cultivation and skills must be weaker than his. Thankfully, in these aspects, Tao Kayan had ways of verification, preventing any tragic misjudgments. With a resolved thought, Tao Kayan's gaze sharpened, and he continued scanning further down. Ryuan Dar, 20 years old, approximately 6 feet 1 inch tall, a local from southern Yue, although thin yet robust like a beast, cultivated a called water beast technique, evil technique, capable of growing gills, fins, etc., and hiding underwater for days. This person relies on this technique to hide in rivers, ports, mountain streams, often dragging people into the water, drowning and then consuming them. Extremely cruel, no longer human but a beast. Should you spot this person, do not alarm others but report quietly, reward 20 silver coins. If a righteous cultivator captures him, rewards 200 silver coins. Water Monkey Mage. Tao Kayan couldn't help but comment. The bounty had increased again, but this time Tao Kayan found it quite justified. At first glance, this heterodox mage known as Ruan Dar didn't seem very strong, but upon detailed analysis, one would know that this person must be very difficult to deal with. According to the description in the Nameless Secret Manual, this type of cultivator who practiced water-related evil techniques and liked to eat humans definitely had extraordinary hiding skills, slippery and cruel. If one was careless and got dragged into the water, even if one was a level higher, it would be hard to escape the fate of being eaten. To capture such a mage, one would need to call upon a mage of the same level who could restrain him otherwise. It would be extremely difficult. I possess the power of Bow Dragon, which just happens to restrain this guy. If I encounter him, there's a chance for me to intervene, Tao Kayan muttered. Continuing to look down, one after another, vile and wicked heterodox individuals appeared in Tao Kayan's view. Wang Hanshui, 40 years old, approximately 7 feet 1 inch tall, an evil person hailing from the miasma-infested lands of the south, born deformed, rumored to have swallowed his 2 brothers while still in his mother's womb, resulting in a meat lump on each shoulder, stumbled upon evil technique inheritance in the miasma forest, became a bandit after achieving cultivation, self-proclaims as 3-headed monarch, naturally cruel, fond of eating people, indulges in lust, rapes, and plunders. Does all sorts of evil. This person has joined the devil god Chaos Army but does not obey orders, often loots privately and retreats back to the Chaos Army when in danger, truly despicable. If you spot this person, whoever reports it will be rewarded 80 silver coins. If a righteous cultivist captures him, reward 500 silver coins. Zheng Debiao, 30 years old, approximately 6 feet 3 inches tall from Fumin Province, learned evil techniques from a strange person in his youth, and received an exotic treasure, Redline Gourd, seemingly also lost his sanity because of it, went mad overnight, used the gourd to collect the life essence of his entire family and consumed it. This person self-proclaims as Gourd Immortal, in reality a demon, has joined the devil god Chaos Army. If you spot this person, whoever reports it, reward 100 silver coins. If you capture him, reward 800 silver coins. Dongshang, 40 years old, approximately 6 feet 4 inches tall, an unknown origin, rabbit-like face and rat-like eyes, a large black mole on the corner of his mouth, proficient in mesmerizing, hiding, and slaughtering 3 exotic skills, commonly targets pregnant women during the day, sneaks in at night using evil techniques to mesmerize the pregnant women and their families, making them willingly obey without awareness. Then he uses a knife to cut open the abdomen to take the infant for his cultivation of evil techniques. This person is a newcomer in the rebel army White Lotus sect, extremely wicked, deserving of heavenly punishment. If you spot this person, whoever reports it, reward 100 silver coins. Capture the offender, reward 500 silver coins. Selling chestnut woman, age unknown, origin unknown, only known to appear as a stooped old woman with white hair and bark-like skin. This person seems to move like a spirit, possibly possessing an exotic skill that allows her to travel 1,000 miles in a day. She's usually seen holding a basket of chestnuts, blocking the official or smaller paths, and sometimes she even ventures into the market streets of towns selling her chestnuts. If someone inquires, this old venomous woman invariably refuses to accept silver coins, coercing customers to trade their lifespan, organs, and such for her chestnuts. If they refuse, she forcibly feeds them the chestnuts, which are highly poisonous, and the consumers die instantly. This old venomous woman is also a part of the new White Lotus sect of the rebel army. Her sins are grievous and unforgivable. If you spot this person and report the news, the reward is 80 silver coins. Capture the offender, reward 500 silver coins. Cruel, inhuman practitioners of heterodoxy, one after another, caught Tao Kayan's eye. Not only did this broaden Tao Kayan's horizons, but it also left him feeling somewhat oppressed. Among the onlookers, many could confirm the sins of these evil cultivators. Some could even recount specific details such as time, place, and characters involved. Being relatives of the victims, they were essentially witnesses to the events. Tao Kayan silently listened for a while and made some judgments. Most of the evil cultivators posted on this notice board were associated with the Devil God Army, a rebel migrant army which initially had a sense of justice but gradually degenerated into something inhumane. It's no exaggeration to say that individuals like Ruan Dar and Dongshang were no longer human. They could only be described as demons. Regrettably, the world of cultivation seemed to lack the concepts of heavenly retribution. Humans had to rely on themselves. Not all those who rebelled, like the original body that Tao Kayan possessed, could be termed heroes. Nearly 10 minutes later, Tao Kaiyan blinked, making sure he had memorized every one of the evil cultivators. After pondering for a few seconds, Tao Kaiyan turned around, departing the crowd to head towards the poorest and most chaotic part of the South City. Such dark, heterodox demon people and questionable mages would choose seeking immortal South City, a mix of dragons and snakes, as their hiding spot. Unfortunately, as Tao Kaiyan wandered around the area, engulfed in various foul smells, he discovered nothing. Not a single devil mage or practitioner. Tao Kaiyan could not start his hunt as he had hoped. Given there was nothing else to do, and since all his new stock was sold out, he did not plan to return to the bookstore. For the entire afternoon, Tao Kaiyan continuously visited places like the docks, temple fairs, butcher streets, flower alleys, and old districts, which were somewhat complex. Tao Kaiyan thought that if there really were various devil mages infiltrating seeking Immortal County, he should have some gains from this trip. However, unfortunately, he still came up empty-handed. He couldn't find a single devil person, nor could he stumble upon any cultivation secret manuals or extraordinary treasures. To others, the reclusive skinny scholar seemed like a vagabond of seeking Immortal County for the afternoon, and they wondered what serious illness he had caught again. Tao Kaiyan did not care about the gaze of others. He just felt disappointed as he headed back towards Vegetable Market Street. At the same time, he lamented inwardly. It seems that cultivation and transcendent matters are not as close to ordinary people as I imagined. Perhaps today is not the day for finding treasures. Maybe tomorrow will present better opportunities. As Tao Kaiyan pondered this, he arrived at the wealthy sector of seeking Immortal County. Known as East Street, the area was dotted with various rich estates and buildings like Western-style churches and bell towers constructed by Westerners. Even the homes of high officials like the county magistrate were located here. This area should be the least likely to encounter heterodox demons. Yet as Tao Kaiyan approached the area, his extraordinarily acute extraordinary perception was triggered the next moment. Simultaneously, his face involuntarily showed a look of surprise. A thrilling sensation. That familiar thrilling sensation surged through Tao Kaiyan's mind, not just one but a full 4 waves. And they were all clustered together, right ahead, around the street corner. Tao Kaiyan, with his head slightly lowered and pretending nothing was amiss, continued to walk forward, resisting the urge to sweep his gaze toward them. What's this? I walked around all afternoon without any results, and now suddenly, in an instant, I come across a whole nest. No, wait a bit longer. My perception can only judge that they are cultivators or transcendent people, but it can't determine if they're heterodox demons. Even if they match the warrant, I can't be totally sure their evil deeds are real. What if I am wrong? To confirm, I still need to see with my own eyes or touch them. With these thoughts flashing through his mind, Tao Kaiyan had already adjusted his posture, perfectly playing the role of a scholar returning home, gently shaking his head as if reciting poetry. Soon, Tao Kaiyan approached the area, pretending to glance there casually. In the next second, Tao Kaiyan clearly saw his target. His face showed no anomaly, but his mind whirled, matching up as many as 4 warrants in the blink of an eye. Seeking Immortal County, East Street Thighs area is known for its affluent residents, but is still close to Vegetable Market Street, hence it sees quite a bit of pedestrian and vehicular traffic. Various Western imports like automobiles and bicycles are not a rare sight here, just as rickshaws and horse-drawn carriages are common. What Tao Kaiyan inadvertently noticed was an exceedingly common horse-drawn carriage. The yellow-maned horse pulling the carriage seemed quite docile, but the carriage itself appeared somewhat larger than others. There were 4 people on and around the carriage. One held the whip, his head wrapped in a turban, with a slightly sunken face, a middle-aged man. Another, a burly man in short attire sporting a broad, fierce face and slightly protruding eyes. There was an old man clutching a walking stick with a goat's beard. And a young man with delicate features, whose complexion was deathly pale as if from excessive indulgence. These 4 men seemed to be discussing something. At this moment, the corresponding bounty information emerged in Tao Kaiyan's mind. Unlike solitary criminals like 3-headed monarch, gourd demon, and selling chestnut woman, these 4 were a gangan, utterly wicked human trafficking gang devoid of any scruples. Zhao Du, Lu Daniu, Yang Ding, Zhang Xian, collectively known as the 4 Beasts of Shi County, all from Shi County in Fumin. Each has mastered an evil technique together. They abduct special individuals, selling them to high officials or factions within worldly society for vast profits. The title 4 Beasts is by no means an injustice. Originally secretive, these 4 beasts have recently acted even more brazenly under the protection of the Devil God Army, exacerbated by the chaotic times, committing crimes across southern Yue and neighboring provinces and cities. Among the 4 beasts, Zhao Du and Lu Daniu excel in combat skills, complementing each other perfectly and able to fight demons. Yang Ding has mastered a subterranean evasion technique, which allows him not only to escape but also to carry others with him, making him particularly troublesome. Zhang Xian possesses hypnotic and transformational exotic skills. He's responsible for abductions and is also the leader of the gang. His crimes run the deepest, and he deserves heavenly punishment. In the blink of an eye, Tao Qian recalled the origins and evil techniques of these four beasts. At the same time, he also remembered the bounty placed on them. Information providers receive 100 silver coins as a reward. Anyone who captures and eliminates them earns an 800 silver coin reward. Without a doubt, these four beasts were worth a lot of money. Tao Qian could completely surmise that the bounties on them most likely came from the victims' families. If one were to rank the most heinous and unforgivable crimes, human trafficking would undoubtedly be among them. And the targets these four were trafficking were not ordinary women and children. They were individuals with special characteristics. The sole criterion was an abnormal trait. This involved a common understanding within the cultivation world, as seeking immortal hermit Wu Ming had recorded in the secret book. Due to the iron law, all cultivation comes at a cost. Actually, most mortals are unsuited for cultivation, even unsuitable for contact with bizarre and transcendental matters. Yet some humans are quite fit for it. This type of people usually demonstrates peculiar qualities different from ordinary people, which can collectively be termed as abnormal traits. To put it in simpler words, it can be referred to as talent. But in this world, the talent for cultivation isn't universally applicable. One abnormal trait almost always corresponds to a specific path of cultivation, even a particular faction within that path. It may be a certain sect within Taoist, a monastery within Buddhist, or a branch of heresy and heterodoxy. Honest paths like Taoist and Buddhist have their methods of selecting and recruiting resources. They don't need the existence of entities like the four beasts of Shi County. But some unsavory sects or certain twisted figures do require these beasts. Boss Jia said that it's a typical trick of the devil god army. Before they invade a place, they usually send some heterodox demon people ahead to create disruption and incite panic. Is the appearance of these four beasts a coincidence? Or, while mulling over this, Tao Qian found a dark alley corner to stand in after turning at the street corner. Choosing his angle carefully, he watched the four men. Indeed, Tao Qian had tentatively decided that the four beasts of Shi County would be his designated practice targets. As soon as an opportunity arose and he verified their horrendous deeds as true, Tao Qian would not let them go. Since these four beasts have shown up, they must have already targeted someone and are about to act. If they gather together, it would indeed be tough to make a move. But if I could isolate one first, the odds are much better, especially against Zhang Xian and Yang Ding, who excel in hypnotic transformations and escapes but not in combat. Moreover, it's not certain if all four have entered the energy-introducing realm. Perhaps none have, although it is the first of the 9 realms. It's not easy to break through that threshold. Left-path demon people without inheritance, at most having encountered some exotic skill by chance or possessing some special bond. Strictly speaking, they do count as individuals practicing cultivation, but not truly cultivators. With the power within me, I'm practically risk-free in a one-on-one confrontation. However, if they indeed are a human trafficking gang and have already been successful, then it seems I must visit the county government. I hope it doesn't come to that. Boss Jia mentioned that the county leader has requested the arrival of personnel from Forbidden Immortal Hall dispatched by the court, but he didn't specify when they would arrive. If it's only some ordinary constables, these four beasts probably won't take them seriously and would swagger off without any concern. Having settled his thoughts, Tao Qian patiently began to wait. As he had been wandering around all afternoon, it didn't take long for the day to fade into evening. Seeking Immortal County, night fell. The crowd on the street gradually dispersed, leaving only some nighttime snack vendors setting up, the clusters of lights flickering. Those four beasts were extremely cunning, always hiding in the alleys near the peripheral areas of East Street. With Zhang Xian, who had mastered hypnotic techniques, occasionally casting spells, no one could detect them. Even the patrolling constables were oblivious to their presence and did not approach to drive them away. The sole exception was Tao Qian. He was fully immersed in his role as a hunter, constantly hidden in the shadows, waiting for the right moment. Not long after, when the voice of a night watchman rang from afar. On the carriage, 2 men suddenly alighted. The goateed elder, Yang Ding, as well as the excessively indulgent pretty boy, Zhang Xian. After alighting, those two looked around for a moment and then headed deep into East Street. At the time of parting, they even turned their heads back to say a few words to someone inside the carriage. Despite some distance, Tao Qian exerted his utmost effort and still managed to hear the gist of it. Though he appeared as a mortal scholar, both his body and soul had already become non-human entities. The power of the bow dragon bloodline had completely transformed his shell. Merely describing his combat ability as able to tear apart lower-ranked demon and monster beasts was a vague summary. The enhancement of other senses, although not documented in his record, was acutely felt by Tao Qian. Zhang Xian's voice was unexpectedly magnetic, even carrying a certain enchanting charm that made him feel approachable. At the same time, his words also directly confirmed what Tao Kaiyan had already witnessed. Zhao Dulu Danyu, guard this place well. If something unexpected happens, sound the whistle. Miss Zhou from the Zhou family awakened some kind of abnormal trait involving flesh and blood a few days ago. It is said to have caught the attention of a major household clan. We are ordered to come here, and while the Zhou family is still unguarded, we must abduct the girl and present her to General Tang to aid him in mastering a powerful spell from his lifebound scripture. This is a significant deal, utterly different from those ordinary goods we traded in the past. Once this job is done, if we can win General Tang's favor, the reward of silver coins is a minor matter, but whether we can be taught the scriptures and magic skills is what truly counts. Whether the four of us brothers can prosper depends on this time. After giving the instructions, the pretty-faced Zhang Xian, along with the sleazy-faced goateed elder Yang Ding, quickly reached the high-walled courtyard of a wealthy residence under the cover of night. Though both possessed evil techniques, they failed to notice a secretive figure following behind them. Tao Kaiyan had not yet experienced combat, but the bow dragon bloodline was indeed remarkable. If he focused entirely on concealment, the slight breeze in the air would actively carry away any trace of Tao Kaiyan's presence. Unless there was some unconventional way to give an alert, no one could detect a colorless, odorless, and utterly silent person following them. These two beasts clearly had planned ahead and arrived at a large courtyard known as Zhou Mansion. There stood the goateed Yang Ding, striking a bizarre pose, determining the directions. He then began to chant quietly as if reciting a spell. Soon, wisps of earth-yellow energy rose up from the ground, clinging to his hands. Ha! Suddenly, Yang Ding yelled out. He placed both hands on Zhang Xian's shoulders, with earth-yellow brilliance flashing. In the next second, Zhang's figure abruptly turned into a yellow shadow, diving into the ground and disappearing, evidently headed towards Miss Zhou's boudoir. Witnessing this scene, Tao Kaiyan's pupils contracted slightly. This was the second time he saw a cultivator casting a spell, and although Yang Ding's subterranean evasion technique was not as impressive in its spectacle as the crazed young Taoist at the pier, it was still utterly miraculous for Tao Kaiyan. After the casting was over, Yang Ding evidently suffered considerable exertion, and there seemed to be some side effects as his body uncontrollably trembled. He slowly took out a black and yellow object from his chest, resembling a dung ball. He scraped off 2 pieces with his fingernail and stuffed them into his nose. Hiss. This sleazy old man immediately began to enjoy it as if he was drawing from a pipe. His body's trembling eased. It was at that moment, after pondering for half a second in the shadows, Tao Kaiyan moved. Once he made a decision, Tao Kaiyan did not hesitate. With his current body's affinity for wind and absolute control over strength, Tao Kaiyan's figure floated like a ghost behind Yang Ding, without any pretense, reached out a hand boldly. So swiftly that even Tao Kaiyan himself was startled. His hand had already grabbed the sleazy old man's neck. Yang Ding, this licentious beast, had done too many heinous deeds. Always harboring ill intentions, even while suffering the toll of his spellcasting, he remained vigilant and prepared. The moment he felt unfamiliar hands on his neck and sensed the terrifying power within that grasp, he immediately paled, swiftly formed seals with his hands, and skipped chanting the spell. He yelled out and a surge of yellow light appeared. His form was about to vanish into the ground, but at that very moment, Tao Kaiyan swiftly drew close, slightly opened his mouth, and likewise issued a low shout. However, this shout, to Yang Ding's ears, was utterly different. Roar. In an instant, Yang Ding heard a drum sound that seemed to come from an ancient wilderness. In that drumbeat was a power that his demon-like being absolutely could not resist. For a moment he seemed to see a terrifying exotic beast somewhere between a dragon and a bow, roaring with the storm, thunder, and lightning as it charged, directly dispersing his other ethereal form, followed by his will, and lastly his soul, as if it was torn apart by a storm, leaving not even a trace. Until the moment before his death, Yang Ding was shocked and infuriated, wanting to turn his head to clearly see who was attacking him. But as he dissipated into the ether, he was unable to do so, only sinking into darkness in fear. After his death within the alley, Tao Kaiyan looked at his empty hands, then at the pile of clothes on the ground, and was also stunned. What happened? I didn't even get a chance to exert any force. I merely followed the bow dragon's fragment's innate battle instinct and shouted. That was it. This heterodox demon, was his body and soul that fragile? Tao Kaiyan let out a low shout, and the old goat adept in the subterranean evasion technique, Yang Ding, was reduced to ashes without even a moment's struggle. If others had witnessed this scene, they might have mistakenly believed Tao Kaiyan was a deeply hidden expert, but in fact Tao Kaiyan himself was still bewildered. A second later, he finally regained his senses. A multitude of thoughts swirled in his mind, searching for a rational explanation. This old man had just finished casting, and was in the midst of paying the price at his most vulnerable. Furthermore, his lack of combat skills, when unexpectedly ambushed by me, made his lack of resistance quite normal. There's also the fact that the bow dragon bloodline is indeed extraordinary. As described in the record, the sound attack divine skill was in no way exaggerated. I merely let out a low shout and it scattered the old man's soul. If I were to fully release it, with a voice that could suppress everything within several miles, could I truly make a group of demons yield? Wait a second, the old man didn't leave anything behind, so doesn't that mean my reward too would be? As Tao Kaiyan pondered, he suddenly remembered something and his expression instantly soured. Though Tao Kaiyan didn't plan to claim the reward at the government office personally, whether through an intermediary or some other method, evidence was always needed. Corpse or a head would do, but tattered clothes were unlikely to be recognized by anyone. Thinking of the 200 silver coins slipping away, Tao Kaiyan felt as though his heart was being sliced with a knife. Intent on recovering any loss he could, however small, Tao Kaiyan grimaced and began to search through the pile of clothes on the ground. This action is commonly known as searching a corpse. Quickly, Tao Kaiyan's face showed a look of surprise, and when he got up, his hands held several more items. A money pouch containing several silver coins, a few silver dimes, and dozens of copper coins. There was also a dung ball-shaped object, as well as an extremely thin booklet. The silver coins brought Tao Kaiyan some joy, but it was the two items that gave him a palpable thrill that truly delighted him. Yes, both were transcendent. Upon touching them, Tao Kaiyan had sensed detailed information which still appeared in that strange format. Name, worm feces. Record type, exotic treasure. Record, worms, common underground insects are not particularly rare and are typically unsuitable for supernatural use. However, should these worms be touched by celestial signs and begin to show abnormality, they will gather millions beneath the ground, about a yard deep, mating and devouring each other ceaselessly, day and night. After 7 days, they will burst through the surface and excrete feces stones, numbering in the hundreds or even thousands. These stones are supernatural and have many wonderful uses, all for a meager price. Note 1. The stone must not be consumed. Anyone who does will be defiled by the dung chi within and die vomiting. Note 2. Carrying this stone on one's person may emit a foul stench, but in cases of earth dragons turning over, landslides, and other disasters, it can provide an early warning. Note 3. This stone can detoxify. For those severely poisoned, a piece the size of a fingernail placed under the nose will induce vomiting for half a day until the stomach and intestines are clear and the poison is resolved. Note 4. For those practicing exotic skill related to earth or dirt, using this stone can mitigate part of the exemption cost. Note 5. Exemption cost is waived. Name, Earth Element Manual. Record type, exotic treasure. Record. This manual was created by a strange person of the worldly society, steeped in heresy and heterodoxy. Although their cultivation was not low and their talent was remarkable, they still could not cure a particular quirk. This person loved to steal, targeting only common households, stealing old clothes, pots and pans, leftovers, and the like. To facilitate this, they created this magic skill. After practicing, one could escape underground for several miles, even tens of miles. Note 1. Upon acquiring this skill, each use will defile the body with the earth element chi. Over time, one will adopt some earth elemental behaviors, such as avoiding light, preferring darkness, eating rotten things, until eventually, irreversibly, adopting all of the earth element's behaviors, burrowing underground, never to see the sun again. Note 2. To train in this skill, one must consume 1 earth centipede daily. The more consumed, the higher the success rate. Note 3. Exemption cost is waived. The information was complex, but Tao Kaiyan, who was already entirely familiar, absorbed it all in the blink of an eye. Then a complex look appeared on his face. Without a doubt, both items were valuable. The stinky dung stone, if one could overlook its origin and shape, would be an exotic treasure, especially with no associated cost to use. And so would the Earth Element Manual. Who among those who proclaim the meek method is the true path would refuse an earth escape technique? What made Tao Kaiyan hesitate was that although he could exempt the technique's cost, he could not negate the rule that one must consume earth centipedes to train in it. So-called earth centipedes, they didn't sound like tasty critters. After some thought, Tao Kaiyan heaved a deep sigh and then pocketed both exotic treasures. Afterward, Tao Kaiyan once again merged into the shadows, silently waiting. About a few minutes later, a dull yellow brilliance suddenly lit up the dark alley again. A massive yellow shadow burst from the ground, quickly forming a tangible body in midair. Was it pretty boy Zhang Xian? Indeed, it was. But at this moment, a transformation of tremendous magnitude had overtaken his body. Originally a frail, pale-faced youth, he had now bloated into a round and chubby figure, his robe stretched to the limit with something squirming inside. Behind him, approximately 4 fresh red flesh tentacles, still wrapped in mucus and resembling python snakes, swayed. 3 of these tentacles were binding a garishly dressed, plump woman, while the remaining one swayed in front of the woman's face. The tip of this flesh whisker even had a bloodied mouth, capable of spewing out a white, smoky, unknown gas. It seemed that the woman was in a constant state of confusion because of the gas. Witnessing this scene, Tao Kaiyan had no doubts left. This Zhang Xian's so-called hypnotism exotic skill was nothing but an effect derived from the body alteration magic he cultivated. As Tao Kaiyan conceived this idea, Zhang Xian, now indistinguishable from a monster or demon, also sensed something awry. Yang Ding had disappeared. Zhang Xian's brows furrowed, and he became alert at once, intending to take some action. Unfortunately, it was too late. A figure had somehow appeared at his side. "You beast, you truly disgust me." As Tao Kaiyan uttered these words, another low shout penetrated Zhang Xian's mind. The distance between the two was indeed very close. If Tao Kaiyan wished, he could let Zhang Xian experience what it felt like to be torn asunder by the power of Bo Dragon. He had originally planned to do so, but upon seeing Zhang Xian's revolting appearance, Tao Kaiyan abandoned the idea. He longed for a hearty and visceral fight, punch for punch with his opponent, but that also depended on who he was fighting. In front of this thing, Tao Kaiyan declined. Bo Dragon sound, far more formidable than the one previously dealt to the old sheep-whiskered man, was sent by Tao Kaiyan into Zhang Xian's ears. "Who are you?" When Zhang Xian realized he was under sneak attack, he had many contingency plans. His experience in worldly society was not something Tao Kaiyan could compare with. He had originally planned to interrupt the assailant and then escape. He had even begun to relax the three bloodied flesh tentacles behind him, preparing to hurl Miss Zhou, using her as a makeshift weapon. If necessary, he was even ready to turn back to the Zhou mansion to take hostages. He had many thoughts, and if he could find a gap, his chances of success were very high. Unfortunately, he encountered an unreasonable opponent and an equally unreasonable mode of attack. Roar! Bo Dragon's sound struck his ear, like a barbaric drum reverberating violently. The same thing that Yang Ding had experienced, he now endured as well. In a daze, he saw the terrifying exotic beast, a mixture between a dragon and a bow, charging with the force of a storm, thunder, and lightning, brutally shattering his spirit and soul, followed by ripping and tearing until everything was utterly and thoroughly destroyed. As the leader of the gang, Zhang Xian actually possessed some methods unknown to the other three. He had some protection for his spirit and soul. But alas, he had not yet entered the true energy-introducing realm. The gap between their cultivation and divine skills was too great. With just one sound, Zhang Xian was dead. Unlike the old goat-whiskered man who died in a state of subterranean evasion, Zhang Xian's body still remained. Yet in a blink, deprived of its master, all mutated traits retracted as blood gushed from the 7 orifices. Thud, 2 bodies hit the ground. One was Zhang Xian, and the other the somewhat more substantial Miss Zhou. Tao Kaiyan first made sure that the Zhou family's daughter was unharmed, simply bewildered by the hypnotic gas. Then he rubbed his hands together and walked straight toward Zhang Xian. Killing the first heterodox mage, Yang Ding, Tao Kaiyan had felt somewhat uncomfortable. In a short time, having killed a second one, he had completely adapted. Of course, it might also be because, for both sneak attacks, he used the Bo Dragon sound. Had the fight been hand-to-hand, Tao Kaiyan might have felt differently. Approaching the corpse of Zhang Xian, which had returned to its original state, Tao Kaiyan touched it briefly. The triggered sense of information confirmed for Tao Kaiyan the beast's death. Afterward, his face lit up with a hint of anticipation as he slowly reached out his hands. Search the body into opening a mystery box. It could become addictive. Especially when there were gains, Tao Kaiyan could hardly suppress the joy on his face. For example, in the next moment, his hands stumbled upon something he couldn't help but smile at with a radiant curve. Seeking Immortal County, in a dark alley beside the grand courtyard of the Zhou family, a distinguished and affluent household in their own right, a somewhat bizarre scene was unfolding. On the ground lay a pile of clothes and the bodies of a man and a woman, one dead and the other alive. And a lean, handsome scholar with a brilliant smile was counting the spoils of battle in his hand. As the leader of the gang, Zhang Xian indeed seemed wealthier than that old man. Tao Kaiyan had a total of 5 items in his hands: a thin manual, a crude iron plate, a piece of skin resembling human skin from an unknown creature, a pill as large as a red date, and a purse. What excited Tao Kaiyan was that among these, the manual, the skin, and the pill all gave him a thrilling sensation. With a heart full of anticipation, Tao Kaiyan touched them. In an instant, 3 streams of information, triggered by extraordinary perception, were sorted in Tao Kaiyan's mind into that strange format. The first to catch Tao Kaiyan's attention was naturally the manual that resembled a cultivation secret manual. Record name, Meat Demon Possession Technique. Record type, Alien. Description, 200 years ago, there was a heterodox practitioner named Wu Wuji. As his lifespan neared its end, and he was soon to die, he sought life extension by any means possible. Rejected by the Taoist and Buddhist communities, and humiliated by the great families, in his grief and anger, he made a grand vow to create his own method for longevity. If he could extend his life and pass through tribulations without death, he would certainly avenge the humiliations the Taoist, Buddhist, and the great families inflicted upon him that day. Years later, this person vanished without a trace, only to reappear one day in the imperial city, scattering 100 copies of the meat demon possession technique before dying violently in the marketplace. Note 1. This technique is extremely complex, requiring one to first collect the eggs of a water insect known as the meat demon eel, found only in battlefield corpse pits and wasteland devil lands. This creature is rumored to live up to 300 years and is skilled in the art of change. It can exhale hypnotic gases. Once the eggs are collected, one must use meditation to concentrate day and night until incorporating 1 or 2 parts of one's own essence chi into the eggs. Note 2. Once the injection is complete, swallow the eggs into the stomach, drink fresh human blood to stimulate it. Within several days, the egg will hatch, and within a few breaths, it will devour the host's body, reaching a state of spirit and body unity. The cultivator can then fully control the demon insect's divine skills. If the body ages, they can transfer and reincarnate once more, not confined to any species or bound by age or gender. Note 3. If one practices this technique every morning and noon, they will suffer the torment of the demon eel gnawing at their heart. Moreover, they cannot live without human blood. If they do not consume it for one day, the next day they will go mad and lose themselves. Note 4. Exemption cost can be waived. SSS. Having observed peculiar cultivation techniques like the Bai Chin play, immortal fish technique, and earth element manual, Tao Qian thought he had seen it all and wouldn't be amazed by any other magic skills. But now Tao Qian realized he was wrong. This technique, called the meat demon possession technique, had once again broadened his horizons. His palms trembled slightly as he held the manual, as if holding a hot potato, and a surge of impulse arose from within to destroy the book. Heresy and heterodoxy, true to its name. Tao Qian uttered an 8-character judgment and then shoved the manual into his bosom. Whether to destroy it was not something to ponder at this moment, he decided to postpone it. Blinking his eyes, the other 2 streams of information emerged in his mind. Record name, mountain ghost skin. Record type, alien. Description, there is a rumor in the Miao region of a mysterious barren mountain with a black ghostly cave on its waist. Travelers once spent the night in the cave, comforting themselves in their loneliness, and the relics they left behind caused the ghost cave to become pregnant. The next day, a stone membrane swelled up, and upon opening it, they found a mountain ghost baby. This infant grows a year with every breath, and within a short time becomes indistinguishable from an adult, intelligent and kind, knowledgeable about mountain paths and discerning of danger, swiftly leading its father out of the barren mountains, leaving behind a little bit of gold and silver and medicinal materials, then vanishing without a trace. Note 1. Hearing this legend, a heterodox mage went to great lengths to find the ghost cave and cause it to become pregnant, similarly giving birth to a mountain ghost baby. In a moment, the baby grew up, leading the mage out of the mountains. The mage took the opportunity to bind the mountain ghost, intending to force out its secrets. Suddenly, its body split apart. A stubborn stone fell, leaving only a skin sack with no hair, no color, but containing some special ability. Note 2. This skin has its own special ability. With a thought, it can cover the whole body, defend against sharp blades, resist water and fire, and even make it so that poisonous insects and snakes cannot approach. Note 3. While wearing this skin, one will be unable to conceive offspring. Note 4. Many unscrupulous people have copied the mage's actions, each obtaining a mountain ghost skin, and thus this item is not rare in the world. Note 5. Exemption cost can be waived. Record name, corpse blood elixir. Record type, alien. Description, in the land of Xiangxi, zombies often roam. If one encounters a black zombie or a fur zombie, they must be careful to avoid them. However, if one encounters an intelligent floating corpse, it can be considered a stroke of luck. Floating corpses like to acquire residences, go out at night to play, and return before dawn. If someone hides beside its zombie house and blocks its doorway when the floating corpse returns home, then with polite pleading, they might have a chance to receive this blood elixir from the zombie. Note 1. This elixir cannot be consumed. Whoever takes it will immediately be corrupted by the corpse chi within the elixir, dying on the spot. Note 2. If worn on the body, this elixir can resist the aura of corpse poison and defend against attacks on the divine soul, but one must chant the spell, Floating Corpse Aid Me, for it to be effective. Note 3. For those who practice exotic skills related to zombies, this elixir can eliminate some of the costs. Note 4. If one possesses the elixir for too long, the body's joints will become increasingly rigid, a fear of the bright sun will develop, and a preference for darkness will arise. Upon seeing human blood, they will go mad, no different from a floating corpse. Note 5. Exemption cost can be waived. In the blink of an eye, some complex information was fully assimilated by Tao Qian, because he had first seen the meat demon possession technique. Even though the mountain ghost skin and corpse blood elixir were also very bizarre, he had grown accustomed to it. Under the premise of exemption from cost, these 2 items were actually pretty good treasures. Tao Qian stuffed them into his bosom in one go, then casually opened the money bag. To his surprise, the real treat suddenly came. In the money bag, there weren't many silver coins, silver dimes, or copper coins, but there was a thick stack of banknotes with patterns and designs that to Tao Kayan were simply too beautiful for words. Indeed, banknotes existed in this world at this time, just rarely seen by the average civilian. You should know one silver coin weighed 7 mace and 3 fen. If there was a transaction involving over 100 silver coins, the weight would quickly exceed over 70 taels. Even a large household with servants couldn't possibly carry that much silver around at all times. Therefore, in the market, if there was any major transaction, they usually used the banknotes of banks or bank drafts from money houses, both of which coexisted at present. The stack of banknotes in Tao Kayan's hands had two denominations, 50 yuan and 100 yuan. A quick count totaled a value of over 1,000 yuan. Holding the banknotes, Tao Kayan's mood instantly brightened, his smile grew more radiant, and in the dark night he flashed a set of large white teeth. The Zhou family is one of the richest in Seeking Immortal County, with 3 generations dealing in silk, and they have opened quite a few silk stores even in the province capital. It's perfectly reasonable for them to use banknotes to pay back such a large sum to their own daughter. This scoundrel really doesn't act like a son, sneaking into someone's mansion in the middle of the night to steal their daughter, and their money utterly despicable and rotten to the core. He deserves more than death. Speaking of which, this sum of money is just enough to match the bounty of the 4 beasts of Shi County. Muttering the last sentence, a light flashed in Tao Kayan's eyes. Then, quite naturally, he stuffed the stack of banknotes into his bosom as well. Standing there, his gaze swept back and forth several times between Zhang Xian's body and Miss Zhou, who was still in a state of confusion. Tao Kayan remembered something and went straight over, extending a finger to touch the Zhou family's daughter. Indeed, she also gave Tao Kayan a tremor of excitement. Very weak, but that indeed indicated she was no longer a mortal and belonged to the realm of the transcendent. The feedback came very quickly. Unlike other items with detailed information, the extraordinary perception triggered by Miss Zhou consisted of only a few sentences. However, among them was the information that Tao Kayan wanted to know. Name, Zhou Yan. Record type, abnormality. Record, this girl is awakening a blood-related abnormal trait. She has been noticed by the major sect, the Xiu family. A branch of the Xiu family in southern Yue province is dispatching a clan elder to receive her. As the key information surfaced, Tao Kayan immediately made his decision. His previous concerns stemmed from the crude iron token. The inscriptions carved on it revealed the 4 beasts' identity within the devil god army, known as Abnormal Catcher, whose duty was presumably to capture such abnormalities for the devil god army. With this token, it indicated that the 4 beasts indeed had the protection of the devil god army. He was uncertain whether the devil god army would seek revenge after receiving the news of the 4 beasts' execution, but it was always good to be cautious, and Tao Kayan didn't want his attack to lead to the annihilation of another family. But now, having sensed the change in Miss Zhou, he could put his mind at ease. According to the Nameless Secret Manual, those major sects have the power comparable to Taoist and Buddhist. They are the huge monsters that truly blend with and stand above the secular world. Though the power of the devil god army is not bad, they probably wouldn't have any advantage against those major sects that have been passed down for 1,000 years. Moreover, even if the devil god army were foolish, they wouldn't possibly become enemies with the Xiu family, which has been in existence for 800 years, over a mere 4 dead beasts. The Zhou mansion was originally just a large family in Seeking Immortal County, but if they could connect with the Xiu family, they would probably become a powerful family in southern Yue province in the future. As for those transcendent items, such as secret books and treasures, they naturally all belong to this benevolent person who does good deeds without seeking recognition and leaves once complete. Several thoughts flashed through his mind, and Tao Kayan quickly decided on his plan. He still didn't wake Miss Zhou, but he adjusted her sleeping position with care, so she wouldn't drool on her clothes. If it were any other girl in the middle of the night, half asleep in a dark alley, she would certainly freeze half to death. But Miss Zhou, a heavyweight and still awakening some kind of blood-related abnormal trait, didn't have to worry about that. She was sleeping blissfully sweet. Once everything was settled, Tao Kayan turned and swept toward the other 2 beasts not far away. Before attacking Yang Ding and Zhang Xian, Tao Kayan was somewhat worried about his combat abilities as a newcomer. But after slaying 2 beasts in a row, Tao Kayan fully understood what kind of ecological niche this fish was in among those low-level heterodox demon magic practitioners who hadn't even entered the energy-introducing realm. Without being modest to them, Tao Kayan was no different from a man-eating giant shark. Seeking Immortal County at the edge of East Street, inside a dim alley, the carriage was larger than ordinary horse-drawn carriages and was pulled by a docile yellow-maned horse. Suddenly, the curtains flung open. A man dressed in shorts and muscles bulging from all over his body stepped down. He was reeking of alcohol and a bit dazed, thus walked unsteadily. From inside the carriage, behind him, a middle-aged man with a turban wrapped around his head, full of disdain, complained from the back, "People always say that lazy people have more excrements. Daniel, you lazy fellow, you're so big, how can you even not hold a bit of yellow soup? Walk farther to pee, don't let the wind blow your piss stench over here, it stinks too much." In just two simple sentences, it was evident that this man had a close relationship with the muscular Daniel and also had a zest for life. The despised Lou Daniel did not respond, he just pouted and obediently went into the alley next door. He stood with his legs apart, relaxed his pants, and tinkled, dripping steadily, and soon after he breathed a sigh of relief as he finished. Lou Daniel, having tightened his belt, was about to head back to the carriage. It was at this moment, a not very bright but clearly visible silver light flashed past the corner of his eye in the night. Because of his sensitivity to silver coins, the muscular man immediately turned his head. Indeed, in a corner at the end of the alley, a shimmering silver coin was lying. Although he was no ordinary man at this time and age, the purchasing power of a single silver coin was still considerable. It could buy plenty of good food and even be used in the flower boat districts. Moreover, finding money on the road, how could he, a man who trained his muscles more than his brain, refuse? Thus, Lou Daniel cracked a grin and scurried over, squatting down to pick up the freely found silver coin. Almost at the same moment, he touched the silver coin from his shadow behind him, accompanied by a breath. A pale fist suddenly smashed out. The target, the naive-looking, actually heartless man's back. Unlike previous stealth attacks, this man named Lou Daniel specialized in melee combat. As Tao Qian made his move, Lou Daniel's face suddenly changed dramatically. His body, even faster than his brain, sensed the imminent danger. In an instant, Lou Daniel's body started showing visible mutations, changing incredibly quickly, nearly complete before Tao Qian's punch could land. Accompanying the sizzling, eerie noise, scalding steam actually sprayed out from Lou Daniel's pores. His body started to swell, his stature already reaching 1.8 meters, now shooting towards 2 meters. Well-defined muscles bulged, strands of sinew burst forth across sections of his shoulders, back, and abdomen. Strange red tumors appeared. His body hair also fell off in an instant. His skin roughened, emitting a red and black mixed luster. In a moment before Tao Qian would stand a muscle monster that seemed unrelated to humans. Although his feeling towards him was far from comparing to that of Cao Gang seeking immortal leader Hong Haihu at the docks. At this moment, Tao Qian still felt a slight hint of danger. However, this danger came quickly and was resolved just as quickly. Lou Daniel's transformed state seemed terrifying and likely formidable in a fight, but unfortunately for him, Tao Qian specialized in surprise attacks. Lou Daniel realized he was being assassinated and his body mutated first, but still couldn't stop Tao Qian's fist from smashing into his back. Boom. With a muffled sound, Tao Qian seriously infused the power of Bo Dragon from within his body into Lou Daniel. If Lou Daniel could perform inner vision at that moment, he would have seen his backside directly concaved, the horrifying force ripping through his rough skin, shattering all the flesh beneath it, including his strong and forceful heart. Suddenly paused, reduced to minced meat. The roar Lou Daniel almost uttered never came. In the alley, a sizzling sound rang out, and as that scalding steam dispersed, his body retreated from mutation, even beginning to excessively shrink. In a short while, only a dwarfish corpse remained. Tao Qian did not immediately reach out to search the body, but once again merged into the shadows, drifting towards the carriage. The night wind blew by, bringing a drop in temperature that took away the scent of blood and also Tao Qian's presence. Despite only one person remaining, Tao Qian maintained his careful precautions. He approached the carriage side and with his enhanced senses, confirmed that the one called Zhao Du inside, the final beast, had a normal heartbeat and breathing. Tao Qian then feigned a staggering gait and casually flipped open the carriage curtain. Inside, Zhao Du was counting some silver coins and copper coins, his face full of greed. Hearing the sound of the curtain flipping, and without looking up, he said, "Done with your piss yet? The boss and old Yang are probably about to succeed and come back. No more drinking, stay alert." Halfway through speaking, Zhao Du realized something was amiss. He suddenly looked up, not seeing Lou Daniel's honest face but another unfamiliar and handsome scholar's face. Zhao Du's expression changed abruptly, his killing intent surged, but just as he was about to make a move, Tao Qian had already struck a fatal blow. Without any unnecessary words, even before Zhao Du could finish speaking, Tao Qian's hand had already lightning-fast slapped on the top of his head. After killing several people, Tao Qian grew gradually familiar with this job, and his control over his inner power became more proficient. The power of the Bo Dragon bloodline surged from his palm, reducing Zhao Du's brain to a mushy state, which then trickled out from his ears and nose. He was even less capable than Lou Daniel, not even having the chance to display which evil technique he had cultivated. Tao Qian was actually somewhat curious, but for such a small curiosity, it wasn't worth the risk. In his past life, he had learned from watching various films and dramas that whether one is a villain or a hero, once they've decided to make a move, they shouldn't waste time talking. Talking too much is often the cause of many powerful figures' deaths. After silently criticizing this, Tao Qian first moved Lu Danyu's corpse over and didn't forget to take back that one silver coin used as bait. Then, as usual, he searched the body. It didn't take long to achieve a result, a somewhat disheartening result. Treasures, cultivation secret manuals, neither was found. What Tao Qian found were merely some silver coins and a few bottles of liquor. This outcome made Tao Qian doubt his own hands. Previously searching Zhang Xian and Yang Ding had yielded considerable gains. How could it be that with the genuinely combat-skilled Lu Danyu and Zhao Du, there was not even a little bit? From a lucky hand to an unlucky one, the transition was too swift. Although there were some silver coins, silver dimes, and such, having obtained a large stack of banknotes, the now affluent Tao Qian looked down upon them. After perceiving the corpses of the two men, Tao Qian understood the reason. The bounty for the 4 beasts of Shi County is not bad, and they even managed to mix into the Devil God army in positions like abnormal catcher. Although they haven't entered the energy-introducing realm and remain at the bottom of the cultivation world, their level is higher than that of Wu Ming of Seeking Immortal Hermit. All 4 had extraordinary encounters, but taking a serious count, Zhang Xian and Yang Ding were the only 2 with inheritances, although severely incomplete and merely scraps. As for the combat-skilled Lu Danyu and Zhao Du, one had devoured an alien in childhood and gained augmentation of flesh, while the other was even unluckier, taken by an evil magician in childhood for human modification. Though he survived, both actually had no future and knew no cultivation, just acting on instinct. In the cultivation world, there are too many such individuals. That's why they so desperately wanted to acquire true scriptural inheritances, just that they did too many unconscionable things and happened to run into me. After slaying the 4 beasts, gaining practical experience, and collecting several secret books and treasures, Tao Qian was completely satisfied and concluded this mission. It wasn't complicated, he simply dumped the corpses of the 3 beasts next to Miss Zhou. Then he used the stench of the worm feces stone to wake her up. Upon hearing Miss Zhou's scream echoing through the heavens, Tao Qian, with his bulging loot, drifted away into the distance. Leaving Zhou Mansion on East Street, Tao Qian headed directly for Vegetable Market Street. But his destination wasn't the end of the street where Chengyu Bookstore was located. Instead, it was the heart of Vegetable Market Street, recently often used as an execution ground. There, a wooden post called Soul Summoning Pole was erected. Hanging on the post were the heads of several heroes, including one of the original bodies Tao Qian had possessed when he reincarnated. When Tao Qian first arrived or borrowed a scholar's body to be reborn, he was as powerless as a chicken, also devoid of any authority or wealth to leverage. Even with anger in his heart, he was unable to act. But now, everything was completely different. With the contributions from the 4 beasts of Shi County, Tao Qian fully knew what kind of power he now possessed. So the things that should be done needed to be done. A dark and windy night is most conducive for action. As Tao Qian uttered this, his figure had already neared the destination. His original intention for coming here was to help collect the heads of the heroes. What to do afterward would depend on his further adaptation to the world and additional information gathered. Before this, Tao Qian had learned from an old clerk. The officials from Seeking Immortal County government planned to use these heads to fish for other heroes. Just like in the immortal realm, Tao Qian knew it was bait, knew it was a trap, yet he still planned to dive into it. In the immortal realm, Tao Qian relied on his abnormality to freeload off the realm's master. But here, Tao Qian wasn't planning to freeload, he intended to dismantle the trap entirely. If this group of individuals from the official violent institutions of this world, also known as court hawks, were too ruthless, Tao Qian wouldn't hesitate to decisively eliminate some of them. Having acquired the life experiences and memories of both a hero and a scholar, Tao Qian held not a shred of goodwill towards these people. Just as he made up his mind and approached his destination, suddenly, a disturbance came from ahead. The sounds of numerous footsteps, shouts of killing, and the clashing of weapons in battle carried by the night wind entered Tao Qian's ears. Startled, his hidden figure had already appeared in a shadowy corner of Vegetable Market Street. Looking out, he saw a battle drawing to its close. However, the numbers of the 2 sides were vastly different, with the disadvantaged side about to be defeated. One side consisted of several tens of people, mostly constables from the county government, but the core was a group of about 7 or 8 worldly society figures, including 3 dressed as monks. The other side consisted of 2 fish that had swum into the trap, a man and a woman, both of exceptional bearing and appearance, seemingly a couple. Whether they were the heroic couple or those worldly society fighters, none could elicit in Tao Qian the precise flutter of excitement, only a very faint perception. This situation was similar to the previous incident at Seeking Immortal Pier, when a young Taoist lured Hong Haihu into a mutated state with a group of assassins. They were not people of the cultivation world, but they had contact with transcendent, cultivation-related matters, such as practicing some martial arts skills related to cultivation techniques and secret books. Their displayed combat power corroborated this. Like the man and woman, who both wielded fine steel longswords and in their coordination, cut graceful figures with sword chi slashing through the air, resembling an immortal couple. And those worldly society fighters who took the lead each demonstrated their extraordinary powers, like those three monks, chanting scriptures with their bodies immediately turning a golden color, like three moving vajra. The clanging sound that followed was them withstanding the sword chi without any harm to their bodies. The scene before them was just like a martial arts blockbuster. On sight and observing, Tao Qian quickly recalled the origins of such a crowd. In the nameless secret manual, there were numerous descriptions. The 9 cultivation realms, the first realm being energy introduction, refers to drawing indescribable source chi into the body, remolding oneself. This realm is the first deadly pass. Historically, countless cultivators have perished without explanation upon the introduction of source chi. Thus, to increase the chances of success, whether it be Taoist and Buddhist families or heterodox sects, all started to research some precautionary measures. Among them, a reasonably effective method was to transform the cultivator's body in advance, making it more suitable for the type of source chi they would draw in. For instance, the major sect of Buddhism, West Temple, would distribute to new monks a simple magic skill called marrow cleansing power. After successful practice, the monks already possessed various extraordinary powers then. When cultivating the Westward Life Destiny scripture, the majority could pass the first realm. Or one of the heterodox sects, Nine-Toed sect, would provide novices with a magic skill called Golden Toad Force, with a similar effect, to assist new disciples in entering the energy-introducing realm. Such simple magic skills were widespread in the cultivation world. Naturally, many permeated into the mortal world, either intact or fragmented, thereby creating a sizable group that lay between mortals and cultivators, the so-called worldly society fighters. Tao Qian had just steadied himself and started to assess the situation. The killing surrounding the soul summoning pole was also coming to an end. Those county government constables were merely serving as a backdrop. The real fishers were the recruited worldly society fighters, and the ones to deliver the final blow were the 3 monks. They, like 3 dazzling golden Buddhas, rushed forward, withstood the sword chi at close quarters, and each landed a punch. After 3 thuds, the couple was wounded and spat blood, unable to hold their longswords as they fell, weakened, to the ground. They were quickly enveloped in the large net tossed by the constables. The woman in the net, dressed in black, with fine eyebrows and cold eyes, seemed to have sustained lighter injuries and was able to speak, showing no fear of her predicament. She glared with anger at the group of worldly society fighters, especially the 3 monks, and with full contempt said, "The Iron Buddha Temple outside seeking Immortal City, at least within southern Yue, has some reputation. How come you have surrendered yourself to the corrupt officials? I heard your monks from the Iron Buddha Temple practice the Golden Buddha power, which originated from Vajra Temple, and to practice such a skill, one must uphold many precepts. If you have entered the civilian realm, that's one thing, but to have entered the county government, can you withstand the influence of authority? Can you bear the reproach of your conscience? And you all, who boast of being heroic figures of worldly society, now nothing more than court hawks." Pa. After she spoke, the faces of the few worldly society fighters responsible for the encirclement turned quite ugly, but they couldn't retort and simply glowered in silence. The 3 monks, after exiting the Golden Buddha state, appeared full of woe and without offering a defense, simply bowed their heads in prayer. Meanwhile, the constables, seeing the tough ones captured, began to chuckle coldly. The leader among them, a middle-aged constable with a sleazy face and a large black patch on his chin, approached and began pointing at the couple's appearance. It was clear he recognized them and said proudly, "Oh, isn't this the heroic couple turned bandits whose fame has recently skyrocketed? Robbing wealthy households is not enough. Assassinating court officials. Now you've even got your sights set on the heads hanging from this execution ground's soul-summoning pole. Well, it's just as well, not having caught the other accomplices of the rebellion. Capturing you 2 thieves is also a big catch. The county chief will surely reward us." As the noise persisted, Tao Qian could no longer restrain the urge to take action. He had already decided to collect the heads of these heroes. The unexpected event before him had only momentarily interrupted him and did not affect Tao Qian's movements. He had not yet acted, but suddenly a new idea came to him. Since he swallowed that bow dragon pearl fragment in the immortal realm and acquired part of the power of the bow dragon bloodline, he had yet to fully display the power within his body. When he first attacked the 4 beasts of Shi County, Tao Qian was cautious, fearing he might be too reckless, though during the process he played the part of cunning and strategic. After killing the four, Tao Kaiyan vaguely understood his ecological niche in the cultivation world. A heterodox mage possessing transcendent, abnormal powers no longer caused fear or caution in Tao Kaiyan, let alone these useless constables and a few worldly society fighters who only touched the edge of cultivation. What Tao Kaiyan had in mind was to unleash a significant force to display and exude the will of the heroic original spirit he felt when beheaded that day. With a great breath, Tao Kaiyan suddenly surrendered to the bow dragon, driving origin chi within his body. He was already in the energy-introducing realm, in the body-refining stage. With a surge of the mind, he let the source chi rush through and fully unleashed the power of the bow dragon bloodline. The mutated scene that would astonish the ordinary observer immediately manifested upon his body. His eyes instantly turned gold, his body began to elongate, and intricate dragon scales spread across his entire body. At the same time as the abnormality occurred, the source chi within his body unexpectedly stirred the celestial phenomena. Boom! Without any warning, the entire seeking immortal county was suddenly awakened by a thunderbolt. A vast expanse of dark clouds rolled in, as if a storm that could overturn everything had arrived, and a torrential downpour began to fall straight from the sky. The blinding lightning, like countless massive and sharp thunder spears, completely split the sky above seeking immortal county. The sudden change came too fast. No one had a chance to react, but even the useless constables instinctively knew that something unusual was about to happen. The next moment arrived. Roar. A roar that everyone in seeking immortal county could hear suddenly resounded. As the roar came throughout the county, whether it was birds or beasts or demons and other abnormalities, all fell silent in that instant. The entire city seemed to have been dragged into a barbaric age, enveloped by strong winds, torrential rain, thunder, lightning, and strange lights. However, those who felt it most deeply were the crowd under the soul summoning pole at Vegetable Market Street. They all seemed to faintly see a beast somewhere between a dragon and a bow existing in between the wind, rain, thunder, and lightning, ensued by a rainbow glow up and down its body. Amidst the roaring, the creature seemed to charge through the storm, bringing along wind, rain, thunder, and lightning. Whether it was the constables or the group of worldly society individuals, the three monks from the Iron Buddha Temple, at that moment, they all lost control over their bodies and souls. Their bodies became rigid, and their souls dazed and confused. As the storm passed, they appeared to have returned to the execution ground of the day before, seemingly hearing the last roars of the heroes who had their tongues cut off. An unknown amount of time passed, the thunder ceased abruptly, and the wind and rain stopped. In Vegetable Market Street, a group of constables, worldly society individuals, and three monks all woke from their deep palpitations. It took a long time to come back to their senses. Before they had time to rejoice that they were still alive, suddenly one of the constables seemed to see something. His face was full of terror as he pointed at the soul-summoning pole and trembled, gone all gone. Everyone turned to look and saw that on the wooden stake which had been covered with heads before, there was now nothing. Everyone realized something and quickly looked down at the ground. Indeed, the heroic couple that had been captured before had also disappeared without a trace. About half an hour later, in a bookstore at the end of Vegetable Market Street, a travel-worn Tao Kaiyan returned. At this moment, the mutated traits on his body had all disappeared. After washing up with some water and changing into a new set of clothes, he sat down again in the partitioned area. Tao Kaiyan's mind recalled the events he had just caused. The record stated that after Tao Kaiyan swallowed the bow dragon pearl fragment, he was equivalent to a bow dragon hatchling. The terrifying celestial event that had just appeared in the skies over the vast seeking immortal county corroborated this. At full strength, Tao Kaiyan could create the commotion of a bow dragon hatchling on the move. However, it was just the commotion and nothing more. Those wind, rain, thunder, and lightning actually had little killing power. If it had been a real bow dragon hatchling, the outcome would not have been so mild. Of course, even so, the people from the county government, the monks from Iron Buddha Temple, and a group of worldly society individuals, as well as all the residents of Seeking Immortal County, had all felt an unprecedented shock. This time, it seems I played a little too big, Tao Kaiyan muttered to himself. His tone held no hint of regret. He had not only taken all the heads of the heroes, but also rescued the heroic couple known as Yin Jujun and Duan Qiu, and together with them, made proper arrangements for the heroes' heads if they still had family alive. They would be sent discreetly by the couple. After completing this, Tao Kaiyan bid farewell to the two and hurried back. Although Tao Kaiyan also noticed that the two seemed to want to say something, at that time, Tao Kaiyan still maintained some of the bow dragon traits. He looked not quite human, not quite bow, not quite dragon. Although the two were not from the cultivation world, they had some contact and knew that every act of cultivation and transcendence had its price, an iron law. In the end, the couple said nothing. Naturally, Tao Kaiyan would not actively ask for anything. He had only been in this world for a few days, still slowly adjusting, and could not do without this small bookstore that provided shelter from the elements and a temporary place to live. Once I fully adapt here, then I will think about the road ahead. After uttering these words, Tao Qian pushed away the distracting thoughts. Then his gaze turned once more, falling upon the tabletop before him, where all of Tao Qian's gains from tonight were placed. He had been extremely busy tonight, obtaining treasures and cultivation secret manuals from killing 4 people, and showing for the first time the full force of the power of the bow dragon bloodline, which gave rise to many inspired thoughts in Tao Qian's heart. Now that he had some free time, it was just right to rethink and ponder. Tao Qian studied the narrow table before him, on which lay stacks of banknotes amounting to thousands of yuan, a small pile of silver coins, silver dimes, and copper coins, remnants of his actual gains, all of them related to the transcendent and abnormal, acquired by him through the arduous task of scavenging corpses. Worm feces stone, earth element manual, meat demon possession technique, mountain ghost skin, corpse blood elixir. Plus the previously obtained Bai Chin play fragment and the immortal fish technique. For me to have gained so much in the past 2 days, I must be considered fortunate among those in the cultivation world. At least compared to my predecessor, seeking immortal hermit Wu Ming, I'm definitely blessed. It's just a pity. These items cannot clear the path ahead for me, nor let me discern the great Tao. Tao Qian spoke with a hint of regret, though not overly so. Clearly, he was well aware that if buying a couple of books and killing 4 marauders could grant access to the great Tao, such cultivation techniques would be far too cheap. He mumbled to himself while contemplating the uses of these items. The Bai Chin play fragment is still unusable. I can be exempt from the cost required to learn the technique, but not the basic conditions of cultivation. The simplest forms such as pig form, sheep form, chicken form, etc., require not ordinary bird blood, but the elusive wild spirit bird essence. Where on earth could I find such blood? Besides, even if I did cultivate them, their power would likely fall far short of that of the bow dragon bloodline. Only the ape form, elephant form poses some potential. With this thought, Tao Qian set down the fragmented books. He then planned to put aside the earth element manual and the meat demon possession technique, 2 secret techniques. The latter goes without saying it is a spell from the heterodox side door and among the more malevolent ones. Tao Qian could exempt himself from the cost but would never cultivate it. As for the former, the cost could be exempt, but its prerequisite, consume 1 earth element daylight more consumed, the higher the chance of success. Clutching the manual, Tao Qian thought for a moment, then moved it back in place. With a distressed expression, he clenched his teeth and said, I possess the bow dragon bloodline, and with all my strength I can briefly command the forces of wind, rain, thunder, and lightning to control the sky, but at an immensely high consumption rate. Just now, feigning for a moment, my source chi was nearly drained. It's simply too risky. If I add one more subterranean evasion technique as an escape card, that would be ideal. Besides, isn't it just eating bugs? What's the big deal? Their protein content is extremely high, and if fried before eating, they would be even crunchier. Perhaps I could even grow to like the taste. Having said that, Tao Qian pinched the ball like feces stone again, his face twisted in conflict. Although the time was short, Tao Qian had already experimented. All other costs for this feces stone can be exempted wherein it can counteract poison, and in the future, I can use it to offset some costs of cultivating earth-related exotic skills. The only problem is that the stench is irremovable. Could it be that the fecal smell is not a cost, but a prerequisite condition? Never mind, I'd rather stink than be poisoned to death someday. Moreover, it's actually not too bad. It seems the foul smell targets only the wearer, others can't smell it, which spares me from social death, a great blessing. Pinching his nose, Tao Qian acknowledged another treasure. Next was the mountain ghost skin, which greatly resembled human skin and truly captivated Tao Qian's heart. The skin is similar to a concealed treasure armor, and it has many functions. Yet it's such a pity that the good condition of being unable to conceive offspring, upon wearing it which would have been a favorable cost, was negated by my special ability. The contraceptive effect was thus nullified. What an ironic twist of fate. As he spoke, Tao Qian flung the skin onto the back of his hand. Astonishingly, the hairless, colorless abnormality squirmed and stretched as if alive, quickly covering Tao Qian's entire body. To his surprise, he felt no discomfort. On the contrary, he felt even lighter. As for the final item, the corpse blood elixir that was as large as a date, there was actually little to be said. After understanding its origin and function, Tao Qian placed it in his bosom, allowing the mountain ghost skin to envelop it along with the feces stone. Then, Tao Qian remarked with a sigh, floating corpses are fine zombies, indeed. If I have the chance, I'll seek one too, not to block their path for gifts, but a chat would be nice. Having accounted for his gains and their applications, Tao Qian was not completely satisfied. In his mind, he quickly replayed the night's multiple attacks, summarizing a bit of experience and mistakes. Finally, Tao Qian's thoughts focused on the conversation he overheard before taking action, especially the critical sentence spoken by Zhang Xian: "The reward of silver coins is a small matter. The true significance lies in whether one can be granted a cultivation scripture and technique." This sentence fully expressed the endless hardship of the lower ranks within the cultivation world. The evil people from the four beasts of Shi County were the same. And so was the hermit Wu Ming, who had sought immortality for 30 years and died in a daze. The so-called cultivation scriptures and techniques refer to those cultivation manuals that have completeness, a clear path ahead, smaller costs, or methods within the manuals to offset those costs. Such tomes in the cultivation world are the true essence of the foundation. Be it the Taoist, Buddhism, martial and divine cultivation, or the countless heterodox sects and side doors, all depend on a large number of such tomes to occupy the upper echelons of the cultivation world's ecological hierarchy. A more colloquial name for them is the lifebound scripture. Since it is called lifebound, naturally, they are not mere thin volumes. Almost all of them are profound and complex, directly connected to the heavenly Tao's great books. Most are named as scriptures, books, records, and so forth, like the Cow Gang's top secret Blood River Scripture, or the legendary Taoist Old Lord Ascension Scripture, the Buddhist Great Reincarnation Scripture, the fabled heterodox Infant Scripture. These are all things that every cultivator dreams of obtaining. Even among lifebound scriptures, there are levels of strength. Any magic skill capable of cultivating a true immortal is controlled by major powers without exception. Books like Blood River Scripture, abundant in methods but hopeless for pursuing the immortal path, are also controlled by forces of the Cow Gang caliber. My current cultivation of the immortal fish technique has nothing to do with a lifebound scripture. A more accurate description would be that it's akin to an admission ticket, an entry pass. With it, one can merely enter that terrifyingly peculiar fairyland fish pond to vie for the chance to be fished by formidable existences, truly a fate most dire. At this thought, Tao Qian's eyes revealed a trace of bitterness. Although he had entered the energy-introducing realm, he had not obtained a single lifebound scripture suitable for cultivation. There was a saying in the cultivation world: a day without a great book is just an existence akin to an ant. Tao Qian knew how precise this saying was from what he had learned from seeking immortal hermit Wu Ming and Rigui Taoist Lin Ziohua. As recorded in the nameless secret manual, one day a large group of low-level cultivators gathered to discuss how to resist a true cultivation disciple from a great sect. They thought with their overwhelming numbers, even if they couldn't win, they should have been able to put up some resistance. However, the outcome was that the true cultivation disciple waved a hand, and a dazzling rainbow light obscured the sky. The group of low-level cultivators vanished in the blink of an eye. Not even a complete corpse was left behind. Tao Qian, having obtained the bow dragon bloodline, was indeed a proper energy-introducing realm cultivator. But this did not change the fact that he was at the bottom of the cultivation world. What if one day he also encountered a disciple from a great sect and accidentally ended up with the same fate? With these thoughts, Tao Qian grew even more disheartened. He couldn't help but think about ways he might obtain a great book or lifebound scripture at this stage. The immortal fish technique. That fairyland is the fish pond of some terrifying being, even using something like the bow dragon pearl as bait one day using a great book as lure wouldn't be out of the ordinary. Others surely would not dare to take the bait, but I am different. The joy of freeloading is momentary, but everlasting freeloading is constant joy. Even if I could freeload a lifebound scripture, that would be unbelievably thrilling. These two thoughts flashed through his mind, and Tao Qian's expression grew complicated. After consuming the bow dragon pearl fragment, he had originally intended to be cautious and avoid that fairyland fish pond, but now it seemed he still had to take the risk. Actually, there's another more conventional, orthodox method, which is to seek the Tao and ask questions like Wu Ming. However, I need to have a clear goal. Which of the 12 major Taoist sects, the 3,800 Buddhist temples, the numerous martial and divine cultivation clans, the thousands of sources from heterodox sects, and the most mysterious demon sects should I choose from? Choose correctly, and there's a chance to cultivate into a true immortal. Choosing correctly, and one might lose their life. If only that accomplished Rigui Taoist Lin Ziohua were here, it'd be good to have a senior's leg to cling to for advice. After all, that big leg had promised to pass on a method to enhance that ability, right? But the guy is also cautious, though within southern Yue, he did not specify where in the province he could be found. How am I to find him? Thinking up to this point, Tao Qian scratched his head. With no choice but to temporarily set aside those thoughts and an unclear path ahead, at least he had a direction now. The next step, finding a lifebound scripture. It's probably difficult to get it in one step, but I can continue to explore within the cultivation world. Now that my cultivation level also makes me a proper cultivator, I should visit some of the cultivator gathering places mentioned in the nameless secret manual. If I'm not mistaken, there's one nearby seeking Immortal County. That place is called Tengsh Town, originally a mortal dwelling until disaster struck and wiped out the entire town. It was then occupied by a heterodox power and turned into a sort of marketplace for the mutual exchange of goods and magic skills. The tricksters and evil people there are plenty, though. The poor seeking immortal hermit was swindled terribly there and almost had his essence blood sucked away by some charm-type abnormality. If they could be so cruel to an old man, I, a tender new cultivator, must be even more cautious upon going there, lest I fall prey to those sweet-talking seductresses with ample bosoms and long legs. Remember, remember. Having finished his planning, Tao Qian knew where to go after closing his stall the next day and contentedly secured all the banknotes and silver coins. He didn't go to sleep, but instead sat cross-legged on the bed, slowly recovering the bow dragon source chi that he had excessively expended from his showboating that night. The next morning, after a hard night's work, Mr. Tao awoke refreshed, washed up, and opened the door. Now, endowed with cultivation power and carrying a huge sum of money, common sense would suggest it was time to close down Chengyu bookstore and venture elsewhere. Yet, after much deliberation last night, Tao Qian decided to stay a bit longer in seeking Immortal County, living as a scholar as he had before and making plans later. He had thought about seeking the great lifebook scripture last night, but the world was indeed too dangerous. The tragic tales of seeking immortal hermit Wu Ming were enough to serve as a warning for Tao Qian. It was best to plan carefully before acting. With such thoughts, Tao Qian naturally tidied up the bookstore and tasted some street breakfast foods. Being in the bustling vegetable market street, the marketplace atmosphere was intensely strong. Tao Qian didn't need to do much, just watching was enough to gradually dissolve the already thin barrier. However, it was somewhat frustrating that due to the previous day's purchases, various pictorials and books were sold out. Chengyu bookstore's business was once again bleak, but now Tao Qian knew how to do business, and with over 1,000 yuan in cash and silver coins in his pocket, he wasn't the least bit worried. The morning passed without many visitors, except for the familiar neighbors, Li Sanyu and Jia Qiang, the owners of neighboring shops. These two were also idle and seemed to treat Tao Qian's modest bookstore as an essential stop on their wanderings, especially making time to chat. Their main point was to share some gossip, such as the two major events that happened last night in seeking Immortal County. The two painted a vivid picture, seeming to have some inside information. Tao Scholar, I know you scholars talk about avoiding discussions on supernatural and paranormal matters, but last night's event, the whole county heard it. That dragon roar sounded like drums from the barbaric lands. Even if you slept like a pig, you couldn't have missed it. I have another top secret piece of news for you. I have a distant nephew who works as a constable at the county government. Last night he saw a strange dragon carrying wind, rain, thunder, and lightning across seeking Immortal County. It seemed to be moved by the heated blood of the heroes on the soul summoning pole, and actually intervened to save their heads and also rescued two heroic thieves with the same intention. An omen of a nation's demise is always followed by devils, but who knows whether this strange dragon is a menace or an omen of good fortune. Anyway, today, only a few old officials stayed at the county government. That cowardly official hid early in the morning, clearly terrified of being attacked by the strange dragon in broad daylight, haha. Besides that, you definitely don't know about another strange incident last night. It's said that Miss Zhou of the wealthy Zhou family was kidnapped last night by the notorious devilish sorcerer, Four Beasts of Shi County. Fortunately, at the critical moment, a strange person passed by, not only rescuing her but also killing the four beasts. As soon as this news came out, the threshold of the Zhou mansion was nearly broken by a mob of thugs pretending to be the benefactor. These fools almost got smashed into meat pies by the furious Miss Zhou. Miss Zhou said, although last night was dark, she clearly saw that her savior was extremely handsome, like a banished celestial being. If another crooked guy shows up, she might just hammer him to death. With Tao Qian's competent assistance, the two gossip-sharing shop owners left fully satisfied. Tao Qian himself, however, was somewhat puzzled. He was quite sure of how well he had handled the two events last night. Miss Zhou definitely couldn't have seen my face. At most, she might have seen me walking away. She mentioned someone extremely handsome, like a celestial being, probably the benefactor's halo effect. Still, there were some oversights, like forgetting to cover my face, which really shouldn't have happened. Next time something like this occurs, concealing my identity will be the top priority. Tao Qian reflected on his experiences of mischief from the night before, passing the morning without much disturbance. At noon, Tao Qian didn't hesitate to close the shop. Before leaving, he grabbed a piece of white paper and wrote, "Out buying books will reopen in the afternoon. Upcoming ladies' pictorials, mysterious books, martial arts mysteries, Western foreign books, limited stock, buy quickly if interested. a bit wordy but certainly eye-catching. Tao Kaian patted his hands with satisfaction and turned toward the Seeking Immortal Peers book market, his gaze filled with anticipation. The day before yesterday, he had scored the Bai Chin play fragment and the Immortal Fish technique at the book market. It was natural to have some expectations about heading there again. Unfortunately, finding such bargains, like having golden eyes, requires an external boost, and even more so being in the right place. Though the book market was somewhat related, it was still a place of the mortal world. Finding cultivation secret manuals there wouldn't be so easy. Throughout the afternoon, Tao Kaian watched as customers filled his shop, but he felt incredibly bored. Collecting the clinking, shiny silver coins, he thought to himself, it seems unrealistic to expect to find bargains at the book market. I should probably try Tengsh Town instead. With my acute, extraordinary perception and the odd format of information, there might be a higher chance of finding cultivation and extraordinary items in such a convergence of cultivation and supernatural affairs. As described in the secret book, Tengsh Town is truly a place of indulgence, with all sorts of spectacular shows. I can hardly wait. Hours passed quickly as Tao Kaian collected money and dreamed away. As the sky began to darken, Tao Kaian ruthlessly ousted a group that tried to finish reading those pictorial magazines in his shop. Freeloading, this had now become Tao Kaian's forte. Others thinking they could freeload off Mr. Tao was wishful thinking. After closing the shop, Tao Kaian turned back to his partition, placing the brightly polished copper mirror on the narrow table. Tonight he was set to head to Tengsh Town, a place unlike the book market, truly a transcendent territory. The nameless secret manual described the town as filled mostly with cultivators of heresy and heterodoxy, and also inhabited by demons, ghosts, and all manners of strange creatures. Though there was some order, it was faintly pitiful. Newcomers with little experience could easily lose their belongings without careful attention. For instance, all their essence blood, or even their own life. Learning from last night's lessons, Tao Kaian decided to apply makeup before leaving. Though he had no cosmetics, nor knew any sorceress transfiguration techniques, he had his own subtleties. Facing the copper mirror, Tao Kaian began to concentrate, willingly guiding the bow dragon driving origin chi inside his body. He was currently in one of the 9 cultivation realms, the body refining stage. As source chi flowed with his will, any part he focused his spirit on underwent corresponding transformations. For example, passing through the skin would slowly grow bow dragon scales. If it lingered on his face, soon his pupils and teeth would turn golden, and his hair and whiskers would emanate a cyan glow. This same principle applied to the hands, feet, chest, abdomen, or other hidden areas. Honestly, Tao Kaian was quite familiar with this sort of play, except unlike playing games in his previous life, this was real operation. Moreover, the transformation of the body by the bow dragon source chi was not without cost. Besides the continuous consumption of the source chi itself, it also brought pain, itching, and more. Such immediate costs were not something Tao Kaian's special ability could exempt. Within moments, he lost his playful mood. Enduring some discomfort, Tao Kaian made some modifications to ensure no one could recognize him as the sour scholar owner of Chengyu bookstore. After seeking Immortal County truly fell into night, a vague mist arose in a dark alley of Vegetable Market Street, blending into the sky with the night breeze. About a few minutes later, outside Seeking Immortal County, beside a mountain path leading to distant dark mountains, a figure suddenly descended from the sky. By the moonlight, one could vaguely see his appearance. His height had surged to nearly 2 meters, and though he wore the long robe of a scholar, the muscles beneath the robe could not be fully concealed. Not the bulky, overlaid kind of muscle, but a form filled with terrifying explosive power and primal allure. But what truly caught the eye was his face. He had human-like facial features, but many more resembled a dragon. His skin toughened by embedded dragon scales, golden vertical pupils, decidedly prominent dragon teeth, and exceptionally elegant cyan-lit hair and whiskers. And most distinctly, an almost palpable faint aura of might, unique to a stronger life form. Any normal person who saw Tao Kaian at this moment. The first thought would undoubtedly not be that he was human. Rather, they would guess that this was either a demon or some type of alien creature. Whether it's the narratives inside the nameless secret manual or what Lin Ziohua, the Rigui Taoist, said, it's clear that although the cultivation world is mostly human cultivators, there are also not a few non-human life forms. There are countless strange creatures, endless demons, exotic beasts, ghosts, and evil objects. Additionally, there are originally humans who later transformed into indescribable, incomprehensible, immortal gods. My half-human, half-dragon appearance would cause a sensation in the mortal world, but it's probably nothing unusual in the cultivation world. Too many conditions could lead to such life forms. Like cultivators whose secret cultivation methods go out of control, humans who have swallowed alien objects, or demons trying to transform into humans. Letting his thoughts surge, Tao Kaian in this monstrous form, utilized the cover of the night wind to venture deeper into the mountains. Although Tao Qian had extensively studied the nameless secret manual and knew roughly where Tengsh Town was as well as the many rules for entry, it was still his first visit without anyone to guide him. It took him a full hour, but with his extraordinary perception, after he crossed over a mountaintop, he saw flickering lights not far ahead. There unmistakably was a town of modest scale, many structures built against the mountains, stretching from the foot of the mountain to its darkest summit. The dark summit, in shape and contour, indeed resembled the legendary exotic beast Tengsh, and those buildings from a distance seemed almost like parasites residing within the armor of Tengsh, the flickering lights eerily suggestive of sucking on flesh and blood, invoking an inexplicable sense of disgust in onlookers. Outside the seeking immortal city lay a range of mountains. The further one ventured into the depths, the harder it was to see any traces of human habitation. Crossing several more mountain peaks, one could hardly find any sign of people at all. In the previous years, there had been a town named Tengsh Town, built against the mountains, conveniently located at the intersection of Seeking Immortal County, Wending County, Shu City, and Shanley County. Travelers and traders passing through were plentiful, making it a prosperous place. Unexpectedly one day, the town suffered from a demon calamity. A horde of demons passed through and in a single night slaughtered the entire town to the ground. If that were all, there would be refugees, disaster victims, willing to resettle there. However, after that night in Tengsh Town, strange occurrences frequently happened. Mortals who stayed there would inevitably die violently within a few days. As such, the town rapidly fell into desolation, until it was occupied by a heterodox force known as Joyful Tower, and it was unknown by what means they cleared all the evil spirits and eerie entities from Tengsh Town. A few days later, Joyful Tower announced that Tengsh Town had been opened as a workshop, welcoming guests from all directions. In the entire Longevity Heavenly Dynasty, Joyful Tower wasn't considered among the top powers, but within southern UA, it was still a local overlord. Thus, it didn't take long for Tengsh Town to revive. Within southern UA province and the surrounding provinces, Tengsh Town was known as a place of exchange and commerce. Most low-tier cultivators loved to delve into such workshops. Just like commonplace markets, mostly consisted of ordinary people. Tao Qian recalled the descriptions from the nameless secret manual, soon traversed the wild forests and valleys, and arrived at the dark foothills. And as he neared his destination, Tao Qian's extraordinary perception began to violently react. Thump, 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 a series of throbbing sensations merged into one. It made Tao Qian feel as if there were giant bells and drums resonating in his mind. After a great deal of effort, Tao Qian suppressed his perception. When he regained his senses, his figure had already emerged from the dense forest, appearing beneath the flickering lights. At the same time, Tao Qian also saw a large number of companions. Coming from all directions, there were beings of various forms. The reason he didn't refer to them as human cultivators was that among those Tao Qian could see, those with human shapes scarcely accounted for half. The rest of the life forms were non-human. There were demons with a few pieces of cloth hanging on them, chests bared, holding weapons, giant apes gnawing on chunks of bone and flesh, evil ghosts with twisted limbs, moving forward with shrieks, alien charms lifting red lanterns, dressed in red bridal garments, snake women with disheveled hair, moving forward with a beautiful head atop them. These were still considered normal. What truly surprised Tao Qian were some abnormalities. Even now, as his gaze touched those alien entities, his heart skipped with fear, almost compelling him to turn around and flee. He wanted to record these abnormal appearances into his memory immediately, but after merely blinking, he found he had forgotten them all. Such abnormalities weren't many, disappearing at the foot of the mountain in a flash. When Tao Qian tried to take a closer look, he only caught a glimpse of one of their figures. She was a woman with skin as pale as snow, her beautiful body exposed, and a visage akin to that of a holy snow woman, yet no presence in the vicinity harbored lecherous thoughts toward her form. For upon that body's surface, densely packed, were countless pores from which red parasitic worms resembling pork tapeworms extended, each reaching several meters in length, writhing in the air and emitting a hissing sound. With each step she took, the pristine white feet immediately birthed a bright red, vivid mist with a strong fragrance underneath. The scarlet mist carried her forward, and if one were to ignore her naked form, it would seem as though some fairy was passing by. If someone came too close, hearing too much of those alien sounds and smelling too much of the exotic fragrance, they would immediately fall to the ground, their eyes bulging as they vomited. Along with the acidic water from their stomachs, a mass of insect eggs surged forth. When she disappeared at the foot of the mountain in a manner difficult for anyone to comprehend, all the demons, evil spirits, practitioners of heresy and heterodoxy, and other cultivators at the scene heaved a heavy sigh of relief. Tao Qian was also among them. Encountering this incomprehensible abnormality, the many demons gathered at the foot of this mountain suddenly seemed almost endearing. But soon enough, the true ferocity of the demons displayed itself, for there was a wolf-shaped devil that suddenly discovered a group of humans had infiltrated amongst them. Not cultivators, but actual humans. A total of 7, 4 men and 3 women, their appearances not lacking in any way, their skin soft and tender, clearly not from impoverished families. They were all wearing the most fashionable student attire of the day, the boys in modified robes, quite proper and cultured, the girls in short jackets and long skirts, looking all the more pitiful in their panish had they encountered human bandits. They surely would have provoked evil thoughts. But this place was filled with devils, and evil thoughts did arise, just not of that kind. Not that kind of desire, but rather a craving for flesh. The wolf demon let out a howl, drawing the attention of the demons, cultivators, and alien species in the area. Its fearsome wolf head, with fresh meat still stuck between its teeth, approached the group of students directly, its fetid breath spraying forth as its greedy desire was unabashedly revealed. The surrounding demons also began to crowd in. Some of them even spoke in human tongues. Tonight I had a whim, left home thinking something good would happen, and here it's come true. I'm about to gorge myself, one said gleefully. Look at these few, tender all over, their skin so soft and smooth. They must be top grade amongst mortals, another commented hungrily. Brothers all sniffed out the scent right. Here in Tengsh Town, we can eat mortals, but not cultivators. Don't eat the wrong thing and give those freaks at Joyful Tower an excuse to catch us. Otherwise, you won't just lose your essence blood source chi, but even your soul will be extracted to make into a desire soul slave, tortured ceaselessly for 100 years, another warned. It smells right, no mistake. My innate divine ability allows me to hear these tender young ones' thoughts, dear students from nearby Wending County, stirred by a few volumes of immortal tales, duped by some worldly society sorcerer, and they've actually come to Tengsh Town seeking to consult with immortals, another disclosed. Great, just great, my belly is so empty, and it just so happens I need these delicate, tender kids to fill it up, another proclaimed hungrily. Those who could speak were clearly old demons. They exchanged words that made the students tremble in fear, and with a tacit understanding, they closed in, facing off with the human cultivators. Though ignored for a moment, there was indeed a significant number of human cultivators among them. There were dozens of them, clothed in various garb, including Taoist robes, casual attire, and even fashionable cultivators in barbarian clothing with crew-cut hair. Among this group of cultivators, one clad in a Taoist robe, carrying a black iron umbrella, and holding a wooden sword, furrowed his brows and looked at the students surrounded by demons, with a few already so frightened that they had wet themselves. The Taoist did not waste words, nor did he immediately come to their rescue. Instead, he hummed impatiently at the crowd of demons. He raised his hand, pointing to the pavilion that all who ascended the mountain must pass through. In the pavilion, a huge black shadow crouched. Tao Kayan peered closely, his pupils contracting slightly. The shadow was unmistakably a huge plague golden toad, as big as a water buffalo, its body covered in festering sores, emitting a foul stink with a large coin embedded in its forehead. Memories corresponding to this creature surfaced in his mind. The plague golden toad, the guardian beast of Tengsh Town. To enter Tengsh Mountain, one must prove to this beast that one is not a common mortal. There are no restrictions on the method of validation, but those who fail will be devoured by this creature. Just as Tao Kayan recalled these facts, the umbrella-carrying Taoist spoke up. If this were anywhere else, we might not be able to meddle with you demons and monsters. However, this place is within the bounds of Tengsh Town. Whether these children can be eaten is not up to us to decide. You should ask the plague golden toad first. As the Taoist's words fell, the group of demons instantly felt stifled. At the same time, the plague golden toad, seemingly asleep beneath the pavilion, suddenly awoke. Its pair of bloodshot eyes, resembling 2 red persimmons, abruptly stared over. That eerie gaze swept quickly across all present, including Tao Kayan. As both a cultivator and an abnormality, disguised as a half-human, half-dragon and hiding in the corner of shadows, Tao Kayan naturally did not trigger any reaction from the sore-covered golden toad. In the end, it was indeed those few young male and female students who caught the golden toad's attention, causing its red eyes to brighten. In an instant, a long scarlet tongue shot out. Skipping over the crowd of cultivators and alien species, it directly wrapped around the 7 people and pulled them into the pavilion. They were dumped onto the ground, and then the golden toad spoke in human language within 10 breaths, "Prove you are not common mortals. If you are from the cultivation world, please proceed up the mountain. If not, I regret to inconvenience you, but you must stay in my stomach for a while." Who would have thought? This festering golden toad spoke in such an elegant, almost polite manner. But quickly the students, who were thrown into disarray, came to their senses. Their hearts screamed. To stay inside this monster's stomach for a while would mean turning into a soup of pus and minced flesh, wouldn't it? These 7 people were already terrified, and now, overwhelmed by the stench emanating from the golden toad, were about to cry and faint. Fortunately, at that moment, the umbrella-carrying Taoist let out a sigh. He walked over first, followed by the rest of the cultivators, who tacitly blocked the view of those eager demons. The Taoist approached the pavilion, bowed to the sore-ridden golden toad, and then took something resembling an elixir from his bosom and placed it in his palm. His lips moved slightly as if engaging in a transaction with the golden toad. Quickly after, one heard a swoosh. The elixir in the Taoist's palm vanished, and a pleased voice of the festering golden toad echoed past. "To continue up the mountain or to leave, please do as you wish." As soon as the voice ceased, the crowd of demons realized they had been fooled. They bared their teeth at the cultivators in anger, but the cultivators, paying no mind to them, headed straight up the mountain. The umbrella-carrying Taoist turned to the students before leaving and said, "Seeking the path of immortality is not something you can achieve, and the world of cultivation is not as wonderful as you imagine. Hurry home, lest you suffer a disaster and lose your lives. I won't be able to save you a second time." With that, the Taoist also ascended the mountain. The group of demons, though extremely dissatisfied, respected the rules and could only growl to vent their frustration. One of them, a half-human, half-sheep demon, spoke with a raspy voice. "No matter, let that meddlesome Taoist be. Ultimately, any loss is his own. In a moment the feast will begin. I heard that Joyful Tower has captured some fresh game from the Western Territory, certainly more appetizing than these urine-soaked children." Having said this, the sheep demon stopped eyeing the 7 students greedily and turned into a black shadow, dashing toward Tengsh town up the mountain. The others nodded in agreement and followed suit. However, a few demons still lingered. Like the initial wolf demon, its eyes green with malice and dissatisfaction. They exchanged glances, staying put, watching those 7 students, terrified and supporting each other, staggering down the distant mountain path to escape. As the students were about to leave the area of Tengsh Mountain, each demon smirked, poised to follow. Sadly, these demons failed to notice. At some point, one among the crowd had vanished from the spot. Just as they sprang into action, a dazzling red light blazed from the direction the students fled, accompanied by a reckless barrage of wind, rain, thunder, and lightning. By supreme coincidence, the light passed over the students and collided directly with the few demons. Roar! A thunderous sound of a bow dragon echoed through the tempest. In that instant, not only did those lower-level demons stiffen in the air, but even the festering plague golden toad shuddered uncontrollably, filled with dread. The horrific force of the collision instantly sent the few demons flying. Mid-air they broke bones and spat blood, dying on the spot. With their dying breaths, they glimpsed a figure filled with primal ferocity, haughty and scornful, as if it held no regard for any demona half-human, half-dragon silhouette. They also heard the disdainful voice of this alien creature. "Where did these little devils and monsters come from? Get lost." Tao Kayan, with one strike combined with the bow dragon sound, directly claimed the lives of those lower-ranked demons. The scene appeared extremely domineering, yet Tao Kayan knew his own circumstances well. His strength was solely derived from the bow dragon pearl fragment. His body was tough, and he could release the divine skill, bow dragon sound, and that was all. Although on the surface he was a cultivator in the energy-introducing realm, if one were to strictly assess, he still hadn't truly entered that realm. Combat experience with other cultivators. None. Combat skills appropriate for his realm. None. Knowledge befitting his realm. None as well. Tao Kayan was able to kill the 4 beasts of Shi County and the few little demons before him by relying on his overwhelming power. After all, those were the lowest rungs of the cultivation world's ladder, fragile as insects. If Tao Kayan engaged in combat with truly seasoned entities of the cultivation world, like those old demons who could speak human language or the Taoist bearing the iron umbrella, his cover would likely be blown soon. Of course, for playing the part convincingly as someone of the bow dragon bloodline, Tao Kayan had no issues. Fortunately, in this scenario, there was only one audience member left, the giant plague golden toad with 2 red tomato-like eyes bulging out under its massive copper coin. This plague golden toad, an alien species, was not known for how long it had been bred by the Joyful Tower. It could speak human language and understood human nature. Its wild nature persisted, including a cannibalistic craving. And perhaps it possessed powerful bloodline divine skills, serving as a guardian beast of the mountain. Tao Kayan was curious about the creature's level and realm, but unfortunately he had to maintain his image and couldn't find an excuse to touch it. Besides, the golden toad's body was covered in foul-smelling sores, which suddenly made Tao Kayan less inclined to touch it. At this moment, Tao Kayan hesitated whether to check the corpses of those demons. From a brief contact earlier, Tao Kayan already knew the particulars of those wolf demons and bear demons, which were low-ranked devil beings that had fortuitously gained intelligence. They bore nothing of value on their bodies, only their hides, demon blood, and bones which might still be of some use. However, there were none of the 10 birds among them, so there was no opportunity for immediate utilization. Fortunately, the understanding plague golden toad resolved this little dilemma for Tao Kayan swiftly. Being quite attuned to human nature, at first hearing the bow dragon sound, which contained high-rank bloodline, it got startled and nearly turned to flee up the mountain for help. After the storm settled and winds died down, it saw a half-human, half-dragon, handsomely peculiar figure with green-tinted hair and golden eyes full of arrogance, walking out. Feeling Tao-Kaien's energy introducing realm cultivation, it sighed in relief internally and thought, I thought some great demon had come. Turns out it's just a naive kiddo putting on airs. But the dragon chi on this kid is genuine, resembling a dragon yet not, possibly a mixed dragon descendant. Probably an illegitimate child of some great demon, can't be slighted. In a moment of thought, the golden toad's eyeballs rolled suddenly, and it promptly made a move. Its bright red tongue shot out again, engulfing and packing up the few demons Tao-Kaien had literally bashed to death, swallowing them whole into its seemingly bottomless stomach, with oppressive gulping sounds that were quite eerie. Having finished its dessert, the plagued golden toad then turned to face Tao-Kaien. It spoke with a tone that seemed worldly and smooth, loudly proclaiming, "Noble guest, such a demeanor old toad has no recollection of seeing before. You must be new to Tengsh Town." Old Toad has always admired the true dragon bloodline. Pleased to meet the noble guest today, it's fitting to present a small token of appreciation. Although most transactions here in Tengsh Town are barter-based, we've also learned some worldly tricks, creating something akin to human currency. This object is called joyful money. Most stalls and banquet buildings won't refuse it. Old Toad took the liberty of converting those mixed breeds' possessions into a full sum of money on your behalf. Please don't mind and keep it well. The old Toad's speech concluded. The massive copper coin on its forehead suddenly burst with golden light, then one could see several shining copper coins falling towards Tao-Kaien. Tao-Kaien instinctively spread his hands and caught them. 17 coins in total, circular with square holes, each inscribed with the words joyful ultimate happiness. As soon as they touched his palm, Tao-Kaien's mind flashed with their description. Record name joyful money, record type alien object, record currency issued by the heterodox sects, Joyful Tower in southern Yue province of the Longevity Heavenly Dynasty, made of pure gold, each containing a joyful mark. Each coin can be traced by the Joyful Tower, subtly amplifying desires, especially shopping desires, though not strongly. Those with slightly firm willpower can be exempt, but holding too many may cause overwhelming accumulated desires. Note, cost has been exempted. After reading the information, Tao-Kaien's eyes sparkled slightly. He grasped the coins and nodded towards the stinky old toad. Then, perfectly following the role-play rules, Tao-Kaien walked away with an air of disregard towards Tengsh Town up the mountain. After he had left, the plagued golden toad finally squatted back inside its booth. Smacking its lips, it muttered, "Being well-born makes it easy. This kid probably knows nothing, but just relying on that dragon face, most places would welcome him. Poor old plague here, still serving those perverted humans. But such inexperienced kids from the cultivation world, if they encounter someone with a taste for dragon blood and dragon meat, it'll be quite the show to watch." Tao-Kaien, of course, didn't know the old plague toad was badmouthing him behind his back. He pocketed the joyful money, lightly tapped his foot, and turned into a wisp of smoke with the night breezin inherent ability of the bow dragon bloodline, neither a divine skill nor a powerful technique. It was quite suitable for traveling. After a while, Tao-Kaien caught up with the main group. He didn't make a sound, just kept a proud and aloof demeanor, silently following behind. Tengsh Mountain seemed to have become an abnormality. Everywhere were oddly shaped rocks like interlocking canine teeth, with barely a flat spot before entering the town. There were also no signs of water traces, no creeks or springs. Black rubble seemed to cover the entire mountain, not a speck of green in sight. Groups of demons, cultivators, and other creatures clearly divided. Each used their methods, heading towards an area with buildings. Before long, they all arrived. As people, demons, and monsters reached the first platform, they all sensed an aura of their own kind. But ahead, black smoke curled up, with red light bursting faintly, enveloping a special loft uncommon in the mortal world. A series of red lanterns hung in front of the building, with a plaque at the forefront engraved with 3 striking red characters. Desire Pavilion. Crude and primitive, even the uneducated demons and monsters instantly grasped the meaning of this building's name. Just as everyone settled, the red light that burst from nowhere grew even more intense, and the scenery obscuring black smoke scattered. The next moment, the doors of the loft flung wide open, revealing layered stacks upwards, flower windows, soft beds, gauzy drapes, and white jade all casting seductive figures under the light, appearing even more enticing. And before them, the building already had numerous guests. Some, rather impatient, began their amusements right under the public eye without even closing the windows. Of course, perhaps they did it on purpose. Just as Tao-Kaien wondered why no one greeted him, suddenly the red light on the plaque erupted, and in an instant dozens of figures burst forth. Including him, everyone was assigned a corresponding host, and these hosts, seemingly tailored to the guests' preferences, were all different. There were heavenly beauties and those with large busts, long legs, ample behinds each catering to a variety of special tastes. And for those demons, they encountered female and male demons or other shapes that could trigger their desires, like that lantern-carrying female ghost devil, who was greeted by a very handsome scholar with red lips and white teeth, head shaking as if carrying a bookcase. Those seasoned in the scene had long grown used to such sights. Roughly half were human cultivators, and half were demons and alien species, all chuckling and immediately embracing their hosts, heading into this so-called desire pavilion. Before Tao Kayan stood a woman with a busty, leggy, ample figure, her appearance also remarkable, dressed in a repressed fairy-like robe, staring at him with frosty eyes. Her manner was off-putting, but the words and the voice that came from her stirred an unbearable itch in the listener. Guest, it is your first time in Town. You must need some guidance. If you don't mind, allow me to host you. How about that? As she spoke, this repressed fairy-like woman, undeterred by convention, moved closer and directly hooked onto Tao Kayan's arm. Her demeanor was cold and unapproachable, but her body was like warm, fragrant jade, soft and aromatic, which sparked wild thoughts. Of course, Tao Kayan considered himself not so concerned. Yet, as they touched, his extraordinary perception was automatically triggered, and format information emerged in his mind. Record name, Desire Slave. Record type, Ghost Charm. Record, this entity, a ghost charm, was originally a wronged soul, growing more and more confused day by day, losing its true nature. It was later collected by Desire Pavilion using the exotic treasure Original Desire 5 Immoral Banner, which can capture intangible entities like ghost charms, regardless of age or gender, refining them into desire slaves that, although intangible in essence, can change form at will. Note 1. This desire slave has an innate divine ability desire attraction that can trigger and amplify the lust of most life forms. Note 2. The longer one contacts the desire slave, the more joyful the spirit feels, entering a realm of ultimate happiness, but the desires also become increasingly uncontrollable until the dam of the mind bursts, torrentially flowing. Note 3. No cost required. As this information surfaced, Tao Kayan's expression subtly stiffened. His attention was caught by the line not restricted by age or gender, but soon Tao Kayan developed a strange interest. He slightly turned to face her, imagining another fantasy while happily saying, "All right, introduce me to this place, like what exactly does banquet building mean?" As soon as he finished speaking, Tao Kayan indeed saw. The originally repressed fairy-like desire slave transformed following his thoughts, turning into a half-human, half-dragon figure, only scales covering key parts, with dragon horns on her forehead, a charming yet heroic dragon girl. Seeing this transformation, the desire slave wasn't surprised. She even gave Tao Kayan a playful look. Meanwhile, she softly spoke, "First-time esteemed guest, you wouldn't know our joyful tower's specialties. From here to the middle of the mountain, there are dozens of buildings, each with open doors, welcoming guests from all directions, enjoying the myriad joys of the world, together heading towards the realm of ultimate happiness. The first building is our Desire Pavilion. As the name implies, in this building, esteemed guests can indulge in the most extreme carnal desires. As long as the esteemed guest is willing to spend, earthy mistresses, heroines of worldly society, imperial concubines, enchanting demonesses, Buddhist nuns, Taoist female cultivators. Desire Pavilion has them all prepared for you. Esteemed guest, are you tempted?" Outside the Desire Pavilion, before the grand archway, at first the Desire Slave was quite diligent, explaining to Tao Kayan the many services that the Desire Pavilion could provide. Soon, however, she sensed something amiss. This half-dragon demon before her, appearing haughty and proud with noble blood, seemed nailed to the spot. Despite her eloquent speech and impressive oratory skills, she could not make him move a step. What frustrated her even more was how quickly his thoughts changed. Initially, she was asked to transform into an abstinent fairy, then into a dragon girl, and then she was forced to become a cold and imposing empress, followed by a weird and quirky heroine, and thereafter she was coerced into other bizarre forms she had never heard of, with exaggerated bodies and odd clothing, forced to speak a contrived language. She suddenly stopped her introduction, adopting the unfamiliar form of dragon maid, and stared at Tao Kayan. He was all smiles, squinting his gleaming golden eyes, showing no hint of shame on his face. "Sir, are you perhaps making sport of this humble servant?" Utilizing the Desire Slave's innate divine ability to fulfill a minor wish of his own, Tao Kayan felt a pang of guilt when questioned this way. Entering the Desire Pavilion for service was clearly out of the question. As for compensating the Desire Slave, Tao Kayan considered himself a poor and stingy cultivation novice. The only money he had was the 17 joyful gold coins given by that wretched giant toad. "Just 17 coins in total. I must use them sparingly. Cannot give them away, just can't," Tao Kayan muttered to himself. He then noticed that the other cultivators and alien species had already freed themselves from the Desire Slaves, and were heading towards the second banquet building. Acting quickly on a brilliant excuse, Tao Kaiyan then put on a bitter expression, placing his hands earnestly on the shoulders of the desire slave. How could that be? Just hearing you describe it sets my heart and mind racing. But alas, when I left home, my family specifically instructed that under no circumstances should I lose my primordial yang. If it led to my bloodline being drained, I would surely lose half my life. It is truly a pity, such a pity. As soon as he finished speaking, Tao Kaiyan shook his head, showing a look of reluctance and regret. Then, gritting his teeth, he turned away from the desire slave, swiftly caught up with the main group with a few quick steps. Perhaps because Tao Kaiyan's acting was too excellent, and his emotions highly convincing and his dragon clan's bewitching eyes were deceptive, desire slave initially believed him. But as a desire slave of the Desire Pavilion, greeting guests from all directions, she also knew quite a bit about cultivation common sense. She soon realized that any cultivator or demon with a decent background should know the locking primordial yang technique. He was indeed just making sport of her. Who knows where this dragon cub comes from, such a vile nature. This old lady curses you to be spotted by some strong abnormalities that fancy dragons upon entering the workshop, seizing your primordial yang along with all your dragon blood and essence. Tao Kaiyan obviously could not hear the desire slave's curse. At this moment, he was in a good mood, having freeloaded an introduction from the desire slave, and Tao Kaiyan had a preliminary understanding of each banquet building he passed by. Thus, he made up his mind not to enter any banquet buildings. These so-called banquet buildings were akin to entertainment venues in the cultivation world. Like the second banquet building he was about to encounter, Gambling God Tower, there couldn't be a more direct and brutal name. Even if you had a fortune, once you entered that building, you wouldn't leave unless you were cleaned out. Then came the third building, Blessing Building, which sounded promising at first glance. However, Tao Kaiyan, who came from the mortal world, quickly grasped the gimmick. Well, buddy, gambling and drugs, and that's the trifecta. Tao Kaiyan inwardly ranted like mad. The first three banquet buildings were like this, how could he dare to enter the rest? Thus, facing the question from the charming desire slave now transformed into a dragon maid, Tao Kaiyan could only answer. He dared not move, indeed he dared not. And beyond these banquet buildings, the crowd followed the path upwards. They also encountered Illusion Dream Tower, where one could freely dream to the point of addiction, or Alcohol Bug Tower, which offered an experience of extreme intoxication. Tengsh Town was right there, opening every night. Thus continuously, cultivators, demons, and alien species, all intelligent, transcendent life forms, continued to come from everywhere, constantly enlarging the group, with reinforcements arriving periodically. But the majority of them, before reaching that truly reciprocal workshop, were seduced by these banquet buildings. With each step, the number of people decreased. By the time they reached the last banquet building, Food God Pavilion, the so-called flesh feast began, and instantly many were pulled away. This time those seduced were mostly demons and monster species. Previously, an old demon claimed that the flesh feast would feature fresh goods from the Western Territory, and at this moment, Tao Kaiyan saw it. He and a group of human cultivators stood outside the banquet building, watching the hall inside where grilling racks were set up, emitting such a strong meaty aroma that it made one want to eat their own tongue. And what was being grilled was decidedly humanoid creatures. Yes, humanoid, but not human. The Desire Pavilion had rules. Whether you were a cultivator, a demon, or an alien species, you could not eat humans, and Tengsh Town violators would be hunted down. Those being grilled, enticing droplets from myriad demons and monster species. The external form was undoubtedly that of a half-human, half-fish creature with sharp teeth, known as a deceitful object. They seemed to possess an extraordinarily mellifluous singing voice, and even as they were being grilled, the sound of the seasoning sprinkling and their wailing cries surprisingly made for a pleasant melody. Such an experience was unprecedented even for the group of old demons. They praised the uniqueness and amusement of this meat feast, clicking their tongues. A few impatient great demons quite simply pushed aside the servants in charge of the grilling and took up the grilling rods themselves, waving their arms about to cook the food faster, almost turning the rods into wind and fire wheels. Outside the building, Tao Kaiyan, observing this bizarre scene, wore a strange expression. Could these mermaids be the sirens, the cannibalistic abnormalities from the West? Tao Kaiyan was somewhat befuddled, clearly struggling to understand this combination of flavors in the delicious barbecue. Thus, he did not enter the Food God Pavilion to partake of the mermaid meat feast. As he walked past several banquet buildings, the path ahead gradually brightened, revealing a bustling, vibrant street. Shops lined both sides of the street, offering all kinds of market stalls. The architectural style and other setups were identical to those in the mortal world. Tao Kaiyan immediately knew that this was probably what Tengsh Town originally looked like. However, the throngs of people moving back and forth on the street were not mortals. Those who maintained a human form, bustling about, were all cultivators who practiced various righteous and evil magic skills. They appeared human, but who knew when they mutated or paid the price, what horrifying forms they would take. Just like the seeking immortal leader, Hong Haihu, who looked like a wealthy man before he transformed into a blood beast. Apart from them, the street was filled with demons, ghosts, and exotic beasts. These devils and strange objects, which would surely cause a massive disturbance if they appeared in the outside world, were here bargaining with shopkeepers and stall owners just like ordinary mortals. And the items for sale on this street were all not of the mortal realm. All kinds of abnormal and transcendent objects were everywhere. Had Tao Qian not suppressed his extraordinary perception in advance, his mind would probably be dizzy with the throbbing sensation by now. After the initial shock, Tao Qian quickly adapted. Recalling the records in the nameless secret manual, Tao Qian began to wander through this terrifying market. As he had anticipated, although his avatar as a half-dragon, half-man demon was somewhat conspicuous, he blended in quite well. Those demons or cultivator stall owners, they merely took him for a newcomer, focused on peddling their wares, and did not see through his true identity. Tao Qian spent half an hour exploring most of the market, leaving only those stores that clearly required great demons and great cultivators to dare enter. Those places had too many strong people and strange objects, so Tao Qian temporarily ignored them. After a few seconds of consideration, Tao Qian strolled over to a particularly unique stall. This stall was one of the hottest in the market. It occupied a large space, and the number of customers was astonishingly high. And the stall owner was a deceitful object indeed. In the center of the market stood a partially unfurled, ancient and mottled giant bamboo scroll. Before the bamboo scroll, there were already a dozen customers, both cultivators and demons. And in front of them all stood an old man dressed in Confucian robes, his appearance ugly and his head large, but his eyes exuded wisdom. A faint white light enveloped the customers and the old man, also isolating their conversations. As Tao Qian approached, a description from the nameless secret manual automatically surfaced in his mind. In the workshop of Tengsh Town, there exists a strange, deceitful object, self-proclaimed as the Eating Book Elder. Nobody knows whether it is a human cultivator or some kind of intelligent, abnormal object, or an incomprehensible mystical phenomenon. Many cultivators and demons have attacked it, all ending in failure however. It does not strike back, seemingly adhering to a peculiar rule of not killing. This entity often places a giant bamboo scroll in the workshop market. For a single piece of joyful money or another item of equivalent value, one can summon an avatar of the old man from the scroll, obtaining a chance to ask a question. The inquiries must relate to the contents of books, and the old man does not guarantee a response. Even if he responds, he only divulges some background stories and taboo practices of the book, never revealing any specific content. Cultivators who asked about the great lifebook scriptures owned by the 12 major Taoist sects, several major Buddhist temples, or ancient families were met with a cold sneer followed by a tui, and the cultivator was expelled. However, if asked about common cultivation techniques or secret skills, the old man usually tells all the background and taboos truthfully. Mulling over these descriptions, Tao Qian had already reached the bamboo scroll. He pulled out a joyful money from his sleeve and tossed it directly at the bamboo scroll. As the coin touched the surface of the scroll, a bizarre event occurred. The spot rippled like water, swallowing the joyful money. Then an old man materialized from within, stepping out. When he stood in front of Tao Qian, a pale white light simultaneously enveloped them both. Esteemed guest, what book or secret skill would you like to inquire about? If I am aware, I will surely inform you. The old man with the huge head, akin to a monster, finished speaking and did not urge Tao Qian. He simply stood patiently in front of him. Tao Qian considered for half a second, then swallowed back his initial question about the immortal fish technique. Instead, he politely bowed and directly said, "Elder, I would like to know about the stories and taboos related to the Bai Chin play. May I ask if you could inform me?" P.S. Asking for a monthly ticket. Tao Qian originally wanted to ask about the taboos of the immortal fish technique, but upon further thought, he realized that though the immortal fish technique seemed low-end, even a true bottom-tier cultivator like Wu Ming could obtain it, yet one only had to visit the Fairyland fish pond to know its perils. All things considered, one should start from the basics. Tao Qian decided to first inquire about the first cultivation method he had acquired, the Bai Chin Play Secret Manual. While questioning, Tao Qian also took the opportunity to fully observe the Eating Book Elder in front of him. Indeed, the man was hideous, with rough, loose, aged skin riddled with age spots and long sweat hairs, and his form was so hunchbacked that he seemed on the verge of collapsing to the ground at any moment. Most striking was the elder's head. Not only was it huge, but its shape was extremely irregular, much like a large winter melon grown in the corner of a rice paddy. Yet his murky eyes seemed to possess a power that could penetrate the hearts of men. Meeting his gaze, Tao Qian felt as though he was being seen through, which piqued his curiosity and made him instinctively want to reach out and touch. Of course, he quickly suppressed such a suicidal thought. In the next moment, he also heard the old man's voice, hoarse yet sagacious. The Bai Chin play is a cultivation manual, created 80 years ago by a human cultivator known as the Bai Chin Elder. The inspiration for this technique originally comes from the demon path's blood refining technique, yet it carves a new path and transforms into a method akin to that of the Buddhist sect. Practicing this method allows one to obtain the bloodline power of over 100 spirit birds. If not for the startling cost, its rating might be even higher. Founded on the demon path and cloaked in Buddhism, it is not the righteous path. Regardless of the means employed, practicing this method inevitably leads to breaking precepts and transforming into demons, almost irreversible. Not long after the manual was compiled, it was widely disseminated, causing the Bai Chin chaos in Chuo County, which brought disaster to tens of thousands of people. However, in the midst of that great chaos, numerous great demons with the power of Bai Chin were also born and nurtured. Esteemed guest, do you know what the fate was for these once humans who transformed into great demons? Here, the murky gaze of the old man rested on Tao Kaiyan, its intent subtly advisory. Not truly leaving a cliffhanger, the old man sighed and revealed the answer without waiting for Tao Kaiyan's response. The Bai Chin chaos ultimately attracted the intervention of monks from the great Freedom Templion of the most fearsome of the 3,800 temples in the Buddhist sect. On that day, just one monk arrived, bearing an iron bowl and wearing a tattered cassia. Wherever he went, those human-eating, mountain-moving great demons submitted without resistance, falling into line. A few days later, all the devils became Dharma-protecting beasts of the great Freedom Temple, and Chuo County was at peace. Tao Kaiyan, on his part, was trying to digest all this information. Most of it matched his extraordinary perception, except for the follow-up story. A tale that sounded tolerable at first, but turned out to be terribly frightening upon deeper reflection. Practicing Bai Chin play is sure to turn one into a demon. The Bai Chin chaos of Chuo County. The great Freedom Temple intervened immediately, quelling the chaos with just one monk and even taking back a group of protector beasts. I'm not into conspiracy theories, but was that Bai Chin elder really not from the great Freedom Temple? While Tao Kaiyan had long known that the cultivation world was full of pitfalls and one had to constantly be on guard against them, he was still startled by the horrifying secrets hidden in the Bai Chin play secret manual. Tao Kaiyan felt that if he didn't have the bizarre aid of the golden finger, he wouldn't dare cultivate and preferred to be a copycat or manga artist, living a comfortable life rather than inexplicably cultivating some trap-laden technique, being pierced through the nose by someone else's ring, bound by reins, and led away like livestock. Fortunately, he, Tao Kaiyan, could freeload. Resolute in thought, Tao Kaiyan noticed that after answering the question, the eating book elder was about to turn back to his bamboo scroll. Seemingly without intent, Tao Kaiyan suddenly reached out and grabbed the elder's sleeve. At the same time, he took out a piece of joyful money, handed it over, and urged eagerly, "Elder, please wait. This junior has one more question. There's a secret technique called the immortal fish technique that is said to commune with the heavenly Tao. Do you know the details?" Suddenly grabbed, the eating book elder wasn't annoyed. He took the money first, and then with a strange look, gazed thoughtfully at Tao Kaiyan's dragon-like face. After a moment of silence, the old man sighed. The immortal fish technique involves transforming one's soul into a fish and entering into the chaotic immortal realm. In the immortal realm, the air is rich with soul-nourishing qi, and various exotic treasures and cultivation manuals descend from time to time. With a bit of luck, one can gain strength daily, as if really touching on the ultimate principle of the heavenly Tao. However, with gain comes loss once this technique is cultivated. One's fortune and life are no longer under one's control. Just one day of bad luck, and you could die a nameless death. If you grow too plump, you may end up as someone else's meal. And the most fatal cost is that once you've cultivated it, it is difficult to break free, let alone transcend and become a true immortal after reaping the benefits. There's a common saying about fish leaping over the dragon gate, but have you ever heard of a fish truly making it over? When you ascended the mountain, you must have passed by a place called Blessing Building. Derived from the mortal world, there is an item called Blessing Paste, which relieves many ailments upon consumption, but once taken, one can't stop, and the soul-nourishing qi in the chaotic immortal realm is akin to the blessing paste of the cultivation world. If you've tasted it once, you'll want it a second time, and with many temptations within the immortal realm, can you resist? Everything in this world desires longevity. But few appreciate how arduous this path is, beyond the reach of ordinary people. I've said my piece as gratuitous advice to the esteemed guest. With these words, the old man touched his winter melon-like head, chuckled, and his body turned to nothingness, vanishing before Tao Kaiyan. This time, Tao Kaiyan didn't hold him back. Firstly, because his purpose had been achieved, and secondly, because he didn't have much money to waste. It would be foolish. Before he digested the information revealed by the elder, he first glanced at the format information that emerged in his mind upon touching the elder's body. As Tao Kayan had expected, a bunch of question marks. However, there were some useful pieces of information. Record name, record type, record description. A Taoist transformed unknown existence, its true form hidden in another realm. Taoist transformation. Tao Kayan muttered to himself, realizing he had come across a new point of knowledge. At the same time, he knew that both the bamboo scroll and the eating book elder probably were not his true body. None of this was unexpected. Even Wu Ming's nameless secret manual mentioned it. The eating book elder could appear simultaneously at different markets, and even some trading spots within several nearby provinces all bore traces of him. Because of this, he was suspected to be some kind of incomprehensible mystical phenomenon. In short, an unsolved mystery. This is the plight of being low-leveled, entering the cultivation world for the first time. Everything is new and fascinating. Tao Kayan noted this knowledge point, then silently made a sarcastic comment. Only after that did he begin to process the information he had inquired about. Looking at what he had learned, Tao Kayan felt somewhat shortchanged. Most of the information the eating book elder mentioned was already known to him. Of course, there were some details worth pondering. So that soul-soothing breath is called soul-nourishing qi. It turns out to be something addictive like blessing. Paste this could explain why I was immune 9 times but lost control on the 10th. Clearly, the addiction accumulates, and after 9 times, the craving would probably be extreme. If I enter the immortal realm again, the outcome will be uncontrollable. After 10 times, would my unusual soul clear the addiction again and start another cycle? Tao Kayan speculated and felt slightly better. If this guess was correct, he could be even more unrestrained in practicing the cultivation fish technique to his great benefit. As for the Bai Chin play fragment, unlike the immortal fish technique and the earth element manual, it is not just a cultivation method that allows one to seize the spirit bird bloodline, but also the combat technique secret manual that I desperately need. I have this powerful body, yet I'm not versed in the combat techniques of the cultivation world. The fragment contains exactly 10 different methods of demon combat mastering. Just one would significantly increase my combat capability. Whether to practice it or not will depend on what I gain this time. The real business of snagging bargains has not even started yet. With those thoughts settled, Tao Kayan began to feel restless. If he could pick up the Bai Chin play fragment and the nameless secret manual in that book market, wouldn't this proper cultivation world marketplace be ripe for the taking? Tao Kayan's whimsical idea was quickly met with a heavy setback. As he browsed around, he finally noticed. First, within Tengsh Square, whether it was the stalls or the shops, most goods were clearly priced with their origins and values distinct, leaving little room for deals to be snatched. Secondly, Tao Kayan was very poor. Just how poor? In terms of silver coin, he only had 15 coins left on him. Although he had thousands of yuan in banknotes, unfortunately in this Tengsh town market, those were only slightly better than waste paper. In this market, cultivation manuals were the most expensive, usually sold in shops backed by powerful individuals. Exorbitantly priced as they were mostly not thick volumes, but rather common commodities. The only advantage was that they were guaranteed authentic, with no risk of buying fakes. Other exotic treasures, deceitful objects, and cultivation materials could only be purchased with joyful money or through bartering. With 15 coins, perhaps he could buy some bird blood that he wanted. Cultivation manuals, that was absolutely impossible. Fortunately, although opportunities for bargains were few, they were not non-existent. Tao Kayan's gaze suddenly locked onto a specific area. It was at the edge of the market, next to a pitch-black cliff. Ghostly flames flickered, illuminating various stalls large and small. Many of these stalls displayed enticing books. There were quite a few cultivators and demons browsing around, busy coming and going, with frequent haggling heard. As Tao Kayan walked there, he recalled the unfortunate experience of his predecessor Wu Ming. The nameless secret manual stated, there is a part of Tengsh Square where swindlers converge and counterfeit goods are rampant. Only those with extremely perceptive eyes or special abilities should enter, else they will surely be deceived. Due to my lack of judgment, I was beguiled by a fox demon to spend 500 joyful money on a fake wild fox Zen scripture, draining 3 years of savings. Turning back to find that fox demon to settle accounts, I was instead beaten brutally, taunted for my lack of fortune and life, saying that not only longevity but even a natural death would be elusive for me. Oh, how I lament. Wu Ming, your fate is truly fraught, sighed Tao Kayan inwardly as he stepped into the area. Almost immediately, clusters of ghost fire surged, seemingly eager to illuminate the path for Tao Kayan. Several cultivators and magicians who had entered at about the same time felt neglected as a result. One of them, a man with a face as large as a plate and disheveled hair, couldn't help but complain these days. Even these green-scaled demons are snobbish. always flocking to the good-looking ones, Pa. After he finished speaking, a female magician nearby, draped in numerous garments and with a plump figure, her face covered in yellow dust, glanced at Tao Kayan and then seemed to understand. Then, speaking in a southern land dialect, she said, "You don't know squat. This young man has dragon chi in him. These green-scaled demons instinctively want to get close, and the bolder ones might even secretly draw a couple of breaths. But you're right, this young man does look quite pleasing." While they spoke, a head-sized green phosphorus fire rushed to get close, positioning itself right above Tao Kayan's head. Tao Kayan looked up just in time to see a pale green face flickering within the firelight, squeezing out a pleasing smile. It was fortunate that Tao Kayan was becoming used to his identity. As a cultivator, a mortal would have been terrified by that smiling face. With a source of light present, Tao Kayan did not mind the light being too green. Ignoring the two magicians and maintaining a proud and aloof demeanor, he strode into the area. A few breaths later, he appeared before the largest stall in the area. Though it was called a stall, it was actually more of a small shop. The stall owner had found some petrified wood to construct a frame and had hung some curtains around it. Dimly visible inside was the brilliance of merfolk pearls, though rather cramped, imparting a sense of another world. Of course, the most enticing items were the books of varying thickness laid out on the wooden shelf. Tao Kayan distinctly heard nearby cultivators, magicians, and even some intelligent demons and monsters breathing more rapidly. In the cultivation world, the most precious items were always the books of skills. The small shop already had quite a few figures inside when coincidentally, at that moment, a simple-minded man came out carefully cradling a book as if it were a treasure, looked around, and then quickly left. Tao Kayan looked at the man in the book, wanting to say something, but ultimately held his tongue. Instead, he simply flashed by, taking the man's place. As he entered, the curtain fell and a wooden sign popped out with the word "full." As soon as Tao Kayan stepped inside, he saw directly in front of him at the counter, a devil standing there. Indeed, it was an old fox with a slim figure standing upright, a bushy fox tail sweeping the floor. His head was that of a human, complete with a beard and even glasses, making Tao Kayan almost mistake him for an old scholar from the mortal world. However, the cunning glint in the fox's eyes could not be completely concealed. Upon seeing him, Tao Kayan paused, quickly comparing the description in the nameless secret manual and confirming this old fox's identity. It is indeed a coincidence, though somewhat changed. It's not hard to see that this old fox was the one who once cheated my predecessor Wu Ming. By means of some trick, he has transformed his head into that of a human, but the nature of the fox remains unchangedly and despicable. While Tao Kayan critiqued internally, the old fox also looked over, his eyes glittering behind his glasses. Tao Kayan felt as if he could hear the old fox's inner voice shouting, "A big sucker has arrived, time to make a killing." Suppressing a snicker inwardly on the surface, Tao Kayan maintained the demeanor of a wealthy patron. Just by his dragon-like appearance, no one would suspect anything. Who would have thought? This wretch only had 15 coins on him, simply pitiable. As described in the secret book, the old fox demon had clearly made a fortune, upgrading his small stall into this quaint and elegant shop. Even better, he had recruited several female foxes as sales clerks. Seeing Tao Kayan enter, the old fox, like a phantom, teleported ahead, reaching Tao Kayan first and waving off the approaching female foxes. A distinguished guest arrives, let old fox personally attend. After speaking, the old fox's furry paw gestured to the side, leading Tao Kayan deeper inside. Very politely, making one feel as if bathed in the warmth of spring, he asked, "Our shop has been open in Tank Square for quite some time, yet it's the first time we've had a guest of such stature. I wonder what sort of book of skills the honorable guest wishes to find. Although our shop is humble, we will do our best to gather what you need." Looking at the reverently respectful old fox, Tao Kayan once again felt the importance of lineage. His cultivation in energy-introducing realm, while not considered bottom in Tank Square, was indeed not rare. Had he entered with the appearance of a human cultivator, he would never have received such respect from this truly opportunistic old fox. But with Tao Kayan presenting the face of a bow dragon, the treatment was entirely different. Just like the plague golden toad, which would mistake Tao Kayan for the illegitimate child of some dragon species' great demon, a true dragon bloodline who could not be slighted, the old fox was no different. As a person from Earth, facing this enthusiastic sales pitch, Tao Kayan resorted to a universally effective phrase, "Let me have a look." With these 4 words, he silenced the old fox and walked over to a bookshelf, casually picking up a thin book enveloped in a faint green light. On the cover, 4 ancient seal characters were inscribed, "Kingaming Sword Technique." Tao Kayan's eyes immediately brightened, piqued with interest. This was too normal, which man doesn't have a dream of being a swordsman, especially with such a remarkable-sounding sword technique name. Tao Kayan, while unleashing his extraordinary perception, was filled with curiosity about flipping to the first page. Most workshop bookstores that sell books of skills follow these rules. A thick book allows browsing of the first 3 pages, a medium book 2 pages, and a thin book 1 page. Every book is enchanted with a forbidden technique that prevents people from seeing the pages beyond. If an attempt is made to snatch it, the book can even destroy itself. However, stealing books of skills is such a foolish act that neither demons nor cultivators would do it, as it would be a direct provocation to the big powers behind the workshops and tantamount to seeking death. These are just the stall rules. If you are in a guaranteed shop, you're not even allowed to flip through a single page. The shopkeeper will have prepared an introduction to the book instead. Tao Qian had originally hoped to enjoy the cultivation sword technique, but as soon as he activated his perception, he couldn't help but be startled. A throbbing sensation. Indeed, it was there, but what emerged in his mind was not information about the book. Record name, confusing god sand. Record type, alien. Record description. This substance is produced by a special devil known as the Gongsheng demon, which is often a human examining student who participated in the imperial examination, but failed to achieve a title, transformed into a deceitful object due to intense resentment and some peculiar incidents. It frequents the households of scholars, smearing books to muddle the reader's spirits. This deceitful object excretes every 9 days, grinding its feces into fine sand to smear on books and other objects, producing a confusing effect that convicts people into believing whatever book they hold is the one they desire. Note 1. The sand loses its effect upon contact with water or fire, and reveals its true form when blown by the wind. Note 2. Prolonged contact with the sand will result in constipation. Tao Qian stopped flipping through the pages, silently placed the Kingaming sword technique back on the shelf, and fully opened his extraordinary perception. Indeed, the same throbbing sensation came from all the bookshelves around him. That is to say, all the books of skills in this shop were fakes. Every single one was a phony, merely smeared with that confusing god sand, leading people to mistake every book for a cultivation method with abnormal traits. He stared at Old Fox for a moment, struggling not to show a look of disdain. That guy, sure enough, couldn't change his ways. In fact, most of the cultivators, demons and alien species that come to this area are aware that the books of skills sold here come with no guarantees. Yet customers still come in an endless flow, partly because they have an inexplicable confidence in their own judgment. And also because everyone knows, cultivation methods, transcendent books, and the like are completely different from ordinary books. Cultivation's secret manuals are extremely important to cultivators. They are not things you can simply read a few times and memorize in your heart. During practice, one must always refer to them. Even a slight mistake can be fatal for the practitioner, leading to an instant mutation or death on the spot. Many cultivation books are actually hard to come by, requiring the writer to pour their spirit into them to take shape, like the nameless secret manual that once benefited Tao Qian greatly. It would be unique and impossible to print in large quantities as in the mortal world. The widespread dissemination of something like the Bai Chin Play secret manual, without a doubt, always has a catch, and this is why. Among the 4 beasts of Shi County, Zhang Xian and Yang Ding always carry with them the meat demon possession technique and earth element manual. It's not because they are too stupid, but because they must. This old fox's shamelessness could make even the most unscrupulous merchants in the mortal world feel inferior. You open a bookstore, at least put a few real ones in there. It's just too much that they are all fake. At that moment, Tao Qian understood the feelings of his senior. Wu Ming, this old thing indeed deserved a good thrashing. Just as Tao Qian was about to leave in anger, suddenly the door curtain of the shop was forcefully flung open. A simple and honest-looking man barged in, full of rage, and directly threw a book called Cow Demon Strength into Old Fox's arms. Accompanying the spray of spittle, the man roared, "Old man, give me my money back, your book is fake." Originally planning to leave, Tao Qian immediately stopped upon seeing this scene. The other customers, meanwhile, cast doubtful glances and called off the deals they were about to make with the vixens. Seeing this sudden turn of events, Old Fox immediately became anxious. Fury filled the fox's eyes behind the spectacles. But he was obviously experienced and remained calm, pinching the book and brushing a furry paw over it before starting to flip through the pages. As he flipped, a faintly abnormal trait seemed to emanate from the book, even carrying the weak roar of a cow demon. Any cultivator with a bit of experience would recognize this as a cultivation secret manual upon seeing it. The doubt in the eyes of several customers in the shop dissipated considerably. Only then did Old Fox leisurely address the honest-looking man. "Honored customer may have seen, our shop has always enjoyed an impeccable reputation. Do not wrong Old Fox. One of our store's policies, once money and goods have exchanged hands, returns are categorically not accepted. Honored customer, please understand." While speaking, Old Fox passed the Cow Demon's Strength back to him. Unexpectedly, the man came prepared, slapping away the secret book and bellowing angrily, "Don't think you can deceive me again. Old thing, my sister just joined Joyful Tower, and she was very angry to see me tricked. She said you've been swindling around in several workshops, specifically conning the lower-class cultivators of the cultivation world and some naive newcomers. Other stalls sell a mix of real and fake goods, but only your shop turns out to be all frauds. I don't know what kind of ghostly trickery you use to make these books exhibit special abilities. My sister has found out, you old thing, have no significant backing, and your own cultivation is weak and pitiful. You're only supporting an energy-introducing realm vixen from your clan, said to be your old mother, and presumably the old arms and legs don't have much fighting strength. Today, you will have to refund the money, whether you like it or not." These words caused the situation in the shop to turn on its head. Those customers who had just let go of their suspicions glanced at the vixen sharply and left the shop one after another, lifting the door curtains on their way out. The shop emptied in no time. The bottom exposed, old Fox's face turned from pale to green and back again. The pair of fox eyes glared at the honest-looking man, the pupils flashing, clearly calculating something. After a moment's hesitation, he gritted his teeth and said fiercely, "For such wild and absurd accusations, sullying our shop's good name, don't blame me." Before old Fox could finish speaking, his vision suddenly blurred. It was the big man taking out something that looked like a token from his bosom and just flashing it in front of old Fox's eyes, causing him to swallow back half of his harsh words. The anger on his face turned into an obsequious smile as he bent over and said, "You are right to reprimand, sir. This money must be refunded, it certainly must. Quickly, bring the silver coin that rightfully belongs to the customer. Add an extra 100 joyful money to the account, as it is only right to compensate for the oversight and loss caused to the customer." After dozens of breaths, old Fox, with a smiling face and all the niceties said, finally managed to send off the man who was full of rage and apparently had a strong backing. He twisted inside thinking about the silver coins he lost as well as the customers that had been scared away, and turned around intending to blame the vixen attendants for not properly investigating the sucker's background, leading to his loss. But as soon as he turned around, he saw that the clearly noble half-dragon demon was still lingering in the shop and hadn't left. Just as he fancied himself lucky, thinking he had encountered a dumb devil who might help recover his losses, suddenly, he saw the half-dragon demon's golden pupils slightly squint, revealing a dazzling smile, accompanied by a sly and scheming aura that felt eerily familiar to old Fox. The next moment, he heard Tao Kaian slowly begin to speak. "To err is human, to change divine. I never expected a fox of your alien species to possess such a rare quality. Given that, let's also discuss the matter of compensating me." Just from these two opening sentences, old Fox felt as if something went boom in his mind, as if his skull would explode, and his face completely froze. "P.S. There is another update tonight. Don't say it's short, the long one's coming." Old Fox was intimidated by the brute using the momentum of Joyful Tower, and then got startled by Tao Kaian's sudden remark, briefly panicking. His subconscious reply stumbled slightly. "Esteemed guest, are you not jesting with me?" Fortunately, old Fox regained his usual demeanor after uttering that sentence. His fluffy paw pushed up the old-fashioned glasses that came from the secular world, carefully examining Tao Kaian a few times without waiting for Tao Kaian to respond. Old Fox continued, "Esteemed guest, please do not joke. Although my old bones are failing me now, my memory is still quite good. Such an elegant and extraordinary figure as yours, if you truly had bought a book from old Fox, it's impossible that I would have forgotten it." Convinced in his assertion, he was sure that this half-dragon demon before him was either joking or attempting extortion, regardless of which he would not accept it. That brute was able to get his money back because his sister joined Joyful Tower. For anyone else, even if they were a cultivator of higher cultivation level, what of it? Unless they could surpass the protection that Joyful Tower extends over this place, he would never compromise. Even if his reputation went sour, he could just pack up and scuttle off to the next workshop. He had always done so. After all, the scapegoats of the cultivation world are never ending. He never worries about lacking a market. For years, relying on this operational model, not only had he made a fortune, but he had also supported a sizable tribe of fox demons. And within his tribe, there were already two who were in the energy-introducing realm. One of them was his elderly mother. Another was his grandson. Cultivators who were not strong enough yet wanted to cause trouble would inevitably face his harsh retaliation. Old Fox was resolute when suddenly, Tao Kaian nodded and straightforwardly admitted, "You are right, I have never bought a book from you. This is my first time at Tank Square, and it's even my first time leaving home to travel." Hearing this, Old Fox was just about to relax, but instantly, he saw those cursed eyes of the half-dragon demon squinting again. At first glance, they seemed warm, but a sinister smile hidden beneath that look started showing, fixating on him with such a sinister interest while mentioning offhandedly, "My family just took in an old servant." Knowing I was about to travel, he specifically shared some insights to prevent me from being duped by bad people. This old servant is named Wu Ming. He said that years ago, he bought a book called The Wild Fox Zen Scripture from a fox demon here in Tank Square. It cost him 3 years' savings, a total of 500 joyful money. Who would have thought that the scripture was counterfeit? When he sought accountability from the fox demon, he was brutally beaten and even mocked that he won't have a peaceful death. "Shopkeeper, can you say whether the actions of this fox demon were reasonable?" While saying this, Tao Kaiyan casually paced around, his glances skimming through the surroundings. Soon, he stopped in front of a particular bookshelf. Seemingly nonchalant, he reached out a hand and then returned with an extra book in hand. On its cover, 4 ancient seal characters were inscribed. Indeed, the Wild Fox Zen Scripture. Tao Kaiyan turned back only to see Old Fox, typically shameless and flexible, suddenly turning pale. At the bottom of his heart, a furious roar was surging. What is going on today? Could it be that he was cursed? Why are there 2 difficult customers in a row, and both of them he can't afford to offend? At this moment, Old Fox momentarily stopped thinking about tricking others. He just wanted to close up shop and take a moment to calm down. However, after all these years of scamming, he had encountered all sorts of difficult people. His face was as unshakable as a copper wall and iron barrier. This half-dragon demon before him seemed formidable, but his background was still unknown. How could he be sure that this creature wasn't just bluffing? Old Fox forced up his energy, squeezed out a smile, completely ignoring the Wild Fox Zen Scripture that Tao Kaiyan was holding up, and argued, "Esteemed guest, when you go out to gain experience, you still need to have some judgment of your own. That old servant's words may not all be true. And even if it's all true, the only principle that can be discussed here is, once sold, no returns. Money paid, goods taken, absolutely no refunds." In any workshop that sells books and cultivation techniques, this is the rule. If people could return things after regretting their purchase, who would want to engage in such a business? If you lack perception and knowledge, you better not enter the workshop to trade. Better go home early and find your parents. Esteemed guest, isn't that right? As he spoke, Old Fox felt justified and his words flowed smoothly. Planning that if Tao Kaiyan argued back, he would use his silver-tongued advantage to taunt this greenhorn, this little hatchling, until he couldn't fend for himself. Unexpectedly to him, Tao Kaiyan, upon hearing this, actually nodded again, acknowledging his point. With the precedent of that brute successfully recovering his debt, how could Tao Kaiyan foolishly make a mistake by engaging in a quarrel with this crafty old fox? Strike the snake at its 7 inches. Although Tao Kaiyan could not leverage the power of Joyful Tower, he just happened to know Old Fox's Achilles heel. Tao Kaiyan turned around, still holding the copy of the Wild Fox Zen Scripture, smilingly gazing at Old Fox, and seemingly pretending to nonchalantly observe the various arrangements in the shop. Then he spoke, "Oh sir, though your shop is small, you have indeed set up all the protective forbidden techniques against water and fire, and against wind and rain." Before an anxious Old Fox could respond, Tao Kaiyan's expression suddenly turned solemn, as if turning his face, and blurted out, "People can't see through your deceptive tricks, that's why you've fooled them so far. But I am different. Having learned from many teachers, I naturally know more. Although I don't know where you found so much confusing god sand, it's quite simple to nullify its effects." Boom. As he spoke, a terrifying aura burst forth from Tao Kaiyan's body. The bow dragon bloodline activated, creating wind, rain, thunder, and lightning in an instant. Dazzling rainbow light danced around Tao Kaiyan. Yet Tao Kaiyan didn't immediately destroy the confusing god sand, adhering to the nearby books instead. He looked at Old Fox with an almost smiling gaze and asked, "Store owner, speak further. What do you think the consequences would be for you and your Fox Demon clan if such secrets were to be exposed?" That statement completely shattered Old Fox's psychological defenses. The previously complacent old face now showed panic and even fear. It wasn't just the suppression by the bow dragon bloodline. He could also foresee a tragic future. He finally realized that this half-dragon demon in front of him was much more difficult to deal with than the brute from before. The previous one was merely a sister who had joined Joyful Tower, obviously not of high status. But this half-dragon, half-human demon, whether in speech, demeanor, or the now revealed bloodline divine power, all these sent intense danger signals to Old Fox. He was just a small stall owner in Tank Square, a bottom dweller in the cultivation world. How could he provoke such a being? What puzzled him more was how that seemingly unfortunate old fellow managed to join the family faction of this half-dragon demon. It was truly unbelievable. Yet he had to believe it, as the details spoken could not have been faked. Old Fox fully realized his situation, gave up any illusion of luck, and immediately bowed deeply, shaking his hands while shouting in panic, "Respected guest, please restrain your divine power." Old Fox was wrong. Old Fox was blind not to recognize your venerable servant. "Please, esteemed guest, speak your terms for punishment and compensation." Old Fox will not hesitate. While pleading for mercy, Old Fox also knew it would not end quickly. He was ready to stoop to any level to resolve the wrath of this terrifyingly enigmatic demon. But before he could finish speaking, Tao Kaiyan actually withdrew his divine power. Casually, he tossed the wild fox Zen scripture back to its place, and with those golden dragon eyes, looked at him almost smilingly. You said it yourself. My relationship with Old Wu is good naturally. I must stand up for him. So, old store owner, try not to be too heartbroken. Hearing Tao Kaiyan's words, Old Fox opened his mouth but didn't know how to respond. His heart seemed to ache. It was the sign of an impending major loss. About 30 minutes later, the store that had hung a full sign for a long time finally opened its curtains from within. Tao Kaiyan emerged with a pleased expression. Behind him, Old Fox, leading several charming female foxes, kept bowing deeply, respectfully seeing him off. Tao Kaiyan waved his hand, signaling Old Fox not to be over-polite. Then he leisurely strolled to the next store after that. Above him, the green-scaled demon very diligently followed from time to time. When Tao Kaiyan wasn't paying attention, it secretly absorbed something from the void, its dreadful green face immediately showing joy. Tao Kaiyan himself harbored the same expression. If not for maintaining his demeanor, Tao Kaiyan would have already reached into his inner pocket and taken out that stack of silver coins to count. Tao Kaiyan himself hadn't anticipated his journey of picking up bargains hadn't even started yet. He had already gotten rich by extorting. What a sensible old man. Knowing I was strapped for cash, he immediately offered 3,000 joyful money. It's just a pity that in the end, I couldn't help Wu Ming retrieve 5,000 joyful money for a 10 times compensation achievement. Fortunately, not everything in Old Fox's inventory was fake. I managed to extract a true secret technique. Muttering to himself, Tao Kaiyan silently felt the thin book in his bosom. The format information related to it he had already sensed and triggered it back in the store. To Tao Kaiyan, this was the real surprise, because the secret technique recorded in that book was exactly what he needed at the moment. Record name, Secret Demon Sacrifice Body Sword Technique, Fragmented Book. Record type, Alien Species. Record description, this complete book originally came from the major sect of the Demon Path, Secret Demon Sect, which caused great chaos in the cultivation world hundreds of years ago, fighting against many great Taoist sects and large Buddhist temples. After several suppressions, the secret demon sect suffered great losses and mysteriously vanished, with appearances unrecorded for hundreds of years. Sacrifice Body Sword is one of numerous sword techniques included in the large book All Heaven's Secret Demon Scripture within the sect. Its power is formidable. If one can cultivate with the complete book, achieving mastery would allow one to roam thousands of miles, slaughtering demons, ghosts, exotic beasts, and immortal gods. This fragmented book unfortunately only contains one sword technique, significantly reducing its power. Note 1. The remaining technique is called Selfless. Deploying this sword technique allows Kosante, Nus extraction of source chi, essence, blood, spirit, and soul, etc. from the user's body. The more extracted, the greater the power. Note 2. After releasing this sword, no matter what is extracted, it cannot be recovered. Hence, cultivators can only perform this sword technique 4 times in their lives. The fourth sword, called Selfless Soul, guarantees the user's dissolution and death regardless of whether the opponent dies. Note 3. Once this technique is cultivated until abolished, the body cannot accommodate a second sword technique, or else irreversible conflicts occur, and the cultivator will surely die violently. Note 4. The irrevocable costs and death consequences can be exempted, but one cannot cultivate another type of sword technique before abolishing this one. P.S. Asking for monthly tickets. If one only looked at the information up front, they might think they've hit the jackpot and stumbled upon an incredible opportunity. Unfortunately, this sword technique is merely one of the hundreds contained within a sub-volume of a sect's great lifebook scripture. What's even more regrettable is that only the last move remains, yet the cost is still as severe. The so-called sword out no self means certain death after the 4th strike, but in reality, after the 1st strike, one loses all their source chi and reverts to being an ordinary human. With the 2nd strike, the body becomes an empty shell, and upon executing the 3rd strike, one ends up completely foolish in a state worse than death. Who could anticipate a 4th strike, considering it's truly the sword out no self? Wanting to kill the opponent, must one kill oneself first? It's no wonder Old Fox was willing to compensate the final joyful money with this volume, and even played some tricks, allowing me to read the entire volume, presumably because he knew only this move remained, which was easy to master. Just reading that thin sword manual allowed me to initially grasp that sword out no self essence, and also inevitably attracted me with its terrifying power. Old Fox probably thought I was still a naive baby in the cultivation world, easily distracted by secret books without care for silver coins. But it's all right, one move is still one move, exactly what I urgently need now for fighting and killing. As for that terrible cost, being exempted to the point of only being unable to learn a second sword technique is indeed a great fortune. Several thoughts flashed through Tao Kaian's mind, filling him with great pleasure. Sensing something, he turned his head back to the shop and indeed saw Old Fox leading a few vixen, quickly packing up the stall. Before long they were seen running off, disappearing with heavy bags and bundles. Tao Kaian chuckled to himself, thinking that Old Fox had drawn a major blood debt and was unlikely to appear in Tengsh Town for a while. Extortion is never the right way, it's unsustainable. Scoring a find, that's the proper business. Next stall. With great anticipation, Tao Kaian once again started his passion for finding bargains. Before, he only had 15 coins on him, so poor that he jingled wherever he went and naturally had little confidence. Now, with Old Fox's generous donation and carrying 3,000 joyful money, he suddenly felt wealthy and powerful, walking as if he carried the wind with him. Thus, under the illumination of the green-scaled demon's phosphorescent light, Tao Kaian began moving from stall to stall. It's unclear why, but in this area, the stall and shop owners were seldom human. Most were strange species and demons like Old Fox, each more bizarre and terrifying in appearance than the last. Of course, in terms of cunning, they were not inferior to, or even more scheming than humans. Tao Kaian had thought, with his own information perception resembling an extraordinary radar, coupled with the ample joyful money, he might not be able to stumble upon a great lifebook scripture. At the very least, he thought he should collect some decent secret techniques and manuals. However, 15 minutes later, Tao Kaian was disappointed again. He finally understood why Old Fox, selling only fakes, not only hadn't been killed but still managed to drift among the various markets. The reason was crude and frustrating. Other sellers were somewhat better, but only marginally so. That old trader used confusing godsend to sell all fakes, while other stall owners in the area mixed a large number of fakes with a few real items, and even those real items were tampered with to some degree. Others might find it difficult to discern, but Tao Kaian, with his transcendent information perception, knew everything about them with just a touch. Over the past few cups of tea, Tao Kaian was not only deeply disappointed, but also felt he had greatly broadened his knowledge on counterfeiting. Just talking about those so-called true secret manuals, true skills. Some books only had one or a few pages that were genuine, the rest being forgeries. If that one page were like the secret demon sacrifice body sword as a standalone technique, that was still acceptable purchasing, it would still be considered a find. However, buyers were never as savvy as sellers. Those genuinely authentic pages contained obscure, incomplete mnemonics or peculiar symbols and mysterious patterns, which were ultimately unusable for cultivation. This was an immeasurable occurrence. After strolling around for a while, Tao Kaian gradually came back to his senses. I get it, this place is essentially the otherworld, a cultivation world version of Pan Garden. Even with my cheat-like abilities, finding bargains here is still difficult. Tao Kaian stood in the path, having just finished muttering these thoughts. Not far ahead, a new stall was just being set up. The stall owner had an extremely bizarre and eerie appearance. His small body was like a fierce ghost dwarf. His exposed skin was dark blue and covered with rotting lesions. His face was most terrifying, filled with tusks, with just 2 hollow indentations where the nose should be, no eyelids, and a pair of bloody, indefinable eyes that seemed unable to close. At that moment, no one could distinguish. Was it a cultivator mutated into a deceitful object? Or was it originally a demon or monster? It seemed to have immense strength upon claiming the spot. It slammed its large and heavy bundle on the ground with a thud. While spreading it out, a strong earthy smell mixed with a peculiarly eerie whisper impacted the area within a 10-meter radius instantaneously. Though the impact was fleeting, it still drew the attention of several dozens of clients, including Tao Kaian. Seeing the crowd look over, the stall owner grinned and said in a hoarse voice, "I just dug these up from underground yesterday." The tomb owner was a chi refining realm cultivator who died from out-of-control mutation. He dug his own grave before dying. Books, exotic treasures, weapons, and other burial objects are all included. The good stuff is already processed by Joyful Pavilion. These are the leftovers, cheap to sell. It was hard for Tao Kaian to imagine how a dwarf fierce ghost could pitch its goods. Until that moment, he saw it with his own eyes. The scene was inexplicably comical, which diluted the sense of horror somewhat. However, there were no ordinary humans here. No one cared about the vendor's appearance. In the cultivation world, what strange things weren't there? Although any cultivator or demon with a bit of intelligence wouldn't easily believe the words of the fierce ghost dwarf, out of curiosity and by fluke, there were still about 15 customers who gathered around. This naturally included Tao Kaian. It wasn't that he believed what the fierce ghost had said, but at that moment, Tao Kaian had a very distinct and familiar throbbing sensation. A pleasant surprise. With anticipation, Tao Kaian even walked to the forefront. After positioning himself in front of the stall, his gaze immediately fell on a large pile of items on the ground. Indeed, as the fierce ghost vendor had said, there were books, exotic objects, and weapons, each emitting a faint, abnormal aura. Could they all be genuine? Before entering, Tao Kayan might have thought this. Having been disappointed many times before, Tao Kayan was extremely experienced in discerning abnormal auras. He casually picked up a jade ring streaked with crimson and triggered his extraordinary perception instantly. However, the format of the information in his mind was about a different item. Record name, Infant Demon Death Aura. Record type, Exotic Treasure. Record, the heterodox sect has a great book, Infant Scripture. Anyone who has cultivated this lifebound scripture and entered the chi refining realm once perished. The land where their body decays will be contaminated by corpse blood. If ordinary items are buried among it, after several days mutations and some abnormal traits will occur, though it won't last long. It will dissipate in a few days, but during this period, it will cause concealed harm to the holder. If one's cultivation is insufficient, they will mutate and die violently. Note 1. The barrier themselves will suffer more severe contamination. If they persist in this act long term, anyone whose cultivation has not reached the chi refining realm will undoubtedly die. Note 2. During the burial process, if the body comes into contact with corpse blood, mutations will secretly arise that night. If not removed within 3 days, no medicine can cure it. Bang. With astonishing speed, Tao Kayan threw the jade ring back. At the same time, looking at the information perceived in his mind, his expression turned very ugly, his eyes revealing a strong disgust. This change naturally caught the attention of the other customers. Simultaneously, the stall owner's bloody, fierce ghost eyes glared over. With claws glowing a faint blue hue, it suddenly targeted Tao Kayan, the voice hoarse and full of malice. Customer, if you have damaged my treasure. Tao Kayan was already prepared to deal with the maliciousness of this fierce ghost dwarf, but who could have expected? Before it had even finished speaking, a terrifying change occurred suddenly. Its originally shriveled blue belly suddenly swelled, as if something alive was wriggling inside. Accompanied by a series of gulping sounds, the fierce ghost dwarf could no longer hold back. Along with a loud retching sound, the fierce ghost violently turned sideways to the ground, and with a splash, a large number of bizarrely shaped insect eggs mixed with mucus and pus blood poured out like a waterfall from the mouth of the fierce ghost vendor. The mucus pus blood clearly had corrosive properties. As soon as it hit the ground, it sizzled and quickly eroded a water pit. What was more horrifying was that as soon as those insect eggs emerged, they immediately began to hatch. With the first crack sound, a vile insect with a body consisting of small, cystic flesh pieces, equipped with eyes, mouth, and nose, and fringed with velvety tentacles, broke through the egg membrane and crawled out. As soon as it was born, this disgusting insect began voraciously consuming the mucus and pus blood. Despite the presence of cultivators and demonic beings, everyone was quite frightened by this sight. However, the fierce ghost vendor, unruffled, took out a red fruit from his bosom without hesitation, stuffed it into his mouth, and began to chew quickly, juice splashing about. Half a breath later, the fierce ghost bent down and opened its mouth again, and a drop of red saliva was about to drip from the corner of its mouth. However, the next second, with a boom, a visibly high-temperature scarlet flame surged down, completely covering the water pit. Inside, the sounds of sizzling combustion mixed with the cries of the insects and a putrid smell that drifted slowly through the air, enough to make one want to vomit out meals eaten days ago. This incident occurred rapidly and ended just as quickly. Seeing that people were looking over, the fierce ghost vendor, while wiping his scorched lips, grinned and said, "My apologies for making you laugh. This is an old problem of mine. In my youth, I received teachings from a strange person, but who would have thought that something would go wrong during cultivation, transforming me from an ordinary Confucian youth into what I am now. I take risks descending into tombs, competing with beings like the pangolin and mountain worm for burial objects, and traveling through all the markets, all to earn more joyful money in hopes of obtaining better manuals or exotic treasures and immortal items, longing to restore my original appearance. There's always a price to pay in cultivation. You need not sympathize with me too much. Please continue to choose. If you see anything you like, speak to me. I might give you a discount as an apology for the disturbance." While speaking, the fierce ghost dwarf even gave the cultivators and demons a Confucian bow. With these words, his credibility shot up instantly. Aside from Tao Kayan, the majority seemed to believe him. A spectacular and eerie performance, coupled with a story that sounded incredibly real and believable, left most people without any suspicion of the fierce ghost merchant before them. Even because of this interlude, the dozen or so customers who crowded around began excitedly picking out items from the stall. According to the fierce ghost dwarf, these were the treasured relics from the tomb of a chi refining realm cultivator, a rare find indeed. Under normal circumstances, Tao Kayan should have left by now. After all, the place reeked. The cries of those disgusting strange insects had just ceased, and he had a slight conflict with the fierce ghost dwarf. But Tao Kayan's feet seemed nailed to the ground, unmoving. His golden vertical pupils watched the fierce ghost wiping its mouth corner and comforting its belly, his thoughts spinning a few times, faintly guessing the creature's condition. Its claims were half truth, half false. This fierce ghost is mutated from a human cultivator, and this is likely true, as such cases are extremely common in the cultivation world. But it vomiting these insect eggs is probably due to contact with the infant demon corpse blood, causing the mutation. Seeing how skillfully it handled it, it's clearly not its first time. That is to say, it has been over 3 days this guy is doomed. Still resorting to deception now, perhaps to gather more joyful money to seek medical help, but alas, it's a dying struggle. While Tao Kayan speculated, his eyes also scanned the stall. He did not believe the story the fierce ghost dwarf told, but he trusted his own extraordinary perception. Many items on the stall gave him a similar thrill. He now knew was actually the infant demon death aura, but amidst the subtleties he sensed a faintly different fragrance. Hidden amidst the infant demon death aura, extremely weak, but distinctly different in Tao Kayan's perception. Tao Kayan squatted down and casually picked through the items, pretending as if nothing had happened, as if the accident had merely resulted from his hand slipping. The fierce ghost dwarf glanced at him, chuckled sinisterly, and also tacitly did not drive him away, thinking to itself, who knows where this mixed dragon whelp came from, triggering my mutation sickness and making me waste a red flame fruit. Just wait and see what you choose, I'll be sure to extort a good sum from you. Of course, Tao Kayan was unaware of the mental gymnastics of the fierce ghost merchant right before him, plotting to fleece this fat sheep. Pretending as if casually, Tao Kayan quickly picked out 2 items, an iron flute rusted over and a brass bell, both musical instruments, revealing his related interests. Quite reasonable, making it hard for anyone to hold any suspicion. As Tao Kayan picked up the items and signaled the fierce ghost merchant to ask for the price, the creature opened its large mouth, its sharp teeth clacked together with a click, its bloody tongue flapping as it said, "Noble guest, your taste is indeed excellent." Both of these items are ancient treasures. Although their names are unknown, each possesses divine abilities and are sound attack instruments of considerable power. If the noble guest likes them, give me 500 joyful money and you can take them. The price had just been announced when Tao Kayan's classic national curse also immediately reached his lips. Other customers also cast surprised looks. The reason was simple: the price was too steep, outrageously so. Usually, items of unclear origin, poor quality, and indeterminate powers usage, and prohibitions did not sell for more than 100 joyful money. The same was true in his workshop. It's known that even some book of skills, if the price was too severe, would only sell for a few hundred cents. 2 mere items with a unique aura labeled as ancient objects definitely could not fetch 500 cents. Clearly, the stall owner was trying to extort like slaughtering pigs and shearing fat sheep. Initially, upon hearing this price, the other customers also felt a common indignation, debating whether to suppress the stall owner to prevent him from wildly making up prices. But as the customers looked up and saw Tao Kayan's expression, thinking about the previous minor conflict, they suddenly understood. Well, this dwarfish ghost sure bears petty grudges, now taking revenge. The customers kept silent, and Tao Kayan did not indulge the creature either, throwing the 2 items back onto the stall and scoffed. Seems like you, this green-skinned imp, are crazed for money. Wanting 500 cents for these pieces of junk, do you think I look like a fool who doesn't know any better? They are just supposed to be cleaned up and used as decorative playthings. If you don't want to sell them, forget it, keep them for yourself to blow and listen. With that, Tao Kayan turned to leave. Although he was very eager for those items, at this moment, he absolutely could not let himself be extorted. Losing money was a minor issue, but he feared agreeing might stir up troubles and let the almost captured prey escape. As expected, as soon as Tao Kayan turned, the fierce ghost dwarf panicked. The mouthful of satisfaction was momentary joy, but it almost forgot it urgently needed joyful money. The being was continuously paying the price of transformation within its body, and had also gotten involved in the deceitful object's fake, inexplicably contracting a dreadful sickness. Desperate to live, it was doing everything it could to make money, couldn't afford the luxury of losing face. Thoughts flashing quickly, it shifted with a ghostly blur, grabbing Tao Kayan's arm with its sharp claws, cautiously retaining him. At the same time, the fierce ghost immediately displayed its shameless ability to bend and stretch, smiling with its mouth stretched wide, trying desperately to appear simple and honest, although its ghastly face was indeed hard to look at. Noble guest, don't be angry, don't be angry. I was agitated by that sickness, momentarily misremembered the price. But indeed, the quality of these 2 items is also not bad. Both possess an ability to disturb the mind, confound the soul. Esteemed guest, if you could figure out the usage and taboos, the value would surely be even higher. How about this? Take 200 joyful money and it's yours. During this exchange, the fierce ghost dwarf suddenly reached out with another claw, eerily stretching it to grab both the rust-spotted iron flute and brass bell from the stall. Then it took out a soft piece of silk cloth, wrapped both items in it, and handed them to Tao Kayan. Seeing that the atmosphere had peaked, Tao Kayan no longer continued to force the act. He reached into his chest and took out 2 pages worth 100 yuan, engraved with exquisitely eerie joyful gold banknotes. Once Tao Kayan got those items, he maintained his demeanor, scoffed coldly, then turned and left. The transaction was complete, and while both parties were delighted, deep down, they both cordially wished each other well. Tao Kayan took the items and did not linger in the area, driving away the green-scaled demon that was about to pounce on his head, and then returned to the main street of the workshop. He found a loft along the street, paid a joyful money, and quickly acquired a spacious quiet room for rest and contemplation. He sat down cross-legged and confirmed with his perception that there were no prying eyes around. Suddenly, Tao Kayan chuckled, took out the silk cloth from his bosom, and unfolded it directly. His palm first grabbed the misshapen rusted iron flute, squeezing with his fingers, accompanied by a crackling and hissing sound. In no time, the iron flute was gone, leaving only a small piece of iron slag cleansed of the infant demon death aura, which Tao Kayan discarded to one side. Next, Tao Kayan looked at the brass bell, which was still in fairly good condition and about the size of a baby's fist, with eyes full of surprise. His palm also grasped it, gently emitting source chi to expel the infant demon death aura attached inside. Upon contact, a sense of perception instantly arose in Tao Kayan's mind. Oddly enough, it wasn't information about the bell but another spell. Name: Small Innate Nascent Soul Escape Technique. Record type: Deceitful Objects. Record: This technique originates from the heterodox Great Book, Infant Scripture, and is one of the numerous escape techniques. Although called a minor technique, it is a lifesaver for cultivators below the foundation establishment realm. This technique requires refining a breath of nascent soul source energy once mastered. It allows one's body to emit a fragrance naturally, making bees, wasps, and even fierce animals not assault, birds not snatch, and the gates of heaven and earth wide open to the eye without significant barriers, as free as fish in water, following the heart's desire, and for the cost of one breath can escape hundreds of miles. Note 1. A cultivator practicing the infant scripture perished in the wilderness, and before his death, he scattered his nascent soul source energy into his essence blood. All his divine skills and magic were also imprinted in his blood. Unfortunately, this method does not last long, and all imprints nearly vanished due to wind, rain, and the scorching sun. Only this escaping technique remained preserved in the bell's inner wall for a few days. Note 2. Refining the corpse blood inside the brass bell allows one to immediately learn this escape technique, but it comes with contamination from the corpse blood, and there's even a chance of being seized by a cultivator's heart demon, resulting in body snatching. Note 3. Even if not body snatched and contamination is countered, once you learn this escape technique, you must not eat grains or touch meat. Violating this would transform you into something like an infant demon or devilish infant. Note 4. Exemption from contamination, body snatching, and dietary restrictions. Great escape technique. Tao Kayan, clutching the tarnished brass bell, wore a face brimming with joy. After a night of hustling, he finally got his wish, successfully finding a bargain for the first time. This technique, called the Small Innate Nascent Soul Escape Technique, although deemed a minor technique to Tao Kayan, was genuinely a treasure. Of course, that's assuming all costs were exempted. Had he still needed to handle the contamination, the risk of body seizing, and the prohibitions against eating grains and meat, all these troubles, Tao Kayan would only find himself conflicted, thinking the bell was as tasteless as chicken ribs but too precious to discard. But now Tao Kayan felt couldn't be more perfect. If not for this gain, after returning, I'd still have to go and hunt those earth centipedes, one by one consuming them to practice the earth element manual. Hard training yields only a few miles of subterranean evasion, and reaching the great achievement realm would only extend it to several tens of miles, an extremely mediocre effect. But this nascent soul escaping skill is different. Using one breath, I could escape hundreds of miles. If my source chi is abundant, wouldn't I escape even farther? These thoughts flashed through his mind, and the next moment Tao Kayan acted. Given all costs were exempt, what was there to hesitate about? His fingers suddenly tightened, and with a burst of massive power, the brass bell was crushed into powder. Immediately, an utterly bizarre event occurred. From the brass powder, strange tadpole-like blood-red symbols crawled out. They wriggled and hopped, emitting a faint exotic fragrance that was refreshing and reminded one of a newborn baby, a pure and clean scent. However, the characters seemed demonic, having a life of their own, rabid and aggressive, burrowing deep into Tao Kayan's skin. Before Tao Kayan could stop them, in the blink of an eye, they succeeded and buried deep within his flesh, disappearing with a flash of blood. Simultaneously, a hoarse voice emerged in Tao Kayan's mind. The voice urgently and crazily chanted cryptic mnemonics, trying to penetrate deep into Tao Kayan's soul. However, before it could succeed, a force beyond description or imagination surged from deep within Tao Kaien's soul, shattering the bizarre heart demon. Tao Kaien, like those previous times, shivered intensely. Then Tao Kaien felt something extremely special. His mind inexplicably gained some new memories, carrying a technique called Small Innate Nascent Soul Escape Technique. The entire content of this technique, specific facets, cultivation experience, and more were all complete. It was as if Tao Kaien himself had chanted it many times, difficult even to forget. When thought to infant, and I can escape for hundreds of miles. In the quiet room, Tao Kaien felt the exotic skill he had newly acquired. Although it was called a minor skill in the record, that was clearly in comparison to the great book, Infant Scripture. Tao Kaien, who was still at the bottom of the cultivation world, and had in his possession low-grade evil techniques like the Earth Element Manual and the Meat Demon Possession Technique, this small innate nascent soul escape technique, which was considered a heresy, was of decent grade and efficacy, perfect for someone like him who needed an escape skill. Now that I possess the power of the bow dragon bloodline, the secret demon sacrifice body sword technique, and this small innate nascent soul escape technique. The first two will allow me to maintain my combat power, while the latter will keep my life safe. The only problem is that, to use the nascent soul escaping skill continuously without hindrance, nascent soul source energy is needed, which is something only cultivators who have practiced the Infant Scripture Great Book possess. Although the bow dragon source chi within me can also drive the nascent soul escaping skill, the effect will be greatly reduced. And that's because I've already exempted the associated price. If it were someone else, forcibly driving divine skills with alien species source chi would certainly lead to backlash, loss of control, or mutation, which is highly likely to happen. On the other hand, that secret demon sacrifice body technique, since it draws from consumptive sword techniques, does not have such great restrictions. Compared in this way, the nascent soul escaping skill seems less valuable than the Earth Element Manual. In fact, it's not. Using the Earth Element Manual also requires source chi, but the difference is the source chi needed for the manual comes through the swallowing earth beetles method. Once practiced, one must eat daily, monthly, yearly. No matter how well one practices, they can only escape through the earth for some tens of miles at most. But the nascent soul escaping skill is different. Even if I use the bow dragon source chi to drive it, I can still escape through the earth for tens of miles. It just won't be as smoothly and satisfactorily. Moreover, the blood of a nascent soul cultivator contains 3 strands of nascent soul source energy, and if I were to release that in one breath, I could instantly escape for 300 miles, truly as carefree as an immortal among men. Tao Kaien's mind was swirling with these numerous thoughts. However, soon he remembered there was still important business to attend to. The true purpose of Tao Kaien's journey, apart from treasure seeking, was to attempt to gain access to some great lifebound scriptures. He had long understood a great rule of the cultivation world: without the great book for a single day, one is always an ant. Before he was somewhat ignorant, but now with more magic skills and secret techniques, Tao Kaien became more and more clear on the importance of a lifebound scripture. Where in Tang Square could there be a great book? Naturally, it would be those shops with a great cultivator standing behind them. Even though those shops couldn't possibly have something on the level of Infant Scripture or the Great Reincarnation Scripture, but some widely spread, thick manuals that could allow cultivators to break through to the Chi refining realm or foundation establishment realm, those shops did have them. Of course, the selling price was terrifyingly high. Before extorting the old fox, Tao Kaien had not stepped into them, not because he didn't want to, but truthfully because he was financially embarrassed. Now, having obtained thousands of joyful money, along with some deceitful objects and exotic treasures he carried, Tao Kaien barely had some confidence. It's time to increase my knowledge. Tao Kaien, a cultivator at the bottom of the cultivation world, stood up, patted the joyful gold banknotes in his bosom, and said so. Before long, his figure appeared in front of a pavilion built from strange jade, deceit wood, exotic stones, and many other extraordinary materials. The entire building emitted an abnormal aura, seeming to lower guards, cease hostilities, and awaken a strong desire for knowledge in anyone, making them want to go inside and explore. Above the entrance hung a sign with 4 large characters, Joyful Treasure Pavilion. Seeing this sign, Tao Kaien's face showed clear recognition. In his mind, he recalled the banquet buildings he passed when moving up the mountain, filled with prostitution, gambling, drugs, along with eating, drinking, and merrymaking, and couldn't help but inwardly criticize who would have thought that one of the top manipulative powers within the southern Yue province, adept in the business of entertainment venues, would be a great sect. Since they monopolize all sorts of underhanded businesses, then opening a joyful treasure pavilion specifically to sell exotic treasures, deceitful objects, cultivation manuals, and attract high-end clients from the market is also a very logical move. Trying to scoop up all benefits and succeeding at that too, no wonder they have grown to such extent. Tao Kaiyan muttered to himself, yet his body very honestly stepped into the pavilion. As soon as he entered, Tao Kaiyan hadn't yet made out the interior layout, but his gaze was immediately drawn to a large number of graceful figures. Behind a purple-red counter not far away stood more than a dozen transcendent male and female cultivators, as well as alien species demons. Each of their bodies could only be described as stunning. Tao Kaiyan had encountered a desire slave at the Desire Pavilion who made people's desires rise, but that desire slave was a soul transformed from the dead. It was refined from the original Desire 5 immoral banner. After all, that was merely an illusion and couldn't be taken as real, but those in front of him, they were as real as they come. There was a female sword cultivator in a bright red robe, resembling a rebellious heroine from worldly society, a boisterous alcohol sword immortal loudly reciting poems while drinking, a fluffy young half-demon with a jade-like face, and a voluptuous female ghost in bridal attire. In short, they were incredibly real, and each had characteristics beyond ordinary people. Tao Kaiyan even thought if they were to appear in a TV drama from his previous life. Then each one of them would undoubtedly be the protagonist. Mere mortals faced with them would have to feel endless admiration, and for a cultivator like Tao Kaiyan, seeing them, he too couldn't help but feel a bit of affection. He even wished to walk arm in arm with them, discussing life in the universe. Tao Kaiyan hesitated for half a second, but soon grasped the norms of this place. Without a doubt, these enchanting beings were receptionists. Tao Kaiyan's thought was quickly confirmed. Upon seeing Tao Kaiyan enter the pavilion, the dozen or so attendants' eyes lit up, but no quarreling ensued. Instead, the one at the forefront, a woman clad in green attire reminiscent of a classical lady, approached him. Slim and frail, her skin pale as though devoid of any blood, a single dab of red adorned her forehead. She seemed as delicate as a willow in the breeze, her slender eyebrows slightly furrowed, involuntarily evoking feelings of tenderness. As she drew closer, she spoke in a soft, Wu dialect-like voice. "Welcome, honored guest, to our joyful treasure pavilion. I shall be at your service during your visit. You may call me Xiao Qing. Whatever your needs may be, I shall endeavor to fulfill them." As she spoke, this Miss Xiao Qing drew nearer, but not overly so, unlike the Desire slaves outside the Desire Pavilion. She was like a frail, charming maiden from an official's household, standing prettily next to Tao Kaiyan, accompanied by a soft voice and an intoxicatingly fresh fragrance. Tao Kaiyan let out a soft sigh, then followed Miss Xiao Qing. Although Tao Kaiyan saw through the joyful treasure pavilion scheme, he indeed found the company of this young lady quite pleasant. Tao Kaiyan guessed that if he wished, he could request a different attendant. For instance, the gentle woman with ample bosom and long legs, black hair cascading over her shoulders, and a robust figure standing 8 feet tall. Yet oddly enough, Tao Kaiyan had no desire to do so. This is an art, a profound knowledge indeed. The inhabitants of Joyful Tower are simply geniuses. One suspects that if some deviant, mutated great cultivators were to arrive, this tower would also have receptionists capable of making them take a liking to them without realizing it. Joyous indeed, the name truly fits the style of this organization. While Tao Kaiyan mused, he followed Xiao Qing into a small yet classically decorated and fresh-looking private room. Throughout the process, Tao Kaiyan noted many such rooms within the tower. Quite a few already had guests. Once inside, the seemingly fragile Miss Xiao Qing adeptly prepared tea, a variety of snacks, and rare fruits for Tao Kaiyan. Afterward, she inquired with a voice that could soften bones, "Honored guest, what are you looking to purchase? Be it cultivation manuals, exotic treasures, or other rare and odd items, please do tell, and our joyful treasure pavilion will do our utmost to satisfy your needs." Here was the highlight. Tao Kaiyan had initially thought that Joyful Treasure Pavilion facilitated a free-form shopping experience, only to discover it was more of a club-style one. To avoid showing weakness, Tao Kaiyan did not even offer a smile to Miss Xiao Qing. Rather, maintaining his aloof demeanor, he considered his fabricated story, ensuring there were no logical flaws. Only after making sure did Tao Kaiyan speak in a stiff tone. "This young master has recently taken a human female as a concubine. Before she met me, she practiced only 2 or 3 inconsequential skills and couldn't even break through the energy-introducing realm. Now I need a comprehensive manual for her. She cannot practice my family's dragon technique, and the several human magic skills in our collection are too profound for her. Just as this young master is venturing out for the first time to train, I have conveniently come to your human town's territory to procure 1 or 2 volumes. Such great volumes, your joyful treasure pavilion wouldn't lack them, right?" As Tao Kaiyan finished speaking, Miss Xiao Qing nodded immediately. Without even pausing to think, she naturally replied, "Rest assured, honored guest, your request is not difficult. You seek a life-bound scripture for your concubine, correct? Ordinarily, a cultivator would practice only 1 life-bound scripture in a lifetime. Such a decision requires great care. If your concubine does not wish to abandon the exotic skills she has learned, nor the source chi she has already accumulated. Then you must inform me of all this information, Xiao Qing, to aid in selecting the optimal great volume for your concubine's cultivation. As I am sure you know, all acts of cultivation come with a price. Even when one is a blank slate, one must carefully choose their lifebound scripture. Forcing one's way through with a mismatched match will carry horrific consequences akin to seeking death. We will select the most suitable great volume for her based on the related exotic skills she has practiced, the existing source chi within her, among other details. And rest assured, this all remains within the Joyful Tower's strictest confidence without worry of leaks. Of course, if you had brought along your concubine's blood or the lady herself, it would have been even more convenient. After pouring out such professional words like a frail young lady from an official's family, Xiao Qing then extended a slender finger, offering a dark green jade token for Tao Qian to imprint the information. It must be said, this exchange vividly communicated the professionalism of Joyful Treasure Pavilion. And it indeed stirred in Tao Qian the impulse to bring his concubine along, until he realized, be it in his past life or current, he had always been single from birth, without even a consort, so where would a concubine come from? P.S. Fat Fish's chapters are always ample, over 3,000 words. How come they say I'm brief and falsely accuse me? I cry injustice, compensate with a monthly ticket. Tao Qian looked at the slender, fair fingers pinching the dark green jade token, subconsciously glancing at his own left and right hands, muttering to himself about which concubine, nearly got himself a knife in the back from making up a little story. However, he still had to maintain his composure. Tao Qian pondered for a moment without accepting the jade token and waved his hand, saying, "No need, the exotic skill cultivated by my concubine is only for her and I to know, not to be discussed with others." After finishing, Tao Qian seemed to recall something and then addressed Xiao Qing. "I've heard that you have a Joyful Treasure record here that contains basic information on a large number of cultivation manuals and exotic treasures. Go fetch me the supplement of the cultivation techniques from the treasure record, so I may take a look for myself and choose. Don't worry about the silver coins, I know your house rules. Even viewing the supplement requires 100 joyful money, and I can afford it." As soon as Tao Qian's voice fell, the next second brought a pleasant sight. It was Miss Xiao Qing pursing her lips and smiling, her affectionate eyes looking at Tao Qian as she said sweetly with a crisp voice, "Esteemed guest's request is understood by Xiao Qing. Please wait a moment." After saying this, she turned and left the room. After she left, Tao Qian gradually came to his senses. Could this girl be thinking of something crooked? Did she mistake the so-called peculiar exotic skill practiced by my favored concubine as those indecent skills meant for the bedchamber? Before Tao Qian could figure it out, Xiao Qing quickly returned. As soon as she sat down, she handed over a beautifully elegant, thick book with a lavish cover, emblazoned with the words "Joyful Treasure Record of Cultivation Supplement." Facing what he truly wanted, Tao Qian didn't bother to clarify any misunderstanding. He reached out to take it, and before opening it, Tao Qian said to Xiao Qing, "Miss Xiao Qing seems to be quite knowledgeable, just right for someone like me who is venturing out for the first time. I lack substantial knowledge about the basic information of the human cultivation world, especially the secrets and common knowledge related to the lifebound scripture. If it's convenient for you, why not explain some to me?" Tao Qian did not mention any reward for a good explanation. "It seems that from the moment you chose a host in a place like the Joyful Treasure Pavilion, consumption has already begun. It's just that they haven't asked you to pay yet, waiting to settle the bill when you leave, following clear rules. Quality service always comes with a high price. This is the reason why Tao Qian, before extracting thousands of joyful money through coercion, never set foot here. Like other cultivators and demons lingering at those stalls, they're all penniless ghosts." Only with a bulging wallet did Tao Qian dare to pretend to be a wealthy man, spin a few small stories, establish a persona, and extract the information he wanted. Sure enough, after he made the request, Ms. Xiao Qing showed no sign of refusing. Just as Tao Qian was about to open the supplement, she walked over and knelt next to Tao Qian, beginning to explain in a tender voice. From afar, this scene very much fit the image of a gentle maid adding a touch of charm. The cultivation technique supplement of the treasure record also had an index for guidance. Although Tao Qian was also interested in other secret techniques, thinking of serious matters, he still turned immediately to the pages related to the lifebound scripture, and upon seeing the number of lines, a smile inadvertently appeared at the corner of his mouth. The Joyful Tower is indeed one of the top side door forces within southern Yue province. The lifebound scriptures available for sale reached as many as hundreds of kinds. At a first glance, Tao Qian was also bedazzled, unsure which page to flip to. It was at this moment that Miss Xiao Qing's voice came through. The esteemed guest, being a paragon from the dragon species clan, it's quite normal not to understand the foundational practices of humans. We human cultivators mostly practice only one lifebound scripture in a lifetime, and as long as it's not too defective, the scripture usually includes offensive and defensive techniques, and if fortunate, may also contain escape techniques and calculation methods. If you've already chosen a lifebound scripture, you can't practice other exotic skills, or you might suffer a fatal backlash due to mutation. Of course, this is not always the case. If the nature of the source chi is similar, it's possible to successfully transition to another lifebound scripture. Besides this, there are the 9 cultivation realms. The energy-introducing realm is easier, with many lucky individuals receiving an abundance of source chi infusion and easily leaping into this realm, but there it ends. To break through to the second realm, the chi refining realm, one must practice their lifebound scripture. It must be known that there are countless source chi in the world, but only with the lifebound scripture can one refine the source chi that enters the body, thus creating an endless cycle, giving rise to various divine skills and special abilities. The human clan cultivators have created many great books through years of inheritance. The lowest can allow a cultivator to step into the chi refining realm. Such lifebound scriptures are widespread and most affordable. These are also the most recorded in the treasure pavilion. Beyond the chi refining realm, there are also the foundation establishment realm, transcend mortality realm, cavernous mystery realm, ultimate happiness realm, and so on, but the great lifebook scriptures that can lead a cultivator into these realms are much rarer. Even in our joyful treasure pavilion, at most, we have a copy of the Qingyang scripture, which allows one to step into the realm of transcend mortality and thus become transcendent, unfathomable. Tao Qian originally meant for Miss Zhao Qing to mention some common knowledge for him to note casually. Who knew that the girl, worthy of being a member of a large organization, would unveil knowledge Tao Qian didn't know with a word? Glancing down at the index, indeed, the so-called Qingyang scripture was listed. Turning the pages casually, Tao Qian quickly saw the related commentary. Not surprisingly, it was concise but sufficient. The Qingyang scripture, this scripture was composed 200 years ago by Qingyang Taoist. Originally, the Taoist was a true cultivation disciple of one of the 12 major Taoist sects, the Kangshuan sect. After being expelled from the sect due to an incident, his cultivation was mysteriously not abolished, but was forbidden to spread the Kangshuan Taoist skill. Another 100 years after, the Kangshuan sect exploded into war with one of the demon sects, the evil sect. Qingyang Taoist, before leaving to provide assistance, specially infused his life essence into writing the scripture of his non-Kangshuan Taoist skill, passing it to 5 disciples. Months later, Qingyang Taoist died. This scripture was recompiled by his 3rd disciple, who, by a twist of fate, consigned it to our pavilion. Inside it includes fundamental cultivation methods that allow one to step into the realm of transcend mortality and also comes with a compiled Qingyang sword technique. Once mastered, it lets one traverse thousands of miles, with sword-like cutting through, demons yielding easily. There's also an escape technique called the 5 Mountains Spirit Sheep Escape Technique. Once mastered, nothing in the 3 mountains and the vast earth can hinder you. Beyond that, there is also the Green Eyes Technique, a pupil skill of alien origin. Once mastered, one can peer into mysterious and deceitful things with the naked eye, intimidate hundreds of beasts, and even predict fortune and calamity. Despite the lack of detailed content and associated prohibitions in this information, but Tao Qian, after finishing reading, still felt his heart racing wildly. Deep down, it was as if a voice was shouting, "Buy it, hurry up and buy it." It wasn't until Tao Qian saw the price listed at the back that his enthusiasm was instantly extinguished by a bucket of ice water. He kept his composure on the surface, pretending to be uninterested as he shook his head and said to Miss Zhao Qing, "Please continue, what about the later parts?" It was unclear whether Tao Qian's acting was quite good, or if Zhao Qing herself also felt that this dragon cub in front of her certainly wouldn't take interest in the Qingyang scripture, a traditional Taoist scripture of the human clan. Hence, after a slight pause, the girl continued, "Esteemed guest must be aware that Zhao Qing is but a mere receptionist in the pavilion, with scant cultivation. You who hail from a background far from ordinary must surely know much more about the secrets beyond the ultimate happiness realm. Zhao Qing will refrain from flaunting my shallow knowledge. Having said that, Zhao Qing also greatly envies beings such as yourself, with a future far more grand and bright. Born with extraordinary bloodline, divine skills naturally arise, unlike us lower-level cultivators who, even with an unwavering heart for seeking the Tao, are ultimately defined by our inherent talent. Beyond that, one must also consider how fate will play out, for the path ahead is truly arduous. Fortunate to have entered the energy-introducing realm, one still has to toil to break through the chi-refining realm, then reach the chasm-like barrier. Those manuals that can lead a person to foundation establishment and transcend mortality, which one isn't exceedingly rare and priced outrageously. Even if there are those with great determination or who are lucky enough to step into it, in reality, it's still not much. If one aspires to become a true great cultivator capable of longevity, there are hardly any other choices but to join one of the 12 major Taoist sects, Buddhist temples, noble big families, heterodox sects, or the likes of 10,000 infant sects, which are considered heresy and heterodoxy. Pity the many loose cultivators in the world, full of ambition, only to realize after a lifetime of hardship that there is no road ahead, ending in silent resolution. Esteemed guest's background must be extraordinary, and if you're willing to help me in my quest for the Tao. At this point, Xiao Qing suddenly stopped speaking. Her already pale face turned pallid in an instant. Clearly, she had crossed a line. The words preceding had no issue, but the latter ones began to carry a tone of resentment, and at the end, it seemed she was about to reveal her affection for Tao Kaiyan, offering herself as a concubine. Thankfully, at the last moment, she came to her senses. This was highly irregular. If it were a fox from the Desire Pavilion acting in this way, it would be considered normal. But she was professionally trained, steadfast in mind, with goals of her own, certainly not one to act in this manner upon first meeting someone. She also knew that such displays of coquettishness were generally unwelcome, let alone the fact that the joyful Treasure Pavilion would never allow receptionists to privately seduce guests' discovery would lead to severe punishment. Her thoughts rapidly shifted as Xiao Qing quickly came to a realization. She rose abruptly, her eyebrows tightly furrowed, and with a wry smile said to Tao Kaiyan, who was looking over with astonishment, "The esteemed guest truly possesses an extraordinary and transcendent physique, and the dragon species bloodline within you must be plentiful. Although Xiao Qing has been on guard, I was still attracted by the charm of your bloodline." As she spoke, Xiao Qing bowed solemnly to Tao Kaiyan and pleaded, with tears starting to form in her eyes, "May the esteemed guest forgive Xiao Qing for her presumptuous words. If it's known to the pavilion, Xiao Qing might be at risk of losing her life." As Xiao Qing did this, Tao Kaiyan also paused for a moment because the change was so sudden and entirely unexpected for him. But he quickly understood that Xiao Qing's uncharacteristic seductive behavior was surely influenced by the bow dragon bloodline within him. After all, the two had just been sitting extremely close, with occasional physical contact, combined with both being immersed in their own thoughts, their spirit momentarily bewildered, and their energies mingling. The dragon's nature is highly lascivious. Let alone human women, even those rare birds and exotic beasts that are exposed to dragon chi for a time would find it difficult to escape the dragon's clutches. If it were not so, there wouldn't be so many dragon species hybrids in the world. If a real bloodline descendant of the dragon species were in his place, this Miss Xiao Qing might have been in trouble. Luckily, it was Tao Kaiyan. His heart for seeking the Tao was unwavering at this time. For a feeble young lady, where could the cultivation's secret manual be more appealing? Moreover, while the girl may appear amenable, she likely was acting under the influence of Bow Dragon's chi. By nature, her personality had not changed. If one were to really coerce her into doing something, isn't it likely to end in mutual destruction and a catastrophic outcome? Thus, Tao Kaiyan smiled and gestured with his hand, "Sit over there. This oversight was my fault. Don't worry, this matter will be known only between you and me, with no third party aware, and no one will punish you." After saying this, Tao Kaiyan watched as Xiao Qing, still visibly shaken, took her seat across from him again. His thoughts churned for a moment. He idly browsed the complex pages and then casually asked, "Miss Xiao Qing, do you know of any life-bound scriptures in this supplement that are universally applicable, inexpensive, and suitable for the majority to practice?" Startled by the question, but comforted by the tolerant customer's inquiry, Xiao Qing unthinkingly scoured her memory and gave a direct response. Such cultivation techniques do exist, and they are not few. However, most of them, though seemingly affordable, actually hide great dangers. It said some evil great cultivators deliberately spread such manuals to cultivate pawns and sheep that can be reaped and slaughtered at will. But there are also some basic skills that have been disseminated from Buddhist and Taoist sects, which can be practiced as life-bound scriptures, though they are extremely difficult and have average power, with no clear path forward, like the Pure Yang Small Introduction that has been passed down from one of the 12 major Taoist sects, the Pure Yang sect, or the Little Freedom Heart Scripture from the Great Freedom Temple. The fake infant secret method that has been circulated from the 10,000 infant sect. And so on, almost anyone can practice them, but they will only take you as far as the chi refinement realm. If one wishes to progress further, they must somehow manage to enter these major sects. However, for ordinary people to practice these profound cultivation methods without the guidance of a mentor, almost all will err in their practice. While their errors may not be fatal, they would likely damage their foundations, not only forever barring them from joining the sects, but also eliminating the possibility of switching to practice other life-bound scriptures. In the refined side chamber, the charming atmosphere had completely vanished due to the previous incident. Fortunately, Tao Kaian was never one for such pleasures. He absent-mindedly flipped through the pages, the secret techniques he heard about from Zhao Qing, which barely qualified as fundamental mental methods for cultivation, flickered before his eyes. From time to time, he would ask questions, inquiring about some details not mentioned in the books. According to the rules of the Treasure Pavilion, Miss Zhao Qing shouldn't have divulged anything. However, feeling she had been abrupt with a distinguished guest, she couldn't help but occasionally reveal some information. Thus, Tao Kaian's grasp of common knowledge and secrets relevant to the lifebound scripture grew significantly. Some of the scriptures he read were considered bizarre, while others were chilling enough to make one instinctively denounce them as works of evil demons and heretics. For instance, a lifebound scripture called the fungus planting technique claimed it could cultivate a person to the foundation establishment realm and came with nearly 10 divine powers. Yet the practice required cultivating blood spores using fresh humans, feeding them blood fungus powder before slicing open their belly and planting the fungus. Due to the powder, the humans would be stiff and immobile, yet still alive, and their senses would become eerily acute. After 7 days, when the blood fungus had grown, it would continually spew blood spores, and the cultivator refining these could be filled with source chi, boosting their cultivation significantly. Another lifebound scripture called the Snake Mother Scripture also touted itself as able to advance someone to the foundation establishment realm, including methods like the 100-mile snake escape, the venomous fang sword technique, and the yin fiery snake demon 3 powers of remarkable strength. However, the training method required first practicing the basic method, transforming one's body into a snake form, complete with scales and fangs, then going to the wild valleys to find thousands of venomous snakes. Using one's essence blood, these vipers would be coerced into deadly infighting and mutual devouring until only one snake mother with a demon core remained. At the time of the blood moon, one would copulate with the snake mother under the moonlight. The mingling of yin and yang would allow the practitioner to enter the chi refining realm in just one night. Repeating such practices would lead to the foundation establishment. Besides these disturbing heterodox methods that made Tao Kaian uneasy, he also came across many basic skills from the Buddhist and Taoist sects. Compared to the former, these were undoubtedly much more normal. And at first glance, they seemed free of significant cost. While perusing these, Tao Kaian was also partially distracted. In his mind, thoughts surged, analyzing his current situation. With the bow dragon bloodline in me and the acquisition of the sword technique and escape skill, my progress has already surpassed most of the lower-level cultivators. Still, for long-term planning, I need to find a lifebound scripture. Without it, I cannot enter the chi refinement realm. But most of the scriptures scattered abroad are treacherous and come with a hefty price tag. Even the Qingyang scripture, that only allows entry to the transcend mortality realm, is outrageously expensive. If one truly wishes to pursue the great Tao and long life, the best option would doubtless be to join a major sect from the Buddhist and Taoist sects, a noble family, or a heterodox sect like the 10,000 infant sect. The problem is that these major forces are high and mighty, their sect sites are located in secret realms, and immortal mountainsmere mortals would struggle to even hear of such places, let alone set foot in them. And these powerful entities have their own methods and paths for selecting disciples. The lower-level loose cultivators, those seeking the Tao and immortality, have no idea where to start. Wu Ming, for example, is a harrowing testament to that. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, a sense of worry started to rise within Tao Kaian. If the practices embedded within the lifebound scripture were something one could abandon or take up as one pleases, then there would be no need for concern. But unfortunately, that was not the case, and the choice had to be made with great care. After much deliberation, as Tao Kaian neared the end of flipping through the treasure record supplement in his hand, he finally made a decision. He secretly thought to himself, I don't need to be too troubled. Choosing a lifebound scripture is even more challenging for others, but not me. I can discern more hidden secrets unknown to others, so naturally, I should first take a look at these smaller lifebound scriptures and see if I can sense any good news. With this resolve, Tao Kaian looked up to see the delicate lady sitting further away on purpose and asked, Miss Zhao Qing, if I want to directly touch these smaller scriptures to make a selection, how many can you retrieve for me with your authority? Respected guest, at most 3 scriptures at a time, and you can only examine a page or 2. If not chosen, you'll have to pay 100 cents for the second time to fetch another 3. And if you still don't choose, then you can no longer continue to pick. This rule is hard to break. Zhao Qing is powerless to help. Hearing this, ideas formed in Tao Kaian's mind. First, he excluded those bizarre and horrifying heterodox practices. Then it was the Buddhist and Taoist methods. Tao Kaian had no interest in becoming a monk, nor did he wish to become a demon and make enemies of the world. After this selection process, an answer crystallized. All right, go fetch me the Pure Yang Small Introduction, Healthcare Secret, and Spirit Treasure 9 Truths diagrammed these three small scriptures. As Tao Qian spoke these words, Xiao Qing couldn't help but take a side glance. Clearly, she had not expected this half-dragon, half-man demon to choose three foundational Taoist scriptures after much deliberation. Each of these scriptures had a notable origin. The first came from the Pure Yang sect, the second was even greater, being a basic skill transmitted from Taisheng Dao, and the third hailed from the Spirit Treasure sect. These three sects were all among the 12 major Taoist sects, especially Taisheng Dao, which was rumored to be almost the first among the Taoist sects in strength. Seeming to understand Xiao Qing's perplexity, Tao Qian added after speaking, "My concubine was originally a Taoist female cultivator before she joined the sect. I also wish to see what's so special about Taoist secret techniques." Miss Xiao Qing held no more doubts, instead feeling a bit of envy. The cultivation world was really too hard, and if one couldn't join a major sect, being part of a great demon's family would also make their Taoist path far wider than that of lower-level cultivators. Just as she was about to continue pondering, she startlingly realized, was this the seduction of dragon qi? No, that's not right. My Tao heart is disturbed today. I should avoid any further contact with this guest and see him off as soon as possible. Tao Qian was oblivious to the thoughts running through Xiao Qing's mind, merely saw the delicate lady, who had previously walked as if swaying like tender willows, suddenly move swiftly as the wind. Before long she had returned. But this time she was followed by three maids, each holding an exquisitely beautiful jade box. The three cultivation techniques are all here. Please make your selection, respected guest. Having said that, Xiao Qing took several steps back voluntarily. Looking at her, she seemed to hold some apprehension toward Tao Qian. Tao Qian at this moment was only focused on the lifebound scripture and basic method, naturally paying no attention to her, and went straight to open the first jade box. Inside lay a book woven from golden threads, upright and natural, about 3 fingers thick on the cover. 4 ancient seal characters of the Taoist tradition emitted a brilliance that was truly special. Ordinary cultivators would feel a sharp pain in their eyes upon seeing it, and if a demon or any such alien being were to see it, they might suffer some harm, with serious cases possibly resulting in death. Pure Yang Small Introduction, a basic skill of the major sect known as the Pure Yang sect, can be used as a foundation for cultivation, but stops at the qi refining realm. It comes with no divine skills or exotic skills attached. As the relevant information emerged in his mind, Tao Qian had already reached out and picked it up. The moment he touched it, a strong throbbing sensation immediately arose as Tao Qian turned to the first page. A mnemonic that seemed to contain profound principles entered his view. Cultivate qi and forget words, keep the mind for the uncarved block. To stay true, one must respond to things, and in responding must not become lost. When the qi returns, the elixir forms itself. In the pot is paired with Can and Li. These mnemonics from just the first page, naturally, didn't reveal much. What Tao Qian truly cared about was the strangely formatted information he perceived in his mind. Record name, Pure Yang Small Introduction. Record type, alien. Record, this method is one of the basic skills within the major Taoist sect, Pure Yang sect. It contains no annotations or divine skills, and can be used as a foundation for cultivation, refining the body to attain Pure Yang origin qi, but will also be limited to the qi refining realm. Once practiced incorrectly, it may drain all the Pure Yang, rendering oneself unable to hold any source qi and completely destroying one's Tao path. Note 1. If one successfully advances to the qi refinery realm by practicing this method, a Pure Yang seed will form within the body. This seed has its own intuition and can guide cultivators to the secret mountain gate of the Pure Yang sect. Note 2. If the cultivator themselves possess an abnormal trait related to Pure Yang, they are almost guaranteed to advance to the qi refining realm. However, once this skill has been learned, one must not indulge in sexual relations, nor break their celibacy, otherwise, all one's previous efforts will be wasted. Note 3. After obtaining Pure Yang origin qi through this method, the body will be constantly cleansed, often giving rise to evil thoughts, preventing calmness in one's male root, and causing strong attraction to yin demons, alien charm, female ghosts, and other alien beings. If their Pure Yang origin qi is drained, the cultivator will die violently. Note 4. The price cannot be exempted. Tao Qian struggled to contain the change in his expression, as the information he perceived was too astonishing. The record itself was quite normal, but that note 1 immediately filled Tao Qian with immense joy. He had been puzzled before about the major sects, without a path to follow and no sect to enter, but now a way had appeared before him. This could explain why a major sect of the Pure Yang sect's level would allow one of its fundamental methods to spread outside. It seemed this was also a method they used to select disciples. It also made sense if a loose cultivator happened to pick up a pure yang small introduction and was able to cultivate it to the chi refining realm. There was no doubt that they were a genius, and very likely they possessed what was known as a pure yang constitution. Such a genius seeking them out would undoubtedly be warmly welcomed by the pure yang sect. As for those subsequent prices, in Tao Kaien's view, they seemed quite appropriate. Compared to other heretical methods from side doors and evil paths, it was far better. Just as Tao Kaien was feeling overjoyed, a setback came. Cannot be exempted. These 4 words sent Tao Kaien's mind into a whirl. Since learning of the anomalous nature of his soul, which allowed him to be exempt from the prices of cultivation, this was the first time he had come across an exemption. If that format could be personified, Tao Kaien felt as if he could hear a voice mocking him by his ear. Don't get ahead of yourself. This method is not for you to cultivate. This doesn't make sense. Whether it's me or either of my 2 predecessors, we're all surely virgins. Why then can I not cultivate the pure yang methods? This is discrimination. Ah, that's also incorrect. The meaning of note 4 should be that I could also cultivate this small introduction. It's just that the anomaly in my soul will not provide any assistance. Tao Kaien mumbled in his mind, not feeling disheartened at all. In fact, he was in quite a good mood. Although he could not practice the pure yang small introduction, the formatted information let Tao Kaien know another way that the major sects selected disciples. It was very likely that it wasn't just the pure yang sect that did this. With that thought, Tao Kaien directly reached out and opened the subsequent 2 jade boxes. The next second, he saw the healthcare secret and the spirit treasure 9 truths diagram reflected in his view. The former was the thinnest, only 1 finger thick, while the latter was a full 4 fingers thick, a substantial volume indeed. Tao Kaien just picked up the healthcare secret, turned to the first page, and a mnemonic as simple as the great Tao appeared in his view. Taisheng nourishes the spirit, thereafter the form. When the spirit is clear and thoughts are calm, all joints will be at peace. Then came another heavy blow the record. Notes 1, 2, and 3 were much like the pure yang small introduction. Similarly, Tao Kaien once again saw the phrase the price cannot be exempted. After being hit twice, Tao Kaien couldn't help but become suspicious. The reason for being unable to exempt, could it be that the pure yang sect and the Taisheng Dao have extremely high requirements for a cultivator's innate abilities, and neither Tao Kaien nor his predecessors were up to the mark? Or is it because the level of these 2 life-bound scriptures is so high that even the anomaly deep within Tao Kaien's soul is helpless? With this doubt, Tao Kaien took a deep breath and directly touched the 3rd book. As he felt the perception arise, he immediately looked at the final note. To Tao Kaien's relief, and in solving his doubt, he finally saw the information he wanted. The record and notes 1, 2, and 3 were similar to the previous 2 volumes, but after cultivating the Spirit Treasure 9 Truths diagram to the Chi refining realm, what condenses within the body is a Spirit Treasure 9 Truths map, which can also guide to the secret realm of the sect. And the final note, Tao Kaien saw this, the price can be exempted. Having been in this world for many days, this was the first time Tao Kaien had such a strong impulse, feeling that these 5 characters were so endearing and charming. P.S. There's more tonight, seeking monthly tickets. In the side room before a coquettish maid, Tao Kaien was holding the Spirit Treasure 9 Truths diagram. The feeling of excitement in him was like the grand ringing of bells, assaulting his mind and spirit. The format information perceived by his abnormal soul became even clearer. Record name Spirit Treasure 9 Truths diagram. Record type alien. Record description. This method originates from the great Taoist sect Spirit Treasure sect, one of the orthodox sects of Taoism. Does not demand much in terms of disciples' natural talent, but focuses on their fortune and disposition. Due to this, the sect has many disciples and a congregation of the strong. The 9 Truths diagram is one of its basic and essential methods. Cultivating it, one can obtain the spirit treasure source Qi and enter the Qi refining realm. However, practicing this method primarily focuses on one's disposition, and any slightest mistake will lead to a fall into the demon path. Note 1. Upon mastering this method and stepping into the phase of Qi refining, your body will condense a Spirit Treasure 9 Truths map, which will autonomously sense and lead you to the gates of Spirit Treasure Mountain. Note 2. This method does not include prohibitions against actions, diet, or carnal desires, etc., but only requires maintaining vigilance over one's heart. One must always follow their heart's desires, and any deviation from this will attract demons from outer realms, leading them to tempt and devour the cultivator's spirit and will, until they are completely mutated and fall into the infinite demon prison. Note 3. Even during normal practice of this method, one must be wary of demons from other realms. If any demon infiltrates the body, the cultivator will no longer be able to cultivate an untainted spirit treasure body, and all hopes of entering the Spirit Treasure Mountain gate will be dashed. Note 4. The cost can be waived. As Tao Qian read this information, a strong sense of compatibility inexplicably arose and dominated his spirit. Although it was not explicitly mentioned in the record description, Tao Qian knew, among the three basic methods, this one was most suitable for him. Tao Qian felt a strong impulse to immediately buy it, but out of caution, and considering that his wallet was still quite full, he put the book back into the jade box but did not let the maid take it away instead. He turned to Miss Zhao Qing and said, "Keep this book, then go fetch the Little Freedom Heart Scripture, Fake Infant Secret Technique, and Spirit Communication Record. Don't worry, I will make a decision very soon and won't send you running back and forth for nothing." Tao Qian kept Miss Zhao Qing busy, but it was merely a precaution. Within the rules, he looked over 3 more volumes, selecting a Buddhist Heart Sutra, a minor manual from a side sect, and another basic method from a great Taoist sect, Heavenly Talisman sect. About 10 seconds later, Tao Qian saw his target. The touch that seemed ordinary on the surface and the feedback from the senses surprised Tao Qian once again. The Little Freedom Heart Scripture could waive some costs, and so could the Spirit Communication Record. But the Fake Infant Secret Technique, coming from a significant heterodox sect, the 10,000 Infant sect, was completely cost-free. Did this mean Tao Qian was fit to join the 10,000 Infant sect? Tao Qian shook his head inwardly and silently refused. Regardless of whether it was due to a suitable natural talent or the small innate nascent soul escape technique he had learned and the 3 strands of nascent soul source energy within him, the Fake Infant Secret Technique, though free of cost, did not evoke in Tao Qian that strong sense of compatibility. It seemed there was no further need for hesitation. Tao Qian had made his decision, but still chose to maintain his persona, saying with a restrained vigor to Miss Zhao Qing, "Just this, Spirit Treasure 9 Truths diagram, then. By the way, I've heard that you human cultivators are superb at crafting curious and bizarre fun things and love collecting strange articles. Bring the exotic treasure adjunct volume as well, and I'll pick out some items to take back as small gifts." Upon hearing these 2 statements, Miss Zhao Qing, who had been embarrassed several times due to Dragon Chi derangement, immediately brightened up. The word sales was indeed crucial. Whether in his past life or this otherworldly place, it seemed to be the case. About half an hour later, outside the joyful treasure pavilion, Tao Qian strolled out, sporting a half-dragon visage. Although covered with scales, any passerby could see the pleased expression on his face. Behind him, Miss Zhao Qing, blushing, walked slowly and shyly like a lady. The guests coming in and out witnessing this scene secretly cursed, "Damned dragon cub, just living off a dragon's face and without shame." Of course, Tao Qian did not know of the passersby's resentment, nor did he care. At this moment, his mood was joyful. He concluded that even as a cultivator, one could not escape worldly desires, at least not for now. Spending money is indeed too joyful. Tao Qian thought to himself, with the backdrop of nearly spending all the 3,000 joyful money he had extorted from Old Fox. It wasn't that he had inherited the spendthrift nature of his former body, but rather, the Spirit Treasure 9 Truths diagram he bought was excessively expensive. Just that one thick volume, which could serve as his lifebound scripture, had alone cost a full 2,000 joyful money. Tao Qian considered that, including the service fee for Miss Zhao Qing and the miscellaneous expenses for fetching and reading the books, there wouldn't be many hundreds left, so he might as well spend it all. With this thought, Tao Qian's desire to shop was unrestrained, and he soon emptied his wallet. Of course, his gains were substantial. Apart from finally acquiring the essential method he wanted, the other items he purchased also significantly enhanced Tao Qian's capabilities. Only this included Joyful Bag is terribly ugly. Why embroider such a thing, depicting the plague golden toad, if not to save some royalties? Tao Qian, while walking away from the treasure pavilion, complained about the item resembling an incense bag stuffed into his chest. The embroidery on this incense bag was excellent, with some gold wiring added. The front bore the large letters Joyful Treasure Pavilion, while the reverse boldly displayed the plague golden toad. Tao Qian, from his past life, found this style quite familiar. It's common to receive small novelties and souvenirs after shopping in big stores. Generally speaking, one would deal with these matters. A bit annoying, but Tao Qian couldn't possibly refuse, especially since the incense bag was actually a storage treasure bag. It was apparent that Tao Qian himself hadn't expected that the first legitimate storage treasure he obtained, since he started his cultivation, would be an incense bag embroidered with a festering giant toad. Although the inner space wasn't large, barely able to accommodate an adult human, the storage capability was indeed genuine. Aside from holding the thick Spirit Treasure 9 Truths diagram, it also contained a sword Tao Qian had acquired from the Joyful Treasure Pavilion, several elixirs, some incense, and other various items he believed could be of use. These items had drained Tao Qian's funds. Money spent brings peace, it's time to descend the mountain. Tao Qian muttered to himself, then promptly planned to leave Tengsh Town. Having struggled through most of the night and with dawn approaching, he needed to return to his job as the scholar manager of the Chengyu bookstore. Saying this, Tao Kaiyan was about to step onto the main street, crossing through the stream of human cultivators, demons, and monsters to leave the bizarre Tengsh town. But just at this moment, the sky unexpectedly began to flash with Buddha light, followed by a massive amount of golden mist floating from the cloudy depths. Instantly forming a sea of mist, resonant Buddhist chants that turned all heads on Tengsh Mountain to listen started to spread. From far to near, solemn and grave. What was even more astonishing was the procession that emerged from within the mist, walking on air. Numerous venerable monks and nuns lined up on both sides, carrying Buddhist altars, incense burners, treasure covers, scripture banners, flower curtains, and sounds of wooden fish and copper bells filled the air ceaselessly. In the center, atop a lotus throne carried by 8 robust, golden-torsoed monks, lazily lounged a figure bathed in Buddha light, appearing much like a female bodhisattva. As the Buddhist chants neared, the striking Buddha light directly illuminated the dark, beastly Tengsh mountain like a parasitic alien. Everyone involuntarily lifted their heads to gaze at the bodhisattva. She had a dignified appearance, seeming to possess the utmost beauty of this world. Her skin was whiter than snow, with fine brows and shaped eyes, wearing a treasure crown, her hair up in a high bun, draped with a large scarf and a long skirt, adorned with earrings, arm bracelets, luxurious and beautiful, with her rainbow robe and jade belt fluttering through the clouds, uplifting everyone's spirits, making people long to attend upon the lotus platform. For a moment, whether human cultivators or demons and monsters, all seemed to forget to speak. They all stared blankly at the female bodhisattva on the lotus throne. Many of the weak-willed even fell to their knees, bizarrely chanting the heretical, begging the bodhisattva for the charity of her flesh over and over. Tao Kaiyan, blending into the crowd, kept his head down, daring not to make any noticeable movements. He wasn't begging for any charity from the bodhisattva, he just wished for the female bodhisattva to move on quickly. At this moment in his mind, it was as if dozens, if not hundreds, of war drums were being pounded with heavy mallets. Thundering, a strong pulsating sensation, an indescribable sense of imminent danger, made Tao Kaiyan wish he could transform into the earth element and burrow underground to avoid this ordeal. He felt as if the female bodhisattva above him was lazily observing the crowd below. Soon, it would be his turn. Just then, suddenly, from the highest point of Tengsh Mountain, a commotion also erupted. A coarse and fierce voice cut through, but the owner undoubtedly possessed a terrifying cultivation, directly suppressing the Buddhist chants and reverberating across the entire Tengsh Mountain. Beautiful corpse bodhisattva, it's heard that you've recently defected from Guanyin Temple, stealing a great number of cultivation's secret manuals and Buddhist treasures, and thus you were accepted by the Demon Buddha Temple of the Hidden Demon Path sect, and even permitted to practice the blood and flesh secret technique from the great book, Demon Buddha Scripture. But after all, you are a defector from Guanyin Temple, not far from that great temple. Aren't you afraid that your former comrades will come and reduce your beautiful body to dust? Following this voice, the assembly of cultivators and demons then realized. Atop Tengsh Mountain stood a structure akin to a pavilion of the heavenly palace. Above it was a high platform stretching into the sea of clouds, where at this moment, a sort of banquet seemed to be taking place. Surrounded by immortal tunes with hundreds of flowers in full bloom, the seats were nearly full. Each guest appeared distinguished, each radiating immortal aura, wholly unlike ordinary mortals. A single glance revealed that this was likely a banquet of the immortal gods, yet Tao Kaiyan, with his remarkable vision after just one look, felt a storm surge inside him. Other guests he did not recognize. However, one guest, a beautifully bodied woman resembling a sacred snow woman, had been seen by Tao Kaiyan once before, just recently at the base of the mountain. Tao Kaiyan had personally witnessed this woman's body riddled with dense pores as numerous, bright, flat objects resembling pork tapeworms several meters long emerged and fluttered in the air. The depth of revulsion which could reach one's soul was something no one could easily forget in a short time, even though at this moment this woman's shell was intact, holier than a bodhisattva's. If there's a so-called beautiful corpse bodhisattva here, then that supposed banquet of immortal gods at the mountain's peak is probably just a gathering of horrific, bizarre pretenders to immortality. How unfortunate I should have left earlier. Getting lost in shopping is deadly indeed. Realizing some of the signs, Tao Kaiyan couldn't help but start groaning internally. Tao Kaiyan mingled in the crowd, lowering his head as much as possible to reduce his presence while inwardly lamenting his predicament. The other cultivators and demons around him were much the same. Most of those wandering in Tengsh Square didn't have high cultivations, with the majority not even reaching the energy-introducing realm, truly the bottom rung of the cultivation world. The arrival of the beautiful corpse bodhisattva on a golden lotus throne above, with an extremely impressive entourage, made it clear, without question, that she was a terrifyingly powerful being. The people at the feast on the high platform had already revealed that she had defected from the eminent Buddhist Guanyin temple and was accepted by the great demon sect, Demon Buddha Templi, a top-tier formidable figure indeed. Estimated using the universally accepted 9 cultivation realms of heresy and heterodoxy, Lord Bodhisattva was likely at least a strong being of the transcend mortality realm, and even that might be an underestimate. The most disconcerting thing was that despite the fact that the powers on Tengsh Mountain Peak had spoken, the beautiful corpse Bodhisattva simply ignored them. She continued to lie languidly in her throne, incomparably alluring, her beautiful eyes scanning the crowd below as if searching for something, her lips gradually curling into a smile capable of captivating souls. A second later, she seemed to be speaking to herself or perhaps responding to the distant powerful beings in the clouds. Her voice, emanating from those red lips, could be heard throughout Tengsh Mountain, a bewitching sound that could disembody souls, indescribable in its charm. Afraid. If this Bodhisattva feared those hypocritical nuns of Guanyin Temple, she wouldn't have defected to Demon Buddha Temple. Tang Xianzong, this seat has heard that you are a rising star in the Devil God army, greatly compatible with the great book, Heavenly Demon Slaughter God Scripture, and you've even hooked up with the 97th daughter of that devil god, a future full of boundless prospects. However, these are not reasons enough for you to provoke me. If later you cannot extinguish my fury, even the daughter of devil god above your head might not be able to save your life. Before that, you still have time to prepare. It's rare for this seat to leave home. I must savor some delicacies. With the sound of the Bodhisattva's voice, every cultivator and demon that had been stealing glances turned their attention to the man seated at the head of the high platform banquet. He was a robust human man, around 30 years old, with red and blood-like complexion and hair, still dressed in dark red armor, even while feasting. His bizarre appearance wasn't ugly, on the contrary. It had an unusual aesthetic that led people to instinctively believe him to be forthright and trustworthy, inspiring confidence. Clearly, this man was Tang Xianzong, whom the beautiful corpse Bodhisattva had referred to. The conversation indicated that she had descended to this place because Tang Xianzong had lured her there in some manner. The cultivators and demons all cursed Tang Xianzong under their breath and listened as he puzzlingly replied to the Bodhisattva, savor some delicacies. He wasn't the only one confused. Others thought the same. If you beautiful corpse Bodhisattva are a guest of that high platform feast, then go on there promptly. What's the point of throwing your weight around here with all these lowly cultivators? Tao Qian criticized her as well, but soon after, he heard the beautiful corpse Bodhisattva speak again. At first it was all right, but when Tao Qian heard the later content, his soul nearly burst out of his body. The Bodhisattva, lying lazily without concern for exposed skin, surveyed the cultivators, demons, and alien species below with soul-luring eyes. That enchanting voice slowly said, "The cultivators from Joyful Tower aren't that remarkable, accustomed to displaying odd and seductive tricks. But this workshop is not bad, attracting quite a few lovely young men. In this short while, I've already caught the scent of the delicious blood and flesh of the young ones from the Zhang family and Ziu family, the pure aura of the little Taoist from Nanhua sect, and the sharpness of the young men from Sword sect. Ah, most refreshing. Oh, and there's even a dragon cub mixed in, though its bloodline doesn't smell very pure, but it's definitely full of wildness and must be very tender and juicy." Boom. Tao Qian's mind felt as though it had exploded. The beginning was bearable, but that last sentence was a clear indication for him, Tao Qian. With such words that could be described as brutally frank, Tao Qian felt an overwhelming urge to go mad. A powerful unease, even fear, surged within him. If it weren't for his recent experiences, he'd likely have found it difficult to remain calm at this critical juncture. The only thing that allowed Tao Qian to suppress any immediate reaction was that he wasn't the only target of the threat. Tao Qian continued to stay motionless, keeping his presence as low as possible. Thoughts in his mind churned like tumultuous waves. An unwarranted disaster, truly an unwarranted disaster. Could it be that my recent streak of good fortune has incurred some kind of backlash? My current cultivation is merely at the energy introduction realm. If I'm caught by this fearsome demon Bodhisattva, the outcome will certainly not be good. Just listen to those descriptors, most refreshing, brimming with wildness, tender and juicy. Could she actually intend to eat us young men? But which kind of eating? Either way, it's terrible. If this demon acts later and there are other targets, it might cause quite a bit of chaos, and then I could take the opportunity to use the small innate nascent soul escape technique. I wonder if I can successfully escape with it. If the crisis is truly dire, I'll have no choice but to resort to the secret demon sacrifice body sword technique. However, it's uncertain whether a sword enhanced by extracting all of my bow dragon source chi will even leave a scratch on the beautiful corpse Bodhisattva's clothing. Pondering all possibilities, the predictions turned out dreadfully grim. However, what surprised him a bit was that there weren't only a few young men nominated by the beautiful corpse Bodhisattva. They came from major sects and great sects. By reason they should all be proud and haughty. Yet when challenged, not a single one made a move. Each one, like Tao Kayan, made a similar choice to shrink back into the crowd, motionless. Upon reflection, Tao Kayan had an epiphany. It was clear these young men all tacitly shared the same strategy as he. Even if the beautiful corpse Bodhisattva was powerful, she could not possibly capture so many at once, and chaos would ensue, at which time everyone could use their means to escape. Those from major sects were indeed not impulsively foolish. Indeed, were it not for this female Bodhisattva pointing it out, perhaps no one would have realized that so many cultivators from great forces had infiltrated this workshop. However, given some thought, it seemed reasonable since Tangsh Square did hold some fame within southern Yue province. It was quite normal for the place to be a blend of dragons and snakes. Just as Tao Kayan was calculating the moment when chaos would erupt, planning to release those 3 strands of nascent soul source energy in one breath and escape 300 li in an instant, at the high platform of the banquet at Tangsh Mountain, next to Tang Xianzong, a noble and elegant beauty was seated. Hearing the words of the beautiful corpse Bodhisattva, her brows involuntarily furrowed. She whispered something into Tang Xianzong's ear, and the next second saw the devil god army general nodding with a smile. Clap, clap, accompanied by this applause resounding across Tangsh Mountain. The crowd, including the beautiful corpse Bodhisattva, cast their gazes toward the high platform. Only to see that on one side of the banquet, led by the attendants from Joyful Tower, a total of 18 tall and strong monks exuding an intense masculine aura, and each with distinctive features, draped in monks' robes, were invited out. The 18 monks seemed to be under a forbidden technique, unable to speak, only able to look at the beautiful corpse Bodhisattva with desperate eyes begging for help. Before she could fly into a rage, suddenly 4 attendants brought forth a cage covered with a black cloth, which was immediately lifted. Amitabha Buddha. With the chanting of this Buddha's name, a tranquility-inducing aura surged forth. Everyone then saw that in the cage there was an extremely young and handsome monk sitting cross-legged, his body pure and unstained. The earlier group of 18 monks had been eye-catching enough, but when this young monk appeared, everyone else was forgotten. It was then that Tang Xianzong finally spoke again, beginning with a reassuring and hearty laugh. Ha ha ha, Lady Bodhisattva, there's no need for anger. Since you joined the Demon Buddha temple and your holy presence became elusive, I invited these 18 blood arhats here, who I heard were once favored by you, likely to make you appear. However, this mistake is mine, Tang Xianzong's, and I have long prepared gifts to atone for it. This master is called Hui Xin, born with an innate Buddha heart, and has cultivated a pure body. His talent has caught the attention of the monks of the Great Freedom Temple, and he may have the chance to become a free Buddha son in the future. However, Master Hui Xin, not knowing what slanderous words he believed, dared to intrude our devil god army camp, intending to take my life. I managed by a narrow margin to defeat Master Hui Xin by half a technique, and intended to send the master to the western heavenly bliss, but then I thought of the Bodhisattva's preferences. Why not offer the master to the Bodhisattva instead, as a way to please? As for the little cultivators and little demons within this square, I kindly ask the Bodhisattva to spare them. This place is, after all, Joyful Tower's territory, and I've gone to great lengths to convince Sister Meng to agree, allowing me to host this banquet here, and it would be inappropriate to ruin the reputation of Joyful Tower. How about it? Would the Bodhisattva be willing to forgive me and join the banquet? As Tang Xianzong finished speaking, all present suddenly saw the beautiful corpse Bodhisattva, who had been lounging lazily atop her lotus seat, suddenly sat up, revealing her infinite charm. She stared intently at Master Hui Xin, even extending her tongue to lick her lips. Her beguiling appearance in a flash caused many more below to prostrate themselves, begging to offer their bodies in alms. Good, very good. An innate Buddha heart, a pure body, such a deliciously young monk, one I haven't tasted in hundreds of years. I forgive you, you indeed have ways to please others. No wonder you could captivate the daughter of Devil God. Hearing the first 2 sentences, including Tao Kayan, the young men in the square all heaved a sigh of relief within, thinking that they might escape this ordeal, not needing to be eaten by that terrifying female Bodhisattva, but who expected such an abrupt twist. The beautiful corpse Bodhisattva, already assured of the main course, had an insatiable appetite. She once again turned her gaze down, coyly saying, "Since you've invited me to eat, why have you only prepared this little monk as the main course and not some dessert? No matter, I can pick for myself." Boom! With her words unleashed, an overwhelmingly menacing intent pressed down like a torrential flood from above. In an instant, hundreds of beams of light erupted within the square. It was the time when all the targets, including Tao Kayan, moved at once, to strike. No, at this moment, everyone's sole goal was to escape, to flee as far and as fast as possible. Tao Kaiyan, this novice with no cultivation experience, knew that upon encountering a powerful evil demon with malintent, he must escape immediately, as recklessly striking back would lead him to death. Other disciples from major sects, of course, understood this even better. Thus, when the beautiful corpse bodhisattva turned its head and exuded malintent, they didn't hesitate and immediately used their skills to flee. In the chaos, some other cultivators and demons got mixed in. Clearly not the desert mentioned by the bodhisattva, they too panicked and began to flee, using evasion light and sword light. This chaos, however, somewhat increased the chances for Tao Kaiyan and the others to escape. In an instant, hundreds of lights burst forth, shooting in all directions. Above them, the seductive laughter of the bodhisattva suddenly rang out, and then the previously subsided chanting and Buddhist hymns sounded again, amplifying the visible golden Buddha light tenfold in an instant, enveloping Tengsh Mountain and the surrounding area. Wherever the Buddha light reached, all escape skills and sword techniques seemed to malfunction. Worse still, the next second saw about a dozen enchanting figures flying out from the beautiful corpse bodhisattva. Each one was naked, skin like creamy jade, features like paintings, appearing as sacred as heavenly girls. These dozen heavenly girls each picked a target and flew towards them. At the same time, a seductive sound that penetrated deep into the marrow of the soul infiltrated the ears of several people, including Tao Kaiyan. Fragrant and delectable young men, don't blame me for not giving you a chance. As long as you can escape from the corpse slave's hands, you can preserve your essence, blood, and soul. If you can't manage to escape with your skills, your elders will have no face to trouble me, so just stay and join me in ultimate happiness. As soon as the voice fell, the beautiful corpse bodhisattva's body seemed unable to restrain itself. That languid body flew straight off the lotus platform towards the banquet on the Tengsh platform. Seeing this situation, was she really planning to let these young men off the hook? However, including Tao Kaiyan, none of the dozen believed it. At the foot of the mountain, accompanied by the passing of Buddha light, a figure like that of a baby emerged from the void and was fixed midair. Releasing a unique milky fragrance, forced to waste a strand of nascent soul source energy, Tao Kaiyan fell down holding a nameless black lacquered iron sword. Before he could stabilize himself, he naturally blurted out a curse, "Enjoy your mother." Just as Tao Kaiyan's curse emerged, his vision suddenly flickered. But then from within the Buddha light, gorgeous lotuses appeared, even showing dew on them, and from a blooming lotus, that corpse slave, resembling a heavenly girl, walked out. Not wearing a thread, she approached with a graceful walk. From her cherry lips, a moan-like sound emerged, instantly creating an enchanting atmosphere. Looking more closely, this corpse slave appeared no different from a real person, with affectionate eyes and flushed cheeks. Even the fine hairs on her snowy skin and details like a teardrop mole under her eye or a small mole near her thigh all made her seem like a real woman. It seemed she was compelled to act, teary-eyed as she approached, while caressing her pale hand and summoning some lightweight clothes and performing an extremely charming dance. Though her movements were awkward, the seductive atmosphere notably intensified. Originally golden, the Buddha light instantly turned pink, and Tao Kaiyan felt as though he had fallen into a realm of chaotic heavenly demons, with a demon witch in front offering him a dance of the heavenly demon. In just a moment, the desires in Tao Kaiyan's heart were triggered, and certain parts of him began to stir restlessly. Biting down hard, Tao Kaiyan strained to break free from the pink Buddha light's obstruction. Wielding the sword in his hand, he staggeringly ran toward the distance, continuously shouting in panic, "Don't come any closer. I can't lose my primordial yang. Don't come any closer." His voice was urgent, his actions unruly. His appearance was like a dragon cub about to succumb to temptation. In other areas, some people performed worse than him, while others excelled. For instance, a handsome young man not far from Tao Kaiyan, blocked by the Buddha light and seemingly paralyzed with a layer of frost on his face upon seeing the corpse slave approach, did not wait for her to make a move. With a cold snort, he spat out a sword elixir that pulsed up and down, emitting a chilling aura, instantly freezing his surroundings. With a pinch of a sword technique, the sword elixir burst in an instant, sending out thousands of blasts of cold air, wrapping around the young man and turning into a cold light capable of piercing mountains, destroying the corpse slave's body and vanishing without a trace. Though the corpse slave's body recovered instantly, it was too late to catch up. Similar scene included a young man in a Taoist robe, seeing the corpse slave flying towards him, chuckled and suddenly leaped up, transforming into a bright green light and easily breaking free from the Buddha light towards the high skies, leaving the frustrated corpse slave stomping on the spot, lamenting his lack of romantic spirit. Even more ferocious was a young man with an almost perfectly robust body. He grinned, showing 40 large white teeth, his body visibly bulging, with muscles wildly spreading. 4 large bulges under his ribs bursting forth, creating 4 new terrifying arms. Accompanied by fiery red steam hissing, this monstrous young man took only a second to smash the corpse into mincemeat and then arrogantly bounded away, shaking the ground with loud thuds as he left. While these face-slapping scenes unfolded, the beautiful corpse Bodhisattva, already at the banquet at a high place of Tengsh Mountain, showed no anger. Her attention seemed entirely focused on the main course, Huizin the little monk. Seeing this, everyone knew that the Bodhisattva was deliberately letting things slip. Although she did indeed intend to catch some delicacies, and had already captured 5 or 6 handsome young men, she did not plan to capture them all at once. Instead, she set a limit. Those who could easily break through the blockade of corpse slaves were clearly of significant origin. Despite her notorious reputation and the protection of the demon Buddha temple, it would not be wise to completely offend all the powerful forces in the world. Realizing this, Tao Qian, who had already escaped a distance, immediately devised a plan in his heart. Seeing the pink Buddha light flashing again ahead, the corpse slave walked out, and Tao Qian sheathed his black lacquered iron sword. His face flushed as if he could no longer hold back. He resignedly opened his arms and threw himself into the beautiful naked body, shouting as he went, "Brother has never lost my virginity. My primordial yang is still intact. Please be gentle, sister." Hearing such flirtatious words, the corpse slave immediately restrained her naive expression, transforming into the aura of a beautiful woman. She also stretched out her lotus arm and embraced the robust and handsome dragon cub. The moment their bodies touched, the corpse slave was about to use her powers to extract the young dragon's primordial yang. But in that instant, Tao Qian leaned close to her ear and affectionately called out, "Good sister," followed by a loud roar. Roar. Worried that normal methods wouldn't affect the corpse slave, Tao Qian released the bow dragon sound without any reservation for the first time. Bow dragon driving origin chi, surging powerfully. In an instant, within several miles, all living beings heard a roar as if it came from the Yunmeng Great Swamp, a primordial echo. Wind, rain, thunder, and lightning arose, and the inferior demons and monsters below shivered. The corpse slave, being the closest, only groaned once, and her beautiful body dissipated into light smoke. After several seconds, she reformed. By then, the thundercloud wrapped with the dragon's shadow had already disappeared without a trace. Such a disturbance drew the attention of Tao Qian, the young sword cultivator who released the sword elixir, and the 6 armed youth who smashed the corpse slave, observed by the terrifying beings from the peak of Tengsh Mountain. Before any of those beings could speak, suddenly another Buddhist chant sounded. Amitabha, form is emptiness, emptiness is form. If senior already possesses such cultivation, why still cling to the carnal desires of the flesh? Yo, does the little monk wish to debate Buddhist principles with me? To me, this is like flirting and scolding in love, the whispered sweet nothings of lovers in bed, which I cannot get enough of. But this is not the right place. When we return to my beautiful corpse Buddhist temple, we can have a good debate for 7 days and nights. Wouldn't that be wonderful? As her words ended, a surge of pink Buddha light erupted. The beings turned back only to see the silhouette of Master Huizin bulging from the beautiful corpse Bodhisattva's bare stomach, accompanied by a compassionate Buddhist chant, then disappearing. Reflecting on the conversation, everyone knew that Huizin, the little monk, had been captured by the female demon's tactics. Satisfied with her main meal, the beautiful corpse Bodhisattva, in high spirits, turned her body around. But the first thing she looked at was the gracefully beautiful woman beside Tang Xianzong, showing a hint of appreciation before stating 2 sentences that greatly soured the beautiful woman's expression. The joyful pavilion market is well organized, attracting so many young talents with extraordinary backgrounds. Stay close to me later. This place is also very suitable as one of my hunting grounds. Seeing the beautiful woman beside him troubled by the beautiful corpse Bodhisattva, Tang Xianzong patted her hand under the table. He then laughed heartily, deliberately first waving his hand to summon the mist to obscure the high platform banquet again, isolating the gazes of the lower-level cultivators and demons below. Only then did he address the beautiful corpse Bodhisattva and the other powerful demons and species present. A little drama, not worth much concern. Now that the Bodhisattva has arrived, and our banquet is complete with distinguished guests, I will not keep you in suspense and will state the main matter. I have invited you, esteemed powerhouses, because there is a significant matter to discuss. At the same time, I also wish to offer you an opportunity. I know that many of your cultivations require living blood and the 7 emotions and 6 desires. Thus, this world, filled with hundreds of millions of humans, is indeed a treasure trove for you. Take the land of southern Yue, for example, with a near billion human population. If all the natural beings in this region were managed by you, wouldn't that be a tremendous advantage? Almost immediately, when Tang Xianzong uttered these words, not to mention the other demons and alien species present, even the beautiful corpse Bodhisattva, who had been daydreaming about frolicking with Master Huizin, now stared in surprise. Although most restrained themselves, the eyes of these great demons and terrifying creatures still flickered with greed. P.S. A quiet update, more tonight. Also, all the background settings in this book are purely otherworldly. This is a fantasy Xianxia world of fabrication by Fat Fish, so if any mistakes or omissions are spotted, just pretend they didn't happen. Seeing that he had piqued the interest of this group of great demons with just a few words, Tang Xianzong's date-red face showed an even thicker smile. However, almost immediately, a python demon, whose upper body was human and lower body that of a python, clad in a black and red cloak with a gloomy look in his eyes, suddenly hissed twice with his tongue. Then his narrow mouth split open, and in an extremely soft voice he said, "General Tang, you surely aren't indulging in wild fantasies about having us help you rebel, are you? If we were those lowly magicians under your command, this might be feasible. But with our level of cultivation, if we were to broadly enter the mortal world, I fear it wouldn't be many days before we'd automatically trigger that ancestor god-forbidden technique and be obliterated out of the blue. It's been over 2,000 years, which demon or alien species would still fall for this?" After the python demon spoke, he immediately resonated with the other great demons. On the right, reclining in a wide chair, was a giant infant, filthy all over, with a broad nose, large eyes, and a mouth full of tusks, wrapped in a huge swaddle, attended by 4 plump maids bearing their breasts, and the voice that came out was rough and loud, shaking the cups and dishes at the banquet, clinking and clanging. "That's right, Tang Xianzong, you should stop indulging in wishful thinking. As long as that ancestor god-forbidden technique exists, let alone us, even those who have become immortals and ancestors wouldn't be able to withstand the consequences of an ancestor god-forbidden technique, and the opening of the longevity barriera soul scattered, all accounts settled." After the giant infant had spoken, the rest of the demons and monsters nodded in agreement. It was then that the beautiful corpse Bodhisattva suddenly became serious, staring intensely at Tang Xianzong, and hesitantly asked, "Is that true?" Despite being questioned by the demons, Tang Xianzong's face, as red as a date, showed no sign of annoyance. Seeing the Bodhisattva looking over and questioning him, this mysterious general who had emerged from the devil god army revealed an extremely radiant smile. Then he revealed news that made all demons and alien species, including the beautiful corpse Bodhisattva, ecstatic. "My friends, Bodhisattva, I understand your concerns. From the day 2,000 years ago, when the longevity heavenly dynasty was established, this land was subjected to the so-called 9 heavens and 10 earths ancestor god-demon destruction forbidden technique, which once it senses a large-scale entry of demons and monsters into the world, automatically initiates various sized longevity barriers to obliterate rebellious demons and monsters. Even those powerful beings who have crossed the Taoist transformation realm cannot withstand the force of that forbidden technique. This is why we alien species lack resources and cannot achieve Tao, while the secret realms and source mountains of the world have been occupied by the major Buddhist and Taoist sects, or the millennium-old clans, making it difficult for us to oppose them after a lifetime of arduous cultivation, oppressed for more than 2,000 years. But now, the opportunity for change has come. I dare to guarantee with my life that the ancestor god-forbidden technique that has enshrouded this realm for over 2,000 years has completely shattered, dissipating into the chaos abyss. The rule that demons and monsters cannot enter the world on a large scale will be completely abolished. My friends, will you let go of such a heaven-sent opportunity to alter your fate?" Tang Xianzong, who already held responsibilities over such matters of controlling minds and shaping souls within the devil god army, and given the truly shocking nature of this news, no one in the hall could remain calm after he spoke. Even the naked terror alien, resembling a snow woman, lit up in the eyes, which appeared like gemstones reflecting an endless array of fresh red worms. "Tang Xianzong, this is truly a top affair in the world, sufficient to overturn the entire longevity heavenly dynasty. What proof do you have?" Among the crowd of demons, someone couldn't help but ask. Tang Xianzong seemed already prepared for this question and immediately smiled again. He picked up the wine cup before him, drained it in one gulp, stood tall, and burst out into a wild laugh. "Proof? Let me think. So much, indeed too much." The ancestor god-forbidden technique didn't shatter instantaneously. It began to weaken 100 years ago, gradually revealing more flaws. Then piece by piece it broke apart, until ultimately it completely vanished. Look at the current structure of the world. Have you heard of blonde, blue-eyed Western barbarians who have traveled from afar, bringing with them the pantheon of Western gods, beginning to encroach upon the territories of the Buddhist and Taoist sects? Have you heard about the various terrifying incidents erupting frequently on this land in recent days? Blood moons, acid rains, meteorites, and other calamities taking turns playing out. Have you heard how that group of cowardly imperial family members who control the longevity heavenly dynasty are presently making desperate overtures to recruit Buddhist, Taoist, and even demon sects, as well as those several thousand-year-old clans, offering titles where titles are due, sending off a prince here, even the heterodox sect 10,000 infant taking the third prince as a true disciple. And currently the young emperor's father is causing a stir wanting to go to the great Freedom Temple to become a monk. If you have not heard of these, have you seen the sweep of my devil god army, along with the taping peaceful allies, ravaging the momentum across a dozen major provinces? If that ancestor god forbidden technique were still in effect, would any of this have occurred? You all know the longevity barrier has actually always shrouded this land, and it targets not just us demons and monsters, but even if those vile Taoists and monks were to enter the world on a large scale, their fate would be the same, not to mention those Western false gods and demons. Going back hundreds of years, when they step into this realm, they would be stripped of their abnormal powers within a few hours, quickly weaken, and die abruptly. But now, all these things have happened. When Tang Xianzong finished speaking, every demon was stunned. Then all eyes emitted a terrifying, greedy light. It was as if the clouds that had been accumulating for many years dispersed in that moment, and they saw an extremely beautiful future. Seeing that the moment was ripe, Tang Xianzong's smile grew even more brilliant, hammering down the final blow. Beautiful corpse Bodhisattva, although you have just joined the Demon Buddha Temple, given your status, it won't be many days before the high monks of the Demon Buddha Temple will inform you of this matter. The rest of you are at a bit of a disadvantage, as your cultivation is indeed much stronger than mine, but you don't have much of a backing. If it were not for my advantage of being born in the Devil God Army, it would also be hard for me to learn this secret beforehand. However, this secret couldn't be kept hidden for too long. The imperial family of the Longevity Heavenly Dynasty and the high and mighty of various major forces knew it early on and began to strategize. As for the Forbidden Immortal Hall and several other more covert new government offices, they are the result of collaboration between the imperial family and various sects. The several major Taoist sects, over a dozen major Buddhist temples, and a few ancient clans. Nearly all are in cooperation with the imperial family, working to strengthen the mundane army of the Longevity Heavenly Dynasty with the dynasty's own deep-rooted resources. If we take action any later, even when those secrets are revealed, all we could feast on would be the remains and scraps. As the last statement was made, nearly all the devils present had made their decision. Let's do it. General Tang, speak of the collaboration plan. How shall we distribute the southern Yue territory among us? I suggest we descend the mountain now. I cannot speak for the provincial city, but nearby seeking Immortal County and Wending County alone, I could conquer by myself, from cautious and timid to restless and eager. The difference was in having General Tang Xianzong's words. Seeing that all the devils were hooked, Tang Xianzong resumed his seat, knocked on the wine table, and said in a deep voice, no to mention others, take the governor of southern Yue, Jai Xiangxian, who not only introduced Western barbarians' magic artifacts into his large army on a large scale, but also diligently practiced the 10,000 Buddha Town magic array from Vajra Temple. Any of you, even the beautiful corpse Bodhisattva, if trapped, it would take just a few hours before you would be grinded to death. Furthermore, within the Forbidden Immortal Hall are the disciples and elders from each sect if they interfere. Do you think we could still survive? After these remarks, the audience of devils was stunned once more. Unbeknownst to them, their emotions had been manipulated since they discovered that great secret by General Tang. To fight or not to fight, the devils were all confused. Until General Tang spoke again with a serious face, I want you all to know that our army already has a complete plan. The key point lies in seeking Immortal County. Now, Governor Jai Xiangxian of Southern Yue is searching for our army, wishing for a decisive battle to death. We deliberately show ourselves here, where many eyes increase the chance of our presence being leaked. Then we'll find some pretext to harass seeking Immortal County intensely, drawing the nearby army and the people from Forbidden Immortal Hall over. At that time, we'll openly set up our forces, using seeking Immortal County as the battleground to counter them. Jai Xiangxian, being a man fond of great achievements, will suspect that the Devil God Army aims to take this pivotal port city, and he'll bring forth a large force to exterminate us. Once he moves out, Southern Yue's provincial city will be empty. In less than half a day, our ambush-ready Devil God Army can capture the provincial city, using its population of tens of millions as a resource, easily swallowing the entire Southern Yue territory. By then, each of you will have greatly contributed, and the Devil God will surely reward you. From the great book Heavenly Demon Slaughter God Scripture, apart from the basic method, you can all request the other supplementary volumes from the Devil God. If you're not willing to cultivate this method, the Devil God also promises that each of you will receive one personal teaching session, and the Devil God's treasure vault will also be open to you all, each allowed to take one exotic treasure. I will be overseeing this matter, and your futures all rely on you now. As the words fell, this future son-in-law to the Devil Goddess, in front of all the demon and monster present, performed a profoundly respectful bow. about dozens of demon and monster. After hesitating a moment, all stood up and eagerly agreed, moved by Tang Xianzong. Of course not, this group of demon and monster were clearly seduced by the hefty rewards promised by Tang Xianzong. Furthermore, the future scene painted by the general was too wonderful, making it hard for them to control themselves. The python demon, in an overexcited state, immediately shed its great mantle, revealing its monstrous true form, and began to wriggle towards the center of the banquet, its upper body rising and starting to dance, as hallucinogenic gas, slightly toxic, and causing immense joy to any living being, burst forth from beneath its scales. The infant demon laughed loudly, burying its head into the chests of 4 maids, squirming and sniffing wildly. The snow woman exhibited thousands of holes on its surface, from which myriad fresh red tapeworms fluttered out, spreading a sweet and pungent exotic fragrance immediately. A wolf demon in one go drank the contents of a dozen demi-human-sized wine jars, directly revealing its giant white wolf form, stood on the wine table, and howled at the moon. An old man with a yin-yang dual body smiled creepily, taking a black banner from within his robes and shaking it, instantly causing a torrent of demonic chi to rise, and hundreds of nude men and women flew out. They not only danced around the banquet, but also publicly demonstrated the yin-yang Dao. Thus, the high-platform banquet had transformed into a scene of chaotic dancing among a multitude of demons, replete with stunning bodily displays, making everyone completely immersed. Therefore, no one noticed that General Tang Xianzong, who orchestrated everything, was exchanging gazes with the beautiful corpse Bodhisattva. Both flashes in their eyes revealed a smile, signifying a conspiracy had succeeded. After shifting their gazes away, the Bodhisattva continued to instruct Master Hui Xin in her belly. As for Tang Xianzong, after finishing a jar of wine, he thought to himself with a big laugh, grand rewards. Achieving such a great plan as conquering an entire province, how could it be so rudimentary? You all are merely baits. If this plan succeeds, my great career as Tang Xianzong is foreseeable, In his exhilarated state, this general, having a body with unusual signs, suddenly smashed the wine jar and, imitating the giant infant, grabbed Sister Meng, who was next to him, bringing his head close and starting intimate whispers. P.S. Essential setting and plot must be written. The protagonist is absent for 1 chapter, worth seeking a monthly ticket. Outside Seeking Immortal County, a mass of dark clouds enshrouded with faint thunderous sounds fell into a deep valley. Before long, a somewhat disheveled Tao Kaiyan emerged from the valley. Though he had escaped from the corpse slave, and even just wasted a whiff of nascent soul source energy, the cost was a bit smaller than Tao Kaiyan had anticipated. Nevertheless, this did not prevent Tao Kaiyan from feeling stifled. He believed that other young cultivators who had escaped were likely experiencing similar feelings. Beautiful corpse Bodhisattva. Tao Kaiyan murmured those 4 words and silently took note of this grudge. Seeking revenge, in the short term it was not possible, but it was still necessary to keep a little account, and if an opportunity arose in the future, Tao Kaiyan, with his pettiness, would certainly not let it pass. As for now, he simply discerned his bearings and headed unhesitatingly towards a direction that deviated from Seeking Immortal County. He had originally planned to return to his bookshop after strolling through Tank Square, but now he had changed his mind. The cultivation world is too dangerous. Just walking down the street could lead to unforeseen disasters. One can imagine how many troubles one might encounter without reason in the future. As long as there is a chance to enhance one's strength, there must be no delay. The root skill has been obtained, and it's time to begin the first practice of cultivation. Not long after these thoughts materialized, Tao Kaiyan's figure had already appeared in a desolate mountain creek. If he were practicing some not-so-complex divine power secret technique, Tao Kaiyan would have just done it at his bookshop, but the root skill was different. Moreover, this was his first time cultivating, and his body still contained an intense Bo-dragon driving origin chi, which was extremely important and could not be taken lightly. Tao Kaiyan stood at a higher ground, looking towards the creek in front of him. It was very deep and steep and not so wide. Through the gap of roughly dozens of feet, one could faintly hear the sound of water below, and amidst the rising white mist, some short green trees and clumps of aquatic plants were dimly visible. This place was called Tiger Jiao Gorge because some woodcutters and hunters occasionally heard a sound similar to a jiao dragon roaring from the bottom of the gorge, hence the naming. Seeking Immortal Hermit Wu Ming heard about it and came from afar, watching patiently for half a month but never saw a glimpse of the jiao dragon. Eventually, unable to contain his curiosity, he took a risk and climbed down to the bottom of the gorge. He did not encounter any jiao dragon or exotic beasts, but instead found a not-so-large cave in the middle of the cliff wall, completely empty inside, without any sign of living creatures. After sitting in the cave for several days, Wu Ming unveiled the mystery. The so-called jiao dragon's roar was actually the combined effect of the stream, air, and the gorge itself. Disappointed and exhausted, he left without finding an immortal Wu Ming. It was a pity for someone seeking immortals, but for Tao Kayan, it had a bit of use. He found a huge rock from somewhere and with a move of his body, plunged straight into the bottom of the gorge. Half a second later, Tao Kayan appeared inside a stone cave. The cave was quite deep, the outer layer was more moist, and had accumulated a puddle of water that looked like a mirror on the ground, surrounded by various aquatic plants and algae. But at the deepest part was a dry platform just enough to accommodate one person sitting cross-legged. Nice place. Not sure if it was because he had the bow dragon bloodline, but Tao Kayan actually felt that this desolate stone cave seemed quite comfortable. After checking and observing for a while, Tao Kayan's heart settled. He directly blocked the cave entrance with the giant rock. Although it left him in complete darkness, for Tao Kayan, half abnormality and half bow dragon, this had no impact on him at all. In fact, it even aided in his meditation. The conditions were simple, but it was his first cultivation. As a newbie in the cultivation world, Tao Kayan was still fully prepared. First, he summoned the moisture to cleanse his body, changed into new clothes, and lit the incense bought from the joyful treasure pavilion, which was said to aid in concentrating and calming. Afterwards, Tao Kayan faced east and tapped his teeth 9 times, an action that Tao Kayan didn't know if it had any use, but since it was the first time, the sense of ritual still had to be there. With all preparations complete, Tao Kayan then solemnly took out the Spirit Treasure 9 Truths diagram. With all stray thoughts shattered, he opened the first page of the secret book and began to read intently. Time passed indeterminately until Tao Kayan slowly extracted himself from the book. In his eyes, a clear sense of understanding flickered. Some of the confusions he had since entering the cultivation world were now suddenly clear. Though he had yet to officially begin cultivating, Tao Kayan had fewer worries and doubts deep within his heart. According to the secret book's statement, if I were an ordinary person with an empty body, to cultivate one of the spirit treasure root skills, I would only need to follow the steps systematically, diligently learning, chanting the treasure verses day and night. If the talent permits, life spirit treasure source chi would be born in the body after 1 cycle. It could attract source chi to refine the body after 10, and after 100, it could integrate source chi with the blood. After 1,000, not only could it define the life seed, but also there is a chance to naturally develop divine ability, leaping straight into the chi refining realm. Of course, every word in the Spirit Treasure 9 Truths diagram contains something special, and to chant it completely and correctly once is no simple matter. It could even be said to be extremely difficult. You should know that missing just one word makes all efforts in vain. Of course, this is a pure routine for a new person to practice the method, but it's different for a cultivator like me, who has already acquired a certain source chi through body refining. To cultivate this method, the first step is to visualize the Spirit Treasure 9 Truths map, using the divine ability of this map to refine oneself, wash away all dust, and to refine all the alien species source chi in the body into the pure spirit treasure source chi. The refining process, depending on whether the source chi is pure or mixed, will result in either loss or gain. The divine power exotic skill, born from the alien species source chi, will also undergo the corresponding transformation, or it may disappear entirely. This last thought made Tao Kayan hesitate. Practicing the Spirit Treasure 9 Truths map, cleansing bow dragon driving origin chi, the good outcome would be great, but at the same time the bad result was that he would lose affinity to wind, rain, thunder, and lightning, and might even lose the divine power bow dragon sound. For the currently almost powerless Tao Kayan, this was naturally a hit. But then again, what was the use of having bow dragon sound? All his bloodline divine power came from the bow dragon pearl fragment. It seemed strong for now, but after all was like water without a source, without a clear path ahead. Just talk about one without the basic methods of cultivation. He shouldn't even dream of stepping into the chi refining realm, but it's different with the Spirit Treasure 9 Truths diagram. This is one of the top fundamental methods in the world, though costly and risky, and seemingly hopeless in the eyes of others. Tao Kayan knows that this magical skill is essentially a path that the Spirit Treasure sect uses to select new disciples. After possessing Spirit Treasure source chi, when casting magical skills such as the small innate nascent soul escape technique and secret demon sacrifice body sword technique, its power is far better than that of bow dragon source chi. Moreover, the results of purification might not necessarily be bad. I am proceeding with the practice. Light flashed in Tao Kayan's eyes, his mind firmly decided. He didn't start visualizing immediately but concentrated and calmed his mind once more. Assuring himself of no distractions, Tao Kayan then opened the Spirit Treasure 9 Truths diagram, flipping to the central page. Yet what he saw depicted there was an unimaginable innate divine being, reposing in the yellow room of Yangtze Cloud Palace, within the 7 Treasures Veil, as if making eye contact with any creature in front of the book. Suddenly, a grand and profound Tao sound echoed in Tao Kayan's mind. Primordial cave void nothingness. 3 chi essence comes to the door. desiring view of the sky, 4 bright planting spirit roots. Before Tao Kayan could listen closely to this sound, an alien presence started rebelling within him. Roar, the familiar sound of the bow dragon fiercely erupted, but this time it wasn't external but internal. The bow dragon's source chi within his body sensed a catastrophe and surged violently from his limbs and internal organs, merging into a bow dragon silhouette that straddled the line between illusion and reality. In the pitch-black cave, light suddenly flooded the area as the bow dragon silhouette roared angrily. From bottom to top, it leaped up, trying to escape directly through the Beihui point atop the skull and leave Tao Kayan's body completely. But at that moment, Tao Kayan's voice, which seemed to have undergone a Taoist transformation, cold and detached, came through. You were meant as bait, once ingested by me. How could you possibly escape? Under these circumstances, as Tao Kayan recited the Tao sound, indeed a special power was born. A tremendous force followed Tao Kayan's will, pressing down from above with the momentum to suppress. Its force was like the Tian River running in reverse, its intention to purify all dust. Boom! The next second, the bow dragon silhouette was dispersed. The rich and pure bow dragon source chi abruptly reverted to its origin, transforming into another kind of vast and pure, natural and translucent special source chi. Like sweet rain from heaven, it showered down from the Beihui point and completely merged into Tao Kayan's limbs and internal organs. As the purification concluded, the Tao sound abruptly ceased, and Tao Kayan's visualization came to a halt. Deep in his mind, information about his own changes spontaneously emerged. Tao Kayan sensed with a thought, and immediately joy jumped into his eyes. I've succeeded. All the bow dragon source chi in my body has been purified into spirit treasure source chi. The loss is there, but not much, just a 10th or 20th of it. My cultivation level is still in the energy introducing realm, but I've jumped from the body refining stage to the blood fusion stage. Though I've lost the affinity for wind, rain, thunder, and lightning, I'm now closer to the nature of heaven and earth, which is the wonder of spirit treasure source chi. What's most surprising is the divine power, bow dragon sound, which has also undergone purification and transformation, becoming another kind of special divine power called 9 true spirit sounds. With these thoughts, Tao Kayan realized something. He smiled slightly, then formed a hand seal and said, 9 heavens ultimate truth, the great mysteries. In an instant, the cave was bathed in bright light. A kinging brilliance that could utterly dissolve all demon and devil aliens emerged. Amid this divine sound, Tao Kayan stood up and approached a water puddle in front of him. Using its mirror-like surface for reflection, sure enough, all traces of bow dragon features had vanished from his face. Not only had he regained his human clan features, but there was also a jade-like luminous quality to his face, giving him an air of otherworldliness akin to an immortal. With such a temperament, if he were to don a Taoist robe, no one would doubt if he claimed to be an advanced disciple of the Taoist school. Now if I say I'm a spirit treasure Taoist, it's not much of a stretch. Tao Kayan voiced his thought with great satisfaction. He safely put away the secret book and took bold steps towards the entrance of the cave, moving the boulder aside. Judging the angle, he leaped, landing precisely above the creek. It was also at just the right moment. As Tao Kayan emerged from his isolation, the rising sun at the horizon cast billions of warming rays upon the earth. In front of him, the water mist rose from the mountain streams, and the birds in the forest were chirping competitively, with all the beasts awakening too. This magnificent scenery seemed to be a reflection of Tao Kayan's mood at the moment. If the cultivation world here were about kinging nature and harmony in the pursuit of longevity, then as I formally enter the Tao and obtain a new divine power, it would be appropriate to let out a loud cry to express my determination, spouting the 9 true spirit sounds and flaunt before all the beasts. Unfortunately, the world of cultivation is fickle and fraught with sudden troubles, so it's better to keep a low profile. With that, Tao Kayan patted his dust-free sleeves. Then, with a posture aspiring to be transcendent though the effect was mediocre, he used a flying jump technique and headed for seeking Immortal County in the distance. He had no choice, there were gains and losses. After purifying all the bow dragon source chi in his body and officially practicing the Spirit Treasure 9 Truths diagram, entering the energy introduction and blood melting stage and acquiring 9 true spirit sounds, divine power, the first price to pay became apparent. He had lost the ability to manipulate wind, rain, thunder, and lightning, and could not even perform short-distance flying. When there's a chance, I need to learn a flying technique. If I can't even levitate, how can that be considered cultivation? In the woods, some intelligent beasts watched enviously as the youth, who resembled a transcendent Taoist, passed. Little did they know his mind was filled with such worldly thoughts. Tao Kayan returned to seeking Immortal County without any surprises or dangers. Fortunately, being a bachelor who lived alone, no one inquired about his whereabouts after not returning all night. He naturally entered the city with a crowd of villagers heading to the market, and casually bought some fried dough cakes and soy milk for breakfast. Tao Kaiyan had also found out that most Taoists in this world did not have dietary restrictions. They did not have to exclusively eat pure food, drink the gentle breeze, or sip dew without roots. It was the monks who had more dietary restrictions, or perhaps those from heretical or heterodox paths that had some bizarre restrictions. In any case, practicing the Tao should not affect Tao Kaiyan's desire for food. This seeking immortal county doesn't have much in the way of gourmet food. Having a meal at Taoran Inn or trying the mutton hot pot isn't that unusual. I'll still have to travel to the provincial city or to Demon City and the Imperial City. The spirit treasure method emphasizes the importance of the heart and mind. Only by following one's desires can one make progress, which suits my requirements perfectly. Having been reborn, I shouldn't mistreat myself. Of course, I shouldn't indulge myself too much, otherwise I could make some big mistakes while getting carried away. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Tao Kaiyan recalled last night's experiences. Silently, he made a mental note of the beautiful corpse bodhisattva in his little black book in his heart. Fortunately, this did not affect Tao Kaiyan's cheerful mood. He quickly passed through the market, entered his bookstore's compartment through the side door in the back alley off Vegetable Market Street. After leisurely finishing his meal and washing up and changing clothes, he didn't give it much thought and moved away the board that served as the door. Greeting the bustling noise of the early market, Chengyu Bookstore opened for the day. After mending the Spirit Treasure 9 Truths diagram, Tao Kaiyan considered whether to continue running the bookstore or not. The conclusion was to keep it going, as he currently had nowhere else to go. If he wanted to join the Spirit Treasure sect, his cultivation was still lacking. He needed to step into the Qi refining realm and condense the Spirit Treasure 9 Truths map within his body to know the location of the sect's gate. Before that, Tao Kaiyan decided to blend in for a while longer. There wasn't much business early in the morning. Actually, there weren't many customers in the afternoon either. Selling those magazine girls and vulgar banned books did earn him silver coins twice. But such income was like a man's virility, not long-lasting. Even though there were plenty of licentious old men, they wouldn't come every day to purchase such books. After all, too much self-comforting would inevitably lead to a weakening body they had to rest. As for another suggestion from Jia Qiang, selling Western barbarian books, that was a small mistake. Tao Kaiyan did stock these books, but the two big bookshops on the main street did the same, and given Chengyu Bookstore's small and shabby setup, it naturally had no competitive edge. Luckily, after receiving 1,000 banknotes from Zhang Xian of the Four Beasts of Shi County, Tao Kaiyan had no immediate desire for mundane silver coins, so he let it be. In his boredom, Tao Kaiyan wasn't idle. In his mind, he silently recited the Spirit Treasure Sublime Dharma. At the same time, he reflected on the difficulty of cultivation. The Spirit Treasure 9 Truths diagram claims to be an introductory method, which in theory should be very simple, but in practice, it's not the case at all. Such a thick book, you need to be in a state of concentration and calm to recite the entire thing, and there are even requirements for tone and rhythm. One mistake in a word, start over. If those mnemonics were ordinary mortal words, it would be fine and just a test of memory. Unfortunately, it's not the case. Each word has its own special power, not something you can recite at will. For an ordinary person to completely recite it once, it would likely take months or even longer. No wonder they dare say that once one finishes reciting it, they would receive the Spirit Treasure Source Qi and directly step into the energy-introducing realm. I skipped this step perhaps after a few recitations. I could advance from the blood fusion phase to the fetus stabilization phase and then attempt to break into the Qi refinement realm. Tao Kaiyan was indulging in his cultivation aspirations within his shop when suddenly the light in front of him changed. He saw two young men dressed in long robes entering the store, one with thick glasses and a generous face, looking to be in his late 20s and always in good spirits, while the other was older, with rough skin, sharp eyes, and a black mustache, quite imposing. The two customers greeted Tao Kaiyan with a cupped hand. Salute the one with glasses jovially said, "Good morning, shopkeeper. We heard that you've got some Western barbarian books in, and we came especially to look." Tao Kaiyan glanced at the two men, returned the gesture, and pointed to a section of the bookstore. "Please help yourselves." Following the guidance, they quickly went over. Each picked up books that interested them. The glasses-wearing customer excitedly counted the titles as he read. Calendars from various Western countries, records of changes in ruling groups, railway construction methods, evolution of all things, Western alchemy history, 100 kinds of secret sailing techniques. These are comprehensive, and all of them are quality books. Unlike Shihan Hall or Dogwin Hall, which only select trashy foreign books, the shopkeeper has exceptional taste and insight. It's just a pity that there's no essential guide to Franco machine gun production or secrets of making explosive gunpowder. Cough, cough. As the glasses-wearing customer muttered excitedly, the man with the mustache coughed to interrupt him. The former quickly realized and lowered his voice, taking a cautious look towards the counter, only to find the bookstore shopkeeper still focused on reading a book, which made him relax. However, he failed to notice Tao Kayan rolling his eyes under his lowered head. I would indeed like to buy those books on essential machine gun production, explosive gunpowder secrets, and secret techniques of producing strange machines. But that would require others to be willing to sell them. Indeed, the Translation Bureau organized by the governor of Southern UA has translated these books, but they are all for internal use. How could they allow a small bookstore owner like me to buy them? While Tao Kayan grumbled, he also vaguely guessed the identities of the men. If there was no surprise, both were the type of heroes who sought to resist the court and overthrow tyranny. Someone else, had they speculated this, might have gone to the government office to report and claim a reward. But Tao Kayan, of course, would not do so. He pretended to hear nothing and only waited for the two men to buy their books and leave. However, what he ended up waiting for was a third person who surprised and astonished Tao Kayan immensely. The light in front of the store changed again when a tall, middle-aged man wearing an indigo Taoist robe walked in. His appearance could not be considered handsome, and his hair was half black, half white, lending him an air of abnormality. However, he had a pair of profound eyes, thick eyebrows that extended towards his temples, and a prominent nose, all of which gave him a particularly heroic bearing. As he stepped through the door, he nodded to the bookstore owner who was looking at him and then addressed the two who were picking out books. Xian Yang, Ming Tai, so you two are here, I've been searching for you. The two addressed looked up and immediately dragged the middle-aged Taoist over with surprise and delight. Jicheng, come take a look at this, evolution of all things and this, Western alchemy history. If what's described here is true and not fabricated, the Western barbarians truly have some impressive skills. And this railway construction method, if we follow it, our nation's people could also travel 1,000 miles in a day, just like transcendent beings among mortals. The middle-aged Taoist initially listened to their introductions with skepticism until he took the two books and quickly skimmed through them. Afterward, his expression subtly changed, and a hint of light flashed in his eyes as he said, "The methods of these Western barbarians are indeed distinct from ours. It's as if they can disseminate great power among countless mortals through machinery and other such mediums. This is worth learning from. It's really worth borrowing." Is this what Jai Xiangxian and several others from the young and strong group are trying to accomplish? Attempting to replicate the methods and secret skills of the Western barbarians in full so that ordinary humans can also possess the power to contend with strange and transcendent entities, and it seems they have already made some initial achievements. As the Taoist spoke, the air in the bookstore seemed to sharpen. This, in fact, was not an illusion. Tao Kayan still looked like any regular bookstore owner, with a penchant for lewdness, his head buried in a magazine of girls from the provincial city, seemingly uninterested in the conversation between the three. But at this moment, a tidal wave of emotions surged in Tao Kayan's heart, a strong sensation continually reminding him that the middle-aged Taoist not far away was a genuine human cultivator, and his cultivation was much higher than Tao Kayan, who was currently at the energy-introducing realm. Is this sharp aura from a Taoist cultivator, or is he a powerful warrior who has trained in martial arts? Tao Kayan pretended not to care, but he was actively guessing deep down. However, he did not have to speculate for long, as the answer soon came. The slightly excited middle-aged Taoist stretched out his hand and pointed to the pile of translated Western books, then said to the bookstore owner, "Please give me a total for these books, I'll take them all." All right, Tao Kayan's performance, once in character, had always been natural. He stood up to neatly package the books and handed them over while saying, "I've rounded the change down for you. The total comes to 15 silver coins." Tao Kayan did not actually care about the money. His enthusiastic service was only to touch the middle-aged Taoist as he handed over the money. The next moment, Tao Kayan got what he wanted. After all, who could have imagined that there was such an anomaly like Tao Kayan in the world, who could sense many hidden messages with just a touch, and therefore, no one would be on guard. The exchange of silver coins and books happened, and the instant Tao Kayan received the 15 silver coins, his mind immediately felt a sensation. A mess of information emerged, about to form a strange pattern. But before Tao Kayan could peruse it, a change occurred. Dang, dang, dang. Outside the store on the street, a constable could suddenly be heard rushing by, ringing a copper gong as he went. At the same time, he shouted out a message. The governor of the province agreed to this request today and has dispatched several thousand troops to be stationed in Seeking Immortal County to safeguard the livelihood and well-being of tens of thousands in the county. Moreover, the governor has also sent a super battleship named Demon Suppression to escort them, along with the experts from the Forbidden Immortal Hall. They're about to dock at Seeking Immortal Pier, an incredibly magnificent sight. You may only get to see this once in your lifetime, so hurry and take a look. This message was straightforward but contained a large amount of information. The The people from Forbidden Immortal Hall had arrived. The new and powerful troops stationed in Seeking Immortal County had arrived, and of course the most eye-catching were the words super battleship. The common folk loved to witness such wonders and giants. As the constable said, they might only get this one chance in their lifetime, and after seeing it, they could boast about it for a lifetime. Thus, as those constables roamed the streets, beating gongs and drums to spread the news, soon all of Seeking Immortal County was abuzz. Crowds of people flowed from the streets towards Seeking Immortal Pier, clearly all eager to see what the legendary super ironclad, capable of carrying thousands of people to sail the vast oceans, looked like. Inside Chengyu bookstore, the four exchanged glances. Finally, the bespectacled man, with a face full of excitement, suggested, "Shall we go take a look as well?" He was obviously addressing his two companions, but unexpectedly, before the two could respond, Tao Qian had already replied. He very naturally placed the 15 silver coins into his pocket, and with a smile and a nod, he said to them, "Let's go have a look. Such a grand spectacle is indeed worth witnessing for ourselves." Gu Zhicheng, Chen Xianyang, and Li Mingtai, the trio, had only planned to stroll around Seeking Immortal County, but somehow they ended up in a muddle helping a bookstore owner close his shop before following him into the crowd. Amidst the deafening drumbeats and gong clashes, they arrived at the Seeking Immortal Pier together. By now there were already a great many boats at the dock, some selling books, others flowers, some delivering vegetables, and there were those transporting salt and iron. There were also steam iron ships resembling sea monsters that had come from the western barbarians, capable of spouting black flames. But none of these counted as a grand spectacle, for the people of Seeking Immortal County had grown accustomed to such sights. So the four men blended into the crowd, watching as the citizens clicked their tongues in disdain, occasionally standing on tiptoes to peer at the broad expanse of Seeking Immortal River. Hushed murmurs occasionally gave way to a few rebellious mutterings. Have they arrived yet? Is there a warship that legends say can battle through the Tian Ocean? No, just two black smoke-belching chunks of iron and a group of charming girls in Jingwen, all with captivating figures. Tusk, what a disgrace. I think the county government is just blowing its own trumpet. Were there really demons, neither a constable nor a soldier would be seen anywhere. Just like that day on this dock when Hong Haihu, usually such a good man, turned into an ogre, not a single person dared to approach. That terrifying incident still haunts my nightmares. A chatterbox of an old man was saying this. Suddenly he fell silent. With a clang, his walking stick dropped to the ground. The noisy crowd abruptly went quiet at this moment, everyone silenced by the sight that struck awe. Soon after, all eyes widened, and the sound of sharp intakes of breath hissed through the air. Tao Qian and his companions, all of tall stature, didn't need to stand on tiptoes, they merely looked up, and in the next second, they too beheld the sight. It was unclear whether the dock had received early notice, but the fishing and cargo vessels that usually traverse the wide river had been cleared away, leaving a vast channel where the sky merged with the water in the far distance. But at that moment, that junction was violently occupied by a colossus of a ship beyond imagination. The ship, forged entirely of cold steel, appeared so massive it seemed to weigh as much as a mountain. And yet it eerily floated on the surface, swiftly cleaving through the water toward Seeking Immortal Pier. Its exterior was decidedly different from ordinary iron ships. Aside from its ferocious and majestic figurehead resembling a lion or a tiger, the ship also sported bizarre iron wings on both sides. Additionally, the massive ship was outfitted with a plethora of cannons engraved with strange runes, as well as a chillingly effective mechanical spear that seemed designed to hunt Jiao dragons. Boom. Such was the sound emanating from the giant ship as it plowed through the river. The initially broad and placid surface of Seeking Immortal River became filled with this thunderous noise, with large waves scattered into mist, dispersing in all directions. On the pier, silence reigned. As a county town built along a major river and a port of foreign trade, the residents of Seeking Immortal County were no strangers to large ships. Yet at that moment, tens of thousands of residents were stunned. Their eyes were wide with shock, greedily fixed on the approaching demon suppression. For the first time, everyone accepted that the ship was aptly named. Such a colossus not only subdued demons but in the eyes of the masses was also capable of slaughtering them convincingly. Tens of thousands thought that this was sufficiently astonishing and that it was an apt conclusion. However, it was only the beginning. Bang, bang, bang. Just behind the demon suppression, at the spot where the sky touched the river's surface, a series of explosive sounds like air bursting suddenly reverberated. The result was a scene that left Seeking Immortal County's tens of thousands of residents agape, as if the auroras from the legends of the extreme north had manifested here. Around a dozen rainbow beams with long, trailing, luminous tails shot forth. A moment later, these beams fanned out above the demon's suppression. A dozen or so youthful silhouettes then revealed themselves to the tens of thousands of onlookers. Among these dozen there were men, women, and children, all young, wearing fabrics rarely seen, some resplendent, some refined, others strange. More astonishingly, each of them stood suspended in the air as though they were immortals or experts. No, compared to the tens of thousands of common folk below, these dozen truly resembled immortal gods or exalted beings. They didn't just stand in the air, they were surrounded by various mists, with aurora light forming around them. Each one was transcendental, making one feel the urge to kneel and pray for protection. The most eye-catching were the 5 in the front. 2 were men and 2 were women, plus an entity resembling a big baby. The 2 male cultivators were both tall and heroic, with looks unattainable by mortal standards. One had dark skin, high cheekbones, and deep-set eyes. His full head of black hair cascaded like a waterfall down to his ankles. What was more striking were the wings resembling those of an eagle that grew under his ribs. The feathers were sleek and hard, shimmering faintly. At the base of the wings, 2 vortexes gathered, emitting occasional peals of thunder. The other man was fair-skinned, clad in a snow-white Taoist robe, his hair secured with a jade hairpin. A flying sword that appeared made of ice and jade seemed to have a life of its own as it danced around him, shedding icy jade fragments, making him look carefree as an immortal. As for the 2 women, one was a green-haired girl stepping on a flying carpet, with dainty features accentuated by a beauty spot on her nose, exuding a pure and spirituous aura that made her impossible to dislike. The slightly older woman looked more heroic, with piercing eyes seemingly capable of seeing through people's hearts, using some method to float in the sky, and holding a bizarre stone cover with holes, its interior flickering with a firelight. But the big baby captured the most attention. He was dressed in a red cloth, his right hand twined with a shiny golden rope, seemingly unashamed, his round eyes looking curiously at the tens of thousands below, his chubby face full of excitement. The county government had arranged for constables to beat gongs and drums, leading the residents through streets and lanes to the dock. Of course, for such a grand spectacle, someone was arranged to set the rhythm. Just as tens of thousands of people were becoming dumbfounded by the arrival of the demon's suppression and those dozen or so young immortals, someone in the crowd suddenly cried out as if waking from a deep dream, "The demon's suppression giant ship, the forbidden immortal hall." I get it now, these are reinforcements requested by our county governor from above. With this giant ship and the disciples from the immortal sects, our seeking immortal county will definitely not fall like the other pitiful towns to that group of vicious devils who commit all manner of atrocities and feast on blood and flesh. Our properties and homes, our friends and families, can all be kept safe. The county governor is wise, long live the governor. Someone took the lead, and the common people followed suit with a thunderous shout. The scene was very harmonious. Tao Kayan also came to his senses at this time, and silently ridiculed in his mind the demon's suppression giant ship, making a grand entrance before the public. Such flamboyance couldn't really just be to make it easier to find excuses to raise taxes, right? Just as he finished muttering in his heart, he suddenly twitched his ears, because he heard the middle-aged Taoist named Gu Zhiqing next to him whispering an explanation to his 2 companions. The surrounding was noisy, and the 4 stood apart. Gu Zhiqing whispered, hoping that the bookstore owner would not hear him. But who would have thought that Tao Kayan, with his supernatural senses, would eavesdrop so clearly? That demon's suppression must fundamentally be the work of the Western barbarians, yet it has been modified by the heterodox sect of heavenly mechanism building. Its cannons and mechanical spears possess the power to slay demons. These dozen young ones, many are from side branches of heterodox sects. It seems that the youth from both the Taoist and Buddhist major sects and from the old clans have been deployed to major cities. However, the leaders of the 5 have some significant backgrounds. That big baby surely comes from the 10,000 infant sect, the 2 young ladies from Fire God Temple and Lingxi Temple. Though they do not belong to the 12 major sects, they are still renowned in the Taoist sects. The 2 male cultivators are from the Wind Thunder Cliff and the Wudang sect, the former being a great heterodox sect, and the latter also a renowned Taoist sect. With just a few words, Gu Zhiqing had introduced the young cultivators thoroughly, giving away a lot of information. While Tao Kayan gained insight, he thought to himself, truly deserving of being a true practitioner from Shengxiao, one of the 12 major Taoist sects. His knowledge is probably even more broad than Taoist Zhao Hua. That's right, just as Gu Zhiqing perceived the origins of others, Tao Kayan silently perceived Gu Zhiqing's as well. Very significant, so significant that Tao Kayan began considering clinging onto big thighs again. However, another aspect of Gu Zhiqing's identity made Tao Kayan hesitate. Though he possessed memories of being both a hero and a scholar, Tao Kayan was still unsure of his own direction. This world was too complicated, somewhat similar to his previous life in a certain dynasty, but there were too many differences. How could he see clearly after only a few days of reciting and experiencing this world? However, the ideals and aspirations he brought from his previous life were always clear and had never changed. While Tao Kayan pondered, an unforeseen event happened again at the tragic Seeking Immortal pier. The dozen or so high-standing young immortals seemed very pleased with the thunderous welcome from tens of thousands of commoners, especially the one in the front, the big baby, who was hopping excitedly on a cloud of mist. Soon he suddenly spoke in an adorable childlike voice. "Not bad at all, I like it here. Everyone is so enthusiastic, it makes Tong Dudu itch to give a gift. Got it, while those guys are still peeping around. It's just right to catch them and present it as a small welcome gift for everyone." No sooner had the baby finished speaking than he stretched out his chubby hands and pulled out a stack of wanted notices from the void. Under the astonished gaze of all, this infant named Tong Dudu began to read out names, but what he called out were all evil magicians who were notorious criminals. Ryuen Dur, bang. As the first name was uttered, the surface of the Seeking Immortal River erupted, and a water beast-like figure, small and sturdy, burst out in panic with a face full of ferocity and fear. It seemed as if he was forced to appear, and as soon as he did, he hurriedly rushed away across the water's surface. Seeing him flee, the big baby appeared unconcerned and simply laughed. "Run a little farther, it's more fun when I catch you." And then he continued to recite names. Wang Hanshui, Zheng Dabao. Dongshang, selling chestnut woman, bang, bang, bang. As each name was called out, different parts of Seeking Immortal County, one by one, saw evil magicians popping up. They seemed to have been summoned against their will, but being old hands in the worldly society, even in terror, they still fled in different directions, thinking that they might somehow escape this predicament. But in the very next instant, they all realized that they were wrong. After the big baby had finished calling the names, he started unwrapping the golden rope from his wrist while chuckling. "You've been caught by the adorable Tong Dudu's infant spirit soul-searching technique. There's no chance of escaping. Freeze, capture." As these two words were uttered, both the tens of thousands of people and the novice in the cultivation world, Tao Kaiyan, watched in amazement. Every evil cultivator paused in place. Then, the golden rope thrown by the baby inflated with the wind. In an instant, it turned into a seemingly infinitely extending golden rope, swiftly binding all the evil cultivators tightly together, like a string of gourds, and were hauled back into the hands of the big baby. P.S. There will be another update tonight. Seeking Immortal Pier teamed with citizens who were all remarking how their visit was totally worth it. This time, they really indulged their curiosity to the fullest. Not to mention the demon's suppression, which resembled a behemoth made of steel. The dozen or so young cultivators from the forbidden Immortal Hall were even more breathtaking. Especially the one they called Tong Dudu, who appeared to be just a slightly larger infant, yet displayed the immortal means described and depicted in operas and storytelling. Watching the baby casually recite names, the called-out evil cultivators could not even resist and just popped out on their own. Then this immortal infant whimsically stilled and collected, and the golden, shining immortal rope instantly encircled half of Seeking Immortal County, tying up a dozen miscreants who had committed numerous wrongdoings. It was too shocking. From the wealthy to the poor, everyone felt as if their eyes had been opened. After returning, they would surely boast to those who couldn't make it to Seeking Immortal Pier. What excited the crowds even more were the words spit out by this immortal infant. They saw the immortal infant, dressed in a red onesie, donning a chubby face and waddling on stubby white legs, striding back and forth above the clouds, all the while casually swinging the golden rope in hand. Even though the rope was tied with a dozen evil cultivators, it seemed as light as a feather in his hand, swung with ease and nonchalance. The poor evil cultivators nearly threw up their uneaten dinner from the night before. I hear that Seeking Immortal County has a tradition of beheading at Vegetable Market Street, complete with a soul-summoning pole. This sounds fun. We might as well chop off these stinky guys' heads today and hang them all on the pole. Before I left, my mom told me to slay demons and protect the human clan. Seeing me perform so well, she will definitely praise me. Ahahaha. Feeling smug, the one called Tong Dudu lifted his head, placed his hands on his hips, and laughed with utter satisfaction. Below, the crowd who suddenly heard the news burst into expressions of surprise. Then, they all politely burst into applause. Some of the bolder ones even lavished the immortal infant with flattery. Some of the elderly dropped to their knees, praying for the immortal infant's blessings. Having witnessed the immortal infant effortlessly capture the evil magicians, and now about to witness a rare scene of evil cultivators' heads being chopped off, the excited citizens couldn't help but follow the crowd towards the Vegetable Market Street, trailing the immortals who glided through the sky. The dock area quickly emptied. Tao Kaiyan also sauntered back at a leisurely pace, not noticing when the three brothers who stood beside him had disappeared. Tao Kaiyan didn't care too much. Among them, only the middle-aged Taoist named Gu Zhicheng was a cultivator, while the other two were ordinary people. Name: Gu Zhicheng. Record type: cultivator. Record: a true cultivation disciple from one of the 12 major Taoist sects, the Shengxiao sect, who practiced the 9 heavens sound thundering scripture. For some reason, he has left the sect, but only his Taoist title was revoked. His cultivation was not taken back. These brief pieces of information were enough to prove some things. For instance, the other's cultivation realm was higher than his, and undoubtedly higher than Taoist Zio Hua's. The 9 cultivation realms. The first realm is energy introduction, which has 3 stages: body refining, blood fusion, and fetus stabilization. In this realm, cultivators begin to control the extraordinary powers generated from their own source chi, and their bodies undergo some unimaginably bizarre changes. The second realm is the chi refinement realm. I've not yet experienced it, but I know that this realm is where cultivators refine source chi. Only by refining it for one's use can one truly master those transcendent extraordinary powers and even develop various divine skills. The third realm, the foundation establishment realm, is said to require cultivators to massively inhale and exhale source chi, nurturing themselves as if the body were a container. The more it can contain, the stronger the power, and the greater the possibility of breaking through to the next realm. The fourth realm is the transcend mortality realm. It's said that from this realm onwards, cultivators begin to make different choices and follow different paths, which in turn lead to different forms. Many cultivators have acquired a second form other than human, becoming otherworldly and inscrutable. Beyond that, the fifth and sixth realms are known as the cavernous mystery realm and the ultimate happiness realm, respectively. However, the specific details of these realms are not something I can comprehend at the moment. Gujichen could be at foundation establishment or even transcend mortality. As for those dozen or so juniors from Forbidden Immortal Hall, I'd guess they're all in the chi refinement realm, and perhaps there are a few who are like me, still tender fledglings in the energy introducing realm. That Tong Dudu's status is the highest, and there's no need to even talk about his cultivation realm. What's most fearsome is probably his magical treasures. The 10,000 Infant sect is one of the top-ranking heterodox sects, and its strength is on some level comparable to that of the 12 Taoist sects or the great Buddhist temples. While summarizing his knowledge of cultivation, Tao Qian speculated about the cultivation levels of the cultivators he'd seen that day. At the same time, he didn't forget to join in the excitement at Vegetable Market Street. The results did not disappoint Tao Qian or the residents of Seeking Immortal County. That group of evil cultivators, who were used to acting with impunity, couldn't bear the thought of being decapitated in front of everyone with their heads hung on the soul-summoning pole. Every one of them resisted. For instance, the one Tao Qian jokingly called the water monkey mage, Ryuan Dar, was a vicious, skinny monkey who was too slippery for the executioners to hold down. It took a young cultivator from Forbidden Immortal Hall to step forward, pat his head, and with a flash of yellow light, the body of the evil magician, who had eaten at least 100 people, immediately turned as supple as noodles, truly becoming a Ryuan Dar. There was also the 3-headed monarch Wang Hanshui, who, before the executioner could swing his blade, had lumps of flesh on his left and right shoulders fly off first, planning to escape with some sort of detachment skill. Unfortunately, no sooner had they flown into the air when a female cultivator casually flicked 2 sparks at them, burning them to ashes. And that self-proclaimed gourd immortal, Zhang Debio, as soon as he was free from the golden rope, began chanting spells. From the red-line gourd hanging at his waist, a multitude of blood shadows burst forth. But before these blood shadows could unleash their power, a winged male cultivator sneered and uttered a low shout. In an instant, thunder and lightning arrived together, annihilating the blood shadows and the red-line gourd completely. The only magician who almost succeeded was the selling chestnut woman. This old pious woman somehow managed to toss out a multitude of fragrant chestnuts, and the exotic fragrance they emitted caused the surrounding crowd to uncontrollably and frantically scramble for them, nearly plunging the scene into utter chaos. This time, a green-haired, freckle-nosed young girl stepped forward. She took out a purification bottle from her treasure bag and sprinkled it over the crowd. Like sweet rain from the heavens, it directly neutralized the selling chestnut woman's evil technique. These evil cultivators had struggled and resisted. Unfortunately, whether it was their cultivation realms or their magical treasures, the gap was just too wide. What followed was the standard act of beheading, as one by one, the unyielding heads of the evil practitioners were mounted on poles. The day's excitement thus came to an end. From above, the experts of the Forbidden Immortal Hall, who were supposed to be out of touch, high and might unexpectedly, received a warm welcome from almost the entire population of Seeking Immortal County. And the one with the highest popularity, without a doubt, was immortal infant Tong Dudu. If there had been more time, it's possible the more impatient elders would have hurriedly built an immortal infant temple. Although no temple was built, all the citizens had no objections to the Forbidden Immortal Hall experts taking residence in the highest building in Seeking Immortal County, which also served as a famous tourist destination with a history of 300 years, the Star-Picking Pavilion. Immortals, after all, should reside in lofty buildings where they could pluck stars and catch the moon. With the day's clamor having ended, Seeking Immortal County entered the night. Tao Qian closed the Chengyu bookstore and in his private compartment at home, washed up and changed clothes. After lighting some mind-soothing incense, he planned to meditate and practice the Spirit Treasure Nine Truths diagram. Although because he had just completed refining his source qi and only a day had passed, Tao Qian couldn't recite the entire scripture from start to finish. However, Tao Qian could already feel that this technique was incredibly compatible with him, and his cultivation proceeded exceptionally smoothly. So in this small compartment, Tao Qian sat cross-legged with his eyes closed, reciting the mantra silently in his mind. Primordial cave void is nothingness. 3 chi essence comes knocking at the door. Xiring view of the sky, 4 bright planting of spirit roots. Compared to the pure yang small introduction and the healthcare secret, the Spirit Treasure Nine Truths diagram was the thickest. Each word also has its special ability, and to recite them smoothly is no easy feat. Therefore, Tao Qian's first attempt, unsurprisingly, ended in failure. A single mistake meant he had to start over. Tao Qian was not discouraged. He continued with the second, third, fourth attempts. In matters of cultivation, aside from being vigilant about the cost, one must also have perseverance, something Tao Qian was well prepared for mentally. With each recitation of the mantra, he mobilized the spiritual treasure source qi within his body to cleanse his flesh. The qi within him became increasingly agile and lively. Tao Qian had long understood that each source qi had its unique characteristics, but when it would manifest and when a cultivator could master, it was not set in stone. And for something like spiritual treasure source qi, which is top-notch in this world, it might display an extraordinary trait even during the energy-introducing realm. It was during this moment of surging spiritual resonance within Tao Qian that, suddenly, his spirit gave a leap. The surging spiritual treasure source qi washing over his body unexpectedly emitted a warning like extraordinary sensation of danger. Tao Qian found it difficult to describe the feeling, only knowing that the warning from the qi within his body was intensifying. Danger alert, tonight, something big is going to happen. The thought directly formed in Tao Qian's mind. Soon after, as if blessed with sudden insight, he abruptly opened his eyes and stood up, slightly leaning forward, his gaze intent as though trying to penetrate the brick wall and look directly towards the center of Vegetable Market Street, where a nearly 10-meter-tall soul summoning pole stood. Even though his gaze couldn't penetrate the wall, Tao Qian knew that the pole currently bore a row of evil cultivators' heads. Just as Tao Qian realized that those heads might be the source of the crisis, his heart immediately began thumping madly, as if to confirm his suspicion. In his mind, the images of last night's harrowing encounter, the beautiful corpse bodhisattva, the eerie general known as Tang Xianzong, the mention of the words devil god army, these scenes flickered past like a strobe of light. Damn, Tao Qian's complexion changed abruptly, and he blurted out. Almost at that moment, in Seeking Immortal County, which had been in peaceful slumber, a Buddha's 10,000 feet of light, without any warning, descended from afar and enshrouded the area, plunging the entire Seeking Immortal County into a Buddha country. What followed was a Buddhist chant, so strange that even the deaf could hear it clearly. This signature entrance announced the arrival of the visitors unmistakably. TMD's beautiful corpse bodhisattva. In the bookstore compartment, Tao Qian cursed without any reservation. Buddha light descended, and the chant resonated. Tao Qian, who had experienced the might of the beautiful corpse bodhisattva the previous night, subconsciously thought to pack up his belongings and flee. It wasn't that he lacked courage, but the disparity in cultivation between them was outrageously vast. Tao Qian assessed that even if he could leap several realms, he still wouldn't be a match for that female bodhisattva. However, just as he was about to make his move, he suddenly remembered something and immediately halted. With the terrifying cultivation of the beautiful corpse bodhisattva, now that Seeking Immortal County is enveloped by Buddha light, I fear not even the movement of mosquitoes or ants could escape the female bodhisattva's notice. If I escape alone, it would suggest I have something to hide, and I would surely be caught. Moreover, last night I cleansed my body. The bow dragon traits and aura have completely vanished. The spirit treasure source qi itself possesses the abnormal trait of being close to heaven and earth, blending seamlessly. As long as I don't deliberately reveal it, no one can detect it. Didn't that true disciple from the Xingxiao sect today also fail to sense my depth? Besides, in Seeking Immortal County at the moment, there is a group of juniors from the Forbidden Immortal Hall's great sects. Where the juniors tread, I do not believe their powerful elders would not arrange protective measures behind them. In any case, acting rashly will only bring disaster. Better to stay put for now and observe the situation before planning further. Probably because he had just emerged from a state of cultivation, Tao Qian's mind was exceptionally clear. In just a few thoughts, he had sorted out the situation. Therefore, Tao Qian did not continue cultivating, but instead took out a nameless, black-painted longsword from the plague golden toad fragrance pouch. This sword was indeed an alien object apart from being incredibly hard. It also contained a segment of incomplete sword intent, which could allow someone to grasp swordsmanship directly upon holding the sword, transforming an ordinary person into a martial arts master of the sword Tao. If this sword were to circulate in worldly society, it would undeniably bring about a maelstrom of bloodshed, but in the cultivation world, it was merely an ordinary plaything. Tao Qian had purchased it not for anything else, but to be able to successfully execute the fearsome secret demon sacrifice body sword. With my cultivation in the energy-introducing realm at the blood fusion stage, drawing upon my entire spirit treasure source chi, how powerful would the sacrifice body sword be that I release? Would it be able to kill opponents of what realm? Infant cultivator in the fetus formation stage, or perhaps a chi refining realm cultivator? As a newcomer, Tao Qian dared not let his imagination run too wild in his speculations. With determination set, he returned to his bed to sit cross-legged, placing the sword across his knees, raising his senses to their utmost, listening to the movements outside. When Seeking Immortal County was suddenly shrouded in Buddha light at the tallest building star-picking pavilion. Those dozen or so disciples from the great sects, who made quite the impression during the day, transformed into rainbow lights and flew out, still led by immortal infant Tong Dudu. Like calves unafraid of tigers, and having just slain a batch of evil cultivator magicians, their momentum was particularly strong. Feeling the malicious intent within the Buddha light and chant, utterly unobscured, they were about to curse and berate. Then they saw a group of horrendously terrifying demons. The ink-scaled snake demon, giant infant demon, tapeworm snow woman, moon-howling white wolf, yin-yang elder. These utterly terrifying demons in various forms were significantly different in aura compared to those weak magicians from the day. Visible currents of devilish, demonic chi wreaked havoc alongside the Buddha light, surging straight towards the sky. Boom! In an instant, the whole of Seeking Immortal County was completely enveloped. At such a moment, they could probably sense even if a single mouse tried to escape. And what shocked everyone the most was the figure at the very front, lazily lying upon a lotus pedestal, scantily clad and supremely enchanting the female bodhisattva. Yet it was she who instilled profound fear among the disciples from the great sects. Although arrogant, they were not foolish upon this initial encounter. They felt the insurmountable gap between them. Below, the entire Seeking Immortal County had awakened. Nearly 100,000 residents, within a matter of seconds, experienced a roller coaster of emotions. At first, they were inexplicably overjoyed by the sight of the Buddha light. Then, as the people looked out of windows or simply stepped out of their homes, they realized what was at the source of that Buddha light. Witnessing the goddess-like female bodhisattva mingling with a crowd of demons, their illusions shattered and fear struck. The civilians became restless, with the majority wanting to escape. But as the demonic aura shot into the sky, terrible oppressive power descended, and the mere mortals were suppressed in their places. Although they could still move, it was only enough for them to crawl back into their houses. Escaping the city, however, was impossible. Immortal infant Tong Dudu and the dozen or so disciples saw this congregation of great demons and monsters descend and confine the entire population, but did not immediately take action. They wondered, was there room to maneuver? Immortal infant Tong Dudu's chubby face became solemn at this moment. He scratched his behind under the red fabric and summoned clouds to move forward, looking directly at the beautiful corpse bodhisattva. His cheeks squeezed out a smile that was very sincere, and he complimented her. Wow, what a beautiful bodhisattva sister. Tong Dudu, who has lived for 2 years, 3 months, and 5 days, has never seen such a beautiful bodhisattva. Beautiful bodhisattva sister, why have you brought these ugly freaks here? What are you going to do? Although the notion of an immortal infant was a recent fabrication by the elders of Seeking Immortal County, this infant cultivator called Tong Dudu indeed possessed an innocence that involuntarily endeared others. Tong Dudu originally thought that his words might at least glean some information. But little did he know, the beautiful corpse bodhisattva and the host of demons had come with a specific purpose. Seeing the immortal infant come forward and being flattered, the beautiful corpse bodhisattva let out a charming laugh while covering her red lips, and then her fair hand seemed to reach out casually. You little thing, you do have a sweet mouth, but you shouldn't have been so cruel. This bodhisattva was enjoying a feast with a group of Taoist friends, when suddenly we heard that you and a bunch of junior disciples took advantage of the daylight to brandish magical treasures and play the bully, cutting down the junior disciples of us and our Taoist friends. Boom! Before the words had fully settled, the beautiful corpse bodhisattva made her vicious move. Suddenly, an immense divine hand formed out of the void, without any warning, viciously scooping towards that area. The abrupt turn of events caught all the disciples off guard, but the plethora of magical treasures they carried reacted autonomously, each triggered by their will. However, whether it was sword light, divine fire, wind, or thunder, or even the immortal infant's golden rope, upon encountering that vast, golden shimmering Buddha hand that obscured most of the sky, they all became ineffective. Just as the several disciples seemed sure to be swept away, suddenly, a figure appeared out of thin air in the sky. It was an elderly man with disheveled hair, but although he seemed old, his skin was as tender as a baby's, and his eyes were full of clarity without a trace of turbidity. The clothes he wore were also incredibly fanciful, with a gaudy mix of all sorts of colors. As this eccentric cultivator made his appearance, he immediately let out a strange cry, Guanyan's big handprint. Oh my goodness, why is the lovely nun from Guanyan Temple grabbing my little brother? Could it be that her maternal instincts are kicking in, and she wants to cultivate the conception Guanyan Dharma image? No way, this little thing is too sweet-tongued, skilled at flattering those stupid and clumsy elders. If you take him, I'll be the one getting a thrashing later. In the midst of speaking, the cultivator unexpectedly produced a small wooden sword from his bosom. With a casual toss, the wooden sword split from 1 into 2, 2 into 3, and 3 into 10,000 swords. Tens of thousands of sword lights, seemingly capable of leveling mountains, shot forth to meet Guanyan's big handprint. Upon collision, a series of massive booms was heard. Each wooden sword shattered, but they also sheared off a great deal of golden splinters. Golden sparkles scattered in all directions, and suddenly 10,000 golden lotuses sprang forth, blossoming within the halo. From each lotus bud, a heavenly girl emerged, exuding motherliness and majesty, resembling a bodhisattva. These heavenly girls, silently layered upon one another, surged toward the eccentric cultivator. During the process, the chanting of Buddhist scriptures suddenly intensified, the volume increasing by more than tenfold. Above the sky of Seeking Immortal County, it seemed as if a wondrous Buddha country had truly appeared. The odd cultivator clearly did not anticipate this turn of events, and his weird screams unexpectedly revealed a hint of fear. Corpse Buddha, heavenly girl, slave, refining technique. Are you that damned beautiful corpse bodhisattva? Hey, I'm warning you, don't lay a hand on my brother, or even the demon Buddha temple might not be able to protect you. Before the flower-clothed old cultivator could finish speaking, his entire being was engulfed by an endless tide of heavenly girls. Oddly, his cries were not those of agony, but rather shouts resulting from an excess of comfort. The Guanyan big handprint also swept successfully over that area. The remaining junior disciples were directly knocked aside, yet immortal infant Tongdudu was snatched by the beautiful corpse bodhisattva herself, holding the red cloth pouch suspended in mid-air. It was only then that the beautiful corpse bodhisattva let out a playful laugh and slowly said, "Others may fear you, 10,000 infant sect, but do you think I would be afraid too? Little thing, do you realize that among the group of people you've slain, there was a monk called Yuan Tong? He was ranked among the 18 blood arhats and also happens to be my most beloved brother. Since you've killed one of mine, you might as well pay with yourself." No sooner had she uttered these words than the previously dispirited Tongdudu, as if stepped on, leaped up. In his childlike tone, he strenuously argued, "You're talking nonsense. I used the infant spirit's soul-searching technique during the day. If I really did kill that Yuanyi, wouldn't I Dudu know about it? While you're framing me, Mom was right. Pretty sisters are the most deceiving. You're a liar. Dudu doesn't want to be your good little brother." These words amused the beautiful corpse bodhisattva anew. She laughed until she shook, taking Tongdudu into her arms, and with the throne amid 10,000 feet of Buddha light and chanting, she retreated toward the outskirts of Seeking Immortal City. At the same time, she uttered words that caused the complexion of all the citizens in the city to change drastically. Fellow Taoists, the dead cannot be revived. However, if you wish to vent a bit, feel free to unleash some subordinates and indulge yourselves in this city. I find that temple atop Iron Buddha Mountain, just outside the city, quite appealing. It's perfect for taking over as a temporary Taoist field to continue the unfinished feast. Let's all head there together. As for you lot from the 10,000 infant sect, and all you juniors, if you do not submit, feel free to seek reinforcements to challenge me in magical combat at the Iron Buddha Temple. I'll wait for you for 3 days, how's that? With the departure of the beautiful corpse bodhisattva, although she took with her that group of terrifying great demons, she also abandoned a significant number of little demons and several evil cultivator magicians, summoned from God knows where, amounting to dozens in number. Suddenly, demonic miasma directly turned Seeking Immortal County into a demon realm. The monstrous roars of demons erupted in the next moment. All manner of demons and evil cultivator magicians instantly stormed into Seeking Immortal County. Just at that time, the old cultivator from 10,000 infant sect, who was bound by a multitude of corpse Buddha heavenly girls, was the only one who could resist. The only other potential resistors were those dozen or so junior disciples. But they had been injured by the beautiful corpse bodhisattva's attack, their power weakened, and they could not withstand the swarm of demon magicians at all. The valiant young woman holding the magical treasure Divine Fire stone cover faced several demons while shouting, hold on for the equivalent of 30 minutes. The army stationed outside the city must have noticed the disturbance and are on their way. Once they arrive, we will form an array and grind these evil cultivators to ashes." She did not conceal her voice, perhaps also intending to intimidate these groups of little demons and evil cultivators. Inside Chengyu bookstore on Vegetable Market Street, Tao Qian had been observing the whole scene and heard her words. He couldn't help but shake his head, thinking to himself, "It's futile. This is obviously prearranged. What, your dear brother has been killed, and you've come for revenge?" "Last night I saw it clearly. After the 18 blood Arhats were sent back by Tang Xianzong, each of them was as docile as a chicken, staying close to that beautiful corpse's side, not daring to stray into seeking immortal county. Moreover, during the day, tens of thousands of county residents witnessed that Tong Dudu's wanted criminal did not include any devil monk named Yuan Tong. False charges upon false charges. The beautiful corpse bodhisattva must have reached some agreement with that Tang Xianzong. The scent of conspiracy is truly overpowering. P.S. There will be more updates, but they'll come a bit later, Could I ask for a monthly ticket?" In the dead of night, not a single place within Seeking Immortal County was at peace. Although the number of demons and evil cultivators that had invaded the city was only 50 to 60, their strength was clearly greater than that of the water beasts like Ruandar and the three-headed monarch, and the gored immortal who had been sent over as cannon fodder during the day. When they banded together and attacked the city, the demonic chi they stirred up swept through the greater part of the county. The only ones standing in their way were a dozen or so young cultivators who had been injured. Although these youngsters from the Forbidden Immortal Hall had exerted all their effort, they had only managed to stop half of the demon and evil cultivator intruders. The rest had successfully entered the city. Laughing maniacally and howling, they began to torch, kill, and loot, causing cries of misery to rise everywhere. The usually brash constables, local thugs and gangsters, and the black marketeers were all so terrified that they ran away, voiding their bladders and bowels in fear, without even putting up the slightest resistance. The only comfort seemed to be that the actions of these demonic invaders were so outrageous that they spawned sporadic resistance in some parts of the city. Evidently, as one of the major transportation hubs, Seeking Immortal County, besides having official cultivators, also harbored some wild cultivators. But their numbers were too few, and their efforts amounted to nothing more than trying to put out a burning cart full of firewood with a cup of water. Everyone knew that the only hope for Seeking Immortal County was the provincial city army that was currently rushing towards the city from the outside. That army, reputed to be equipped with special gear, according to what the fairy said, would turn these demons and evil cultivators to ash if only the city could hold out until they arrived. But how long could they last? The answer was that no one could hold out. Common folk had no power of resistance at all when faced with any demon or evil cultivator. Even as commoners picked up pot lids, kitchen knives, stones, and poles to protect their wives, children, and parents, the power disparity between humans and creatures on the path of cultivation was just too great. Crushed with a single blow, the casualties were devastating. And so, in less than half an incense stick's time, the entire Seeking Immortal County had descended into utter chaos and despair. Demons ran rampant. Evil cultivators were outrageously violent. What was once a scene one might expect only in myth and legend was now playing out in reality. As a bustling hub, how could Vegetable Market Street avoid such a fate? Yet, curiously, it was not some strong and ferocious demon that fought its way to this spot, but rather a somewhat exceptional evil cultivator. When Tao Qian, holding an unmarked black painted longsword and wearing a mask, appeared in a dark alley of Vegetable Market Street, he happened upon the main street where several buildings and shops had already collapsed. Cries and wails came from amidst the debris as a stone wall was smashed, and through the dust emerged a figure, laughing wildly. This person was a male cultivator with a strikingly robust physique and handsome features, which were somewhat effeminate, enhanced by his wearing a moon-white robe. If it weren't for the deep dark circles under his eyes and the look of excessive debauchery, one might mistake him for a dashing young noble. However, this was an evil cultivator saturated with a repugnant aura. As he laughed and smashed the wall, a pink miasma, like a fog, roiled around him, teeming with vivid pink moths in pairs, fluttering and coupling amidst suggestive sounds. The miasma sporadically burst into delicate peach blossoms, seemingly with the power to bewitch the mind and captivate the soul. Atop the pink peach blossom miasma, a net made of some unknown material was hoisted up high. Inside the net, 8 young women were wrapped, all of them in a state of unconsciousness. As they breathed, the miasma seeped into their bodies, plunging each one into unspeakable dreams. Their skins flushed with a rosy glow, beads of sweat appeared, attracting the pink moths to land and suckle on the sweet sweat of the young women. The scene was such that anyone who watched would find it hard to keep their composure. Having spent some time in the cultivation world, Tao Kayan had acquired some fundamental knowledge. Seeing such a sight, how could he not know that this evil cultivator must be practicing some sort of absorb method? And surely those within the magical treasure net were none other than the daughters of his neighborhood neighbors back in his true form. If they were truly to be swept away in one fell swoop by this evil cultivator and taken back to the Iron Buddha Temple, how could any good fate await them? In the blink of an eye, Tao Kayan made a concerted effort to sense his surroundings. Based on the intensity of the pulsation that surged in his mind, he immediately assessed the disparity of strength between them. This scoundrel must be at most at the energy introduction realm, the stage of fetus formation. Since he's been sent by those great demons as laborious underling, aside from the net, he likely has no other magical treasures. It's not a big deal if there are. If he were any other evil cultivator of the same realm, I might have some reservations. But since he practices the way of absorb, with a plan set, Tao Kayan immediately took action. In his current guise, clad in tight-fitting clothes and masked, holding a sword, he might have passed for innocuous at any other time or place. At this moment, however, he seemed anything but a good person. And in the next second, Tao Kayan took out a pouch of blood of unknown origin from his incense bag, dousing his body in it. The rising stench quickly transformed him into a cultivator who gave off a powerful non-human aura but also seemed severely wounded. As this cultivator used his longsword as a makeshift crutch, he stumbled out of the alley. Upon seeing the pale-faced evil cultivator, Tao Kayan's eyes lit up with delight, and he reached out a trembling hand while pleading weakly, "Taoist, quick, I've encountered a beautiful and fierce disciple of the righteous path. We exchanged blows and both suffered serious injuries. Please help me, and I promise a grand reward for leaving this place." Seeing Tao Kayan suddenly jump out, the pretty boy was startled at first, ready to make a move. But then he heard Tao Kayan's words. Especially the key phrase "injured beautiful righteous female disciple," which immediately triggered the scoundrel's excitement. He reached out to grab the gravely wounded evil cultivator, then inquired about the whereabouts of the beautiful female disciple. But as their palms contacted, he sensed something was amiss. The person in front of him, far from being filled with sinister demonic chi, did not even have a trace of impurity. His inner energy was as clean and natural as that of a true Taoist practitioner. Not good. The pretty boy magician's heart skipped a beat, and he was about to strike with all his might. Alas, it was too late. In his ears suddenly resounded a sound that made his spirit and soul freeze, unable to circulate. 9 Heaven's truth, the secret of the great. By the time he truly heard these 8 characters of the mnemonic, he was already ensnared. 9 true spirit sound. By a lucky coincidence, while Tao Kayan was first cultivating the spirit treasure 9 truths diagram and refining his source chi, he stumbled upon a Taoist divine skill, unintendedly obtained when he washed away his original divine skills of the bow dragon sound. This technique directly affected all aspects of life, including essence, blood, spirit, soul, consciousness, intelligence, and so on. Once heard, there was no escape. One could only passively receive its effect. If it were a true Taoist practitioner, listening to Tao Kayan's chanting of the 9 true spirit sound without malice could even be beneficial. But once Tao Kayan harbored the intention to attack, the moment the spirit sound was released, the listener would also be at risk of their divine soul being shaken. For an evil demon or an individual from a heterodox sect with numerous misdeeds, the consequences would be even graver, especially for an evil cultivator who practiced techniques like absorb, yin demon, or soul refining, which made their divine souls and essence blood unstable. If they suddenly heard this Taoist spirit sound and their cultivation realm was not high enough, they would instantly forget themselves and become unable to even move. Thus, at this second when Tao Kayan released the spirit sound, the pretty boy immediately became stunned, his source chi ceased to circulate, and the pink peach blossom miasma around him instantly dispersed, causing the strange net magical treasure to also fall down. Tao Kayan stepped forward, using a gentle force to lay him aside. At the same time, he swiftly swung his treasure sword. Even though he could see that the pretty boy had lost his ability to resist, Tao Kayan's instinct to survive still kicked. His abundant experience from past life's TV dramas also told him that forgetting to deliver a finishing blow to a defeated enemy often leads to being killed in retaliation. On the night streets of Vegetable Market Street, the sword light flashed. With a ripping sound, a fine head was swiftly decapitated, blood spurting all over. After all, Tao Kayan was an energy-introducing realm cultivator. Even though he had shed the bow dragon driving origin chi, he still retained immense strength. It seemed reasonable that he could sever a head with a treasure sword. With thump, thump, the head and body of the pretty boy cultivator both hit the ground. At this point, Tao Kayan should have been relieved, but he wasn't. He stood still for several breaths, source chi surging inside him, ready to release the secret demon sacrifice body sword at any moment. After waiting for a while, until his perception confirmed that there was no trace of life in the corpse on the ground, Tao Kayan then crouched down, still in a position convenient for drawing his sword, and touched the corpse. Immediately, his extraordinary perception was triggered. The special formatted information was slowly sorted out and surfaced. Ignoring the other records, Tao Qian quickly skipped ahead until he saw the words deceased, finally allowing himself to relax a bit. To prevent their fight from being noticed by other evil cultivators or demons, Tao Qian quickly dragged the net along with the pretty boy's severed head into an alley. At the same moment, he began to formally review the slightly complex information. Initially, there was nothing special, only the backstory of an evil cultivator's birth. Name, Sidu Fei. Record type, cultivator. Record: this person was born in ancient Yue Sanfeng County, exceptionally handsome since childhood, eventually displaying an androgynous beauty. He developed the power to charm those around him, which led to being abducted by a tyrant from the county. Sidu Fei, in preserving his purity, fought back and accidentally killed the tyrant. He fled the county overnight, but by accident encountered an evil cultivator who called herself Nanjiao Immortal, Pan Hongyang. That night, he lost his purity, and then became a disciple of Pan Hongyang, following her in cultivating the secret book of the 5 lusts, enchanting immortal scripture. P.S. The urging has me anxious, so I'm updating first with almost 3,000 characters. Will continue tomorrow. From this record, the evil cultivator who went by the name Sidu Fei had a rather bumpy first half of his life. It wasn't until he met his mentor and fully entered the cultivation world that he started practicing not just heresy and heterodoxy, but the evil demon path known for absorbing others' essence. Tao Qian had originally thought that he was just an ordinary evil cultivator. That suspicion remained until subsequent information emerged one by one. Note 1. Sidu Fei's practice of the 5 lusts enchanting immortal scripture was an impressive life-bound scripture. Combined with his exceptional talent, he should have experienced surging cultivation. Regrettably, he was the favorite of Pan Hongyang, who drained him nightly, leaving his cultivation stagnating in the energy-introducing realm and thus breeding resentment. Note 2. Pan Hongyang had a good friend called Jade-Faced Lady Lan Kinger, who had coveted her friend's business, the Peach Blossom Immortal Valley, for many years. Discovering Sidu Fei's mental state, she deliberately lured and seduced him, ultimately succeeding. She instructed Sidu Fei to covertly switch to her clan's secret technique, the Jade Demon Chaos God skill, and during their intimacy, use it to control Pan Hongyang's spirit, seize her foundation, and then turn her powerful physique into a puppet. Note 3. To accomplish this, Lan Kinger found an exotic treasure called Corpse Mother Blood Pearl and entrusted a strand of her spirit to the pearl. Once inside the opponent's body, it instantly allowed her to seize all the opponent's memories, habits, and even cultivation, with full control over their spirit and soul. However, there were prerequisites. The opponent's spirit must first be controlled, or the opponent must be dead. Meeting the former condition allows for a permanent change in the opponent's mental will, complete submission, without affecting their continued growth, and the ability to seize the body at any time. Meeting the latter condition equates to refining a puppet outside one's own body, which, although can continue to grow, requires extra heart power to achieve anything. When this secret information emerged, Tao Qian was slightly startled. Clearly, he hadn't expected that assassinating an evil cultivator would involve such dark and secretive dealings. Plastic sisters plus plastic mentor and disciple, all little matters of fate, he muttered unconsciously. At the same time, he reached out, planning to quickly search the corpse for any treasures and take care of the aftermath. However, the moment his palm touched Sidu Fei's body, a bolt of lightning flashed through his mind. Dangerous inspiration took hold. To confirm that inspiration, Tao Qian's hand didn't halt in the slightest. He even employed both hands. Soon, he had stripped Sidu Fei inside and out. Apart from the net that still entangled 8 young women, all the treasures, books, and alien items owned by this debauchee lay before Tao Qian. His first glance, however, skipped past the books and settled directly on a bloody, muddled bead. The bead, seemingly carved from some kind of jade, was saturated with a crimson color in its core. Its surface was covered with a layer of murky aura that made one dizzy and nauseous at a glance. A longer look suppressed the vile desires welling up from the depths of one's spirit. This bead, Tao Qian had extracted it forcibly from deep within Sidu Fei's chest, from his heart. At the time of touching it, he had already had an extraordinary perception. Record name, Corpse Mother Blood Pearl. Record type, exotic treasure. Record description, legend has it that royal noble ladies were buried with special spherical beads and jades in their mouths. By some accidents, princesses or empress dowagers gradually became zombies, and the beads soaked in filth blood for years, thus acquiring abnormal traits that could taint a person's spirit, soul, and mental will. Note 1. To make this treasure effective, one must first refine it with their own heart power, which also risks being tainted by the filth blood and gradually falling into the demon path. Note 2, a puppet refined with this treasure, though extremely covert to the point that even high-level cultivators or demons can hardly detect it, shares sensory experiences with the original owner due to the shared spirit, which is one of the costs. Note 3, if the refined puppet dies, the original body suffers backlash, becoming weak for at least 49 days, which is the second cost. Note 4, exemption from filth blood contamination cost, partial sensory sharing cost, and partial weakness cost. His Tao Kaian's inspiration had now been completely verified as feasible, but at the same time, Tao Kaian found himself hesitating. In the depths of his mind, thoughts churned like a tempest. His idea was simple. Sidu Fei had colluded with the jade-faced woman, intending to refine his own master into a puppet and usurp her foundation, Peach Blossom Immortal Valley. On the other hand, Tao Kaian wanted to use this inspiration and the corpse mother blood pearl to refine the Sidu Fei who had come to his doorstep into an outer puppet. Frankly, this was an art of devilry and heresy. However, Tao Kaian had no such misgivings. After all, hadn't he survived beheading at the vegetable market by relying on a demonic technique? The rotten stench he felt when reciting the fragmented formula didn't seem righteous at all. Moreover, Tao Kaian's unusual spirit could exempt him from many of the penalties. With that, why not refine a puppet? Once the idea took hold, the mental storm ceased abruptly. Tao Kaian almost immediately began to take action, first taking down the net binding the 8 young women, then wrapping Sidu Fei's corpse in it. After waking the women one by one while they were still dazed, Tao Kaian grabbed the corpse and in the blink of an eye slipped back to his bookstore. Bang. He carelessly threw the corpse and various books and magical treasures on the floor. These could wait for later. Time was of the essence, and if he could refine a puppet, there would be plenty of time to look through them later. Tao Kaian first cradled the corpse mother blood pearl in his palm, ready to entrust his spirit to it and begin the refining process. But then he seemed to remember something and reached into the joyful scent pouch, rifling around for a moment. When his hand emerged, he held a pill as large as a date. All prepared, Tao Kaian immediately began the refining process. Projecting one's spirit onto an object was tricky, but not overly so. He had only to see whether the object would resist. If it would not, it could be accomplished in the blink of an eye. The trouble was, this corpse mother blood pearl happened to have a stubborn disposition. As soon as Tao Kaian's divine thought attached itself to it, the wretched pearl immediately began to thrash about, fiercely resisting Tao Kaian and almost flying away. Tao Kaian let out a cold laugh at the corner of his mouth, increasing his output while whispering, "Floating corpse, aid me." As this mnemonic left his lips, the previously motionless corpse blood elixir suddenly leapt up, wrapped in a red light, and violently struck the corpse mother blood pearl. Upon collision, the corpse blood elixir's glow dimmed instantly, falling to the ground and shattering into powder. But at the same time, this impact also scattered the resisting force of the filth blood pearl. In the mere 15 seconds it took, to the delighted eyes of Tao Kaian, the refining was complete. Go. Following Tao Kaian's command, the pearl, which had become vibrantly blood red and dazzling without anyone noticing, transformed into a streak of light and fused into the now still heart within Sidu Fei's chest. Afterward, Tao Kaian began to wait. It wasn't long before a horrifying change occurred abruptly. Sidu Fei, who was thoroughly dead, suddenly began to convulse, visibly covered with a dense, spiderweb-like pattern of fresh red lines. The next second, his headless body inexplicably sat up, grabbed his severed head from beside him, and fumbled to place it atop his neck. Once positioned correctly, he took a medicine bottle from Tao Kaian's spoils and poured out some pitch-black powder, applying a pile to both the severed and wounded areas. A miraculous scene unfolded. Even the wound from the severed head seemed to blend and vanish without a trace. The newly revived Sidu Fei slowly opened his eyes and smiled, saying, "Taoist Tao, I fear I've made myself look foolish. This is black jade skin regeneration powder, which I filched from jade-faced Lady Landkinger. Of course, you already know this, for you are me and I am you." After uttering these somewhat awkward words, both Tao Kaian and Sidu Fei smiled. It was done. Tao Kaian felt as if his luck had returned. Everything went extraordinarily smooth, a puppet refined just like that. The puppet itself and the refinable materials were all presented by Sidu Fei himself, deserving of the title of great benefactor. Within seconds of Sidu Fei being refined into a puppet by Tao Kaian, all his memories began to be absorbed by Tao Kaian. After a quick perusal, Tao Kaian's pupils shrank slightly, and a look of shock crossed his face. Seeing the encounter between the Devil God Army General Tang Xianzong and the beautiful corpse Bodhisattva last night, with a group of demons appearing and seeking Immortal County, Tao Kaian already had an inkling of something inauspicious. Now, extracting relevant memories from Sidu Fei's mind, Tao Kaian immediately knew more. The beautiful corpse Bodhisattva and a group of great demons had summoned a bunch of evil cultivators and low-level demons, including Sidu Fei's master Nanjiao Immortal, before coming to seeking Immortal County. Their number and strength far surpassed the likes of the three-headed monarch and the selling chestnut woman. Before inciting a confrontation, they had already occupied the Iron Buddha Temple, planning to use that mountain and temple as a base to stand against the court, forbidden Immortal Hall, and even other major sects. At least outwardly, for the beautiful corpse Bodhisattva and the demons, slaughtering the entire seeking immortal county would not be difficult. The so-called provincial city army posed a significant threat to demons and demon magicians like Sidu Fei at the energy introduction realm, but facing the beautiful corpse Bodhisattva, the army numbers would need to surge into the tens of thousands, and they would also need to practice demon suppression arrays given by the great sects year-round. The task for Sidu Fei and the others was not to slaughter the city, as they did not have that kind of strength. These lower-ranked demon magicians were instructed to cause chaos within the city, and as soon as the army entered, they would retreat immediately, heading back to the Iron Buddha Temple to make other plans. Nanjiao Immortal had told Sidu Fei before returning to the Iron Buddha Temple with the Bodhisattva that upon her return, there would be a grand feast waiting, and the beautiful corpse Bodhisattva would announce a huge secret. Inside the bookstore, Tao Qian and Sidu Fei sat opposite each other, the atmosphere eerie. In reality, Tao Qian was busy digging through Sidu Fei's memories, engrossed in the secrets of the cultivation world to the extent that he hadn't even checked the spoils of war. But there was no need, for all the spoils had belonged to Sidu Fei, and this debaucher was now Tao Qian's outer puppet. Just as Tao Qian was happily excavating, suddenly within seeking Immortal County, a particularly shrill scream echoed throughout. What followed was a demonic message audible only to Sidu Fei, fellow Taoists. The demon-suppressing soldiers have arrived. They are forming arrays. Quickly join me on my devil body. I'll wait only for 10 breaths any later, and no one will be able to leave. This messaging rang out in his mind. Tao Qian's expression changed slightly, and without delay, he immediately controlled Sidu Fei to stand up, grabbed the pile of spoils, as well as the net like magical treasure. Gliding quietly through the shadows, he slipped out of the bookstore. Just as he emerged, he saw a giant black centipede, whose outer form rivaled an airship, approaching from afar in the night sky. Already, several evil cultivators and demons were mounted on its back, each controlling magical treasures to fend off 10 or so severely injured young cultivators. Seeing this scene, Sidu Fei stamped his foot hard, and once again, pink peach blossom miasma and a large number of pink moths arose, supporting his body as he ascended into the air. While descending onto the centipede's back, he shouted lowly, "Sidu Fei is here, comrades, make room for me." Chengyu Bookstore, Tao Qian was sitting cross-legged in a dark room, watching through the narrow window as the evil cultivator Sidu Fei escaped onto the back of the centipede. A group of demon magicians fought and retreated, and after suffering some casualties, they actually managed to escape seeking Immortal County the moment the provincial town's demon-suppressing soldiers entered the city, by taking advantage of the centipede demon's ability to leap into the sky. As the giant black-backed centipede took flight, a putrid, stinking black mist swirled around it. It seemed like a reckless dark cloud, heading straight for the Iron Buddha Mountain outside the town. While still in midair, a crazed laughter echoed from its dark, rotten mouth, ha ha ha. Although we lost a few Taoist brothers this time, we have perfectly accomplished the task set by the Bodhisattva and the Masters. We will surely be rewarded upon our return. Though the mortal human race is aware of our existence, they have never experienced what it's like to be invaded by us. If it weren't for those cultivators from various sects obstructing us, we would have had a grand feast tonight. That's enough for now. Tonight was quite exhilarating. Brothers, stop laughing for a moment. Can anyone save me? My body was burned by that fire god temple lass. Without some ointment, I might end up being the meal you brothers eat. Me flesh is sour and not tasty. Sidu Fei, or rather Tao Qian, was also sitting cross-legged on the back of the centipede. Listening to the boasting of the demon magicians, he clenched his fist inside his sleeve and thought to himself, forbearance in minor matters upsets grand schemes. I shall blend in and then make my move. As Tao Qian harbored these thoughts, a deer demon approached him. The half-man, half-deer creature was covered in revolting bone tumors, and its withered human face bore a lecherous grin. The stench mixed with the scent of blood was enough to make one want to vomit. It nudged Tao Qian and asked in a lewd tone, "Brother Sidu, how was your haul this time? Could you spare a beauty for your brother to sate my craving? You know that inside the Iron Buddha Temple, nothing but smelly monks can be found. One can consume them, but to truly enjoy oneself, one must have those delicate skinned beauties." I had intended to find a nice catch myself tonight, but who could have expected to encounter a wild cultivator proficient with the sword? Damn it, his sword light was so fierce I was nearly flayed alive. With each nudge and word from the deer demon, Tao Qian was nearly sick. However, remembering that he was now assuming the identity of the high disciple of Nanjiao Immortal, Sidu Fei, he had to suppress his disgust, show a sullen face, and after matching his memories, he followed the deer demon's lead and complained, "Brother dear, don't remind me of my heartache. I had already captured 8 beauties tonight, only for some wild cultivator to pop up out of nowhere." Not only was the bastard a sword cultivator, but he was also a shameless and sly old fox. Had it not been for my quick escape recognizing the opportunity, I wouldn't be alive right now. After saying these 3 sentences, Tao Kaien's eyeballs swiveled. He then showed an ambiguous expression, saying to the deer demon, "Brother dear, if you really can't wait, come with me later to see my master. She may not have much, but there are still hundreds of peach blossom spirits in the 5 lustful peach blossom banner. I can beg my master to give you one to serve you well all night long." Upon hearing this, the deer demon shook its head full of bone tumors energetically, as if it were a rattled drum, its eyes shifting from lewdness to fear. "Brother Sidhu, don't scare me. If I really were to meet with the non-Jayu immortal, all the dear blood and essence in me would be surely sucked dry. That exquisite body of the immortal should be left for Brother Sidhu to enjoy." As the deer demon said this, it turned around with a sullen face and walked away. Other demon magicians who had also wanted to come over and share in the beauty heard their conversation and wisely chose not to approach. Tao Kaien inwardly cursed and also took the chance to check the information related to the deer demon. Name: Lu Sanliu. Record: type: demon. Record: this demon was originally a human, surnamed Lu, a young hunter, who found a deer transformation technique in a cave in the mountains. Although this skill is of the heterodox path, it also leads to the chi refining realm. If one could strictly adhere to the precepts during cultivation, there was a promising future. However, the hunter had a terrible nature, and as soon as he entered the path, he committed all manner of atrocities using his newfound extraordinary power, raping and pillaging widely. Within a few days, he had mutated into his current appearance. For every new bone tumor on its body, it moved closer to complete madness. Heh, another demon on the brink of death. Tao Kaien sneered secretly after estimating the death date of the deer demon. However, his heart also trembled slightly. It seemed that there were not too few in this world who encountered the opportunity for cultivation, yet how many could not hold on to their inner truth and mutate into such a horrible and detestable demon form? With a slight sigh, Tao Kaien stopped reflecting on such matters. Knowing that Brother Sidhu Fei was not in a good mood, for the time being, no demon magicians bothered him. Tao Kaien was quite content with this, as it gave him the perfect opportunity to organize his gains. First of all, there was Sidhu Fei's puppet body, at the energy-introducing realm fetus formation stage. Then there was an array of treasures on him, all stored within the peach blossom sachet, whose space was several times larger than Tao Kain's joyful bag. Most eye-catching was the pink rope net called the 5 lustful moth net. This treasure, given by non-Jayu immortal Pan Hongyang to her disciple, was not only known for its exceptional defense against blades and swords and immunity to water and fire. Its true usage was to induce those caught within it to instantly enter a soul-stirring dream, their bodies secreting fragrant sweat, drawing dream moths to suck and enhance the net's power. Over time, those trapped inside would be completely consumed. The more beauties the net captured, the more formidable its power became. Although there were other alien items in Sidhu Fei's sachet, none of them compared to this treasure net. The black jade skin regeneration powder was indeed not bad, and Tao Kaien intercepted it at the bookstore. Having examined the magical treasures, it was time to look at the cultivation manuals. Sidhu Fei carried the 5 lustful peach blossom scripture as his cultivation technique, but only the energy introduction spell was present. The chi refining realm spells were absent. Furthermore, there was a volume of the Jade Demon Chaos God skill. This was not a basic method, but a demon's secret technique used to disrupt people's spirit and control their minds. Its power could be considered substantial, but its limitations were immense. It could only possibly succeed if cast at a moment of mutual joy when both parties forgot themselves. Besides these two, Sidhu Fei also cultivated several magic skills and divine skills such as Peach Blossom Coating Body Escape Technique, Peach Blossom Yin Sha, and Confusing Heart 5 Yin Qi, among others. Clearly, he was a qualified disciple of the Peach Blossom sect. It was just that he harbored thoughts of rebellion because he had been harvested excessively by his own master. According to memory, non-Jayu immortal Pan Hongyang has reached the Foundation Establishment realm, lived for a full 150 years, yet her appearance remains that of a teenage girl, delicate and endearing. And it was such a girl who laboriously established the Peach Blossom Immortal Valley, with dozens of disciples and even more servants. Such an existence, could she have failed to notice the resentment growing in the heart of her most beloved disciple, plotting to harm her? If that jade-faced Lady Landkinger had a higher cultivation and was more ruthless, then it could be considered understandable. However, according to memory, although Landkinger was also in the Foundation Establishment stage, she was one stage behind Pan Hongyang and far behind in combat techniques. They had several fights when they first turned against each other, ending with Landkinger's defeat every time. And for some unknown reason, the two old ladies later became close confidants, which is rather puzzling. Tao Kaiyan scoured his memories and analyzed the situation from an observer's viewpoint, immediately sensing something awry with the covert operation about to be launched. In fact, Sidu Fei himself had his doubts. As a disciple, he knew all too well how formidable his master was. Seemingly a delicate beauty, she was in truth a ruthless and cruel old witch. Perhaps the plan needs more thought. Although losing this puppet body isn't a big deal and won't harm my actual body, however, it would be a shame if I didn't manage to gather any intelligence. Besides, wasting resources is disgraceful. Just as Tao Kaiyan racked his brain, the ground beneath him trembled slightly. The voice of the black-backed centipede demon came through. "Fellows, we have arrived." Almost instantaneously, the demon magicians cheered. Some of them even smacked their lips, spouting foul words. "Old Black, descend to the temple. Quickly, I can already smell the delicious scent of human flesh. I'm barely containing myself. I've heard that the masters have invited several pig demon butchers to prepare a feast for us. We'll be able to eat our fill for the next few days. Hey, I've heard that these good days will become more frequent. From now on, we don't need to be overly cautious of the Taoist and Buddhist sects anymore. Times are changing. Quick, let's go meet the Bodhisattva. Tonight she caught a child, and it smells so incredibly good. If I could just get a leg." Tao Kaiyan listened to this demonic babble, planning to also check the details of the centipede demon below. He looked down inadvertently, and his face suddenly froze. Beneath was a mountain called Iron Buddha, topped with the Iron Buddha Temple, previously thriving with incense and offering a pleasant scenery. But at that moment, what Tao Kaiyan saw was, on the martial arts training square before Iron Buddha Cliff, skeletons hung from pine trees. There were not only monk robes like Cassia's, but also clothes of worldly pilgrims scattered on the ground, trampled by plump, big-eared pig demons in filthy aprons, their tusks protruding, their manes dark. They brought large iron pots, built stone stoves, held shiny bone-cutting knives, and threw suspiciously acquired meat into the steaming pots. They tossed in seasoning from time to time. Tao Kaiyan turned his head rigidly away. He did not dare to look anymore. He feared he wouldn't be able to restrain himself and would forsake this outer puppet just to slaughter those pig demons. The situation was evident without further discussion. That group of demons had taken over the Iron Buddha Temple before their operation had even begun during the daytime. Besides the monks, there were likely many pilgrims in the temple who also met a tragic fate. The beautiful corpse Bodhisattva and other demons had long ceased to be human, and committing such atrocities still had a sort of logic. The devil god army, though, rising up against the tyranny of the court, naturally could be justified since, in both original memories, the court was rotten to the core. Rebellion was inevitable, but colluding with demons to slaughter the human race, such acts are unbearable. That person called Tang Xianzong, what the hell is he, and what kind of scheme does he want to pull off? Tao Kaiyan's mind replaced his internal fury with surging thoughts. If his stroke of spiritual resonance at the bookstore had resulted in turning Sidu Fei into a puppet, now Tao Kaiyan was earnestly engaged. Although he didn't know what the devil god army and beautiful corpse Bodhisattva were planning to do, he instinctively guessed it would undoubtedly be disastrous for the human clan. And the ones to suffer first would likely be the tens of thousands of living civilians in Seeking Immortal County, not far below the mountain. Since he had infiltrated their ranks, how could Tao Kaiyan miss the opportunity to investigate thoroughly? P.S. Seeking monthly tickets. The aromatic vapors billowing from the large iron pot on the martial arts training square stirred the cravings of a horde of evil cultivators riding on the back of a black centipede demon, such as the bone tumor deer demon, who drooled carelessly. Amidst the noisy clamoring, they urged the black centipede demon to descend into the once renowned Zen's Iron Buddha Temple. As a vile, sweetly rotten stench spewed out, the centipede demon suddenly disappeared, replaced by a debauched old man with a scruffy beard, disheveled hair, and loose, sagging skin. He was dressed merely in a cloak-like garment that barely covered a large patch of his chest, abdomen, and lower body, including a lump. The rest of him was equally blotched and filthy, as if he had not bathed in a decade or two. Tao Kaiyan had now gleaned some background on this group of demons. Their origins were quite complex. Some were mutated from humans like the deer demon, others were fortunate beasts or birds that had gained intelligence, and some were born as alien or like the mountain spirits. Lastly were those magicians who still resembled humans. Though their clothes and faces seemed normal, their fierce gazes and hidden deadly aura inadvertently revealed a terrifying, inhuman essence, further disgusting Tao Kaiyan. Regardless of their origins, since they all responded to the beautiful corpse Bodhisattva's summons to wreak havoc in Seeking Immortal County, their allegiance was clear. The group of evil cultivators had just settled in the temple when they swarmed towards the food. They were all blocked by a few pig demons wielding bone-cutting knives. The leading yellow-maned pig demon, baring its tusks and bulging its big belly, swung a massive pot spoon so fast it was impenetrable, his vigorous power surging as he roared, "A bunch of greedy fools, the feast hasn't even started and you want to eat everything. I'll be the one hung if anything goes wrong. If you're really craving, lick the skeletons hanging on that tree to quench your thirst for a while." Tao Kaiyan didn't listen any further, nor did he mingle with this group of demons any longer. After some thought, Tao Kaiyan followed the memories ingrained in his mind and left the martial arts training square on his own, heading into the temple. The Iron Buddha Temple was a genuinely large temple in its region. Aside from the thriving incense offerings, it was said that the monks had received the body refining technique and golden Buddha power transmitted by the major sect, Vajra Temple. If this world had been one of martial arts and chivalry, they might have even been overlords. Unfortunately, the masters here were cultivators, demons, and alien species. The beautiful corpse Bodhisattva arrived with a group of great demons and effortlessly slaughtered the monks and pilgrims, seizing the temple. The treasure hall and several large side halls naturally fell into the possession of the Bodhisattva and great demons. Sidufei's master, Nanjiao Immortal Pan Hongyang, a summoned evil cultivator in the Foundation establishment stage, also occupied a courtyard with several elegant Zen rooms due to her considerable cultivation standing amidst this mass of demons. Tao Kaiyan roamed through courtyards and cloisters, encountering numerous demon magicians and unknown alien species, witnessing scene after scene of disturbing horrors, yet he did not reveal any flaws. Before long, he arrived outside a serene courtyard lush with pine and bamboo. Tao Kaiyan knew that this courtyard housed many people, but the truly threatening and exceedingly dangerous one was only his body's master, titled Nanjiao Immortal, the Foundation establishment stage evil cultivator Pan Hongyang. The effects of the corpse Mother Blood Pearl were extremely potent. Once used, the filth blood pervaded the body then dissipated invisibly, leaving no trace or evidence behind. From his records, those trivial habits and even the quirks during intimate moments could be expressed naturally, without Tao Kaiyan needing to act deliberately. Thus, even if Pan Hongyang was Sidufei's master, she likely wouldn't notice. However, since this was his first time attempting such a feat, Tao Kaiyan was not very skilled. With a slight tug at the corner of his mouth, Tao Kaiyan stepped into the courtyard. Upon entering, his eyes immediately reflected a rather rare sight. There were 7 people in the courtyard, 6 men and 1 woman. All possessed exceptionally fine physiques, cold and radiant, handsome and dashing, each with their own unique charm. They were engaged in various leisurely activities, some playing chess, others composing poetry. One muscular man, his robust chest bared, danced with a sword under the trees, moving to the rustling of pine and bamboo, his heroic posture captivating. Anyone who saw him would undoubtedly praise his strikingly handsome appearance. If someone stumbled upon this scene, they might assume they had entered a mysterious sect gathered with heroes. Who would have thought? These 7 individuals were all Pan Hongyang's favored male courtesans. Of course, they were also disciples. Sidufei was among them, holding the highest rank. As he stepped in, the others ceased their activities and with varied tones called out, "Senior brother." Tao Kaiyan let the puppet body react naturally according to past habits, giving the 7 a cold nod. Then he directly strode towards the main house. As soon as he moved, the courtyard's only woman, clad in just a thin layer of purple gauze, leaned against a man in white, giggling provocatively. "You brothers are too bad, not even giving senior brother a heads up. Master specifically instructed that she isn't to be disturbed when cultivating." The pretty, charming woman had barely finished speaking when a man in black beside her interjected, "Junior sister, you've just joined us and don't understand senior brother's status. We would be punished if we disturb master's cultivation, but senior brother will face no such consequence. Just a reminder, don't think about sharing senior brother's bed. It will lead to trouble." After saying this, he fell silent. The others remained indifferent and continued with their activities, leaving the purple gauze-clad young woman's expression to flicker uncertainly. Tao Kaiyan didn't know what was happening behind him. He crossed several rooms and was about to reach the large house in front. He first passed a half-opened window, and the seen glimpse from the corner of his eye immediately made him stop in his tracks. Inside the room, red silk was spread out, and exquisitely beautiful peach blossoms were blooming almost to the ceiling beams, with pink miasma flowing like smoke and mist, all of which set off a large banner in the center that seemed to be made from the most delicate and heart-stirring fabric in the world. Embroidered on it were 5 nude gods and demons, which at just one glance swayed the spirit, giving rise to lustful thoughts, making it hard to control oneself. That soft, bright red banner surface undulated and extended, astonishingly supporting a delicate girl with snow-white skin and picturesque features. The girl lay on her back, her hands spread out and her fingers erect. Soon after, pink radiance flashed, and several peach blossom spirits about half the height of a person, covering their key parts with peach blossom petals, charming and enticing, flew out. 2 of them came out from the middle, each sitting on the girl's hands, and then 2 more covered the girl's feet. Then from the girl's mouth, nose, chest, abdomen, and lower body, 3 more each covered those areas. The remaining peach blossom spirits then began frolicking and playing inside the room as they waited. It was unclear what the girl did, but suddenly strange noises erupted, and the peach blossom spirits on her body began to wither rapidly. In the blink of an eye, they transformed from beautiful spirits into shriveled monsters. The other peach blossom spirits immediately swarmed up, replacing their quickly drained sisters. This scene left Tao Kaiyan dumbfounded. Truly, they know how to enjoy themselves. Just as this thought arose in his mind, Tao Kaiyan also felt an extremely strong throbbing sensation. As Tao Kaiyan thought about taking the opportunity to make contact and uncover some secrets of non-Jiu immortal Pan Hongyang. Suddenly, his vision blurred. That enviable, highly erotic scene abruptly began to rotate, twist, and change. In a blink, the pink peach blossom miasma and the large banner were still there, but the picturesque girl unexpectedly transformed into a monster with the upper body of a rotten corpse and lower body consisting of dozens of pink tentacles. It continuously oozed pus that flowed like a stream from its sores, and in its facial and abdominal areas, several half-closed eyeballs were embedded. Those peach blossom spirits also turned into some kind of squeaking pink insects, intertwining with those tentacles, their abdomens bulging as if they were secreting something to feed the monster. The whole scene was noisy yet harmonious, yet filled with a bone-chilling horror. Had it not been for the message exemption granted, appearing in Tao Kaiyan's mind at that moment, he might have already succumbed to a puppet body mutation, declaring his undercover mission a failure. Nevertheless, even so, the sudden sight made Tao Kaiyan breathe more rapidly. In a moment, those dozen or so eyeballs opened simultaneously. Fortunately, just before that, Tao Kaiyan blinked quickly, and the terrifying scene switched back to the erotic image. As the monster opened its eyes, a ferociously terrifying aura was about to erupt like a tide, but it suddenly saw that it was its beloved disciple, Sidu Fei. All malice disappeared instantly, and the door flung open widely, accompanied by an intensely rich peach blossom fragrance. A sweet and naive voice carried out, "Fair is back, come in quickly. Although our separation as master and disciple was only for a few hours, my heart aches constantly. I wish I could stick Fair to me and never suffer the agony of separation again." Had Tao Kaiyan not seen that scene just before, he might not have reacted much to these words. But now, if it weren't for his great willpower suppressing it, Tao Kaiyan just wanted to shiver violently. He had only one feeling, that was sheer dread. From Sidu Fei's memories, Tao Kaiyan knew. He had heard such love talk countless times initially. Sidu Fei also enjoyed it until he resented it after being drained too much and being stuck in the energy-introducing realm for too long. Tao Kaiyan had thought that this was a normal, misguided master-disciple relationship. But now Tao Kaiyan felt there might be more hidden secrets to it. With so many thoughts flashing through his mind, it didn't prevent Tao Kaiyan's puppet body from instinctively responding. Yes, master, Sidu Fei has returned. Somewhat unexpectedly, yet very reasonably. Sidu Fei's attitude toward Pan Hongyang was rather indifferent. While responding, he stepped into the house at a normal pace. In the grand chamber of the Iron Buddha Temple, pink peach blossom miasma and delicate elves alike returned to a magical treasure known as the 5 Lustful Peach Blossoms banner. Sidu Fei had a deeply ingrained memory of this treasure, its power terrifying, constituting a good portion of Pan Hongyang's combat strength. With those filths gone, only a fair-skinned, red-dressed girl remained in the room, baby-faced and so adorable one might think her a child. Who would have thought? This seemingly frail girl, who looked as if she could be knocked down with a single punch, was actually non-Jiu immortal Pan Hongyang, a respectable figure amongst evil cultivators. At that moment, she lay on a bed draped in red silk, extending her delicate hand, beckoning her beloved disciple over. Tao Kaiyan entered the room, walking step by step, his eyes fixed on the innocent-looking girl, striving not to think about the images flooding his mind. Meanwhile, he analyzed the plans brewing in the original owner's memory. Today, demons had provoked the town of Seeking Immortal County, yet neither mid-level demons like Pan Hongyang nor Landkinger had gone. Only great demons, and others meant to harass and incite panic among the citizens had. It was precisely this opportunity that Landkinger took to clandestinely hand the corpse Mother Filth Blood Pearl to Sidu Fei. Their plan was simple. As soon as Sidu Fei returned, Pan Hongyang was sure to summon him to her side, and during their intimate moments, he was to cast the Jade Demon Chaos God skill to take control of Pan's spirit. Despite their difference in cultivation, control wouldn't last long, but a few breaths' time would be enough, for the Filth Blood Pearl would take effect and signal Landkinger, the jade-faced lady in the temple, to arrive immediately. Together, they could perfectly seize Pan Hongyang's foundation. The plan is crude and venomous. It seems there's a significant chance it could succeed. Tao Kaiyan finished reviewing and offered his evaluation. He could tell the way Pan Hongyang treated Sidu Fei was indeed distinct from her other disciples. If he acted abruptly, it might just work. However, there was one problem. Sidu Fei was still here, but the filth blood pearl was gone. How should the plan proceed now? Tao Kaiyan suddenly felt a bit overwhelmed, his mind flashing with these thoughts while the puppet body, following old habits, naturally climbed onto the soft, warm, red silk bed. As Tao Kaiyan internally screamed "don't," he pulled the young girl Pan Hongyang into his arms. Indeed, from the outside this scene might actually look quite charming, though according to normal circumstances, what might have happened next was best shielded from the eyes of outsiders and children. Deep down, Tao Kaiyan desperately wanted to push the girl away and flee. He wouldn't mind embracing a real girl, but could the one in his arms be genuine? Not to mention her actual age of 150 years, just her real identity alone was enough to cause Tao Kaiyan to lose his appetite for days. Unfortunately, Tao Kaiyan was currently cherished as a beloved disciple and lover, unable to push her away, and instead needing to hold her even tighter. The only consolation, or rather, Tao Kaiyan's moment of triumph. Despite it being just the puppet body, contact was made and his divine soul within was triggered, effortlessly initiating extraordinary perception. Perhaps it was because of Pan Hongyang's visibly unusual state, or perhaps their physical contact had crossed a certain threshold. This time, Tao Kaiyan astoundingly perceived a significant amount of hidden information about this demon of several ranks higher than him. Though the information gleaned came in fragments. Name, Pan Hongyang. Record type, demon. Record, a native of Xiangxi. Entered the Tao 130 years ago. Cultivated the 5 lusts enchanting immortal scripture. Spent 10 years gathering hundreds of young girls, brutally killing them and burying them deep within the peach blossom miasma forest, eventually crafting the magical treasure 5 lustful peach blossoms banner. Outwardly innocent like a girl, but inwardly twisted and ruthlessly ferocious. Note 1. During her cultivation years ago, she experienced complications which led the demon to backlash, causing mutations in both body and soul, preventing her from advancing to the next realm. Note 2. At the time of the backlash mutation, Pan Hongyang should have died on the spot. As fate had it, she encountered a person born with a captivating and lascivious nature, forcibly seized his pure essence blood to save her own life. Due to accidents during the absorption, she developed a deranged affection for this man, possessing an uncontrollable, strong desire to own him. Note 3. Although Pan Hongyang has no chance of advancing to the next realm, her combat power has not declined but improved. If she disregards the mutation, she will become even more ferocious. The puppet body continued to venture over the girl. Tao Kaiyan himself, however, was a bit stunned. To be honest, due to the gap in cultivation between him and Pan Hongyang, Tao Kaiyan wasn't able to perceive very detailed information. But the perverse relationship between the original owner and Pan Hongyang was inexplicably clarified. Evidently, that so-called innately captivating and lascivious person was none other than Sidu Fei. Realizing this, Tao Kaiyan fell deep into thought. A myriad of ideas surged within him. Without the filth blood pearl, the original owner's plan was naturally void, but due to the collusion with the jade-faced lady, he couldn't just overlook this matter and needed to find a solution. Initially, Tao Kaiyan couldn't think of an appropriate method, given that the original owner's betrayal was imminent. To erase evidence and future troubles was indeed difficult. Tao Kaiyan saw a possibility, with Pan Hongyang's abnormal, distorted love for the original master Sidu Fei. If I voluntarily leak secrets and reveal the grievances of the original master, this fierce immortal might not only not harm me, but may also feel guilty, try to make amends, favor me, and even help me break through to the chi refining realm. Of course, the first thing she would do is probably kill that jade-faced lady, Lan Kinger. Pan Hongyang might endure other matters, but her possessiveness towards Sidu Fei has reached a pathological level. Lan Kinger is definitely a provocation. For the sake of refining the 5 lustful peach blossoms banner, Pan Hongyang caused the death of hundreds of young girls, practiced cultivation for over 100 years, and relying on the power of that banner, committed countless sins. And that Lan Kinger, also a brutal evil demon, specializes in the confusing gods and hearts skill, takes pleasure in manipulating people's hearts, like directly bewitching mortals to turn against their kin or confusing generals who command military forces to massacre villagers. Her cultivation of over 100 years has also caused countless deaths. Letting these two kill each other, there's nothing to hesitate about. These thoughts settled, Tao Kaiyan immediately made a decision. Unconsciously, his movements grew forceful. However, he heard a tender cry from his arms. The naive red-dressed girl had already opened her clothes. Pan Hongyang, looking at her beloved disciple, tearfully said, "Feier seems troubled today. Did you encounter problems in seeking Immortal County? Those ant-like creatures, actually making my Feier unhappy. I will go and slaughter them now." That said, the girl was about to get up. Tao Kaiyan immediately used both hands to press her down, then acted on the thoughts in his mind. Without even thinking to change his posture, Tao Kaiyan opened his mouth, reciting the mnemonic of cultivation. But what came out was not any part of the peach blossom enchanting immortal scripture. Instead, it was a magic skill that felt very familiar to Pan Hongyang. Tao Kaiyan had just recited halfway when Pan Hongyang, originally naive and charming, suddenly turned ice cold, her lively eyes filled with terrifying killing intent. Boom. In an instant, as the pink peach blossom miasma surged out, countless peach blossom petals, sharp enough to slice mountains, shot out wildly. Pan Hongyang, completely enveloped in pink demonic chi, stared deathly at Tao Kaiyan, coldly said, "Jade Demon Chaos God skill, the Demon Woman Land Kinger's magic skill, how did you learn it?" Tao Kaiyan knew that a wrong answer at this moment would lead to a terrible outcome. However, having understood Pan Hongyang's uncontrollable, distorted love and possessiveness for her disciple, Tao Kaiyan was not worried. He just gave Pan Hongyang a cold laugh, then leaned to her ear and began whispering. He revealed all his sinister dealings with Lan Kinger. After finishing, Tao Kaiyan did not bother with Pan Hongyang's shocked expression. As if resigning himself to fate, he raised his hand and pointed at the face of the woman known as the Nanjiao Immortal, cursing, "I told you these cunning and poisonous plans, not because I, Sidu Fei, feel guilty and want to show my loyalty to seek your forgiveness. I, Sidu Fei, since entering your Peach Blossom Immortal Valley, have managed your foundation and never slacked off. You as a master did not plan for my cultivation, nor help me climb to higher realms, which is one thing. Who would have thought you would be so insatiable, coveting my body day and night for replenishment, causing my essence blood to constantly be in deficit even with some talent and desperate hard cultivation? I was firmly blocked from making any progress in the energy-introducing realm. This time, my voluntary disclosure of secrets is just to repay your initial kindness in taking me in. You may kill or slice me as you wish. Come on, kill me. My life, Sidu Fei, should perhaps have ended in that broken temple where I met you." At the end, Tao Kaiyan's facial muscles trembled, his eyes reddened, looking extremely fierce. This realistic performance naturally was not from Tao Kaiyan. Each sentence was actually the true feelings of the original master. However, because of this, after he finished shouting, Pan Hongyang was initially extremely furious, seemingly about to strike down the sinful disciple before her. But in that moment, the distorted love and intense possessiveness that had almost become her heart demon resurfaced and firmly occupied her spirit. Suddenly, her furious expression tenderly softened. First, she reached out both hands, holding Tao Kaiyan's face, gently caressing it, her eyes full of compassion. Afterward, with a voice that made Tao Kaiyan shudder again and brought goosebumps all over his body, she said, "Fair, your master, and Red Lady didn't realize you had so many grievances all these years. Don't be annoyed, it's all Red Lady's fault. It's Red Lady who was just enjoying pleasure with you and forgot about your cultivation. Fair, just wait here for a moment. Let Red Lady deal with that demon woman and come back, then we can talk properly. Don't worry, Red Lady won't let you suffer any grievances." With these words falling, without waiting for Tao Kaiyan's response, Pan Hongyang suddenly raised her hand, her fingers like white scallions, touching the point between Tao Kaiyan's eyebrows. Instantly, all the source chi and divine skills in his puppet body lost response, and his whole body also stiffened on this red silk bed. And Pan Hongyang, after leaning in to kiss his lips, stood up, put on her red clothes, and the 5 lustful peach blossoms banner standing in the room immediately fell into her hands. With a wave of her hand, the doorway opened wide, and she transformed into a ghost-like shadow and flew out. And then with a bang, the door closed. Without a doubt, she was off to kill someone. P.S. Request for monthly tickets. Tao Kaiyan watched as Pan Hongyang left with a terrifying killing intent, not even having time to respond. His cultivation and divine skills were all sealed, obviously because the latter was afraid Tao Kaiyan would try to escape. What the Nanjiao Immortal did not know was that Tao Kaiyan, under the guise of Sidu Fei's body, was on an undercover mission, aiming to gain benefits and intelligence. He would not easily leave before achieving his goal. Although his body was sealed, fortunately, his senses remained intact. Tao Kaiyan lay disheveled on a soft bed of red silk, turning his ear aside, listening to the sounds from outside. If my provocation works, Pan Hongyang will certainly not listen to Lan Kinger's explanation, and the latter won't be able to explain anything either. These 2 Foundation establishment stage demons will soon start a bloody fight. Considering the gap in their cultivation and the timing of their movements, the likely winner will be. This thought had just sprung up in Tao Kaiyan's mind. Suddenly, from a distant direction outside the house, a loud noise erupted. It was also accompanied by Pan Hongyang's chilling voice, brimming with murderous fury. "Ha ha ha, Land Demon Lady, you ask me why I ambushed you. Weren't you planning to attack me tonight, and you still ask me why? You wanted my immortal valley and planned to snatch my 5 lustful peach blossoms banner. Come on, here it is for you." Boom, soon, these voices were drowned out by the loud sounds produced by the fighting. The noise from the fighting began abruptly and ended even quicker. Apart from the sounds of the fight, Tao Kaiyan also heard various sounds of evasion lights and forceful shots. Clearly, the internal strife between the two Foundation establishment stage demons would attract many onlookers inside the demon cave of the Iron Buddha Temple and might even draw some great demons. Not long after the fight ended, across a vast distance, Tao Kaiyan suddenly heard a verdict. This fault lies with Landkinger. Pan Hongyang has won, thus she will only be lightly punished as a warning. Remember this, do not let it happen again. Tonight, a life or death stage will be opened within the temple. Those with grievances can come forward and fight to the death. Any further private fights, do not blame us for being harsh. The rules are quite strict. Are these demons planning to stay in the Iron Buddha Temple permanently? Bam. As Tao Kaiyan was internally criticizing, suddenly the door burst open again and banged shut. Seeing Pan Hongyang, who appeared furious and was holding the body of a woman in front of the bed, Tao Kaiyan immediately knew that his little provocation had caused a Foundation establishment stage demon to lose her life. Although the corpse was horribly mangled, one could still vaguely recognize the once beautiful face and figure, which was none other than the evil female mage known as Jade-Faced Lady Landkinger. The perpetrator, Pan Hongyang, had clearly paid a significant price as well. Tao Kaiyan perceived an extremely unstable aura, and a sickly sweet scent of blood dispersed in the air. Additionally, her once adorable and cheerful appearance was ruined. It was covered with whip marks and the flesh was lacerated. It must have been the work of the great demon who made the verdict. Pan Hongyang was the victor and was not severely punished, but some method was used to destroy her face. It was unclear whether this disfigurement was temporary or permanent. However, at the moment, Pan Hongyang had no means to restore her once lovely face. If an ordinary mortal saw this scene, they would inevitably retch completely. Yet Tao Kaiyan showed no difference in expression after all. He had even seen the real mutated form of Pan Hongyang. This scene was merely child's play. Unexpectedly, this attitude deeply moved Pan Hongyang. She had assumed that once her appearance was destroyed, she would be despised and rejected by her lover. She had even prepared herself for that. But to her surprise, her lover looked at her with the same deep affection as before. Casually throwing down the body of Landkinger, Pan Hongyang, very agitated, climbed onto the red silk bed and undid the seal on Tao Kaiyan. At such a moment, Tao Kaiyan was not planning to cause trouble. Whatever reaction was needed, he left it up to the puppet to decide spontaneously. That is to say, even though he still controlled the body, he was essentially a spectator. Then Tao Kaiyan found himself staring at Pan Hongyang's ruined face, his hands trembling as if wanting to touch, yet fearing he might cause her pain. Pan Hongyang seemed to fully understand her lover's sentiment, her eyes brimming with tears. She squeezed out a bitter smile and casually explained, "It's nothing, just a mark left by a magical treasure. It will dissipate in 3 days." After she spoke, due to the previous conversation, they both fell into silence again. Especially Tao Kaiyan, who involuntarily turned his head away, seeming somewhat uncomfortable, unwilling to continue communicating with Pan Hongyang, nor willing to soften and speak sweet words. This scene, watching it, made Tao Kaiyan somewhat heartbroken. He faintly understood why this master and disciple had developed such a perverse affection. Evidently, this was their usual way of interacting. Fortunately, before long, Tao Kaiyan felt the timing was nearly right. Taking control of the puppet body, he pointed at the corpse of Landkinger in the room, sending a conciliatory signal. "Jade-Faced Lady was after all a Foundation establishment female cultivator. You killed her, but did not forget to also snatch her belongings, right? Or were they taken by the great demon who made the verdict?" With the topic at hand, communication became possible. While Pan Hongyang succeeded in her attack on Landkinger, she also sustained some injuries and seemed unable to suppress her obsession, which had turned into a heart demon. Seeing her beloved willing to reconcile and not seek death any longer, Pan Hongyang immediately showed a smile and then took out a black jade bracelet with numerous talisman engravings from her bosom. She handed it directly to Tao Kaiyan, while disdainfully saying, "Land demon lady, a loose cultivator without any significant foundation, what rare and valuable treasures could she possibly have on her? Nothing but a heap of useless junk, so poor it Clinks the Elder inspected it and didn't fancy it at all, so he returned it to me. Fair, if you want these books and alien items, they're all yours, but you'll need to return the bracelet to me later." Carries the scent of Land Demon Lady, better to destroy it. Tao Kaiyan clearly discerned the possessiveness hidden in Pan Hongyang's words. Thus, while nodding in agreement, he curiously sent his spirit into the jade bracelet. This was a storage treasure bag of a great demon at the Foundation establishment stage, not slain by Tao Kaiyan's hand, but manipulated by his schemes. However, his current form was utterly impoverished and his cultivation realm was low, so there really wasn't much to criticize. The world is becoming increasingly dangerous and terrifying, and now I'm also a loose cultivator, one as poor as can be. If there's an opportunity to acquire books of techniques, divine power, or extraordinary treasures, I must seize it. They say fortune comes with risks, yet little did I expect that by borrowing this body of Sidu Fei and infiltrating the demon cave, I would have my first gains so swiftly. These thoughts flashed by. Tao Kaien's divine thought had already entered the storage space inside the jade bracelet, almost as large as a great room. He briefly inspected it and found that Pan Hongyang had already cleaned out everything that carried Lan Kinger's scent, such as clothing and jewelry. Tao Kaien didn't mind his attention was immediately captivated by the items in front of him, all exuding an extraordinary aura. This stroke of luck, a direct path to wealth. The puppet body maintained a normal expression. Meanwhile, far away in Seeking Immortal County, inside Chengyu bookstore, his original body's mouth corners were uncontrollably curling up. Tao Kaien didn't care about the origins of this black jade bracelet. All he knew was that he had now acquired the possessions of a great demon at the Foundation establishment stage, and with this, he had struck it rich. Tao Kaien struggled to withdraw his divine thought from those alien items, then focused directly on a jade table at the center. On it rested various books of different thicknesses, cultivation techniques. Whether it was his original body or the puppet body, both of their eyes lit up. Without any hesitation, Tao Kaien took out all 4 books from the table. He didn't even care that Pan Hongyang was right in front of him. He immediately began reading them with the puppet body's eyes. The first thick book, unsurprisingly, was called Jade Demon Scripture, clearly the basic method and lifebound scripture of Lan Kinger. Upon touching it, extraordinary perception emerged. Tao Kaien briefly scanned the Jade Demon Scripture, noting it specialized in the spirit aspect, suitable for sneak attacks and ambushes. Because of this, its power fell short compared to Pan Hongyang's Peach Blossom Enchanting Immortal Scripture. No wonder she looked down on it. Besides the Lifebound Scripture, the remaining 3 books were Power Demon Mountain Opening Technique, Secret Demon Refining God Skill, and Demon Eyeshadowing Technique. Tao Kaien skimmed the covers and titles, but hadn't yet delved into the insights triggered in his mind. However, the immortal in front of him, Pan Hongyang, thoughtfully provided an explanation ahead of time. Letting out a snort, she pointed at the Power Demon Mountain Opening Technique and explained, the Jade Demon Scripture, that Land Demon Lady practice contains many divine power techniques, all relying on Jade Demon Origin Chi. To mine Jade from underground and mountains and absorb the Origin Chi, she had to learn this Power Demon Mountain Opening Technique. Unfortunately, she's not a traditional demon cultivator from the major sects, but rather a loose cultivator who chanced upon some luck, lacking various methods to subdue demons. Thus, every time she summoned Power Demon, aside from food, she also had to offer her own body for the demon's enjoyment to quell its violent nature, willing only then to follow her commands. Pan Hongyang's description of the scene was all too vivid, so much so that Tao Kaien involuntarily conjured up related fantasies in his mind and had to shake his head to dispel those unclean images. After mocking the first book, Pan Hongyang then pointed to the second book. This time, however, the secrets she revealed stimulated excitement in Tao Kaien's original body far away in Seeking Immortal County. Speaking of this, secret demon refining God skill, its origins are not insignificant. This comes from the old demon sect, the Secret Demon Sect, a part of the formidable book, All Heaven's Secret Demon Scripture, belonging to the Volume of God, one of several dozens of refining God. This would be considered a rare and precious technique. Sadly, it's too fragmented, containing the methods of refining God but missing the crucial annotations to mitigate and reduce the cost. Someone practicing according to this technique would perish within days. Such fragmented books are quite common in the cultivation world, bearing significant reputation but actually useless, and any remotely experienced cultivator wouldn't practice it. Only naive young ones who believe in their exceptional talent would forcibly train in it, only to die horribly. Fair, don't be misled by the word secret demon. If you wish to refine your divine thought and mind, better to practice the methods from my Peach Blossom Enchanting Immortal Scripture. The effects are fairly decent. Pan Hongyang talked on, greatly disparaging the secret demon refining God skill, but at this moment, Tao Kaien's excitement only grew. P.S. It seems we're close to 1,000 monthly tickets. Fat Fish asks for one more update. Seeking Immortal County, Chengyu bookstore. Tao Kaien sat cross-legged on the compartment bed, his eyes sparkling with spirit light, barely concealing his excitement. Separated by the puppet body, Tao Kaien heard 2 pieces of delightful information from Pan Hongyang's explanation. First was about the numerous fragmented books in the cultivation world lacking details on reducing costs, which were not valued by others, and Tao Kaien, coincidentally, was not particularly concerned about those costs. Second, naturally, was about the secret demon refining God skill from the Secret Demon Sect, which in Tao Kaien's view was Fate had previously cultivated the sacrifice sword skill of the Secret Demon Sect, and now he stumbled upon a refining God skill, which was precisely what Tao Kaien most lacked at the moment. Although Tao Kaian had transformed the bow dragon driving Origin Chi into the Taoist spirit treasure Origin Chi, his sturdy physique forged by the bow dragon bloodline remained unchanged. Tearing apart tigers, leopards, or lower-ranked demons was not a problem at all. But that was worth mentioning. For the rest, godly and demonic attributes or other auxiliary magic skills and divine skills, Tao Kaian was completely lacking in all. After all, he was not only a loose cultivator, but also a newcomer to the cultivation world. Having nothing to rely on and lacking everything was normal. For this reason, Tao Kaian needed to seize the opportunity that presented itself. Distinguishing cultivators between Taoist, Buddhist, demon, and others mostly revolves around the basic method aside from sect-related factors. Although various schools typically prohibit cultivators from practicing methods from different sects, unless it's not the basic method and highly compatible with one's disposition, then sectoral prohibitions wouldn't be so strict. Hence, there often emerge great cultivators who practice both Taoist and Buddhist cultivation, or dual demon and Buddhist cultivation. Similarly, many great cultivators create their own cultivation techniques. Although the methods they refer to might not belong to their own sect, it's quite possible for a high Buddhist monk to develop a demon Tao technique. In any case, let's see if this refining God skill has any major problems. Can the costs be exempted? Even if the main body cannot practice it, if the costs are smaller, perhaps this puppet body could practice it. Tao Kaian desperately needed the refining God skill, but he was not too hasty or reckless. Still utilizing the puppet body for perception, the related information of the book immediately sorted itself into a wonderful format in Tao Kaian's mind. The name, Secret Demon Refining God Skill. Type, Alien Object. Record, this volume comes from the All Heaven's Secret Demon Scripture, a subsidiary volume for divine techniques, one of several dozen refining God techniques, also the most straightforwardly brutal and dangerous one. Back in the days when the secret demon sect clashed with Taoist and Buddhist sects, quite a few secret demon cultivators relied on this technique to refine their durable primordial spirits, brazenly withstanding attacks from such divine passage skills of both Taoist and Buddhist sects. One secret demon great cultivator had even directly embarked his primordial spirit out of his body and shattered the great reincarnation heavenly dragon Zen chanting demonic destruction array at Dharmakakra Temple, which claimed to obliterate all divine souls, showing the formidable power of this method. Sadly, this volume is severely incomplete. Only the refining God part remains, lacking the dissipation method, making cultivation surely lethal. Note 1. This technique uses outer realm demon to refine one's own primordial spirit, intending to entice the demon to descend, but first requires sacrificing one's own primordial spirit as bait, making this method extremely dangerous. Any minor mistake during cultivation immediately results in demon invasion, losing both spirit and soul. Note 2. Since this technique lacks the commentary to eliminate the costs, once it draws the demon to devour and refine, but without the power to remove the impure demon thoughts, the divine soul will surely mutate, becoming non-human within days and potentially violently expiring. Note 3. This method can coexist with other refining God techniques, and if successful, can even benefit most divine skills related to the divine soul. Note 4. Costs of demon invasion and impure demon thoughts can be exempted, but there is a limit if greed overwhelms and consumes too many demons in one go. Madness and mutation are inevitable. At this moment, Tao Kaian knew even without looking in the mirror that his face was displaying joy. For most cultivators or demonic entities, this secret demon refining God skill was profoundly flawed. Once practiced, death was certain. But for Tao Kaian, it wasn't so terrifying he could exempt the too severe costs. Even the restrictions of this technique weren't as stingy as the sacrifice sword skill, which once practiced, forbade cultivating a second type. If the timing weren't inappropriate, Tao Kaian would very much like to flip through the volume right now and see what the refining God technique looked like. At the same time, Tao Kaian also wanted to reflect a bit. There are far fewer demon sects in the cultivation world compared to the Taoist and Buddhist sects. I don't know if it's just a coincidence, but every demon sect seems exceedingly formidable. For example, this secret demon sect, according to the record, with the power of one sect, successively defied several major Taoist and Buddhist sects. Although it eventually perished, it could still be regarded as glorious in defeat. Tao Kaian reflected internally. Meanwhile, the puppet body continued listening to Pan Hongyang's explanations. To ease the tension between her and her lover, this immortal lady completely set aside her master's demeanor. At a glance, she appeared like a knowledgeable yet naively charming young woman, showing off her knowledge to her lover. If it weren't for the fierce scars on her face, the scene would be quite harmonious and beautiful. The refining God skill cannot be practiced, but the demon eye shadowing technique is something that Fayer could possibly cultivate. This technique can develop a pair of demon eyes. Once the divine power is released, it can detect all movements within several miles. With deeper cultivation, this range can even be expanded. Tonight, perhaps because Bodhisattva and other great demons are in the temple, the land demon lady didn't dare make a move, which is why she didn't use the demon eyes, allowing me to ambush and slay her. At this point, Pan Hongyang seemed to recall something. She reached out to take the jade bracelet from Tao Kaian's hand and casually touched him in the process. Afterward, he used his divine thought to extract an exotic treasure from the bracelet. It turned out to be a small, exquisitely fine jade flying knife, radiant green, and strikingly alluringly fashioned from the finest jade in this world. However, on the blade of the flying knife, there inexplicably ran a bloodline that made one feel uneasy upon sight. Pan Hongyang snapped her fingers, and the flying knife emitted a clear ring. Yet within that pleasing sound lingered an almost bursting aura of terrifying slaughter. Indeed, its power is still acceptable. This is the Jade Demon Killing Blade, a treasure of slaughter mentioned in the Jade Demon scripture. The land demon lady spent over a decade refining it. She boasted greatly, claiming that once this blade was complete, it could transform at will and slaughter all living beings with its mystical powers. Unfortunately, it still lacks that touch of cavernous mystery understanding and can only be considered among magic artifacts. However, among magic artifacts, this blade carries an extremely heavy aura of slaughter. I actually had my eye on this blade for a long time, intending to give it to you for self-defense, but I had never found a good excuse until now, and just in time. Fair, keep this blade well if in the future you encounter tough enemies, throw out this blade. Even skilled practitioners in the chi refining stage could accidentally meet their demise. During the conversation, Pan Hongyang directly stuffed the jade flying knife into Tao Kaian's hand. Her small, fair hands then grabbed Tao Kaian's, seemingly unwilling to let go. A pink peach blossom miasma spread, and the atmosphere instantly became ambiguous again. It seemed as if they were going to continue where they had left off before. Having received the cultivation manual, Tao Kaian was very happy. Having received those stacks of alien items, along with this jade demon killing blade, Tao Kaian was also very happy. But thinking of having to offer up his body, even if it was only the body of a puppet, Tao Kaian immediately felt not so happy. Deep inside, he furiously complained that filth blood pearl, though its effects are covert and not easily detected by great cultivators, the cost of shared sensations is too heavy. Although it has been weakened, it is not completely gone. If the puppet body is forced later to be harvested again, though my original body is unharmed, I will also be forced to endure all those sensations. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Tao Kaian let the puppet body move as it wished, prompting new actions. Tao Kaian's body shivered slightly, seemingly fearful of Pan Hongyang's physical contact. His originally affectionate face, after taking a deep breath, tightened with a hint of reluctance but still spoke firmly. "Master, it's not that I disdain your current disfigured appearance. I have already made a decision. From today forth, I will completely seal my energy pathways. Until the day I step into the chi refining stage, they shall not be opened again. Master, think about it. With my talent and abilities, why have I been stuck in the energy-introducing realm for so many years? If this continues, even my junior brothers and sisters will surpass me. How can I face being the senior disciple then? I admire you, Master, but please do not forget my cultivation matters. If Master really intends to hinder my Tao path, letting me waste away in this initial stage until my lifespan is exhausted and I perish, then it would be better for Master to kill me now." These harsh words immediately dispersed the romantic atmosphere. Pan Hongyang instantly took two sharp jabs. One was about her temporarily ruined appearance, and the other, a reminder of her beloved Sidhu Fei's incessant harvesting. If it were the usual cruel and decisive Nanjiao immortal, someone speaking to her in such a manner, even if it were her disciple, she would have immediately turned hostile and killed them. But Sidhu Fei was different. The heart demon of abnormal affection had merged into her soul through mutation, especially as she was also injured, which she could not restrain. Perhaps she had also realized that now, in front of her lover, she was acting just like a blindly infatuated girl from the mortal world. But realizing it was useless, she couldn't control herself. She had no choice but to withdraw her hands, reluctantly glancing at Tao Kaian's disheveled body, somewhat unwillingly saying, "All right, Master." Master agrees, so don't seek death anymore. The conversation left the atmosphere somewhat awkward again. Just at that moment, outside the house, throughout Iron Buddha Temple, suddenly rang the loud sound of gongs. Along with the sound of the gongs came those little demons and monsters responsible for conveying messages, hopping about the mountains. Passing by this courtyard was a pig demon covered in a yellowish miasma emitting foul smells, occasionally spouting excreta. This creature, entirely unclothed, was seen springing here from afar, flapping its large ears, its corpulent body stark naked. It opened its stinking mouth, tusks still hanging suspicious pieces of flesh, seemingly a leftover piece of scalp. In a muffled tone, it shouted to the area, "The banquet has begun. The banquet has begun. The lords have ordered. Whoever misses the feast will be turned into the feast itself." The buzzing iron Buddha temple seethed instantly due to those stench-ridden messaging demons and the continuous echoing chimes of the bell. Demon aura and demonic chi, along with some abnormally corrupting breaths that could sully one at a mere glance, twined together, soaring skyward. A demon cave, a true demon cave, would be no different. In a large room in the courtyard of the temple, a man and a woman got out of the bed and dressed themselves. Tao Kaiyan tidied his clothes in just a few moments and saw Pan Hongyang covering her destroyed face with a thin veil. It was as though he remembered something, or was making idle conversation. He asked casually, "Master, do you know what the grand matters those few old masters will announce later? We gather here at Iron Buddha Temple, and tonight we again ravage seeking immortal county. Could it be we intend to make enemies with those major sects and longevity heavenly dynasty? Master, you once cautioned me not to get involved in the chaotic world of demons and devils. Once their numbers grow too large, one might inexplicably be obliterated entirely. How is it?" Upon hearing Tao Kaiyan's question, Pan Hongyang hesitated, but then she heard the unceasing announcements of the banquet outside. Thinking that the answer would soon be known to all, there was no need to keep it veiled any longer, so she slightly parted her cherry lips and immediately explained, "In the past, I forbade you from participating in the chaos wrought by demons and oppressing mortals because there exists a terrifying forbidden technique called longevity barrier in this world, a ban that is everywhere, seemingly enveloping the entire longevity heavenly dynasty's territory. Once too many demons enter the mortal world, the barrier would activate and eradicate all those demons. This rule has persisted for a good 2,000 years. When I stealthily captured mortal women suitable for their birthdays to refine the 5 lustful peach blossoms banner, I was always worried about being obliterated, but thankfully I never mixed with those demons, and therefore never triggered that fearsome forbidden technique. However, when the bodhisattvas and masters summoned us here, they said that this rule was going to change. That grand matter they refer to is this. If nothing unexpected happens during tonight's feast, the bodhisattva will fully disclose this matter and issue a wide call to summon more demons, evil cultivators, and alien species. Fair, you should know, including myself, your master, we don't count for much in the cultivation world. For a massive secret like this, we are surely the last to know. It's likely that top cultivators from Taoist, Buddhist, and demon circles knew the secret in advance. Behind them must be countless schemes and arrangements. In this world, there isn't just Southern Yue province. The longevity heavenly dynasty's territory is vast, holding 6 or 7 dozen provinces similar to Southern Yue. Affairs like the ravage of seeking immortal county that you will execute tonight are probably already happening in succession. This is the great era, the true era of great conflict. In the past, I hindered your cultivation, but fair, don't rush. Now that the mortal world has been completely open to us, our cultivators' chances will greatly increase everywhere there is fodder. Soon, I will help you enter the chi refining realm and spend some time making a 5 lustful peach blossoms banner for you." As she spoke, Pan Hongyang began to express her affection in a tender and watery manner. She directly took Tao Kaiyan's hand, and the master and disciple walked out like a couple of immortals. Tao Kaiyan ought to have resisted, but he did not. The reason? Naturally, it was the sudden revelation of this great secret. Both his puppet body and his real body were immediately stunned, especially the true body in Chengyu bookstore in Seeking Immortal County. His eyes widened in shock. The longevity barrier, a ban that covers the world. Demons can now enter the world on a large scale. Several keywords caused a surge of thoughts in Tao Kaiyan's mind. The doubts he had since his rebirth seemed to find answers now, and his mind involuntarily filled with many speculations. And this news that evil cultivators, demons, and alien species could enter the world in large numbers made Tao Kaiyan's feelings even more urgent. This world is too dark. The mortal world was already pitiful with that barrier in place, being oppressed by the feudal dynasty to the point of breathlessness, with rebel armies of destitute refugees everywhere. And now, with that barrier gone, these demons will be joining in. Do mortals still have a way to survive? And me, given the current situation, the cultivation of this world seems to be different from what I imagined. So do I still cultivate to become an immortal? At this thought, Tao Kaiyan shook his head, and the answer immediately became clear. Cultivate. Of course, he had to cultivate for a way to live, for the possibility of attaining longevity, transcending this world. If he did not cultivate, that would truly be the path to death. Muttering to himself at heart, Tao Kaiyan then expelled all distracting thoughts and refocused his spirit back to his puppet body. Following Pan Hongyang out of the room in the courtyard, they immediately encountered his 7 disciples. Master, Big Brother, Senior Disciple. The 6 men and 1 woman all greeted with respect, and regarding the unusually intimate demeanor between their master and their big brother senior disciple, all 7 of them seemed voluntarily blind, turning a blind eye. Despite this, there was an unexpected occurrence. It was the little sister disciple, draped only in a thin layer of purple gauze, arguably wanting to curry favor upon learning of the big brother senior disciple's incomparable status from her senior brothers. Her greeting did not show a seducing air, but she subconsciously used a whining voice. If only Tao Kaiyan were present, this would have presented no issue. Alas, Pan Hongyang was also present, and she was in no state to fully suppress her monstrous obsession with her lover. Her possessiveness over her lover had long since reached a frenzied state, tolerating not even the slightest hint of interest from others, even if it was just some insignificant trace. Thus, the moment that coquettish voice came out, it was immediately followed by a fierce shout, "You little whore, what do you think you're doing? Are you looking for death?" Beneath Pan Hongyang's veil, her expression was ferocious. As she shouted, her fair palm shot out vehemently, along with the surging pink peach blossom miasma, and struck directly atop the girl's head in the purple gauze. With a crack, the girl didn't even have time to wail or struggle before her head was smashed into her chest cavity, and with a thud, she fell to the ground, dead in an instant. Still not satisfied, Pan Hongyang then raised her hand to summon a large swarm of pink moths. They densely covered the girl's corpse, sucking hungrily like on nectar, voraciously draining every bit of moisture and essence blood from the tender body. In the blink of an eye, there appeared a piece of dried meat on the ground. The slightest breeze came and it shattered instantly, turning into a flurrying powder. The 6 individuals nearby immediately knelt down thumpingly, facing Tao Kaiyan, and kowtowed frantically, begging the eldest apprentice brother to spare their lives. Clearly, although they did not know what their master was insane about, they understood who to truly plead to for help. Just then, Tao Kaiyan's divine soul returned, taking over the puppet body. Regarding the death of the girl in purple gauze, Tao Kaiyan didn't feel any pity, according to the original host's memories. That girl surnamed Yi was a viperous beauty, ruthlessly hearted and skilled in manipulating people's emotions, her hands stained with the blood of many innocents. She was a new disciple collected by Pan Hongyang while traveling, admired for her ruthless nature and beautiful body, and often toyed with and trained by her. The fact that she had just met such an end at the hands of Pan Hongyang could be seen as destiny. As for the 6 distinctive young men on the ground, the original host's memory only contained images of them competing for favor and striving to seduce the master. Their wicked deeds were few, merely 6 of Pan Hongyang's favored male courtesans. "Let's go, the feast has started." Tao Kaiyan didn't respond to the 6 individuals, but simply patted Pan Hongyang's hand, and the master-disciple pair left the courtyard and headed towards the temple. On the way, Tao Kaiyan looped arms with Pan Hongyang, encountering numerous demon cultivators, flooding the area just as they had covered Tengsh Mountain the previous day. There had been many righteous or neutral cultivators, but here, the air was thick with the stench of bloodthirsty, horrific demon cultivators. In a daze, Tao Kaiyan suddenly recalled descriptions from supernatural novels he had read in a past life. It was truly more demonic than a demon cave. Listening to the tumultuous noise and sniffing the strange odor born from the mix of countless different scents, as they approached the main hall up ahead, Tao Kaiyan suddenly pulled Pan Hongyang to a stop. Just moments before, Tao Kaiyan had learned from the chattering of the filthy pig demons. The beautiful corpse Bodhisattva and other great demons had leveraged their influence ever since the edict was issued. Demons, evil cultivators, and alien species rushed from all sides. Thus, tonight's banquet was exceedingly grand and lively. It was also quite normal that there was a clear divide in hierarchy. At the center of the banquet, of course, was Iron Buddha Temple's main hall. Then came the side halls. Afterwards, according to the strength of one's cultivation, they were seated outwards. If one was a lowly evil cultivator or a powerless little demon, they might even be banished to the middle of the mountain. Nanjiao Immortal Pan Hongyang, being a Foundation Establishment stage evil cultivator who had recently killed a fellow cultivator of the same rank, the jade-faced Lady Lan Kinger, though punished, had somewhat gained notoriety. Thus, she had obtained a secondary seat at the back of the main hall. As Pan Hongyang's first disciple, Tao Kaiyan, if shameless, could also blend into the main hall, sitting with the beautiful corpse Bodhisattva and a multitude of powerful demon cultivators. If it were the original host, perhaps he would have tried to sneak in. But Tao Kaiyan, he pulled Pan Hongyang close, whispering into her ear with such intimacy that immediately made Pan Hongyang blush, showing a girlish demeanor in front of the crowd. But the next words from her lover's mouth made her feel reluctant to part. Tao Kaiyan started speaking, making sound and logical arguments. "Master, you've slain Land Demon Lady, establishing some renown in this temple. Now it's the perfect opportunity to curry favor with those prestigious gentlemen. If someone of my lowly cultivation were to enter, I would undoubtedly hinder your reputation, subjected to condescension by those jealous-hearted evil cultivators and demons. Moreover, I already witnessed the Bodhisattva's formidable presences tonight. Their aura is truly not something a minor energy-introducing realm cultivator like me could endure up close. If I really were to mingle in, I'd be on edge and anxious, unable to enjoy the food or drink. The feast will last at most a few hours. We can stand to be apart that long. After Tao Qian made his speech, Pan Hongyang couldn't help but be taken aback. Beneath her veil, her face was filled with reluctance, wanting to say something. But as she opened her mouth, she realized the impeccable logic of his words, leaving no ground for argument. Especially those first few sentences, each one was considered of her as the master. It was her own fault that her lover had such low cultivation and couldn't ascend to the high hall. Thus, after hearing this, Pan Hongyang felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. After a moment she said, "Fair, rest assured, Hongyang will not covet your body until you break into the Qi refining realm. The foundation of this peach blossom immortal valley will be yours in the future, and even I Hongyang belong to you." With that, Pan Hongyang beckoned over a somewhat cleaner-looking pig demon. She ordered it to arrange a decent place for Tao Qian in one of the side halls, but not to prepare a maid. Afterward, the extremely vicious Nanjiao immortal, though quite off-kilter, looked back at her lover 3 steps at a time, following the welcoming demons into the once majestic, now blood-churning Great Hall. "Taoist, follow this old pig, the immortal has commanded it. We must find you the most suitable seat." The one who spoke, nearly nauseating Tao Qian with his breath, was a slightly cleaner pig demon, yet similarly unclothed, stark naked without a shred of shame. A greasy fat face was turned towards Tao Qian, a flattering smile on display, ears like winnowing fans, flapping from time to time, shooing flies drawn to the sweat and dirt on its body, and a curled tail sweeping under its buttocks, faintly visible. Tao Qian was somewhat curious whether this creature had been a demon that gained spiritual wisdom, or a human mutated into a pig demon. If one wanted to know the answer, it was indeed just a matter of reaching out with extraordinary perception. However, upon reflection, he decided to let it be. The least uncommon things in this place were such lower-ranking demons and alien creatures, not worth the bother to investigate. It wasn't long before Tao Qian was led by the pig demon into a side hall. As soon as he stepped inside, a complex array of smells hit him like a tide. The aroma of food and drink, the stench of demons, the odd scent of aliens, and a variety of smells whose origins he couldn't even begin to identify. All mixed together, strangely alluring, making one want to plunge in and join upon a single whiff. Like the pig demon up ahead, once inside the hall, it greedily eyed the food and the female demons, swallowing saliva and saying, "Marvelous, absolutely marvelous." When could we have ever enjoyed such a scene before? A large gathering in the human world might have seen us disappear without reason. The king is right, our world has finally come. The pig demon sighed, not forgetting its duty. Having brought Tao Qian into the hall, it seated him at the middle lower part of a row of tables. The table was already set with various dubious meat dishes, fragrant wines and liquors, some fruits, and some food emanating an abnormal aura. Simultaneously, 2 half-human, half-fox demons, wearing only chest wraps and exuding an air of seduction, crouched on either side of the tables. Seeing this, the pig demon's eyes immediately gleamed with lust, and it sidestepped to reveal Tao Qian standing behind it. Then it addressed the demon cultivators already seated at the other tables, esteemed predecessors and masters. This one is a favorite disciple of Nanjiao Immortal. Having said this, the pig demon then turned back to Tao Qian. "Taoist, please sit here. To have table maidens at your service, one must at least be a Qi refining realm demon cultivator. But for a Taoist like you, reaching Qi refinement is merely a matter of a couple of days, so this seat is just right. As for these 2 sly foxes, I'm truly sorry, but the immortal has given orders that cannot be disobeyed, so this old pig will take them away first." With that, the creature actually took one fox demon by the hand and quickly left with a thudding of its feet, as if afraid that Tao Qian would insist on keeping the 2 fox girls. Seeing this, Tao Qian felt somewhat suffocated as Mr. Tao. He was a person of integrity. Would he be the type to care about whether or not he had fox girl attendants? No maidens, then so be it. Tao Qian's trip was about expanding his horizons, as well as unveiling the hidden agenda. He leisurely took his seat, all the while surveying the entire side hall. After all, this had once been a grand temple rich with incense, its beams and rafters finely carved, solemn and stately. However, the beams and red pillars were now smeared with all manners of filth and blood. Clearly, after slaughtering the temple, the demons had also deliberately defiled and vented their rage. The statuary of bodhisattvas and arhats was likewise damaged, some even soaking in feces and urine. Apart from the dozen or so tables in the center, the rest of the space was taken up by demons and evil cultivators, sitting on the ground, gathered in groups, either eating and drinking, copulating, or engaging in mundane games of chance. The most eye-catching were naturally the demon and evil cultivators before Tao Qian, with Qi refinement realm achievements. With a cursory glance and judging by the strength of their energy, Tao Qian quickly identified the 4 most powerful figures. They were an evil ghost with green face and tusks, armored and alien with wrinkled old skin, seemingly with an endlessly extendable neck, a wretched figure in tattered clothes, hair covering its face, holding a rotten fish half the height of a person, and a female cultivator with painted horns on her head, scantily clad, with bells tied around her breasts. Including these four, the group of Chi refinement realm beings initially showed discontent at the inclusion of an energy-introducing realm cultivator like Tao Kayan. However, upon hearing the name Nanjiao Immortal, they swallowed the insults that had almost reached their lips. Clearly, the recent forceful assassination of Foundation Establishment Realm Evil Cultivator, Lan Kinger by Pan Hongyang, had earned significant renown. Tao Kayan's lips curled slightly, enduring the oppressively potent air filled with corrupting and mutating fumes, and took his seat directly. After settling down, suppressing discomfort, he ignored the large porcelain dish in front of him, filled with the utterly fresh, uncooked hearts and livers. Instead, he looked at another basin giving off a bizarre aura, holding fat white worms as thick as a baby's arm, jelly-like undefined objects, ugly wailing little people pinned to the basin with knives, still alive, and a pile of distinct, fragrant black beads. Such exotic items were only found on the tables, whereas the demon and evil cultivators eating on the floor only had cooked meat soups and chunks. Tao Kayan reached out a finger to touch one of the small people, and immediately a realization emerged in his mind. Record name, Vine Ghost. Record type, alien species. Record description, in the deep wilderness, whitish strange vines occasionally strangle travelers to death, absorbing their flesh and blood. Upon slicing open the vine, one might find one or several tiny noodle-like people inside, thumb-sized, that incessantly wail and curse at the sight of fresh humans. They can be consumed, tasting spicy and making every food taste sweet like honey for 3 days afterwards, with no other uses. With this intel, Tao Kayan felt no desire to eat. Just then, a cultivator below him leaned over an elder that made Tao Kayan extremely uncomfortable. His clothes were extremely tattered, revealing purple-black skin beneath, oozing pus-filled sores that burst with movement and even spewed forth black maggots. His face, however, looked much like that of a common elderly mortal, except for his eyes, which shone with a ghostly, blood-red light. Seeing that Tao Kayan had no appetite, he pointed with his withered, blood-clotted fingers at a few dishes in front of Tao Kayan and croaked, "Younger brother, not much of an appetite tonight. If you don't mind, why not share some with me?" The flesh and organs in these plates belonged to the fat and satisfied pilgrims, not to be compared with the stinking monks who practice Golden Buddha, power truly more tender and fresh than any other. And these vine ghosts, meat worms, treasure frees, human-faced spider sand, such delectable and miraculously effective items. If you aren't eating, then let me have it. As this evil cultivator, clearly fallen onto the demon path, spoke, his ghoulish hands involuntarily reached out. Just as Tao Kayan was considering whether to chop off the old creature's claws, suddenly, the welcome chant of 2 pig demons came from the outer chamber. In the next breath, the entire side hall trembled from the sound. Then an unexpected sight occurred, as the guests invited in by the pig demons turned out to be a monk. Of course, this was a devil monk. As soon as he stepped into the hall, a surge of blood-red demonic chi visibly stormed in, causing all the demons and evil cultivators to turn and stare. This devil monk appeared as a rosy-lipped, white-teethed youth, dressed in ornate yet comfortable monk robes, clearly made of luxurious fabric from the mortal world. His half-exposed chest had a necklace of suspicious bones strung together as Buddha beads. But what truly horrified everyone was not him, but his mount. It was none other than an elephant demon, its thick legs stomping on the ground. Its muscular arms wielded a pair of bronze giant hammers, and as it nearly dragged its trunk across the ground, whipping it back and forth, the whistling wind roared. Its menacing tusks were like a pair of long spears capable of completely shattering the side hall, and its face still retained some human traces, oddly enough. In its eyes that glowed green, there was a recurring look of struggle. The old ghost beside Tao Kayan seemed intent on showing off his knowledge, or perhaps because he wanted to scrounge some food from Tao Kayan. He saw the shock and confusion on Tao Kayan's face, head with a smile, revealing a mouthful of stinking black teeth, and then his lips moved subtly, sending several messages directly into Tao Kayan's ears. The secrets contained within made Tao Kayan's real body all the way back in seeking immortal county skip a heartbeat. Hey, younger brother, don't be intimidated by this devil monk. Despite the surging demonic chi on his body, his combat power may all be inferior to that elephant demon he rides. Yet this monk is indeed a lucky and ruthless fellow. It's said that most of the Bai Chin scripture that caused so much trouble back then was destroyed by the Great Freedom Temple. Who knows where he found the elephant game and actually chose the right person to tempt with the promise of longevity. He probably intentionally provided them with spirit elephant blood for cultivation, waiting until they achieved something before inducing them to break their vows. and thus a mighty and effortlessly controllable elephant demon was born. Tough as this monk may be, he's still not as fierce as Bai Qin from back in the day. Tao Qian himself had not expected it either. In this hall swarming with demon cultivators and evil cultivators, he would inadvertently hear such shocking secrets about the Bai Qin play fragment once more, and so astonishingly, based on what the old ghost said and compared with what he had learned not long ago in Teng Square, Tao Qian's mind almost immediately conjured up a terrifying speculation. So was the Bai Qin scripture created as part of a conspiracy from the very beginning? Given that this devil monk can use elephant game to create a powerful elephant demon for himself, could it be that the calamity that left Chu County nearly deserted, the chaos of Bai Qin, happened because of the same thing? Someone deliberately spread the Bai Qin scripture and secretly provided the cultivators of this scripture with various bird bloods. When the time was right, encouraged these cultivators to break their vow. Without much effort, a vast number of powerful and controllable demons could be obtained. In the end, it was the Great Freedom Temple that sent powerful forces to resolve it. All the demons became Dharma-protecting beasts, and the ultimate beneficiary was indeed the Great Freedom Temple. By normal logic, the mastermind behind the scenes would likely be. Tao Qian was inclined to suspect the Great Freedom Temple as the mastermind, yet he could only make such conjectures based on logic, as there still wasn't enough evidence. For instance, the most crucial individual, Bai Qin Elder, was still yet to be definitively linked to the Great Freedom Temple. Nonetheless, this prompted Tao Qian to resolve to hold on to that Bai Qin play fragment for the time being and not to practice it. Although he need not worry about breaking a vow and transforming into a demon, this fragmented book apparently involved no small conspiracy and implicated the Great Freedom Temple furthermore. Once he practiced it and revealed any trace of it, what should be done if the mastermind paid attention to him? Now that he had this puppet body and was taking advantage of it, having just infiltrated and gained the secret demon refining God skill and a great many benefits, he did not need to be anxious about practicing the fragment. As he pondered, a new sentiment arose in Tao Qian's heart. This ghost world makes for dangerous cultivation. The so-called righteous path doesn't seem very righteous, and the evil demons are even more horrific and bizarre than one could imagine. Tao Qian sighed, while the other devilish evil cultivators and alien species were all feeling discontent. The devil monk who rode in on an elephant demon was extremely flashy and instantly stole the spotlight from everyone. However, in the cultivation world, it has always been that the strong are revered. The devil monk, with a beautiful shell of a body, looked down from above with a smile that wasn't quite a smile. The arrogance on his body was fully displayed. Yet his cultivation couldn't be faked, as he was directly led by the greeting pig demon to the seat of honor, next to that mysterious demon with black hair covering his face, holding a rotten fish in his arms. Just as all the demons and evil cultivators were casting their gaze upon the monk, suddenly, accompanied by a clang of ding-ding-dong-dong, many abnormal auras mixed together and were conveyed over. Everyone, including Tao Qian, turned to look at the second guest being welcomed into the hall. As soon as their gaze met the person, they were unable to look away. It was also a youth. Compared to the devil monk with rosy lips and white teeth, this new arrival was much uglier. He was fairly pale, but his body was a bit short, with messy emerald green hair, small eyes that shrunk into slits when he smiled, and a sausage mouth that made him look simple and naive, yet comically ridiculous. What truly captivated everyone's attention was the treasure aura emitting from the youth. The emerald green Taoist robe on his body, the accessories on his ears, the bracelets on his hands, the chains on his feet, the jade pendant hanging from his waist, the golden ring floating behind his head, each one emitted a strong aura of alien nature, and any demon or evil cultivator with a slight discernment could recognize them. These weren't simply alien objects, each one could be considered a magical treasure. At the very least, they were all magic artifacts, not merely items with abnormal traits. For a moment, all the demon evil cultivators looked at each other, uncertain of what to do. If this green-haired youth had encountered demons in the outside world in this manner, a mass attack to kill and rob would probably have erupted by now. The actions of this green-haired youth were akin to a child, with golden ingots in his grasp, passing through a bustling market. Even in this temple where private fights were forbidden, there were some demons and evil cultivators who could hardly contain their nature and were itching to move. Murder, robbery, these thoughts lingered in the minds of the demon magicians with green light in their eyes. Until the next moment, the greeting pig demon led the youth to the seat of honor above Tao Qian. The other demons in the hall showed both an inevitable and disappointed look, knowing that even if this green-haired youth was a prey, he likely belonged to those chi-refining realm demons and evil cultivators. They, the insignificant ones, couldn't touch him. As soon as the green-haired youth took his seat, whether it was Tao Kayan, the devil monk, or the old ghost, everyone in attendance couldn't help sniffing, and they all smelled a strong scent that was like the smell of fresh grass but also somewhat stinky. While everyone was guessing about the youth's origin based on this scent, unexpectedly, he volunteered the information himself. The youth, with a worldly air, cupped his hands towards the others and cheerfully said, "Fellow Taoists, my name is Shanju. I was originally a wild leek on Wild Man Mountain. One night, countless glimmers of light traversed the sky, and all things on the mountain grew wildly, with birds, beasts, plants, and trees merging, yin and yang changing, and life ceaselessly evolving. I too was thus enlightened and entered the Tao." After exposing his background, the youth with the small eyes eagerly awaited the others' self-introductions. However, apart from Tao Kayan the greenhorn who wasn't cunning, why would they reveal their origins for no reason? Thus, in the expectant eyes of the green-haired youth, all he saw were faces with forced smiles and a series of hee-hee laughter. However, after the perfunctory responses, this group of demons and evil cultivators began eagerly making conversation again. They all knew this wild leek demon had no cunning or craftiness about him, not even bothering to hide his nature, as he directly inquired about the origins of his various magic artifacts. The youth didn't know whether he was genuinely naive or pretending to be. Seeing everyone's curiosity, he happily pointed to each magical treasure on his body and introduced them one by one. Tao Kayan listened for a while and summarized a pattern. This guy seemed to have good luck, with all his magical treasures falling into his hands through various coincidences. After showing off in this manner, the green-haired youth suddenly looked troubled and puzzled, and said to the demon cultivators, "Fellow Taoists, Shenju is just a wild demon. Many common knowledge secrets of the cultivation world are not known to me. I came here after hearing that the Iron Buddha Temple was summoning a powerful being, hoping to broaden my horizons. If you do not disdain Shanju, please enlighten me." As soon as he finished speaking, more than a dozen demons and evil cultivators behind the desk were about to speak. However, the one who took the lead was a female cultivator with 2 horns on her head and almost no cloth on her body. Her voice was a bit hoarse, but it was itchingly pleasant to the ear, and when looking at her almost perfect body, desire immediately surged. With the jingling of bells and a captivating sound, the female cultivator suddenly appeared next to the green-haired youth, snuggled up to him and said, "Little brother Shanju, sister won't disdain you." In fact, the common knowledge in the cultivation world is just a few points, such as the 9 cultivation realms, starting with energy introduction, then chi refinement, foundation establishment, transcending mortality, cavernous mystery, ultimate happiness. As for magical treasures, that's even simpler. The lowest level are those, mutated items due to various causes, with varying powers in the largest quantity, referred to as abnormal devices. Then there are magic artifacts, refined to possess different powers and functions. Above magic artifacts are mystical artifacts, which can change at will and have attained profound true meanings. Each mystical artifact has extremely strong power, and for us cultivators, having one would be enough to rely on as a protecting Tao instrument, truly invaluable. As for treasures above mystical artifacts, they are not something we can covet or comment on. The female cultivator led the topic to magical treasures, obviously with a purpose. While speaking, she deftly extended 2 fingers and took down the golden ring floating behind the green-haired youth's head. Then in a soft, pleading tone, she said, "Little brother Shanju, sister was born with a frail body, and my cultivation is also very average. I really need a magic artifact to protect myself. I see this ring of yours is all shiny and pretty. How about gifting it to sister? You won't be treated unfairly. The cultivation technique sister practices is top-notch in the yin-yang Tao. You don't even need to make any effort. Sister has ways to let you enjoy ultimate happiness." As they spoke, the female cultivator's soft, fragrant body was almost rolling into the arms of the boy, occasionally breathing hot breaths into his ears. Seeing this, Tao Kayan did not doubt that if the boy was willing, the two could instantly put on an unseemly display right there and then. Yet who could have imagined that in the next moment, the boy with the green hair suddenly showed a puzzled look, and with eyes as innocent as a child's, asked, "Big sister, what is the yin-yang Tao?" "Shanju is a wild leek entering the Tao, without gender, and I am still a child, not very understanding. As for this golden ring, if sister wants it, just take it. I picked it up from a barren valley. It was so scary inside, the ground strewn with skins of devil beasts and spirit monsters. I don't know which picky creature did it, only eating the meat but not the skin in our Wild Man Mountain that would be called wasteful by everyone. However, this ring is very wild. I also don't know if sister can subdue it." As he spoke, the boy reached out and wiped the golden circular ring. In an instant, the gold faded, and an extremely dazzling bloodlight surged forth. Following that was the female cultivator's scream as her pale, tender hand came into contact with the ring. In a flash, her arm was drained dry, leaving only shriveled skin and brittle bones that would fall apart upon touch. With a snap, the boy who was still buzzing with excitement retrieved the ring, patted it, and said with a troubled face, as expected, "This ring is too wild, even Big Sister can't handle it. What's called a blood-sucking ring, I think it should be called naughty ring deserves a spanking." Having said that, the boy seemed dissatisfied and patted the bloody ring a few more times. This scene looked like a child causing a ruckus, but at the scene, everyone had gone silent without anyone noticing. Originally, the looks those evil cultivators gave the boy with green hair were covetous and mocking. Yet now, no one dared to look at him that way, including the devil monk who had arrived riding on an elephant demon. At this moment, even his gaze towards the comically green-haired boy carried a sense of gravity. What kind of wild leak in the mountains? This was surely a cunning, youthful demon pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger, wasn't it? Even the sole victim, the female cultivator who tried to steal the golden ring, did not immediately retaliate for revenge. She almost flashed to distance herself from the boy, and with her movement, the sound of bells resounded throughout the hall. Good, very good. I, May Zioner, did not expect to be blinded today by the chick I tried to prey on. Your skills are formidable, I concede defeat. As she spoke, this female cultivator named May Zioner had already returned to her seat and took out an elixir from her bosom to swallow. As the blood light surged, accompanied by a soft grunting, the female cultivator's severed hand regrew. Everyone in the hall, including the demon cultivators, thought this back and forth scuffle had ended. The female cultivator was at a disadvantage. The green-haired boy should be showing his true colors with pride, but that didn't happen. Stared down with fear and gravity by the crowd, and reproached by the female cultivator who had just been affectionately calling him Big Sister, the green-haired boy looked full of grievance, holding the blood-colored, spooky ring, mouth agape, on the verge of tears, as if he wanted to explain something but didn't know what to say. All he could do was bow his head in frustration, muttering, "Here it comes again. Shanju is really a good kid, I didn't mean to do it." Tao Kayan, Old Ghost, and the others nearby, upon hearing the green-haired boy's mutters, all were speechless. Just as the atmosphere in the hall had grown somewhat silent due to this small incident, suddenly, Tao Kayan's expression changed slightly. He felt an intense thrill that then turned from virtual to real. From within the main hall, there emanated an extremely terrifying voice, covering the entire Iron Buddha Mountain and even a vast surrounding area, both sacred and alluring. "The guests have all arrived, let the banquet begin." Boom, boom, boom. Following the voice, the roofs of all the halls filled with demons, cultivators, and alien species were torn apart by a mighty power. After a whole night of turmoil, the hours passed by, and it was now dawn, with daylight about to break. Although the demons did not all fear the sunlight, and most were not afraid, they all preferred the night over the day. At this very moment, before the evil cultivators could voice their displeasure, suddenly, from within the main hall, over 100 streams of black and red demon energy and demon light shot straight into the sky, directly hitting the heavens and obscuring the morning sunlight that was just about to shine down. The darkness, which all the evil cultivators found comfortable, once again enveloped the Iron Buddha Temple and the surrounding area for miles. Even the living beings and plants in this area began to wither and fade. A whiff of gas that could mutate and drive people mad began to spread. From the top of the Iron Buddha Mountain, the powerful voice of the beautiful corpse Bodhisattva came again. "This is the 100-demon embryo blood refining array. With this array in place, external forces will struggle to enter, and evils will not leak out. It is perfect for us to confront Forbidden Immortal Hall and various sects in the coming days. Guests, do not panic. I have summoned you here for a major matter, and I have a tremendous opportunity for all of you. From today on, the rule that we cannot invade the mortal world on a large scale will be completely abolished." Boom. Tao Kayan had foreknowledge of this secret, and the other rootless demons, loose cultivators, and alien species were hearing this astonishing news for the first time. So in an instant, the entire Iron Buddha Mountain boiled with excitement. Iron Buddha Temple, in a side hall. Tao Kayan's ears were nearly deafened as he truly witnessed what a dance of demons looked like. In this roofless side hall, including over a dozen Chi refining realm evil cultivators and demons behind the desks, all exhibited excited expressions. Those of higher cultivation managed to maintain some composure, while the lesser demons fully revealed their true natures. Tearing their already minimal clothing, they ran around naked, heedlessly starting to roar and dance, clutching wine jars to guzzle, or simply relieving themselves on the spot, or even gathering in groups of 3s or 7s to engage in primitive exchanges of bodily fluids to vent their excitement. It was truly disgusting and bizarre, a vision most fitting for a demon cave. Some old demons and evil cultivators, with saliva flying wildly, excitedly shared with each other, "Finally, are those terrible rules finally gone? The Bodhisattva masters, to gain our trust, first gathered to slaughter at Iron Buddha Temple and then held this banquet. It's been so long if that terrifying forbidden technique were still in effect, we wouldn't be alive, and probably this entire Iron Buddha temple would have been erased by that nameless great power. Ha ha ha. This is wonderful, truly wonderful. After entering the Tao, I even took my family of little ones to cultivate together. They've tasted human flesh once and never forgot, but I dared not take them down the mountain. But now the rules have changed. We can feast every day. The mortal human world is the most fun. We can completely descend the mountain and occupy a city to proclaim ourselves kings and ancestors. Think back to the ancient barbaric times. We demons and alien species were the true sovereigns of this world, not those mere two-legged sheep. Tao Kaian coldly observed the chaotic and mad scene before him. For these demons, it wasn't surprising, as everyone knew this pretty boy was the favored main disciple of the Nanjiao immortal, probably forewarned, and thus unfazed by the chaos. More than one piece of good news had arrived, hence the ruckus among the demons and evil cultivators in the hall wasn't brief. To sum it up, that terrifying forbidden technique had vanished, and the terrifying longevity barrier along with it. Whether demons, monster species, or cultivators, all could now enter the mortal human world on a large scale. No matter what they did, they wouldn't be erased. Next was the beautiful corpse Bodhisattva initiating the 100 demon embryo blood refining array, enveloping Iron Buddha Mountain and its surroundings within it. At the same time, a summoning decree was issued. It ordered the mountain's demons to widely disseminate news, informing more demons, evil cultivators, and alien species to come here. Iron Buddha Temple would provide all kinds of blood food and would hold a beautiful corpse ritual gathering. Every day there would be a transcend mortality realm great demon or great demon delivering sermons, and there were even life and death arenas among other games, allowing the multitude of demons to freely slaughter each other. Bodhisattva masters might even bestow benefits to the winners. This series of messages was equivalent to telling those demons and evil cultivators within southern Yue. There would be a grand gathering of evil demons here, not to be missed. No wonder the demons in the hall were so ecstatically frenzied. However, Tao Kaian, after hearing these news, couldn't help but ponder. The beautiful corpse, along with a host of great demons and Tang Xianzong, clearly had the power to directly take over Seeking Immortal County and even slaughter the surrounding counties cleanly. Why? Why only occupy Iron Buddha Mountain and hold this beautiful corpse ritual gathering, as if attempting a tug-o-war with the forbidden immortal hall and the 10,000 infant sect? Tao Kaian thought only briefly before reining in his thoughts. Who was he? A nameless nobody. Let alone having the power to intervene, based purely on peripheral news, it was impossible to guess the conspiracies behind it. First and foremost is to enhance my strength. The thought emerged in Tao Kaian's mind, and he immediately took action. In his mind, he recalled what Pan Hongyang once mentioned about those cultivation secret manuals, like the Secret Demon Refining God Technical, that were greatly renowned yet fatally flawed. Such books were plentiful in the cultivation world and went unvalued by cultivators and evil demons. And Tao Kaian needed exactly such books. Given the information gap, it was suitable for securing benefits, especially against a group of unfilial cultivators and demons. Tao Kaian wouldn't be polite. With a thud, Tao Kaian rapped his hand on the desk. Drawing the attention of those present, he smiled and then said, "Before the ritual gathering starts and today's preacher has not yet arrived, why don't we exchange what we have? I happen to have gathered some useless alien objects, which could be traded with you all. I favor the cultivation secret manuals the most. The bigger the background, the better. Whether they include key annotations to reduce the cost isn't a problem. I like to collect such books." Saying this, Tao Kaian suddenly took out a peach blossom sachet and slapped his palm. A pink glow emerged, and a large quantity of items emitting an unusual aura flashed and disappeared. Although in terms of quality, it couldn't compare to the green-haired youth like Duabao Child. Yet in quantity, Tao Kaian actually won. Not only did the dozen or so Qi refining realm cultivators and demons reveal their desire to possess after seeing this, but demons from other areas similarly drooled. Tao Kaian started, and what followed was logical. The old ghost by his side responded first, though his voice sounded somewhat sarcastic. "Young brother is truly deserving of being the most favored disciple of the Nanjiao immortal. The entire fortune of that jade-faced Lady Landkinger has actually been bestowed to you. It so happens I have a scroll from the sword sect called Mad Demon Sword Skill. Although it's a fragmented book, its background is indeed boundlessly vast. I'd like to exchange it for 3 pieces of blood essence jade from you, young brother." As these words sounded, the old ghost also tossed over a thin book. Still in midair, the book emitted a sharp sword intent and a mad, strange aura. Tao Kaian reached out to catch it, and after a moment his expression shifted slightly. He nodded slightly and then a look of disappointment appeared in his eyes. However, as if seeking a good beginning, Tao Kaian still put away the fragmented sword technique scroll and instead handed 3 palm-sized blood-red jades to the old ghost. Could this trade even be possible? There were many knowledgeable people in the hall, and upon seeing this, they all showed a look of surprise. During the banquet, an evil cultivator who seemed to be at odds with the old ghost, or perhaps just wanted to give Tao Kayan, the high disciple of the immortal lady, a sarcastic slap in the face, said in a reminding tone, "Little brother, don't be deceived. The mad demon's sword skill in old black maggot's possession is terribly fragmented. Not only does it lack a method to mitigate its consequences, but it also fails to impart the comprehension of sword intent and sword moves. Everyone who has practiced it has gone mad and self-harmed to death within days. It's not worth 3 blood essence jades that could nourish the soul." Upon these words, the old ghost sitting below Tao Kayan immediately grew angry. With this statement, the area around Tao Kayan's table suddenly became lively. Evidently including the speaking evil cultivator, one by one, they came forward, taking out cultivation manuals that they deemed met Tao Kayan's criteria, and then shamelessly inflated their prices, attempting to swindle the so-called fool. Unfortunately, Tao Kayan was not a fool. His comment about judging the value himself was genuine. The books these people brought out indeed had significant backgrounds, either from major Taoist sects, Buddhism, or powerful heterodox forces. However, almost all were extremely fragmented. The fragmentation was to the extent that Tao Kayan couldn't help but lament his alien soul could exempt him from cultivation consequences. But the precondition was that the technique must be cultivable. Without the ability to cultivate, there could be no exemption. Thus, apart from accepting one fragmented, incomplete, annotated manual of Secret Realm of Blessed Land, Tao Kayan turned down all the rest. Although the incense bag full of aliens was gained by sponging off others, once it was in his possession, it was his property, especially since the previous owner was a Foundation establishment stage evil cultivator, and it was all valuable material not to be squandered. Seeing this pretty boy wasn't really a fool, all the evil cultivators and demons were quite disappointed. They turned back and then, following the heated atmosphere just now, began initiating their own trade meetings. It was quite rare in the past for so many demons and evil cultivators to gather. Now, with the opportunity, everyone wanted to exchange necessities for their cultivation. For a time, this originally chaotic side hall gradually resembled a gathering in the mortal world. As the instigator, Tao Kayan, however, was quite disappointed. He thought to himself, "There's little gain in this side hall. Should I try initiating a trade meeting in another side hall too?" Just then, Tao Kayan suddenly saw a flash of green light in front of him. Looking up, he saw a comical young man called Shan Ju, with green hair, wearing a green Taoist robe and smiling radiantly at him. Tao Kayan certainly wasn't going to underestimate him, especially after witnessing the earlier episode. Just as he was about to speak, the young man reached into his robe, rummaged around, and actually pulled out a book. Specifically, it was 5 thinly sliced, blood-red stone plates, bound together by some metal wire, a stone scroll. As soon as it was taken out, the surrounding air ignited nearly explosively, exhaling a breathtaking aura. Not until the young man's palm pressed down did the fiery aura diminish. "This fellow Taoist, this book has no name. I call it Fire Plate. I picked it up near a volcano, and it is filled with ghost talismans that I can't understand at all. But you know, in the wild, it's really, really comfortable to use for starting a fire or cuddling while sleeping. Take a look. If you need it, I'll exchange it with you." During this conversation, the green-haired young man also showed a reluctant expression, as if what he held was an extremely rare cultivation secret manual. Unbeknownst to him, Tao Kayan in front of him had already entered a tense state. He couldn't help but feel this way, although Tao Kayan hadn't planned on fleecing anything good from this bizarre Duabao child. But he couldn't help but feel nervous due to the young man's actions and words. Fire plate, picked up near a volcano, using for fire, cuddling to sleep. Are these even human words? And if I'm not mistaken, that blood-sucking ring you used to scam that female cultivator earlier, you also said was picked up outside. If you're going to scam someone, at least change the script. Tao Kayan complained inwardly. He was considering to refuse, but then thought it over, following the strong, throbbing intuition in his mind. Slowly reaching out, he took the stone scroll at the instant of touch. The moment he touched it, an extraordinary perception burst forth in Tao Kayan's mind, and the familiar template of information was clearly organized. Immediately, a secret joy appeared in Tao Kayan's eyes. Record name: Exotic Fire Elixir Scroll Fragment. Record type: Alien. Record description: this is an ancient object. During the tumultuous inner conflicts of the human clan in the ancient era, one marginal tribe was expelled to a region full of volcanoes under harsh conditions. In order to preserve their lineage, the tribe attempted to harness extraordinary power from the volcanic crust. After decades of attempts, pooling the entire tribe's effort, they actually predicted a set of related cultivation technique called Exotic Fire Elixir Scroll. This technique could summon exotic fire from beyond the heavens, refining many wayward, terrifying, and bizarre entities into elixirs, ingestion of which could bestow extraordinary power. the first record description emerged, and Tao Kayan couldn't conceal his joy. Undoubtedly, this stone scroll was rare and precious. It was for this reason Tao Kayan couldn't help but mutter, "No, something's off, be vigilant. Remember the tragic fate of the female cultivator with the bell attached to her chest. There are no pies falling from the sky. Could this wild leek spirit really be offering me a slice? P.S. Seek monthly ticket." Within the roofless side hall, a chaotic dance of demons filled the air, thick with the stench of decay. Tao Kayan exchanged a wide-eyed stare with a wild leek demon, whose slender eyes brimmed with anticipation. Clearly, this green-haired youth hoped to strike a deal with Tao Kayan. For this leek who sought eagerly to offer itself, Tao Kayan felt dubious in his heart. In his mind's eye, he continued to peruse the subsequent record information. The record triggered by the exotic fire elixir scroll was undoubtedly tempting to Tao Kayan, but more crucial were the annotations. Annotation 1. To cultivate this scroll, one must first send their divine soul out of body to the outer realm to gain recognition from the outer heaven flame essence within. Only then can one beckon the exotic fire. However, not all cultivators are compatible with the flame essence. If not recognized, the divine soul will be incinerated instantly, resulting in death on the spot. Since the creation of this scroll, few have mastered it, with most cultivators perishing in the outer realm. Annotation 2. The power of this scroll lies entirely in the flame essence strange fire. However, each summoning might not call forth the same flame essence, resulting in elixirs of varying quality and, at times, effects. Many cultivators have died from consuming the wrong elixirs. This was one of the causes for the destruction of that clan. Annotation 3. This scroll originally contained over 1,000 elixir recipes, but they all share one common trait: each contains a poison. Some poisons are temporary, while others are permanent. Annotation 4. Only 5 pages of this scroll remain. The first page outlines the method to summon the exotic fire, the next 3 pages serve as a table of contents, and the last page lists 10 elixir recipes. Annotation 5. The price of death can be exempted. As Tao Kayan pondered the information revealed to his mind, he fell into a silence. With a complicated gaze, he looked at the green-haired youth, Shanju, and thought, indeed, there are no pies falling from the sky, nor do leeks truly present themselves willingly. Were it not for the annotations, anyone would consider this ancient scroll's recipes to be top-notch cultivation techniques. However, with the annotations, the value of the ancient scroll plummeted. The costs were many and severe. Even if Tao Kayan acquired it, he would only be exempt from the sudden death price. In other words, he would still face other consequences like subduing the flame essence, summoning the exotic fire, and the poison, among others. Nevertheless, not all was lost. When Tao Kayan casually flipped through to the 5th page and saw 2 of the recipes, he couldn't help but become immediately intrigued. What Shanju referred to as ghost talismans were actually an ancient variant script. Tao Kayan, guessing and deducing, could recognize them. The 2 recipes that caught his interest were named Breakthrough Elixir and Life Extension Elixir. The effects of the elixirs were as straightforward as their names suggested. One was for breakthrough, increasing the chances of a cultivator moving on to the next realm, effective up until the foundation establishment realm. The other was for life extension, increasing a cultivator's lifespan. Depending on the quality, the number of years could vary, but its utility also ended at the foundation establishment realm. Whether it's for breakthrough or life extension, both elixirs are exceedingly rare and precious. At certain moments, they can save a life. So this elixir scroll need not be cultivated immediately, but it can be taken into possession first, as long as this wild leek demon brother doesn't trick me. With his mind settled, Tao Kayan then seriously addressed the green-haired youth, asking Mr. Shan, "What do you want to exchange for this scroll?" Shanju, who had been anxious until now, suddenly brightened up. The words at the tip of his tongue now came forth, "I wish for Taoist to spend a few days with me." As this sentence rang out, everyone around, whether it was Tao Kayan or the other surrounding cultivators and demons, all were stunned, with faces full of surprise. Just as Tao Kayan was about to refuse coldly, the green-haired youth continued with a pained expression on his face. Taoist might not know this, but Shanju comes from Wild Man Mountain, where the mountain breezes are pure and the people live in harmony and friendship. Since I descended from the mountain, I have continued to uphold the ways of Wild Man Mountain and make friends, whether with humans or alien species. Shanju doesn't discriminate, treating all equally. Yet for some reason, I always end up making a mess like I did with that good sister earlier. It's been so long since I descended from the mountain, and not a single friend have I made, which is very embarrassing. If Taoist is willing to spend a few days with Shanju to explain some common knowledge of the human world, regardless of whether we become friends in the end, this fire plate is yours. The sincerity in the green-haired youth's words was apparent on his face. Based on intuition alone, most people would believe him. Tao Kaian indeed did not sense any malice, but the encounter with the female cultivator still lingered in his mind. After some thought, Tao Kaian suddenly extended a hand, informing the green-haired youth that it was a new handshake greeting popular in the mortal world. The latter's wide mouth broke into a grin, amiable and radiant, as he reached forward to grasp Tao Kaian's hand. In an instant, Tao Kaian's mind was flooded with new perceptions. Record name Shanjiu. Record type abnormality. Record, initially a wild leak in Wild Man Mountain who entered the Dao for an unknown reason, becoming some sort of abnormality, genderless by nature with a simple and straightforward personality, possessing an extremely powerful life force, to some extent nearing the undying. There is a special fortune about this being, always mysteriously stumbling upon treasures. With limited information, Tao Kaian grew even more puzzled after seeing it. The things this individual had said earlier, which everyone thought were to mock the female cultivator, were in fact all true. He truly was a wild leak who had entered the Dao without a gender, his treasures all found rather than obtained. After a quick feel, Tao Kaian confirmed some things, but there were still many questions. However, it gave Tao Kaian some assurance, and after a few moments of reflection, he quickly formed a plan. Withdrawing his hand, he then smiled at the green-haired youth. Taoist Shanjiu's request is known to me, and I can agree, even make it better, Tao Kaian said. After the banquet is over, Taoist can come back with me. Although I am too busy to accompany Taoist myself, I have 6 disciples, all of whom are paragons of virtue and knowledge, past and present. I trust they can certainly become friends with Taoist Shan. How does this arrangement sound? Good, too good. Tao Kaian had barely finished speaking when the young man with green hair excitedly responded. Looking at the expression on his face, he was obviously very happy and pleased. It was understandable, after all. Originally, he had only thought of making 1 friend, but now it had turned into 6, feeling as if he had made a fortune. The young man was laughing. Tao Kaian put the elixir scroll in his bosom and also revealed a brilliant smile. Just at the moment when the atmosphere was harmonious and beautiful, the familiar bell on Iron Buddha Temple Mountain suddenly echoed again. Following that, a voice rose that excited all the evil cultivators and alien species. The banquet is temporarily over. The beautiful corpse Dharma assembly officially begins. The teachings on the first day will be given by a senior expert, the naked saintess. The saintess is not skilled with words, so I will pass this information to everyone on her behalf. What she will talk about are parasite and chi eating. Techniquest will not involve true scripture skills, only essential techniques for the gates. It is our hope that all guests will combine their own cultivation with the teachings to gain some insight, some enlightenment. As the announcement finished, all the evil cultivators witnessed what seemed to be the most beautiful silhouette in the world. It was a female cultivator. Her entire body was naked, her skin white as snow, glistening like jade, truly deserving of the title saintess. However, when Tao Kaian saw that beautiful body, he immediately did not feel well. His pupils contracted, and an intense desire to flee back to his dwelling arose. Just as Tao Kaian was about to do so, the incredibly holy female cultivator, she exploded. Literally explode. Her snow-white naked body burst apart, accompanied by blinding red light, and countless elongated, magnified versions of pork tapeworms poured down like a red and white waterfall. They were extremely vivid, with sticky blisters on their flat bodies, but their heads were spherical with 4 suction cup-like mouths, emitting a creepy hiss that made one feel physically ill and one's divine soul disordered. Their speed was too fast, covering nearly half of Iron Buddha Mountain in an instant. All the nooks and crannies, all the side halls, without exception, were filled with these red and white meatworms. They roamed at will, secreting fluids, making a hissing noise, turning Iron Buddha Mountain into some kind of creepy insect nest. Their spherical heads squirmed and gnawed at the brows of the evil cultivators. Those who were gnawed on immediately rolled their eyes back, and their bodies shook wildly. Afterwards, they all entered a special state with smiles on their faces, as if they had really grasped the Tao, or were comprehending some sublime Dharma techniques. The side hall where Tao Kaian was experienced the same scene. Weird, disgusting. Clearly, this was the unique teaching method of the not-so-eloquent naked saintess. Nevertheless, Tao Kaian was slightly comforted to know that these red and white meatworms seemed to have a keen perception, and they would not gnaw on you if you were unwilling. Aside from him, there were still 7 or 8 cultivators and demons who refused, like Old Ghost, like the devil monk who came riding the elephant demon, or Shan Jiu. The handsome devil monk looked around and said indifferently, "Poor monk has cultivated the true law and should not comprehend the parasitic arts of the lady saintess. I shall go and rest first." Having said this, he spurred the elephant demon to carry him away, the first to leave the assembly. Seeing this, Tao Kaian gave Shanjiu a meaningful look and then said with a respectful tone, "I already have a beloved master and should not cultivate other techniques. I ask for the saintess's understanding." Then he too stood up to leave. Following behind him was Shanjiu, who seemed to have an unexpectedly high resistance to the terrifying scene before him. Still with an honest smile on his face, he quickly followed Tao Kaian's departure. The two carefully circumvented the red and white meatworms, avoiding soiling their clothes with the fluid, enduring the hissing sound, and quickly returned to the courtyard assigned to them in Peach Blossom Immortal Valley. Someone was already there. It was Tao Kaian's handsome and strong disciples. But there were not 6, only 3, all with faces full of terror, trembling together. Apparently they were quite frightened. Seeing Tao Kaian appear, the 3 hurried over as if they had seen a savior, murmuring in low voices, "Eldest disciple brother, it was." It was terrifying. The 3rd, 5th, and 7th disciples couldn't get out. They were gnawed on the head by those horrifying worms. What should we do? Eldest brother, shall we ask for master's help? As the 3 kept talking, Tao Kaian somewhat impatiently gestured for them to stop. He then pointed at the large quantity of red and white meat, worms wriggling and twisting above Iron Buddha Mountain, and said directly, "Don't spout nonsense. This is the unique way of teaching by the senior naked saintess. If you 3 are also willing to receive it, you may surely comprehend some parasite and chi-eating techniques. Now it's too late for you've all missed the chance, but there is another opportunity. This Taoist Shanju is a new friend I have made, and he possesses an abundance of magical treasures and techniques. I've just been struck by inspiration, and am going to go into seclusion to cultivate. The responsibility of hosting falls upon you 3. Don't neglect Taoist Shanju, otherwise, don't blame me for being heartless." After saying this, Tao Kaian didn't pay any more attention to the green-haired Shanju or the 3 unlucky disciples. Flipping his robe sleeve, he headed straight for the quiet room to retreat. Tao Kaian threw the somewhat abnormal Shanju to his 3 junior brothers and then entered the cultivation quiet room alone. Ditching responsibilities was true, and needing to cultivate was also true. It was just that the entity needing cultivation was not his puppet body, but his original body. Whether it was the beautiful corpse Bodhisattva casually setting up the greatly powerful 100-demon embryo blood refining array, or the scene of the naked saintess releasing endless red worms engulfing Iron Buddha Mountain, all deeply stimulated Tao Kaian. Power, that was what Tao Kaian needed most now. Though he had successfully entered the Tao and was currently in the energy-introducing realm at the blood fusion stage. In terms of the realm reached corresponding to his cultivation time, Tao Kaian was confident that he was definitely considered fast in the cultivation world. But what of it? Whether the cultivators he currently encountered or the demons, except for the likes of the 4 beasts of Shi County who were not considered strong, any one of them could instantly kill the current Tao Kaian. Tonight he was in the demon cave, and everything he saw, heard, and felt made his chi within surge and unexpectedly gave rise to some inspiration. Although he was merely a novice cultivator with the enlightenment, he immediately knew that this state was most suitable for cultivation. That's why he took the opportunity to leave the banquet, return to this quiet room, hang the sign, and activate the forbidden technique set up by Nanjiao immortal Pan Hongyang for her beloved disciple. As the filth blood pearl completely integrated into the puppet body, even if his divine soul returned, he would follow his will and cultivate on his own. Others definitely couldn't notice anything wrong, but the efficiency would be very low after all. The difference between being willing and unwilling was huge. Tao Kaian himself didn't mind he had intended to randomly manipulate this puppet body anyway. In Chengyu bookstore, seeking Immortal County. His divine soul returned, and in a dark compartment, the body of Tao Kaian sitting in meditation immediately opened his eyes. Although only most of a night had passed, the bizarre and chaotic scenes he had witnessed were too many. Returning from the demon cave to the mortal world made Tao Kaian vaguely feel as if he had been transported to another era. Feeling the gradually boiling chi within, Tao Kaian was not impatient. Although he wanted to cultivate right there, he also knew that after last night's incident, seeking Immortal County was temporarily unsuitable as a place for cultivation. Thus, Tao Kaian stood up and left the bookstore. It was the early morning, and if it were a normal day in seeking Immortal County, it would present a thriving and beautiful sight. However, now in Tao Kaian's view, everywhere there were broken walls and ruins. Even though it had been a night of crying, the sounds of wailing still intermittently came. One could even see many horse-drawn carriages passing through the streets, the drivers with numb expressions, and under the covered straw mats appeared arms or smashed heads. The streets were stained with blood traces, filths, and even some suspicious and unidentifiable chunks of flesh. The remnants of blood chi, demonic chi, and devil chi mixed together, rising in various places in the county. Under the sunlight, it appeared even more bizarre and foul. How tragic, how sad. This was the scene left after the demons and evil cultivators had rampaged through. Although last night in this county, there were groups of young cultivators from the cultivation sects and thousands from the demon suppression army stationed outside the city. Sadly, they could neither prevent the invasion of the demons and evil cultivators nor even protect themselves. Tao Kaian also took action last night. Perhaps choosing the right target, he managed to save 8 young maidens, killed an evil cultivator of peach blossom, and obtained an outer puppet. But that was all he could do. Silently observing for a few moments, the impatient chi within him not only did not weaken but grew even stronger, seemingly about to burst forth. Tao Qian could no longer restrain himself, quietly left the city, and found a secluded path heading towards Tiger Worry Gully. Thinking it over, this was still the suitable place for cultivation. At that gully, after carefully sensing and confirming there were no transcendent alien objects nearby, Tao Qian leaped down. He still used a large rock to block the entrance, crossed the puddle, and sat down on the dry, high platform. At this moment, the spiritual resonance within Tao Qian seemed as if it was going to leap out of his body, and with blessings coming to his mind, he didn't engage in any useless rituals or hesitate about which cultivation technique to use. In such a crucial time, it was naturally the basic method. Thus, Tao Qian directly closed his eyes, concentrated his mind, and then immersed himself in chanting the sublime Dharma Spirit Treasure 9 Truths diagram. This method was in a thick volume, with every word and sentence having special implications, and if even one word was wrong, one would have to start over. Even a genius could not complete a full chant in a short time. But this time, Tao Qian truly gained inspiration at the start of his chant. His mind and speech were somewhat slow, like he might mess up the words at any moment. However, as the mysterious Spirit Treasure Tao rhythm-filled mnemonic was chanted by Tao Qian, the Spirit Treasure source chi within him seemed to find a mystical lure, like a great river, and began to surge along a mysterious path. During the process, Tao Qian's body was continuously refined. Various impurities and alien substances were cleared from his body. Tao Qian felt more spirited and clear-headed. His mind's chanting gradually sped up, and towards the end, he even began to verbalize, emitting the great Tao divine sounds, managing the celestial spine in the cavernous gate, the 5 chi rotating the 3 subtleties. The purple portal exhales jade decrees, the golden gate absorbs divine radiance. As Tao Qian turned the virtual into reality, verbalizing the Tao sounds and nearing the completion of this full chant. Suddenly, a loud rumble resounded by Tao Qian's ear. In front of him, the light was dazzlingly bright. Soft yet vivid Tao rhymes spilled out from Tao Qian's body. Above his head, it seemed as though a gate of the great Tao had opened, and wondrous spiritual light poured down like a waterfall, which Tao Qian's surging spirit treasure source chi rose to meet fiercely. When the two collided, Tao Qian felt the most wonderful and unimaginable sensation in the world. He looked down slightly only to see himself seemingly transformed into a being of light. It was as if every corner of his body, no matter how minute, was now filled with spirit treasure source chi. Deep within Tao Qian's spirit, he suddenly realized, I have succeeded, still in the energy-introducing realm, but after the blood fusion stage, today I shall enter the fetus stabilization. No sooner had this thought occurred, Tao Qian sensed something and abruptly looked up. Within the mystical waterfall of spiritual light, unbeknownst to him, a baby fist-sized light seed had appeared, currently being supported by Tao Qian's own spirit treasure source chi, and was slowly being absorbed into his body. Tao Qian could not describe his feelings upon seeing the light seed. He only knew that it was extremely important to him, far more important than any magical skill or divine power he possessed. In his mind, like the deafening sound of a great bell, 8 characters thunderously resonated, innate Tao seed, mystical and profound. What followed was exhilaration from the depths of his soul. When Tao Qian had initially switched to cultivating from Spirit Treasure 9 Truths diagram, it was not only because this basic method had a clear path forward. More importantly, if a cultivator from the Taoist and Buddhist sects could successfully practice their methods, the special ability they gained would far exceed those from heresy and heterodoxy, and those disreputable paths of evil demons and heretics. Those lower basic methods might allow entrance to the energy-introducing realm, or the chi-refining realm, but the swallowing and refining of mixed source chi could grant abilities like night vision or body odor, which were of little consequence. However, the basic methods of the Taoist and Buddhist great sect could grant formidable divine powers. The first threshold to gaining divine power was the fetus stabilization stage of the energy-introducing realm. As the saying goes, once life is settled, divine powers will emerge. Yet, Tao Qian had not expected the divine power he would gain to be this innate Tao seed, which was a surprise beyond belief. The diagram states that a spirit treasure cultivator can obtain hundreds of varying divine powers during the fetus stabilization stage, and these are divided into 3 grades: top, middle, and low. Like sweet rain and riding cloud, these belong to the low grade, whereas entering the micro and refining treasure belong to the middle grade. And lastly, top grade divine powers like spirit treasure true eye and immortal flesh and bone, which even the genius true disciples of the spirit treasure sect Mountain Gate rarely obtain. The innate Tao seed is even rare among the top-grade divine powers. This divine power has no force of attack, but it possesses infinite wonderful uses and can be paired with spirit treasure no leak body, allowing one's cultivation to progress far beyond other cultivators. With this Tao seed, it is enough to prove that Tao Kaien's talent far surpasses ordinary people. In the future, he will certainly become a true immortal. No mere adherence to Taoist paths would not satisfy me. I should cultivate the Buddhist, demon, and even the methods of heresy and heterodoxy as well, assimilating the essence of all paths to forge what has never been before. These thoughts were reasonable at first, but when the last idea surged forth, Tao Kaien almost immediately changed expression, a sudden shock in his heart. Then, gritting his teeth, he exclaimed word by word, "Outer realm heaven demon." No sooner had he spoken, an extremely bizarre scene unfolded in the cave, as a black lump suddenly swelled at Tao Kaien's neck and then burst open with a bang, splattering fluid everywhere as a head with the same features as Tao Kaien, but filled with malevolent evilness and a grimacing smile, emerged. Its neck could stretch indefinitely, ignoring the surging spirit treasure source chi. It wrapped around Tao Kaien, casting a greedy gaze at the innate Tao seed. It came face to face with Tao Kaien, sneeringly said, "Look at what I have found, an undefended young spirit treasure cultivator about to establish a destiny-defining fetus, yet ignorant of even this common knowledge. Such a foolish cultivator, yet obtained an innate Tao seed. Today, I reckon I am extremely lucky." Just by seizing your juicy, promising body, this demon might one day attain immortality and achieve the Tao. Hahaha. This outer realm heaven demon, unknowable in origin or time of invasion into Tao Kaien's body, was cackling wildly. Suddenly, it sensed something amiss. Normally encountering a body seizing attack, not just new cultivators, but even some great cultivators would experience some panic. But the young fledgling in front of it showed no trace of fright in his eyes, only an icy coldness that terrified it. Just as it was about to make its move and seize the body directly, out of nowhere, Tao Kaien's voice emerged. "The notorious outer realm heaven demon seems not so clever." This deeply insulting remark fell, followed by a mystical Tao sound that utterly froze its body and shattered its soul. 9 Heaven's Truth, the Great Mystery. Like Sidu Fei and other evil cultivators, suddenly facing an attack by Tao Kaien's 9 True Spirit sound would instantly lose control over their souls, and this pure evil demon would fare even worse. After all, an evil cultivator still had a body to rely on. It was merely a soul and spirit. Had it been one of the higher echelon outer realm heaven demons, it might have had means of resistance. But it wasn't. It was just a lowly heaven demon that took advantage of weaknesses, possessing only the body-seizing ability. Thus, upon hearing the Tao sound, it felt an overwhelming great Tao power ruthlessly destroy its soul and spirit, unable to struggle even for a moment before being annihilated. All it could do in its final moment before death was to roar, "Don't be smug, you deceitful human." The innate Tao seed is irresistibly tempting to us to the extent that it's unbearable. Even if you absorb it into your body, it will still exude its fragrant download SBACBAR pressure esrance for 3 days. During these 3 days, you will be besieged by a group of demons. Without a master to protect you, your wild cultivator's fate has run its course. You are undoubtedly doomed, hahaha. Tiger Worry Gully, within a concealed cave. Tao Kaien cast a cold glance at the collapsing heavenly demon from the outer realm and then ignored it, channeling the robust spirit treasure source chi within him to absorb the innate Tao seed into his body. Before long, tranquility returned to the cave, and the dazzling light had completely disappeared. Yet, if any other creature had been in this place at that moment, they would have felt an indescribable wonder. Even though nothing could be seen, one would feel that this cave was a blessed place, a Taoist secret realm, where simply being there could calm one's mind and spirit, and allow for the understanding of profound mysteries. It was very much like the peculiar idea that a mountain is not high if an immortal resides in it. It becomes spiritually significant. Tao Kaien himself also felt this way, and perhaps even more profoundly. The effects of the Tao seed subtly began to reveal themselves. Excellent divine skill, Tao Kaien rejoiced inwardly, unable to help but exclaim. While the Tao seed's effects might not seem earth-shattering at first, even the newly cultivating Tao Kaien knew that it was indeed among the top-tier divine skills. In cultivation, besides the cost, talent was of utmost importance. What defines a genius? A cultivation speed and innate abilities that are superior to others make one a genius. Although Tao Kaien's natural talent might not match those who were born as cultivation seeds, with this Tao seed within him, he was almost on par. His first complete recitation of the spell enabled him to enter the destiny-defining fetus stage, and he had acquired such a top-tier Taoist divine skill, naturally bringing a gleeful expression to Tao Kaien's face. Then, Tao Kaien recalled the easily defeated outer realm heavenly demon and its words before death. Reflecting on it, he thought, the great book did indeed mention that the innate Tao seed has its own spiritual allure, which is fatally attractive to beings like outer realm heavenly demons. If so, I cannot return to seeking Immortal County for the next 3 days. I must stay here and resolve this trouble. With this thought, Tao Kaien's brow slightly furrowed. Outer Realm Heavenly Demons were a broad category, with various levels among them. Like the one that had just attempted to provoke Tao Kaien into making arrogant statements, only possessing the ability to seize body, was among the lowest level. Above this, the stronger the heavenly demons, the more skills and divine powers they possessed. Legend even has it that there exist demon lords and demon gods, which are extremely terrifying. Even true immortals could find themselves in trouble if they were careless during cultivation, and these beings invaded them, potentially leading to death, and their Tao disappearing into the demon. With my current cultivation at the energy-introducing realm, my cultivation experience isn't deeply interwoven with the chaos abyss, so I don't need to worry about attracting high-level demons at most. Some slightly more decent demons from a small part of the demon realm might notice me. Using the 9 true spirit sound can kill inferior and low-grade heavenly demons, but if there are too many or slightly higher-level demons appear, then I would also be inadequate. 3 days' time, it's uncertain whether such a scene won't appear. In contemplation, Tao Kaien recalled the mockery from the low-level demon right before its death, saying Tao Kaien was an unprotected wild cultivator who would meet with disaster. To a certain extent, this was correct. For wild cultivators like Tao Kaien, most ended up in dire straits, just like the senior seeking immortal hermit Wu Ming. Either they had no resources for cultivation or they mispracticed some technique and died tragically. But Tao Kaien was different. Unsure of what he had thought of next, a smile of willingness emerged on Tao Kaien's face, and he mentally declared, regardless of what kind of techniques other cultivators practice, they worry about how to pay the price, how to negate the cost. Since I am possessed of an abnormal soul, which exempts me from a major part of the cost, hence my rapid progress from a beheaded man to this state, now I have settled the destiny-defining fetus, and also obtained the Tao seed, why should I look back and hesitate to move forward? The previous arrogant words were induced by the inferior demon, but this sentence was inspired by Tao Kaien's own Tao heart. Once his mind was set, Tao Kaien immediately dispersed his divine soul. Soon within the remote Iron Buddha mountain, the puppet body sitting in the quiet room woke up, directly took out a scroll from the incense bag, and then began to read it meticulously. Needless to say, it was the secret demon refining God skill. This technique came from the Demon Path's Great Book and was a top-notch refining divine technical. And this technique was based on refining outer realm demons to benefit one's own divine soul, which could not be more suitable for the current Tao Kaien. After reviewing the magic skills gates through the eyes of the puppet body several times, Tao Kaien sat tall on the platform. His spirit quickly immersed within, pulling the spirit treasure source chi surging up like a reverse-flowing tian, all entering the top aperture of Tao Kaien's heavenly gate, leading to a tedious process of gradual improvement. Under Tao Kaien's patient control, when about 70 to 80% of the spirit treasure source chi was consumed, he finally crafted a special secret acupoint platform. From initial appearances, this secret acupoint platform was unobstructed and unsealed, with only Tao Kaien's divine soul residing within. If during cultivation, one became utterly absorbed and had an interaction with the chaos abyss, it would certainly attract the invasion of outer realm evil demons. These intangible and incorporeal demons, if they could devour a cultivator's spirit and seize the body, would immediately have the opportunity to seek the path of cultivation, and naturally they could not refuse. How could they predict? This secret acupoint was a lethal trap. As soon as a demon descended, the spirit platform would instantly close at will, cutting off the demon's interaction with the outer realm. In a blink, it would strip the demon of 80 to 90% of its abilities. The cultivator then used the secret technique to devour and refine, enhancing his own divine soul. First, set a trap, then bait it, and finally, close the door and beat the dog. If one is not careful, one might get eaten by the prey instead. No wonder they say it's the simplest and most brutal, yet also the most dangerous refining God technique. Tao Kaien evaluated this method as he sat on his spirit platform. Afterwards, he stopped pondering and, having silently counted the time, began to cultivate the spirit treasure method once again. 3 days, for someone of his cultivation, passing without food or drink was not a problem. Having obtained the Tao seed and then cultivating the basic method, Tao Kaien immediately felt a difference. The spells he previously chanted and found obscure and difficult now seemed to clear up with just a thought. He almost completed another full recitation had he not carelessly mispronounced a word in the final stage. Even though he failed, this cultivation session significantly replenished the severely depleted spirit treasure source chi within Tao Kaien's body, gradually filling it up again. The innate Tao seed is indeed extraordinary. Tao Kaien exclaimed in admiration and then fully immersed himself in the third cultivation session. Time began to pass quickly. During the process, Tao Kaien completed another full recitation, boosting his spirit treasure source chi greatly. Several hours later, another boost occurred, and his divine soul also gained benefits. If an outsider were to observe, they would surely think Tao Kaiyan had entered a rarely attainable state of cultivation, so terrifyingly efficient was his progress. Just as he was about to become stronger, suddenly, behind the divine soul of Tao Kaiyan, sitting on the spirit platform, three differently shaped shadows abruptly appeared. One was a blood shadow, one a shadow of insects, and one a shadow resembling black mist. Appearing in conjunction, they each deployed their techniques. In an instant, the scenery before Tao Kaiyan shifted, infinite wails and howls surged towards him, and looking at his body, it was rotting in the blink of an eye, teeming with maggots crawling in and out, and countless resentful souls and evil ghosts swooped towards him, as if trying to drag him into the infinite prison. All these illusions, however, made Tao Kaiyan laugh uncontrollably. "I see you've held back for so long. I thought you might have some shocking techniques. This is it." With those hard execution words spoken, Tao Kaiyan immediately shut the gates. The connection to the outer realm was severed, the illusions mostly dissipated, and Tao Kaiyan suddenly rose to his feet, forming a Dharma seal with his hands. Then his body performed instantaneous movement and appeared in front of the three outer realm heaven demons, striking each with the Dharma seal. Pop, pop, pop went the three sounds, and these demons, slightly stronger than the previous one, were all done for. Their strange bodies transformed into fist-sized black and red light orbs, continuous shrieks inside, demonic thoughts churning, yet also emitting a strange fragrance. Tao Kaiyan picked up one orb without hesitation and threw it straight into his mouth. It dissolved upon entering. The moment Tao Kaiyan's divine soul swallowed it, it fused instantly with it. Besides feeling his divine soul strengthen explosively, he also sensed the crazed, twisted demonic thoughts within. As he was about to be contaminated, that familiar shiver came. Almost like a physiological release, Tao Kaiyan watched the demonic thoughts transform into wisps of breath that were expelled with a sizzling sound. Seeing his own abnormal soul indeed take effect, exempting him from the cost, Tao Kaiyan could no longer hold back, laughing heartily. He swallowed the other two light orbs, and accompanied by two shivers, his primordial spirit grew much stronger again. Such was the pleasure of the feeling, Tao Kaiyan didn't even rest, but immediately opened the gates and sat back on the spirit platform to continue cultivating the spirit treasure root skill. Sure enough, not long after, two more demons were hooked, and this time Tao Kaiyan even omitted the initial enticing efforts. As soon as the prey fell into the trap, his secret demon seal hammered down, the primordial spirit devouring and refining, shivering off the impurities and demonic thoughts. And so it went round and round. Time truly began to pass quickly. 2 days after achieving nothing for a continuous hour, Tao Kaiyan finally realized the prey had become wary. It's no wonder, though the outer realm is vast and demons are endless. But with one area repeatedly compromised, the inferior demons of the outer realm would inevitably recognize the danger. After all, in this world, countless cultivators possess the technique of refining demons. Especially those from the demon path who sometimes purposely cast spells to lure outer realm heaven demons to descend, capturing and killing them to create magical treasures and divine skills. Those not so smart but gradually wary demons perhaps just recognized it as such. Tao Kaiyan counted the days and pondered for a moment, then suddenly had an idea. The primordial spirit still seated on the spirit platform, then acted upon a thought. Suddenly, from nowhere, a grain of spiritual light seed burst forth, falling straight into Tao Kaiyan's arms. The cultivator's primordial spirit, cradling the innate Tao seed. Inside this secret acupoint platform, the scent was now utterly enticing. Now that I've already used my own primordial spirit as bait, why not go a little further? This is the last day, all demons do not miss out. Muttering this, Tao Kaiyan, now extremely proficient in the secret demon seal, habitually feigned a shiver, then like an old hunter or skilled fisherman, patiently began to wait. Tao Kaiyan's fragrant primordial spirit sat upright on the spirit platform, embracing the Tao seed, engaged in the basic method of cultivation. To prevent detection, Tao Kaiyan was truly cultivating the spirit treasure skill. This is the mystery of the secret demon refining god skill, allowing a cultivator to multitask with ease. The closing of this secret acupoint doesn't require any complicated procedures, it responds to one's intent. It can be described as extremely fast, leaving no opportunity for any outer realm heaven demons to escape in that instant. Time passed swiftly and unnoticed, and the day was about to end. Curiously, inside the secret acupoint of the spirit platform, only Tao Kaiyan's primordial spirit was seen sitting in meditation. It seemed there really were no more prey taking the bait. Seeing this, Tao Kaiyan showed no signs of disappointment and continued to recite the Spirit Treasure 9 Truths diagram. The Tao seed in his arms indeed had miraculous effects. Under Tao Kaiyan's concentrated practice, he almost completed another full recitation. As the final segment neared completion, the spirit treasure source chi within Tao Kaiyan roared like a great river entering the sea, displaying a grand spectacle. To the point where his primordial spirit seated on the spirit platform could faintly hear the surging great sound, bringing total comfort to the body and evoking a sense of accomplishment peculiar to the success of cultivation. However, it was at that moment that Tao Kaiyan was most relaxed, completely unaware. The atmosphere inside the secret acupoint quietly changed. Various shapes and sizes of rotten spots proliferated wildly, instantly filling the entire secret acupoint as if it was a room that had not been cleaned for years. Following that, endless ghosts and yin demons emerged silently from the rotten spots. They were all naked, mostly without human form, and the few humanoid ones were nothing more than pale, decaying skin, disheveled hair, exhaling black fog. None of these heavenly demons had the same form. There were slug-like soft-bodied demons, illusion demons made purely from constantly tumbling rotten black palms, a monster with a head sprouting hundreds of yellow-black tusks, and a bizarre demon whose seeming jellyfish-like movement was actually due to a rotten heart dragged by several black intestines. Another demon whose skin was peeled off and flesh vague. Because of their appearance, what was once a tranquil spirit platform secret acupoint had instantly become a demon realm. And yet Tao Kaiyan remained unmoved. Why? Perhaps it was due to the strange heavenly demon that at some unknown time had entwined itself around Tao Kaiyan's primordial spirit. It was a woman, or rather many women. Her torso was made of snow-white, soft flesh strips covered in pink mucus, and every several inches, a neck would sprout from these strips, supporting a beautiful head. Each of these beauty heads was different and charming in its own right, the only similarity being their vacant expressions. And at the forehead, there was a black vortex, as if it could suck everything into it. She wrapped around Tao Kaiyan and slowly moved. Every few breaths, she would change heads to meet Tao Kaiyan's gaze, the vortex wriggling, emitting black light. It seemed to be because of this that Tao Kaiyan fell into a relaxed state, completely unaware of the abnormality. Until the last heavenly demon, oozing black muck, crawled out from the rotten spots, and as all the black spots were about to merge together, severing the connection between Tao Kaiyan's spirit platform and his body, Tao Kaiyan, who had remained engrossed in the illusion, finally showed signs of activity. The closest female demon head saw it clearly. The human cultivator, who was about to be dismembered and devoured by them, suddenly showed a slight change in expression. The corners of Tao Kaiyan's mouth rose, and joy gleamed in his eyes. Then a sudden change occurred. Boom! A dazzling white light, imbued with the rime of the Tao, violently unfolded. In an instant, all connections between the secret acupoint and the outer realm were severed. The rotten spots and filth were wiped away by the white light, disappearing without a trace. These invading demons felt as if they had been thrown into a star vortex in that instant without the supply of demon thought. Facing shifting stars, all their bizarre and horrifying methods became useless at this moment. The demons quickly realized and roared, "It's a trap." As the saying goes, cornered beasts will still fight, let alone a group of cunning and cruel outer realm heaven demons. All roaring in unison, they lunged at Tao Kaiyan. Their methods of attraction, demonization, and illusion were in vain. They still had their physical claws and tusks. Even if they had to bite and gnaw, they would tear this human cultivator's primordial spirit into dozens of pieces and devour it completely, only to find out the next moment they were not faced with the panicked expression of the human cultivator. Instead, they saw Tao Kaiyan, radiating a brilliant smile while looking at all demons, eyes filled with undeniable satisfaction. With the secret demon seal in hand, he easily dragged the enchanting soul demon off his body, crushed it into a sugar pill, and swallowed it. Then he explained to the demons, "A seasoned angler knows when to wait and when to reel in. I didn't have much experience myself, just fished a lot, so I came to know some patterns. There's nothing to it, only practice makes perfect. It's just that I didn't expect such a great catch in this last net. My primordial spirit is at its weakest and most famished. Therefore, I will not stand on ceremony with you." As he spoke, Tao Kaiyan stood up with the terrifying Dharma seal and confronted the oncoming group of demons. His words and actions stopped all demons in their tracks. "How ferocious are you, the demon, or are we?" But the demons weren't foolish, seeing Tao Kaiyan's posture and the closing spirit platform, their connection with the outer realm severed. They all knew they had encountered a dangerous foe and had stepped into a trap. For a moment, every demon turned to flee from Tao Kaiyan, each employing their methods in an attempt to leave the secret acupoint. Some demons exploded into numerous bugs, seeking cracks to escape. Others turned into wisps of black smoke, attempting to drift away. Some demons, out of desperation, started to devour each other voraciously, as if trying to create a stronger heavenly demon on the spot. However, their efforts were futile. Tao Kaiyan laughed heartily. With flashing, instantaneous movement, he punched each one, continuously swallowing sugar pills, and his shivers were unremitting. His divine soul rapidly grew stronger, in turn, enhancing his control over the secret acupoint platform. easily separating the demons devouring each other. He shook his head and said, "You covet my body, my Tao seed. But little do you know, I covet your divine souls to strengthen my primordial spirit." This secret acupoint was created by the secret demon refining God skill it seals in all the demons. You can't escape, so just be good and become my cultivation resources. As Tao Kayan uttered these words, he advanced, his Dharma seal exploding, and then he refined one demon after another. However, this time he hadn't devoured many before he felt his primordial spirit stagnate and a strong sense of fullness emerge. In fact, Tao Kayan involuntarily let out a burp. With a swoosh, he stopped his cruel demon refining methods, and an expression of helplessness immediately appeared on his face. Am I full already? Have I reached my limit? Although these questions were asked, Tao Kayan knew this was the reality. Upon reflection, he had been luring and feasting on demons for 3 days straight, and unconsciously, indeed he had eaten quite a bit. Moreover, looking at his primordial spirit, it was plump and full of spirit light. Wasn't this overindulgence? Tao Kayan's pause was a great joy for the group of demons. Although they were all inferior demons, they were attuned to the consciousness and thoughts of living beings, and could tell, even without Tao Kayan explicitly saying so, that this human cultivator, who seemed even more of a demon than them, appeared to have devoured too many heavenly demons, causing his primordial spirit to reach satisfaction and incapable of eating any more. Of course, if he really wanted to consume more, he could, but there would be a risk to his life. Such a fierce person wouldn't lack even that small amount of willpower. Therefore, one demon summoned the courage to say, True, master, I see you have already consumed enough resources this time and lack the strength to eat more. Why not let us leave? Mortals have a saying, do not drain the pond to get all the fish. Upon hearing this, Tao Kayan, who was frustrated with his own lack of stamina, couldn't help but laugh. Looking up, he saw a group of demons huddled in a corner, shivering, looking quite pitiable. But this act had no effect on Tao Kayan. Outer realm heaven demons have never had the concept of kindness or pity. They are essentially special beings born from the evil thoughts and sinister intentions of all life in the outer realm, each unique but sharing common traits, cunning and ruthless, always thinking of devouring and seizing bodies. Their current posture was also an illusion. However, this demon did make some sense. He couldn't eat anymore, and these demons couldn't be stored, and he was unaware of other uses for them, such as refining treasure or transforming them into divine skills. His thoughts surged, and suddenly an inspiration struck him. Tao Kayan let out a sly chuckle, eyeing the crowd of devils while recalling the many books of skills he possessed, to see if there were any that used demon heads as materials. Tao Kayan might have been doing it on purpose because, as he thought, he mumbled aloud. It wasn't easy to lure you into my net using the Tao seed's fragrance as bait, and to let you escape now, I would indeed suffer a great loss. Since I can't eat you, let's see if I can refine you. Let me see him, the Power Demon Mountain opening technical. Are there any from the Power Demon kind among you? Tao Kayan asked, and the demons showed signs of happiness. Some of the less intelligent ones patted their chests, proudly saying, True Master is too kind to us. We are the most inferior demons, and that Power Demon is of not low rank among heavenly demons. If one truly came, it could devour us all in one gulp. As soon as it finished speaking, it faced the wrath of other demons. Tao Kayan wasn't too pleased either. This demon was essentially belittling Master Tao. Narrowing his eyes in thought, Tao Kayan then said, the demon eye shadowing technique. Do any of you possess demon eyes? As soon as he finished speaking, the demons looked at each other and then heaved a collective sigh of relief. Replying to True Master, we do not. To have demon eyes that can be plucked out to assist the True Master in cultivation, one must at least be of a demon eye, level heavenly demon, no worse than power demons. We are too inferior to produce demon eyes. As they said this, the group of heavenly demons actually strangely began to celebrate their own weakness. If it was otherwise, they might not be able to preserve their lives. Just as they were thinking this, suddenly they heard a new voice coming from Tao Kayan. At some unknown point, Tao Kayan's avatar in the Iron Buddha Temple had taken out the exotic fire elixir scroll obtained from Shanjiu and turned to the 5th page to look at an elixir recipe. And inside the spirit platform secret acupoint, Tao Kayan was looking at the demons with a gleeful expression, saying with ill intent, I have this exotic fire elixir scroll, which can summon the outer heaven flame essence strange fire to refine disobedient, terrifying, and strange things into elixirs. There is an elixir recipe called Heavenly Demon Blood Transformation Pill within it, and you all are just the perfect main ingredients. Boom. To the demons, Tao Kayan's words were like a bolt from the blue. Immediately, the previously elated demons plunged into horror. Their expressions were even more fearful than when they faced the danger of being exploded by Tao Kayan's secret demon seal. Just as Tao Kayan was puzzled by this, all of a sudden, a bloodied human demon walked out from among the group. It seemed to muster up its courage to propose to Tao Kayan, True Master, we wish to make a deal with you. Oh, what kind of deal? Tao Kayan, muttering about alchemy, suddenly became interested upon hearing this. This human demon and the rest of the demons seemed extremely sensitive and fearful of the words outer heaven flame essence, and they were shaking in terror at the mention of the heavenly demon blood transformation pill. Avoiding Tao Kaien's scrutinizing gaze, they revealed the deal. We know that human cultivators like you are usually interested in techniques, divine power skills, and such. We can offer you some in exchange for our lives. Upon hearing this, Tao Kaien developed a genuine interest, staring excitedly at the human demon and group of demons. The human demon was right. Human clan cultivators were most interested in cultivation techniques and divine powers, and Tao Kaien was no exception. Staring at the group of demons, Tao Kaien asked, "Tell me, what do you have to exchange for your lives?" The demons, upon hearing this, all shook their heads in unison. It was still the blurry and blood-fleshed human demon who stepped forward, hesitatingly said, "What we can offer, even we ourselves do not know." As these words were spoken, it seemed to have anticipated the fierce light that would appear in the eyes of the fearsome human cultivator in front of it. Forming a dharma seal, gluttoning all demons. Even if it could not devour them, it still thought of refining them. If it had been a demon cultivator, it might have been fine, but this one clearly bore the spirit treasure Tao rhythm and nurtured an innate Tao seed, which was indeed strange and peculiar. The human demon sighed internally, yet dared not delay on the surface. After speaking, it immediately followed with an explanation. We outer realm demons are born because of all living beings and often deal with cultivators. Hence, within our demon thoughts, there resides a vast amount of fragmented information, containing various cultivation techniques, divine powers and spells from the cultivation world. Unfortunately, as heavenly demons, we are unable to cultivate them, we merely instinctively preserve them. Moreover, our demon thoughts are chaotic and scattered, and none of us can extract a complete magic gate mantra. However, there is a way. Later we can devour and merge with one another, during which fleeting glimmers will appear, and within them might emerge as complete and ordered spells as possible. Of course, it may still be incomplete, and it won't be some thick tome or the basic method that human world cultivators yearn for. Most likely, there will emerge some mnemonics of only 2 or 3 verses, or a form of incomplete, complete sword technique, or an incomplete, complete spell. If we are extremely lucky, we might also encounter a more complete divine power, but the levels certainly wouldn't be high. Many cultivators are also aware of this method, often enticing us here and then forcing us to do this, aiming to refine great methods and great divine powers, but none has achieved their wishes. One reason is that the information stored within our demon thoughts will gradually erode, and the second is that our demon thoughts cannot truly merge if we are unwilling. Does the true master wish to try his luck? After the trial, regardless of what is obtained, all of us should be let go. The human demon was afraid Tao Kaien might not understand and explained thoroughly. It was even somewhat nagging. After listening, Tao Kaien indeed showed a look of disappointment, thinking that this was just a lottery made to be so mystifying. But with that thought, Tao Kaien became excited again. Who could resist the allure of a lottery? If he really could refine these group of demons into elixirs, such tangible benefits at hand, then Tao Kaien naturally had nothing to hesitate about. Unfortunately, that was not possible at the moment. He was just bluffing these group of demons. After all, he hadn't had time to cultivate the exotic fire elixir scroll. Unexpectedly, this group of heavenly demons seemed extremely fearful of the outer heaven flame essence. Just mentioning it, they involuntarily gave away their biggest secret. After quietly noting this down, Tao Kaien nodded towards the human demon and the heavenly demons, saying, "Agreed." Following his agreement, the group of demons all showed joy. But thinking about what was to happen next, those crafty eyes filled with turmoil. To avoid the treacherous spirit treasure cultivator going back on his word, the demons invited him to swear an oath together. After preparations were complete, under the watchful eyes of their creditor, the demons reluctantly began to devour and merge. It was a sight that made Tao Kaien gasp in amazement. Simply put, there was me inside you, and you in me. Accompanied by the wails of demons, filth splattered all around. Very quickly, a large, writhing mass of strange flesh appeared in front of Tao Kaien. The group of demons was within it, constantly writhing, changing, and painfully wailing. It was as if a pair of huge hands had picked them up and kept kneading them. As the merging deepened, a marvelous scene emerged. Above the flesh, layers of mist spread, and light and shadows flickered within it. Various incomplete texts, symbols, and mnemonics floated unstably, sometimes coming together, sometimes dispersing, sometimes orderly, and sometimes chaotic, with the agonized faces of demons occasionally flashing by. Tao Kaien knew this was the beginning. He immediately began to watch intently, but the more he watched, the more disappointed he became. The texts and symbols that emerged from the light and shadow demon thought were indeed extremely incomplete, and their order was utterly disarrayed, virtually worthless. Gradually, the mass of flesh began to move faster, clearly entering the latter half, and it wouldn't be long before it ended. Just as Tao Kaien was feeling very disappointed, suddenly, a familiar throbbing sensation emerged. Almost instinctively, Tao Kaiyan reached his hands into the flesh and immediately touched the source. Then without any courtesy, he yanked it out. With a sizzle, he now held a piece of inked jade bone in his hand. On it, hundreds of tadpole-like characters were engraved, which Tao Kaiyan also recognized as an ancient script. However, now was not the time for studying. Tao Kaiyan merely glanced at the extraordinary perception triggered in his mind and then refocused on that mass of flesh. It was writhing faster and faster, even beginning to swell as if it could explode at any moment. The demon's wails grew even more tragic. Several breaths later, and suddenly the next instant, that throbbing sensation emerged again. Tao Kaiyan reached out again, and with a sizzling noise he had in his hand a pale and approximately 1 foot long tusk. From within the tusk, an alarming sword intent was overflowing. When Tao Kaiyan glanced at the information he perceived through touch in his mind, an uncontrollable look of joy almost instantly appeared on his face. Just as he was basking in joy, the continuously expanding and squirming flesh's surface showed the faces of numerous demons, each face twisted in agony and ferocity, a terrifying pressure accumulating inside, and as they gazed at Tao Kaiyan, who was only steps away, all the demons suddenly burst into laughter. Come, merge with us. One demon's body seizing is still body seizing, a group of demons body seizing is still body seizing. Greed, a mistake humans will always make, ha ha ha. While the demons were immersed in the pleasure of their apparent success, unaware that this spirit platform secret acupoint was rejecting them, their triumphant laughter had just burst forth when the flesh was about to explode. Suddenly, a massive vortex appeared, swallowing the flesh whole and sending it to the outer realm. Before being sent away, their faces met Tao Kaiyan's gaze, noticing him pinching the bone fragment, the tusk, and looking at them with a meaningful gaze. Then he insulted them unapologetically. Through several verifications of my own, I've indeed found that inferior heavenly demons are not very intelligent. But you all, on the other hand, make quite excellent nourishment, tasty and extremely useful. Boom. After hearing Tao Kaiyan's last insult, they exploded, their bodies mixed with those of other demons, bursting apart. Just not within Tao Kaiyan's spirit platform, but in some unknown outer realm. With the departure of the demonic filth, tranquility and clarity returned. Tao Kaiyan smiled contentedly, and with joy and anticipation, looked at the 2 fully organized chunks of format information in his mind. The information on the inked jade bone was about a divine power technique. The tusk held a sword technique. Previously, Tao Kaiyan had only briefly scanned and had felt excited at seeing some keywords. Now, reading carefully as all the records and annotations surfaced, touching upon a certain unbelievable annotation, Tao Kaiyan's pupils suddenly narrowed, and he was stunned for a moment. Record name, Secret Demon Transformation Technique. Record type, Alien Object. Record, this technique originates from the demon sect's great book, All Heaven's Secret Demon Scripture, Illusion Subvolume, one among dozens of transformation techniques. A profoundly deep transformation magic skill which, once mastered, allows for countless transformations, enough to create chaos under the guise of reality. Even those of higher cultivation realm than the cultivator cannot see through your disguised foundation. Only some major sects of Taoist and Buddhist contain methods to discern it. Yet they are rare and difficult, not something ordinary cultivators can practice. During the Great Wars, many secret demon cultivators who mastered this technique used their transformation abilities to disrupt the Taoist and Buddhist from within, nearly turning defeat into victory for the secret demon sect. Remark 1. Although this technique's mnemonic is only a few hundred characters, it is extremely profound and obscure. Even those born with cultivation seeds may not be able to master it, and during the training process, the body and divine soul might collapse at any time or solidify into the transformed object, never able to revert. Remark 2. This technique does not include annotations to eliminate or reduce the price. One must counter it with personal comprehension. Succeed and you may master the technique. Remark 3. This technique was secreted among outer realm group of demons through special means by the secret demon sect. Remark 4. Exemptions from collapse costs. Exemptions from solidification costs. Record name, Secret Demon Body Sword Technique Fragmented. Record type, Alien Object. Record, this technique originates from the demon sect's great book, All Heaven's Secret Demon Scripture Sword Subvolume, one among hundreds of sword techniques. A profound and terrifying technique once mastered, demons and ghosts, immortal gods and alien charms, none could withstand a slash. This is a fragmented version. Only one technique remains, greatly reducing its power. Remark 1. This technique, named Immortal Slaying, requires the cultivator to first brew the sword intent over days and months. The longer the sword intent remains within the body, the greater the power upon release. Once a secret demon sword cultivator who had mastered this technique carried a broken iron sword and burst into the Taoist great sect Pure Yang sect's mountain gate laughing wildly. Suddenly releasing the immortal slaying sword, That day the sword intent shot through the skies, killing numerous Pure Yang cultivators, and when it ceased, the top of Pure Yang Mountain had been sheared off, and the heavily guarded Pure Yang Ancestor Palace partially collapsed. Remark 2. Each release of this sword technique requires a new brewing of sword intent, and the difficulty surpasses the previous one. After several times, it will forever be impossible to reach the ultimate sword realm that destroyed the Pure Yang Mountain Gate's secret demon sword cultivator. Remark 3. This technique was secreted among Outer Realm group of demons through special means by the secret demon sect. Remark 4. Exemption from difficulty costs. In the spirit platform secret acupoint, Tao Kaiyan held the bone fragment, the tusk, lost in thought. Unquestionably, this one technique and one sword would greatly aid Tao Kaiyan's current combat capabilities. Yet simultaneously, he couldn't completely ignore that third annotation. After a moment of thought, Tao Kaiyan narrowed his eyes, stroking his chin, and muttered, "It seems I have inadvertently glimpsed the secretive schemes of the great demon sect, haven't I?" As recorded in the history, the secret demon sect was too ferocious in its time, facing several Taoist and Buddhist major sects alone, and in the end it was wiped out completely. I had thought it was a total loss. Now it seems that the secret demon sect was not foolish, for they had hidden many cultivation techniques, divine skills, and exotic skill techniques among the group of demons in the outer realm. With demons being inexhaustible in number, even if the Taoist and Buddhist united, they would not be able to kill them all. Indeed, it's a seamless and clever strategy. The only thing to consider is, what was the secret demon sect's purpose in doing this? Was it to allow future generations to smoothly retrieve their inheritance and gain a large number of followers, ready for a comeback? Or was it simply for revenge, to spread the secret demon method through the hands of outer realm heaven demons, and ultimately create countless new secret demon sects large and small around the world? Or perhaps it was both. At this thought, Tao Kaiyan shook his head and gave up pondering. There was too little information to guess the secret demon sect's plans. However, Tao Kaiyan quietly resolved to have his puppet body gather some information related to the secret demon sect from Pan Hongyang in the cultivation world for further analysis. As for his real body, he was still a greenhorn at the bottom rung, knowing nothing as of yet. That was unavoidable. It hadn't been long since he was reincarnated. The fact that he had come this far was already quite an accomplishment. The path of cultivation is quite arduous. I really am trying my hardest. Tao Kaiyan's primordial spirit squatted on the spirit platform, holding the Tao seed in his arms and muttering self-praise. Then he contemplated the 10,000 transformation technique and the immortal slaying sword technique, both of which were top-notch items. After thinking for a moment, Tao Kaiyan first put away the bone fragment engraved with secret demon transformation technique, and then pinched the tusk that bore the immortal slaying sword technique. Snap. He clapped his hands sharply, and the tusk transformed into a sharp white light that quickly entered Tao Kaiyan's mouth. The magic skills obtained from the outer realm heaven demons were, after all, embodiments of demon thought, somewhere between tangible and intangible, which could be swallowed and refined with ease. Such was the convenience of learning them. After refining the demon thought, Tao Kaiyan's primordial spirit immediately felt that inside his body there arose a strand of extremely weak sword intent of immortal slaying, which currently was probably not even capable of killing predators such as tigers and leopards. It was very immature, but it also made Tao Kaiyan very pleased. After all, it was an additional method of defense besides the 9 true spirit sound and the sacrifice sword skill. In the future, if he faced strong people, Tao Kaiyan could first deter them with the spirit sound if the opponent was unharmed. He could then deliver a strike of immortal slaying, followed by another strike of sacrifice sword. If even that didn't work, he could only resort to using the nascent soul escaping skill to flee for his life. However, Tao Kaiyan himself was aware that crushing loose cultivators, or young cultivators without any significant backing, was plausible. But if he faced a disciple of a major sect of equivalent rank, he feared he would still be at a disadvantage. Fortunately, he still had many unlearned magic skills, such as the 10,000 transformation technique and the exotic fire elixir scroll, among others. It's not that he didn't want to learn, he was simply biting off more than he could chew. He was able to exempt himself from the cost, but he didn't have unlimited avatars or unlimited energy. He had just stabilized his life seed, his spirit treasure source chi was abundant, and his divine soul had been nourished to the point of satiation. To refine another sword technique now was already pushing his limits. 3 days have passed, perhaps it's time to go back. Thinking this, Tao Kaiyan suddenly felt a premonition of vague and unsettling sense of unease that something might have happened. Tao Kaiyan immediately stood up, his brow furrowed, and moved the giant stone from the entrance of the cave, leaping onto the brook. No thoughts of admiring the scenic beauty of the mountains crossed his mind as Tao Kaiyan identified his direction and quickly made his way towards the area of Seeking Immortal County. The closer Tao Kayan got to seeking Immortal County, the more solemn his expression became. Despite it being a blazing sunny day, Tao Kayan's vistas were shrouded in a gloom that felt like a mournful purgatory of wailing ghosts and howling gods. The surrounding villages and hamlets outside of seeking Immortal County always bore serene and peaceful scenery, but now they were as quiet as ghost towns. No one toiled in the fields, no one rested by the roadside. Chilling winds howled intermittently, mixed with the croaking of crows and the howling of stray dogs. Encountering people, whether old, young, or in their prime, all wore ashen faces, looking like disaster-stricken ghosts. Occasionally, one could see white lanterns hanging in coffins laid out inside village houses, while faint, lethargic cries of mourning drifted out. More horrifyingly, at the roadside and beneath trees, there were gradually decaying corpses and skeletons. Tao Kayan stopped suddenly as he passed a mass burial mound. His eyes swept over the area, and he saw that the stone mortars and dirt pits were stuffed with numerous new corpses, at different stages of decomposition, fresh deaths, bodies bloating with gas, bodies smeared with blood, bodies disfigured. There were all sorts. But most prevalent were the devoured remains. Wild black crows, red-eyed stray dogs, and wolves from the hills all gathered there, voraciously tearing at each corpse. Some impatient wolves and dogs even burrowed into the bodies to eat the rotten, bloated intestines ready to burst from the bellies. Startled by Tao Kayan's sudden appearance, these savage beasts all turned their heads to look his way, and smelling the scent of fresh human flesh, madly lunged at him. HMPH. Tao Kayan didn't use his spirit sound with just one low grunt infused with source chi. He shattered the viscera of these ferocious creatures. Without paying further attention, Tao Kayan, with a somber expression, continued towards seeking Immortal County. On this half-journey, it was as if he had traversed a stretch of hellish road. Only when he approached seeking Immortal County did the human atmosphere once again become vibrant. Yet his expression remained darkened, for the county bore no trace of its usual hustle and bustle. What remained were ruin and an unsettling aura of twilight. The city gates were inexplicably subject to strict checkpoints, and oddly enough, entry was permitted, but no one was allowed to leave. After entering the city, Tao Kayan soon learned the reason. There seemed to be some kind of plague or other disaster within the city, afflicting numerous inhabitants. Whether it was the common folk or the officials and constables, a large half of them exhibited physical anomalies. They were hunchbacked and emaciated, their skin pale and bloodless, with hair sparse enough to reveal their scalps. If only this much were the case, it would have been bearable, but Tao Kayan also caught a glimpse of their necks bulging with a fist-sized tumor, with blue veins standing out, and bizarrely, a vague human face was connected to it, even showing expressions of pain or sinister smiles. Outsiders who chanced upon this scene would have likely been paralyzed with fear on the spot. Yet the people of the city seemed to have grown accustomed to it, or rather, they had become numb to it. What Tao Kayan found even more incredible was not the once bustling seeking Immortal County turning desolate and forlorn, but amidst the air of decay, an unexpected lively new area had emerged. This area, located to the west of Vegetable Market Street, appeared to be a newly established marketplace. However, the marketplace did not sell groceries or oil, but people, living, breathing human beings. At this moment, Tao Kayan didn't need to guess. During the 3 days of his cultivation retreat, something terribly frightening must have happened in seeking Immortal County and its surroundings. Just as he wished to find someone to ask about the situation, a sudden clap of thunder resonated from the heavens above. Immediately afterward, Tao Kayan sensed a strong, nauseating vibration. He looked up sharply, only to see a vast expanse of dark clouds drifting over from the direction of Iron Buddha Mountain. Boom! Everyone in seeking Immortal County fell into panic. Regardless of who they were, all began to desperately flee, seeking places to hide. The extreme fear on their faces was evidently not just about avoiding rain, was it? While Tao Kayan pondered, he suddenly heard 2 familiar shouts nearby, and then he saw his neighbors, Li Sanyu and Jia Qiang, hastily making their way toward him, dragging him to the back of the drugstore that opened up to Jia Qiang's home, with the front as the shop and the back as the courtyard. Tao Kayan did not resist and allowed the 2 men to pull him into the courtyard. Soon after, he saw the families of the 2 shop owners gathered there, each one displaying looks of unease and fear, utterly worn out. As soon as they entered the door, both men began to rant. Tao Scholar, do you no longer cherish your life? The reign of insects is upon us, and the scholar doesn't think to hide. Do you wish to end it all yourself? Reign of insects. Tao Kayan had just let out his confusion when he saw the 2 men usher the women and children into the inner rooms. Then they cooperated and divided tasks. Li Sanyu spread lime all over the courtyard, laying a thick defensive line in front of the main door, while Jia Qiang brought over 3 sticks, handing one to Tao Kayan after dividing them up. Then, with a face filled with tension, he instructed, if you see those disgusting insects later, just smash them with force, but never let them get close. As Jia Qiang spoke, Tao Qian silently pricked up his ears to sense the surroundings and discovered that other courtyards and shops were taking the same measures. His mind full of questions found answers in the next moment. As the thunderclap sounded, the day turned suddenly dark. The dark clouds hung overhead, and then the downpour began. But what everyone heard was not the pitter-patter of rain, but the sudden thump, thump, thump of dull thuds. What fell to the ground was not rainwater, but egg balls about the size of an infant's head, covered in mucus, that burst upon hitting the ground. As the egg membrane split, large numbers of thumb-sized, sticky, limply squirming insects with fierce suction cups sprung in all directions. Then the entire Seeking Immortal County was filled with the hissing of meatworms, and everyone wore pained expressions, including Li Sanyu and Jia Qiang by Tao Qian's side. But both of them, enduring their pain, saw lime-covered meatworms that hadn't died fly towards the main house and immediately swung their sticks down on them. With a squish, fluid splattered everywhere. Tao Qian's expression turned serious as he watched the meatworms, sensing the demonic qi emanating from them, and he thought back to the lumps on the necks of those he had seen affected by disasters upon entering the town. A chill ran through his heart, and he immediately formed a guess. But more questions lingered. Knowing this was not the time to inquire, Tao Qian also swung his stick, inadvertently smashing all of the approaching meatworms to pieces. After about 30 minutes, a bout of wild laughter emanated from the clouds before they dispersed, bringing the insect rain to an end. The scorching sun reappeared, but no one in Seeking Immortal County could feel its warmth. They were all chilled to the bone, shaking. In the courtyard before Tao Qian, the ground was covered with juice and insect carcasses. A stench akin to years-old swill rose with the sunlight. What exactly happened? I had been visiting a friend elsewhere these past few days and encountered this as soon as I returned. What kind of devilry are these insects? In the face of such a severe disaster, why don't those immortals come out to stop it? And what about the demon suppression army? Tao Qian fired off question after question. Then with two clangs, the two weary shop owners, drenched in sweat, dropped their sticks, with Li Sanyu, who looked most haggard, suddenly breaking down in tears. As he wept, he complained, "What immortals, what demon suppression army, none of them are of any use. Several days ago, when demons rampaged through the city at night, those immortals couldn't stop them. Had it not been for a passing hero, Jia Boss, I and the daughters of our other neighbors would have been doomed. That would have been the end of it. We could just move houses because of the danger." But who would have thought, the next day, a dignified female fairy proclaimed that her son, the very fairy child who made a name for himself that day, had been captured by the demons, and she forcibly commanded the demon suppression army to join her in an assault on Iron Buddha Mountain, now a demon cave. Yet before they could truly approach, they were defeated by the demons on the mountain using some kind of array. The demons on the mountain also said they would make our Seeking Immortal County their battlefield, challenging the immortals to a magical duel. Just as they finished speaking, a horde of demons burst forth from Iron Buddha Mountain, slaughtering many in the towns surrounding our county. Before the demon suppression army could confront them, the same dark clouds you saw earlier floated over us, then countless strange insects fell from the sky. At first, we had no defenses. Many were approached by the strange insects, which then burrowed into their bodies and took up residence, consuming their essence blood day by day. Within a few days, those who were parasitized all turned into those ghastly creatures. At first, the immortals would still act to scatter the clouds, but after repeated failures and realizing these insects only parasitize without spreading, they became indifferent, only telling us mortals that we could burn them with lime or smash them with sticks to kill them, that as long as we didn't get parasitized, our lives were not at risk. As for those who were parasitized, they could only wait for the production of an antidote. As Li Sanyu narrated, Tao Qian realized what had happened in Seeking Immortal County during the 3 days he spent in seclusion. The demons officially started a magical struggle against the Forbidden Immortal Hall and the Demon Suppression Army, yet it was the people of Seeking Immortal County who suffered. Tao Qian frowned and, without thinking, towed a meatworm that had been scorched to death by lime next to him, wondering how this thing was somewhat similar to the methods used by the Naked Saintess, but far weaker, and the growth of flesh tumors and human faces after parasitism were very different, and he didn't know where it really came from. While Tao Qian speculated, he asked again, "What about that very powerful female immortal? She dared to invade the demon nest. She must be very powerful, right?" That female immortal was desperate to save her child, and after being defeated, she went to the provincial capital, calling out the governor of Southern Yue's name as if he was of a very high status, apparently trying to force the governor to send a real demon suppression army to raise Iron Buddha Mountain. But it has been 3 days, and the result is still unknown. Li Sanyu's answer didn't have a harsh tone. Obviously, he too hoped that the governor of Southern Yue would send an army to obliterate that demon nest. Has the situation in Seeking Immortal County deteriorated so much in these 3 days? While speaking, Tao Kaian couldn't help but recall the tragic scenes he had seen outside the city. It seemed that those places had been plundered again by the demons from the Iron Buddha Temple, leaving homes deserted and bodies strewn everywhere. At that moment, the owner of the neighboring pharmacy, Jia Qiang, dropped his stick and sighed. Before she left, the female immortal issued a summoning immortal order, calling on the loose cultivators and true masters within southern UA to come and help. These 3 days indeed, cultivators have been coming from all over, but it seems none of them are experts, and most of them look down upon us mortals, either going to that star-picking pavilion or joining the Changchun Society and then trampling and bullying us commoners. What has the world come to, suddenly turning out this way, human life treated like grass? Vegetable Market Street is almost turning into People Market. Tao Scholar, you shouldn't have come back. The county is under lockdown, allowed in but not out, and now it's hard for you to escape again. Boss Jia's words made Boss Li cry even louder, but it was Tao Kaian who discerned a lot of key information. That powerful female immortal is most likely from the 10,000 infant sect. Could she be Tong Dudu's mother? She was willing to issue a summoning immortal order before leaving. She must be a cultivator who still cares about the lives of the common people. As for that Changchun Society, that name sounds very familiar, doesn't it? Tao Kaian pondered for a moment and quickly found the answer in the life story written by seeking immortal hermit Wu Ming from his own memory. It was an organization akin to a secret society among the common people, not as vast as the Cow Gang, but far more complex than Cow Gang. This organization specifically gathered those who told fortunes, sold plasters, performed tricks, exclaimed storybooks, repaired feet, cured sexual diseases, played with monkeys, and so on, consisting of a wide array of low-class individuals making their way through the worldly society. However, that was just one side they presented to the mundane world. In the cultivation world, the Changchun Society was also considered a power, very weak but very complex. Every province and city had its own Changchun Society, none subordinate to each other, existing independently, occasionally helping one another out. The cultivators in the Changchun Society were almost all insignificant, at most at the energy introduction or qi refining realm. These people were, after all, complex. Some Changchun societies did good deeds, while others swindled, bullied the kind, and committed all sorts of evil. Listening to Jia Qiang's complaints, it seemed that the Changchun society that suddenly appeared in Seeking Immortal County belonged to the latter category. Just as Tao Kaian thought of this, the 3 men, separated by the courtyard door, suddenly heard a series of hawking cries coming from the street. Fellow villagers, wealthy shopkeepers, today we have a great surprise. Our society's expert has unexpectedly refined top-grade Changchun elixirs and superior evil exorcism talismans. The Changchun elixir, upon ingestion, can suppress evil insects, and there's no need to worry about being drained of essence blood and dying overnight. The evil exorcism talisman, once affixed above doors and windows, can prevent evil spirits from intruding. There are only 100 of each elixir and talisman. First come, first served. If you miss it, you may be missing out on your or your family members' lives. Come quickly and grab them. As these hawking cries rose, Li Sanyu, who was crying on the ground, suddenly stopped, his face twisting with rage as he was about to rush out. Jia Qiang quickly held him back, persuading him hurriedly, "Boss Li, please stay calm, please stay very calm. Although your sister-in-law has been infested with the evil insect, at least her life is still there, and there's still a bit of hope. But if you rush out to settle scores with those wicked Taoists and end up being killed by them, then your family will truly have no hope left." While Jia Qiang's advice worked, calming the rage-filled Li Sanyu, who just slumped on the ground and began to cry loudly. His crying also stirred the sad emotions of the 2 families inside the house. Each of them began to weep softly. For a moment, the atmosphere in the courtyard was unbearably tragic. Tao Kaian listened silently for a few breaths and understood the situation. These 3 days, every time the insect rain ended, the people of the Changchun Society would come out to sell those so-called Changchun elixirs and evil exorcism talismans, claiming they could suppress and cure evil insect parasitism, but the prices were exorbitantly expensive, so expensive that ordinary people couldn't even afford to look at them. Boss Li's wife was infested that day, so Boss Li sold his family property and store and bought both the elixirs and talismans. But it turned out that both the elixir and the talisman only had a superficial effect, and after a day, things were as they were. With so many victims, the Changchun Society didn't know how much wealth it had amassed through this means. Although many victims wanted to fight back and reclaim their hard-earned money, it was a pity that the Changchun Society could do such a thing, because they must have bought off all relations, making all resistance futile. Boss Li was actually quite fortunate. He had a good friend Jia Qiang who took him in. Others were less lucky, and in order to survive and feed themselves, even had to make their way to the people market. Tao Kaiyan had never anticipated that merely 3 days of secluded cultivation would lead to such a scenery upon his return. It's as if I've traversed to another world. With a sigh, Tao Kaiyan observed Boss Lei, who looked haggard beyond measure and seemed to have aged decades. After pondering for a moment, he made a decision. Spirit treasure source Chi gently began to operate as he said to Li Sanyu, "Brother Li, if you trust me, why not let me take a look at your sister-in-law? Although I am merely a scholar who runs a bookstore, I have learned a few Taoist skills for exorcising demons." As Tao Kaiyan spoke, the spirit treasure source Qi within him surged, naturally emitting the pure spirit Qi unique to true practitioners from the Taoist sect. Instantaneously, all crying within the courtyard ceased, and both bosses, with wide eyes staring at small ones, observed the sudden and dramatic transformation in the demeanor of Tao scholar. If it were any other time, the two may have made a jest or two, but for Li Sanyu, at this moment, any straw was worth grasping, especially since the current Tao Kaiyan indeed differed greatly from ordinary people. The special aura of a true practitioner of spiritual treasure cultivation was not something common cultivators could compare with, and this was the transformation brought about by the accomplishment in the spirit treasure root skill. Both bosses were first stunned, then overjoyed, especially Li Sanyu, who hurriedly nodded his head, scrambling to his feet and dragging Tao Kaiyan towards the inner room. Inside the house, there were 7 or 8 family members, mostly women and children, all of them terrified and haggard. On a bed in the farthest corner lay a middle-aged woman, with a withered appearance and a body shrunk so much that she was nearly nothing but skin and bones, her internal organs barely covered. Anyone seeing her would declare her not far from death. In stark contrast was the flesh lump on her neck, almost as big as her head. The face on its surface was incredibly vivid, even with fully developed facial features, mocking everyone present with a sinister grin. This sight terrified the other women, girls, and children in the house, none of them daring to approach, leaving only Li Sanyu to throw himself on her, wailing incessantly, his voice full of sorrow. While Tao Kaiyan internally sighed at how Boss Li usually acted like a lustful rogue, he was deeply infatuated with his wife. He then reached out a finger and touched the human-faced flesh lump. For those who were parasitized, Tao Kaiyan had a throbbing sensation. Though very faint, it should be able to trigger his awareness. As he moved, Boss Jia, seeing Li Sanyu had lost the ability to speak, began to explain. Li's sister-in-law was parasitized by an evil insect 3 days ago, and since then she has continuously weakened. Boss Li sold his possessions for an elixir charm that worked for a day and then failed. In just 3 days, Li's sister-in-law became like this. There are far worse cases in the city of those who were parasitized, many not even lasting 3 days. It is said that at least 1,000 people have already died. To prevent the evil insects from escaping, the county government has taken harsh measures. Some poor people were even dragged off to be cremated before they could take their last breath. Every evening, the south side of Seeking Immortal County lights up with blazing fires. That's the burning of bodies. As he spoke, Jia Qiang also sighed repeatedly, his eyes red with sorrow. At this time, Tao Kaiyan's mind had already successfully activated extraordinary perception, and the chaotic information sorted itself into records. Record, human-faced insect puppet. Record type, abnormality. Record, puppets parasitized by human-faced insects, which need to be cultivated artificially, require gathering life resentment, the fresh blood of harsh and cruel people in the world, and 100 poisonous insects. The poisonous insects are placed in a filthy copper basin, doused with human blood, sealed with resentment, and refined with secret techniques for a full 49 days. Then a pair of human-faced insects will appear in the basin, which when fed fresh human flesh will mate frenziedly, laying hundreds of thousands of egg balls in just a few days. Note 1. Once parasitized by this insect, one's essence blood will be devoured until death from bursting in a few days. During this period, the insect will emit a terrifying aura, causing people to live in constant fear, and their spirit unable to be at peace. Note 2. Ordinary methods cannot solve this insect, but it is restrained by the evil exorcism demon-destroying Taoist and Buddhist methods. However, it must be caught off guard to be effective, and once the lump forms an insect, it will directly burrow into the puppet's skull. At that point, even if the evil insect is exterminated, the puppet will undoubtedly die. Note 3. The insect craves naturally auspicious and spiritual things. If rarities like Ganoderma people or ginseng babies were to bleed and lure it, all human-faced insects within the area will become frenzied, ignoring their master's will, and surge over. Note 4. The insect was cultivated by the heterodox demon insect master Gongsun Yan, whose lifebound technique is the 1,000 insect soul binding scripture. He has reached the foundation establishment realm, and is known for his perverse, cunning, and cruel nature. Tao Kaiyan understood the secrets clearly. He also understood why, despite there being many great demons and monsters on Iron Buddha Mountain, the first method employed was so seemingly innocuous. It seemed the likes of the beautiful corpse Bodhisattva, and others did not intend to slaughter Seeking Immortal County. They wanted to plunge Seeking Immortal County into panic. It seemed they intended to keep the Forbidden Immortal Hall and the Demon Suppression Army busy to death. As Tao Qian pondered, he appeared downcast on the surface. At the same time, he shook his head and looked around with eyes full of apologies, saying, "I'm sorry, I am powerless." No sooner had he spoken, the glimmer of hope in the eyes of Li Sanyu and the others dimmed, and an atmosphere of panic and fear spread once again. The facial expression on the flesh lump on Li's sister-in-law's neck immediately changed to an even more defiant and pugnacious grin. It was at this very moment that Tao Qian abruptly spoke, "9 True Spirit Sound." This Taoist true sound, designed to subdue evil demons, echoed throughout the room, killing the divine soul of the human-faced insect that was comfortably coiled inside the flesh lump before it could even wail. Then Tao Qian extended his hand and pressed it on the flesh lump, expelling spirit treasure source qi, which immediately forced out the filthy evil qi from within while pushing the pure life essence back into Li's sister-in-law's body. After a few breaths, a miracle occurred. The flesh lump dissipated, and Li's sister-in-law's mummified body gradually regained its rosiness and plumpness. Li Sanyu, along with everyone in the room, had their expressions change as rapidly as in the face-changing act, instantly transforming from despair and fear to ecstatic joy. In the courtyard of the herbal medicine shop owner Jia Qiang, a crowd of people witnessed a miracle unfold. After confirming that the evil insect was dead and Li's sister-in-law had survived, everyone wept with joy, especially Boss Li, who was so excited he wanted to kowtow to Tao Qian. Tao Qian quickly helped him up. Both Boss Li and Jia Qiang had been quite helpful to him since his rebirth, so saving someone was the right thing to do. However, upon recalling the information related to the human-faced insect, Tao Qian couldn't help but advise both families. The evil insect was tricky. It could only be killed by catching it off guard. Should word spread and put all the county's human-faced insects into a stress-induced state, at least 10,000 people would die, resulting in a true disaster. The disciples from the major sects of the Forbidden Immortal Hall must also have learned this after several treatments, reluctantly letting things be. A county-wide panic was indeed preferable to more than 10,000 deaths and injuries. As for rescuing one by one, not to mention Tao Qian, an energy-introducing realm cultivator, even a Foundation establishment realm expert would be worn out by the effort. Having given his warning, both families hurriedly assured they understood and would not leak any secrets. Tao Qian didn't linger in the pharmacy, and after leaving, he headed straight towards the star-picking pavilion. On the way, especially when passing through the area known as People Market, Tao Qian's expression looked very troubled. As the world suddenly slipped into a dark and chaotic era, in his mind, an exceedingly critical note arose involuntarily. Due to the stress state of the human-faced insect, one cannot conduct a mass extermination or gather forces to kill them. It seems that one could only lure the insects out to eliminate them. However, such naturally auspicious spiritual creatures are exceedingly rare, like the ginseng baby, Ganoderma people, and others. Where could one possibly find them? Suddenly, a burst of inspiration struck Tao Qian and he paused. A newly made friend surfaced in his mind. Tao Qian squinted his eyes, pondering. It's uncertain whether that wild leek demon Shanju from Wildman Mountain counts as such auspicious spiritual creatures. If so, that would be wonderful. It is stated in the record that he possesses an almost undying vigor. As a friend, he surely wouldn't mind if I cut off a small part of him. If it really comes to repaying the cost, my puppet body could pay. Look for an opportunity to test it out. Having made up his mind, Tao Qian moved on, soon reaching the exquisitely beautiful star-picking pavilion, the premier building in Seeking Immortal County. Tao Qian had come to gauge the strength of the righteous side. Moreover, Boss Jia had mentioned that a female fairy, daring to confront the beautiful corpse Bodhisattva before heading to the provincial city, had issued a summoning immortal decree. This decree had successfully drawn numerous cultivators within 3 days and was still effective, continuing to attract cultivators from throughout southern UA. Such bustling activity in the cultivation world was something Tao Qian loved to join. Sure enough, as he approached the star-picking pavilion, he had to momentarily suppress his excitement. Otherwise, his mind wouldn't be at ease, sensing too many transcendent beings, making it feel as though there was a noisy drum beating inside his head. He had encountered this reaction before in Tengsh Town and had experience dealing with it. When he closed off this special sense and looked around, the road leading to the star-picking pavilion was particularly wide, while other streets in Seeking Immortal County were deserted due to the disaster of the evil insects. With hardly a ghost in sight, this road was filled with figures, almost forming a crowd rushing towards the splendid pavilion. These people appearing in various forms, most dressed as normal monks or Taoists, but there were also bizarre and malformed oddities. Many cultivators indeed regarded commoners as nothing, looking down on them with disdain. Although there was no cruelty in their eyes, there was also no sympathy or pity, treating the disaster victims as if they were ants frozen by the roadside. Yet their eyes, when fixed on the star-picking pavilion and the large stone arch with the decrees and rewards before the wide square, revealed greedy desires. In an instant, they fell from being experts on the great Tao, who had seemingly forgotten their emotions, back to vulgar mortals rolling in their desires. Tao Qian mingled among them, also looking up at the grand archway. After a few glances, he understood the reason. Not everyone was qualified to accept the summoning immortal decree and enter the bustling star-picking pavilion. On the archway, a bronze statue of an innocently smiling baby was hanging. The baby was holding a downward tilting mirror in its embrace. Whenever someone approached, the bronze baby would speak in a childlike voice, "I am the nascent soul god mirror." Cultivators who have reached the energy-introducing realm destiny defining fetus stage, or those with special abilities who have cultivated special magic skills, all may pass through here, go up to the star-picking pavilion, and discuss the great Tao with other cultivators. If you are simply a common energy-introducing realm cultivator, or a cultivator who has not even passed the stage of manipulating source chi, please step back. Despite this bronze baby's voice being uniquely pleasant, the blatant discrimination against lower-level cultivators still sparked significant discontent. Fortunately, the next moment the baby spoke again. "This action is not out of disdain for you all, but because this summoning is to combat a group of extremely fierce demons. If those with lower cultivation join in, they might very well lose their lives for nothing. The 10,000 infant sect is not willing to bear this cause and effect, hence, please forgive us." Once these words were explained, the unrest was quickly suppressed. Many cultivators who met the requirements openly mocked those who did not, with crude words like "ants" and "useless chickens, go back." In the crowd, many cultivators laughed and walked out, directly facing the nascent soul god mirror, as if considering this a chance to show off. Meanwhile, Tao Qian suddenly noticed some secretive individuals appearing around, all wearing uniforms embroidered with trigrams, elixirs, talismans, and scissors. Each of them approached the cultivators who did not meet the standards, extending profoundly sincere invitations. As they spoke, they made various grand promises, offering many benefits. Tao Qian silently listened for a few moments and immediately deduced in his heart, these fellows must be the people from the Changchun society. While eavesdropping, suddenly the childish voice of the bronze baby was heard again. This time, it even made the mirror emit a beam of spirit light, clearly projecting 2 reward quests onto the archway. "Everyone, please look at these 2 reward quests first," the voice announced. One is about the evil insect disaster currently plaguing Seeking Immortal County. If any Taoist here has a solution, you may take the copper token hanging in front of the list. Forbidden Immortal Hall has prepared books of skills, alien treasures, and only seeks the method to eliminate the disaster. However, please first understand what the evil insect is and any difficulties involved. Do not act rashly. If you take the copper token and have no solution, there will inevitably be punishment. The second quest involves the great demon Beautiful Corpse Bodhisattva, who has captured our disciple from the 10,000 infant sect, Dudu. His fate is unknown. If any Taoist here can gather some information about his situation, or find out Dudu's current condition, you may also take the copper token from the list. At that time, our sect will generously reward you, and a great cultivator from our sect will personally receive you. As these words were spoken, Tao Qian could clearly hear many cultivators in the crowd breathing rapidly. Greed glinted in their eyes. However, soon after, when they saw the dangers involved, they all sighed with pity. The first quest needs no further explanation. The human-faced insect disaster in Seeking Immortal County is something even the disciples from major sects in Forbidden Immortal Hall cannot handle. How could these summoned loose cultivators from the wilderness have a method to deal with it? The second one was even more horrific and twisted. Who was this beautiful corpse Bodhisattva? Perhaps many cultivators did not know before, but after the recent shocking secret news spread across the world, who didn't know his origins and terrifying cultivation realm? This was truly a great demon. As the emotions of the loose cultivators shifted, nobody noticed. A glint of light flashed through Tao Qian's eyes in the crowd. The first quest still has some doubts, so it's hard to say. But the second quest, there is indeed significant room for effort, especially since I have an undercover person at the Iron Buddha Mountain. Moreover, this person can closely contact and somewhat blend into the higher ranks of the main hall. That Nanjiao immortal, Pan Hongyang, if deliberately investigated, might indeed know some secrets that even the strong cultivators from the infant sect cannot find. A few thoughts flashed by, but Tao Qian did not step forward to accept the quests. Instead, he planned to first return to his bookstore to ponder carefully before making any plans. Just then, a member of the Changchun Society approached. Tao Qian pretended not to see and turned to leave. Join the star-picking pavilion. There was no need to rush this matter. He was still assessing the situation. If he felt that seeking Immortal County was in danger of collapsing, Tao Kaiyan planned to leave first. Life was tough, and having lived anew, Tao Kaiyan was curious to see if he could succeed in cultivation and achieve great freedom and great liberty. Besides, the world was so vast and immense, he truly wanted to go out and explore. While thinking about these broad and indiscriminate thoughts, Tao Kaiyan turned and headed towards Vegetable Market Street. However, his movements were still noticed by the people from Changchun society. One of them, a young cultivator wearing Changchun cloth with a cunning rat-like face and an unusual aura, was exactly like the street vendor Tao Kaiyan had feared most in his previous life. With a professional fake smile, the man reached out to stop Tao Kaiyan and said, "Fellow Taoist, may I take a moment of your time to introduce you to our Changchun society?" Before he could finish his practice spiel, suddenly a loud shout came from the other end of the street, "Damn Changchun society, a bunch of bloody scammers." Although the voice was thick with illness, it unexpectedly carried very far. Immediately, the summoned cultivators hurrahed and turned to look toward the source of the conflict. Clearly, not only mortals liked to gather around during exciting events, cultivators also enjoyed it. Tao Kaiyan smiled at the Changchun Society cultivator, who was left with a surprised and embarrassed expression, then turned to look in the direction of the commotion. Besides enjoying a spectacle, Tao Kaiyan felt a strange familiarity when he heard that voice. Lifting an eyebrow, he thought inwardly, could it really be such a coincidence? To confirm, Tao Kaiyan once again activated his exceptional inspiration. The next moment, enduring the drumming noise in his mind, his gaze sharply locked onto a middle-aged cultivator in the distance who was fighting with several Changchun Society cultivators. This individual must have a sensational personality, for he wore a dazzling and surprisingly captivating red Taoist robe. Even while cursing, it did not affect his dashing figure. His appearance was unexpectedly not handsome, merely heroic and upright, with deep and spirited eyes, instantly giving people a genuine impression of trust and goodwill. Immediate recognition, Tao Kaiyan confirmed his guess that familiar palpitation and the style of cursing. Without surprise, his identity was almost apparent. It's him, the big leg I hadn't managed to cling to. The enthusiastic expert I met in the terrifying Immortal Pond, skilled in handling ghosts and someone who likes ghosts, Senior Lin Ziohua. P.S. A few important announcements first. The launch date has changed to July 1st, proving 2 extra free chapters as a benefit second. I'm seeking monthly tickets, needing to achieve 2,000 this month, which is crucial for the as it may decide the fate third. There are more updates to follow, so don't say the fish stories are too short. The last time we parted at the fish pond, Lin Ziohua said politely that if fate allowed, we would meet again and that he would teach me an exceptional technique the next time we saw each other. I thought Tao Kaiyan was just being nice, but who would have thought that we would actually be so fated to meet again here, in Seeking Immortal County? Hearing his curses, it was clear that somehow he had gotten into a conflict with those from the Changchun Society. Both parties had started a fight on the main road leading to the star-picking pavilion. More precisely, it was Lin Ziohua being ambushed by a large group of Changchun Society cultivators. This clearly didn't make sense. You must understand that Lin Ziohua's cultivation had reached the peak of the Qi refining realm, and when he left the fish pond, he mentioned that the next time he would return after breaking through to Foundation Establishment realm, meaning he was only one step away from it. Cultivators of the Changchun Society were all nobodies, or loose cultivators who hadn't even defined their life seed. Even if they were numerous, facing Lin Ziohua, who once was a disciple of the Heavenly Talisman sect, they should not have had any advantage, and in fact, they should have been the ones beaten badly. But what I saw in an instant was Lin Ziohua forming a talisman array, struggling to defend himself against the various attacks unleashed by around a dozen Changchun Society members. Although they wore identical robes, their backgrounds were complex, each one cultivating different magic skills, naturally resulting in vastly different assault methods. But after all, there were dozens of them, half of whom were nobodies with but a few special abilities. Another dozen or so were energy-introducing realm cultivators, whose methods were more vicious and fierce. And the leader, although young, had a somber look and bloodthirsty eyes. He wielded a short dagger that could transform into a blood-red light, incessantly striking the talisman array, emitting a clinking sound. From Tao Kaiyan's perception, this was definitely a cultivator who had surpassed the destiny-defining stage. While they couldn't get through the gleaming talisman array for the moment, Lin Ziohua's condition was clearly not right. His voice was burdened with a heavy sickness, and although his posture remained suave and unrestrained, with every move, a painful expression would appear on his face, eventually vomiting a large mouthful of blood, accentuating the vividness of his red Taoist robe. This condition was nowhere near Foundation Establishment realm. In Tao Kaiyan's perception, Lin Ziohua's current state was barely maintaining Qi refining realm. He seemed to be extremely weakened. Seeing this, Tao Kaian was almost ready to intervene immediately. Other people he might not help, but Lin Ziohua was a good person recognized by Tao Kaian. Although they had only met once, Tao Kaian believed they shared a good rapport. It seemed that there weren't many such kind-hearted cultivators in the righteous cultivation world, despite his very particular tastes. However, Tao Kaian still tried his best to suppress the impulse the weaker one was, the more one needed to plan before acting. Rushing in impulsively could complicate matters instead. Despite appearing lowly and insignificant, the Changchun Society can still openly sell elixir charms in Seeking Immortal County and brazenly extort local wealthy households and common people. Besides, they can also send people here to pick up any loose cultivators who can't enter the star-picking pavilion, gathering those who can't get in. Such an organization must have a hidden foundation or be involved in some shady schemes. Perhaps there is some sort of backing or protection within the star-picking pavilion, or within the county government, or maybe even the demon suppression army. And as for Lin Ziohua's current condition, a spark of insight flashed through Tao Kaian's mind as he observed a dozen or so Changchun Society cultivators collecting loose cultivators from the crowd, also with savage appearances, as they made their assault. He slightly lowered his head, pretending to be inadvertent, as he channeled spirit treasure source chi in a subtle way, mingling his voice with the crowd's mutterings. This Taoist in the red robe, by the looks of his divine power skill, must be a disciple from the heavenly talisman sect. Hiss, hiss. As Tao Kaian spoke, there indeed came a succession of inhales of shock from the crowd. This was quite normal, though Seeking Immortal County now was a place where many forces were converging. The situation seemed on the brink of escalating, but most onlookers were insignificant loose cultivators, the bottom dwellers of the cultivation world. Hearing about a disciple from one of the 12 major Taoist sects, Heavenly Talisman sect, making such a commotion was simply their duty as spectating masses. And that key phrase put the group of ferocious Changchun Society cultivators in a panic. To surround and kill an unaffiliated loose cultivator was one thing, but to attack a disciple of the Heavenly Talisman sect was entirely different. The latter could lead to major trouble. Just when their assault was about to falter, the leader of the Changchun Society suddenly stopped it with a shout. Don't listen to the nonsense of others. A member of the Heavenly Talisman sect would definitely carry the Heavenly Talisman seed. If he really had such a thing, could we still trap him? Would we dare trap him? This person must have learned a bit of the Heavenly Talisman sect's magic skills from somewhere. If we kill him, wouldn't we be able to take those skills for ourselves? He stopped there, directing his subordinates to continue the encirclement and assault. Then he turned his cold, ruthless face towards the loose cultivators, releasing his terrifying presence unique to the Qi refinement realm without any reservations. This person, with a feigned smile that was more like a threat, said to the people, "Don't panic, my dear Taoist friends. Our Changchun Society is currently eliminating a demon that has infiltrated our city. This creature is envious of our Changchun Society's efforts in refining elixir charms to aid the afflicted populace using some sort of sorcery. He ruined the Changchun elixirs and exorcism talismans that our experts had painstakingly crafted, and still claims not to be a demon. I think this is a demon spy with evil intentions, secretly infiltrating our city. If you, my fellow Taoists, do not wish to antagonize our Changchun Society or oppose the Forbidden Immortal Hall and the Demon Suppression Army, then please stand aside as a mere spectator." With these few words spoken, truly no one dared to intervene. Even the mutterings and discussions among the crowd diminished considerably. This was a formidable individual indeed. In just a few words, he had diffused and diverted the crowd, nipping the budding atmosphere in the bud. The truth wasn't as he had said, but Lin Ziohua indeed didn't have that Heavenly Talisman seed. It had been taken back when he was expelled from the mountain. Due to this, his cultivation hadn't changed, but his combat power had greatly decreased. As if afraid that a prolonged fight would lead to complications, the cunning leader of the Changchun Society finished speaking and turned around to cast a secret technique. He transferred some kind of cost onto his subordinates behind him, and the power of the blood dagger he wielded explosively increased, instantly breaking through Lin Ziohua's talisman array. Taking advantage of his spitting blood and collapsing to the ground, the man burst in. But oddly enough, the first thing he reached out to grab wasn't the severely injured Lin Ziohua, but a small figure behind him. It was only then that everyone noticed that behind this red-robed cultivator, two very short figures were being protected, obviously not human in appearance. The first looked like a very special alien life. Its body was composed of bronze, cast iron, ancient wood, and some unknown wild beast bones, while its eyes were two rubies, exuding a sense of warmth and strength. The second was a plump little thing, his skin and flesh texture like jelly, tempting to the eye, sporting two pigtails pointing skyward, with a nose, mouth, and ears like a child. only its disproportionately large eyeballs were inhuman, resembling two translucent green gemstones, but they revealed not a trace of strange evil, but rather an innocence that anyone could see. Nevertheless, at this moment, it was overwhelmed by fear and panic, for the target of the Changchun Society's leader was it. Seeing this unfold, no one dared to intervene. Except for the severely wounded Lin Ziohua, this warm-hearted senior struggled to get up, shouting furiously, "Despicable scoundrel, so your target is little age." With that, Lin Ziohua's face hardened, and he suddenly formed a Dharma seal, as if he was preparing to fight with his life on the line. But at that moment, a powerful Taoist chant suddenly rang out, "Nine Heavens Truth, the Mystery of the Great." Like a great bell tolling, not only did it not harm the severely injured Lin Ziohua, but it actually invigorated his divine soul. On the contrary, the originally grinning leader of the Changchun Society's complexion changed drastically in an instant, and he froze in place. He suddenly realized that he had lost control of his divine soul and body. What frightened him even more was the terrifying sword intent he felt at that moment. Boom. It wasn't just him, everyone else on the scene also felt the astonishing sword intent. "I will die if I don't escape in time. I will die here." This thought flashed through the leader of the Changchun Society's mind soon after. He hesitated no more and cast a certain secret technique. However, this time, the cost was borne by him alone. He felt as if he could hear the sound of all his bones shattering. His blood seemed to boil and burst in reverse flow, and the explosive power that ensued finally allowed him to break free from the 9 true spirit sound shackles. His entire person merged with the blood dagger and vanished from the spot almost instantaneously. 100 meters away, his figure reappeared, but his face showed the remnants of fear, and his venomous, deadly gaze fixedly looked toward Lin Ziohua. There an additional person stood, appearing like a young cultivator who could be mistaken for a scholar, holding an insignia less black lacquered longsword. Ordinary though it appeared, no one dared underestimate it at the moment. The terrifying sword intent, though fleeting, had indeed sent shivers down everyone's spine. And now the scholar who had appeared out of nowhere to save them was looking with regret at the leader, clearly disappointed that he had escaped too quickly for him to cut him down with a single stroke. "Who are you? Why interfere in the affairs of the Changchun Society? Why help a demon spy? Could it be that you are also?" The leader spat out these words. Tao Qian couldn't help but want to give this guy a thumbs up. This fellow, not bothering to establish a rapport, started straight off by throwing several big accusations. Tao Qian maintained his composure, with the sacrificial sword intent ready but unreleased within him, also staring at the Changchun Society leader but disdaining to answer those accusations. Instead, he pointed to Lin Ziohua and the two little things, resolutely saying, "I am their creditor, especially this Taoist Lin Ziohua, who owes me a superior grade cultivation technique. The last time we met, you said, 'If fate allows us to meet again in Southern Yue, I will give it to you,' and then you ran off. I didn't expect to catch you here. I don't care what disputes you two have, I'll take them with me first. Once I retrieve the cultivation technique that Taoist owes me, I'll return them to you." Tao Qian gave out not a few keywords with these sentences. Even the socially somewhat obtuse senior Lin Ziohua, after hearing those hints, immediately guessed Tao Qian's identity. Then with an astonished face, he realized and said, "It's you." His cooperation was near perfect, but unfortunately the leader of the Changchun Society wasn't buying it. It was as if he hadn't heard Tao Qian's excuse at all, only staring at Tao Qian with murderous bloodshot eyes. Then the blood dagger in front of him writhed like a venomous snake. Before long, he seemed to have evaluated Tao Qian's strength. Finally, he made a slight compromise. Pointing at Lin Ziohua and the alien life, he said to Tao Qian, "Him, and this little thing you can take with you, but the other one you may not." Upon hearing these two sentences, Tao Qian's brow wrinkled instantly as he too looked at the plump little figure. Clearly, it was the true target of the Changchun Society. Anyone who wasn't blind could see at this moment that the leader of the Changchun Society was targeting that plump little creature. From a distance, the perception was not clear. Now at close range, Tao Qian's nostrils twitched slightly. He immediately smelled an unusual fragrance and couldn't help but feel a possessive desire towards that jelly-like little being. More accurately, it was a desire to devour, just like a gourmet seeing his most coveted delicacy and wanting to swallow it immediately. Suddenly, Tao Qian seemed to think of something. His eyes widened slightly, and corresponding guesses emerged in his mind. Just then, Lin Ziohua's voice transmission entered Tao Qian's ears. "Brother Tao, little age is a supernatural elf transformed from the Taisui. Though it has suffered many hardships and faced a miserable fate, its nature has never changed. It's innocent and extremely kind. This time I brought it here because I heard that seeking Immortal County was suffering from the human-faced worm disaster, and little age's flesh can resolve this calamity